Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Penguins won one, lost one over the weekend, but the loss was a shootout loss. They lost 3-2 to the New York Rangers after they had a lead for a little bit in that game. But the Penguins then won 5-0 yesterday over the Vegas Golden Knights. Right now the Penguins, they have 75 points in the standings. The New York Islanders have come up and tied them. So they're both tied for second right now with 75 points. The gap is pretty sizable. After that, the Washington Capitals down in fourth place with 69. The Carolina Hurricanes still far ahead in the Metropolitan Division with 82 points. Penguins have a road game coming up tomorrow at 7 o'clock against the Boston Bruins. Then over the weekend, they play 3 straight home games. The Pirates, over the weekend, continued to win. They won on Friday against the Baltimore Orioles. They won on Saturday against the Houston Astros, and then they won yesterday against the St. Louis Cardinals. Connor Griffin with another home run in spring training. He has 3 home runs. All 3 of his hits in 14 at-bats have been for home runs. He's also driven in 6 so far this spring. Pirates have a game today at 1 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Rays. That's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, and drive a little, save a lot. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning To get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh, this is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning. Nicholas Harry Callis here. It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Got a nice burst of energy this morning. I feel good. Everything's good. I kind of got woken up to a surprising coldness outside. It is not warm this morning. Got those frigid temperatures in again after what was a pretty... it was a pretty warm weekend. Friday and Saturday were great. Yesterday was a little bit colder, and this morning it's freezing. It feels freezing at least. 21 degrees outside, yeah, high of 40, low of 21 today, so we're hitting that low right now. There's rain supposed to be in the forecast all week, but at least we're getting highs in the mid-60s to low 70s for the weekend, so might not be wise to go outside in the rain if it's going to rain, but at least temperatures are going to warm up, and perhaps here we're going to be transitioning into spring. How about that? We're also going to spring ahead. I believe daylight savings is coming up, if that's still a thing. I keep hearing reports in the news that it might be going away, and then it never does. And I always get excited because I don't believe in daylight savings. I'll save you the spiel, but it is an outdated thing that we do as human beings. Yeah, daylight savings time, March 8th. So next week, the clocks are moving ahead, and we're going to lose that hour of sleep. So we'll see how I feel after that. I usually get pretty wired during that time. I hate losing that hour of sleep, so I have trouble adjusting for the next 2 weeks. So we'll see how I survive there. It would definitely hit us if it was during the week, but at least it's on Sunday, so we don't have to still get up in the morning for work. At least we'll have that day to kind of, take an extra nap or something, because it is tough. It's tough when you wake up at 4:30 to go to work. I'm sure you know that, and that might be the reason why you're up right now. So, either way, good morning. I appreciate it. Put a lot of pickleball yesterday, though. I wanted to say that, too. Finally getting out, getting active, taking advantage of the warm weather. And I was hoping to do that again next weekend, but I don't know if we can because, like I said, the rain's going to be in the forecast. So enjoy the weather when you can, if you can, as long as rain doesn't impede. But be aware of today because it looks like it's going to be pretty chilly today. But there's no snow, so that's a bonus for sure. All right, give me a call, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I got a good bit to talk about. I'm arguing with people online about Connor Griffin because there's some wizards out there that are saying, like, hey, just be careful. He only has 3 hits, in his at-bats. One dude said he was 3 for 15, and then I looked it up because I wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about when responding, and Griffin's actually 3 for 14. It's differences like that are big when there's a small sample size to take from. Those averages can jump, and 3 for 14 is a 214 average, whereas 3 for 15 is 200. So there's a different look with that, but he also has 3 home runs. He's driven in 6, and he's only struck out a couple times. He's only struck out twice. So that all being considered, he's putting the bat on the ball, and that's what you want. He's not striking out. His swings aren't looking ugly. And if you remember a week or so ago when the Pirates played the Phillies, there was a really windy day. Griffin took a good swing on a ball. A couple, actually. I believe 2 times this happened where he hit it out to center and the wind just took it and brought it back. It happens. But he's taking good swings. He's hitting the ball hard, and that's what we're looking for. So, this dude was trying to make a point that a bunch of these highly touted prospects are on the surface. They don't have great stats, so look for larger context is what he said. Well, I'll look for the actual longer context. And it bothers me. It bothers me that people want to act like Griffin's only done this, or this. And maybe it's rage bait, but I certainly fell for it. Griffin is looking really good. And if you actually watch the at-bats, if you see the at-bats, you'll see that, okay, he's actually swinging well. He looks like he's following the pitches pretty well. And it just so happens that his 3 hits out of 14 at-bats so far are home runs. I mean, it's not the worst thing. It's not the hottest stats he could have, but he's putting good swings on the ball. Again, he's looking not lost up there. He's taking his at-bats, and he's looking like a professional when he takes those at-bats. And that is what I believe is most important. So you tell me what you think, 412-928-9370. I know there were a lot of complaints, too, that the games weren't televised. I know sometimes it gets touchy with those games in late February, early March, about who has rights to what. I know a lot of reporters down in Florida were at these games and were posting videos of Griffin's home run, which is always appreciated. So, I saw some of those, and that's why I'm looking at Griffin, and I'm looking at some of his swings and just watching his at-bats and being able to tell you that he looks good. And it's because of those guys down there in Florida as well that are covering these games. So appreciate them. We should see more TV broadcasts as March comes around. But, maybe you just look at the stats and you haven't seen. You haven't watched. You haven't found those insiders that are down there right now, and you haven't seen the swings. So you post something on Twitter with even the wrong amount of at-bats that Griffin's had. That bothers me. It bothers me. So just double-check, do your work when you're going to have these opinions. But, again, I think Griffin's going to be fine, and I just wanted to put that out there because it makes me mad when there are people online that try to argue and infer certain things about certain players when they can't even get certain stats correct. So there's that. I also wanted to talk this morning about, the Penguins deserve some credit. The tough game against the New York Rangers on Saturday. The Pens are up 2-1 going into the third period. They give up a third period goal. This one looked like the one that you'd see over the last couple seasons where they were doing poorly during the regular season. They gave up a late goal in the third period and then ended up losing in either overtime or in a shootout. This time they lost in a shootout to the New York Rangers. So a tough one there for the Penguins. They still get a point if you look at it that way. And then they went on to blow out the Vegas Golden Knights yesterday, 5-0. So right now they're at 75 points in the Metropolitan. They're tied with the New York Islanders right now. The Islanders have caught back up. They've played 2 more games than the Penguins have, however, but they've still gotten to that 75-point total. The Capitals are the next best team in the Metro with 69 points. So that's a pretty sizable gap between the Penguins and Islanders and then the Capitals. So they're starting to get that separation in there. The Carolina Hurricanes are already over 80. They have 82 points, and they're leading. Penguins will have one away game coming up tomorrow at 7 o'clock. They play the Boston Bruins, and then over the weekend they play 3 straight at home. Buffalo Sabres on Thursday, Philadelphia Flyers on Saturday, and then the Boston Bruins on Sunday. They looked good yesterday. The Rangers game was kind of a disappointment, but they definitely looked good against the Vegas Golden Knights yesterday, and there's really no notes. They're still playing decent, and they're still in prime position to get into the playoffs. They're looking good. And they're maintaining, like I said, this is something that I had confidence in that I don't think a lot of people did, that the big story was, if Sidney Crosby's not playing, right? Sidney Crosby's hurt right now from playing in the Olympics. How are the Penguins going to do without him? And right now it looks like they're doing well. So I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's still early, but they're doing well without him. They are still winning games. They're maintaining that pace that I was talking about. Now, they've got a few tough opponents coming up here. They do play the Carolina Hurricanes next week on Tuesday, so that's something to look at. They've got some tough opponents ahead. They actually play the Hurricanes 3 times through this month. So that's a tough one because the Hurricanes, one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference right now. That being said, though, I still have faith. I think they can get it done. And I said that last week, and I'll maintain that. The Penguins will be fine without Sidney Crosby. They will keep a comfortable pace in the Metropolitan standings, in the Metropolitan Division, until Crosby comes back. I have faith. I think you should have faith as well. And so far, they're demonstrating that they can handle it. They've won 2 and they lost the 3rd in a shootout. So we'll see. We'll see. But again, I have faith. I think you should have faith as well in the Pens. All right, now to what I want to actually talk about, and you can get a phone line, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X by tagging me in a post at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. I do read those as well. And we got our YouTube live video stream, so just go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan, find the live stream, and then there's a live chat that accompanies that I do look at, which I am right now. Somebody's surprised. Cruz batting over 500. Yeah, Cruz is having a pretty solid spring training. He homered over the weekend as well. So, all good signs. The Pirates look really good. They've won more games than they've lost by a good bit. I mean, I don't know how that will translate to the regular season, but a lot of the players on the Pirates are looking good this spring, and it's noticeable, and a lot of people are following as well and getting excited just like I am. So, hopefully it translates. All right, now to what I want to talk about. I do want to circle back to the report card thing that was going on with the Steelers and how they've gotten poor grades, because I think it's an interesting conversation to have. I think it's an interesting topic to bring up, because it doesn't seem like many people understand or have much sympathy for players in relation to facilities and resources. And I mean, I want to talk about this because I didn't think this was going to be a thing that some fans disagreed with. Accountability for those in power is important in all aspects of life. When you have such a profitable league as the National Football League, the owners, over time, when you have that much power and influence, owners, whoever's in power, whoever's in charge, will want to be in charge and do things how they want to do, which is maximizing profits and steering the brand in the direction that they want to go. That's going to happen, right? And they're going to want to do it the way they want to do it. They're going to do things the way they want to do things. And that accountability isn't always, it's not the thing that you think about when you have power. You don't necessarily want to have that accountability. You want to do things the way you want to do things. And you want to try to get away with what you want to get away with because you have the power and you have the influence and you have the money and you're the one that's spending the money. I get that. Accountability, making these report cards public, kind of forces the owners to regulate themselves based on public opinion. If the public opinion goes away and we don't know things, there's less likely to have accountability done by these owners to give the players at least a modern facility, a modern locker room. Right now, from what I understand, from what I've heard, from the accounts that I've heard, from these report cards, the locker room is out of date. It looks old. It doesn't look stable. And a lot of people are asking, what about the toilets is a big thing. Apparently, there's only 5 toilets. And people are asking, well, why haven't we heard about this before? Well, because a lot of this information wasn't public before. A lot of this information was kind of put aside because we only got the report card grades, and now there's more information coming out about this situation because the players want to force some public pressure, it seems, and they want to force that accountability. And the only way that they can really do that is if fans start to get in and understand and have a voice on this. And again, I put the analogy in online that if you only have so many toilets and a bunch of players have to go, which again, they're athletes, they're doing things to their bodies to keep them pristine. Sometimes the bathroom comes calling. If everybody has to wait around to use a toilet, that is 15 to 30 minutes of waiting around that they're not focusing on football things. That they're not working out, that they're not studying. And you might say, well, I've had this argument too, brought to me over the weekend online. Well, if you paid me $1 million, I would bring my own laptop. I would walk a mile to get into the building. I would use a porta potty. And I get that. But my counter to that would be, then would you be the best at your job? If you had to finance your own resources, if you had to walk a mile every day to get into work. No, you probably wouldn't be at your best, and that's kind of the point, is that if we as fans want to see the Steelers win championships, then I would like to give them at least a decent shot at having facilities and resources that make them comfortable. I mean, they don't need to have an automatic massager at their locker rooms. I don't think that that's what we're talking about here, but I'm saying maybe a bigger restroom. Are there enough showers? I mean, can the materials be more in date? They're finally ripping up the turf after numerous years of complaints about that. This season also, there was a game after it rained that the field just looked awful. No, I'm just saying, like, they can play the sport. They can earn their money. The Steelers players can earn their money by just playing throughout the season. They don't have to win to earn their money. The players on the worst teams in the NFL still get paid, even if they don't win. They still get paid for that season. It's not about, at this point, for Steelers, right? Because every Steeler fan, I think, out there can agree that the Steelers haven't won enough in the playoffs over the last 10 years. Right? So if we want the Steelers to win as fans, and the owner's telling us he's doing everything he possibly can, he's looking at everything to make sure that this team is the best it can be, and then we get these report cards that most of the players think the facilities are awful, right? Then can we really trust the owner for saying he's doing everything he possibly can? Can we trust Art Rooney II saying he can do everything he can? He's going to do everything he can to get this team to win, and he doesn't have good facilities? The field at Acrisure Stadium is consistently, it gets torn up with the slightest bit of weather, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why accountability is important. Because if the owner's telling us one thing and the players are telling us another, and we're seeing with our eyes that the field looks like garbage after a storm during the season, then I think we know who to trust in that case. Or maybe we go back to the owner and say, hey, I know you said you're doing everything, but did you consider that this, or this might be lacking? That's why the report cards being public is so important. So that we have another source of feedback to judge how the team's doing. We want the Steelers to win. There's no toughing it out with these locker rooms or these facilities anymore. There's no need to tough it out. We're in the modern era of things. These guys deserve to be comfortable enough to play football and to get ready and get prepared in a facility that makes them comfortable, that makes them feel good, that makes them feel relaxed. There's a time for that intensity, but there's also a level of comfort that they need to have. So accountability against power is important, especially in the NFL, because the NFL has been growing bigger and bigger and bigger every year. And it's almost like we're all a captive audience. This is one thing that we have that we feel like we can control with public opinion. And if that goes away and there's not public information on how the players feel the team is doing, then that's one less bit of control that we have as fans. So that's important. And again, a lot more information is coming out about the facilities now, and there's a lot more reports coming out because I feel like year after year after year, the Steelers have gotten bad grades for their facilities. And so now you're getting more details as to why. Journalists, I think, want to discover more. I think the players sometimes speak out anonymously or speak out with no shame on putting their name on things, right? I think that it's come to this over time because it's been consistently bad year after year after year, and people want to know why do they keep getting low grades for their facilities? Why do they keep getting low grades for their field? I mean, there are those people to question, like, well, why are we just learning about this now? Why hasn't anybody talked about this before? I think this is why. Because there's been consistent poor grades for their facilities year after year. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Let me take this caller who's on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. Good morning to a good start of a Monday morning. You're talking about the facilities at the Steelers, and they only have 5 toilets. Man,
Right.
Let me tell you what. They need a lot more with them guys because with everything they're eating, everything, they're going to a bathroom a lot more. And it's not only that, it's what kind of condition after somebody's done with that bathroom, it's looking like when the next person goes into it. Mm-hmm. Sometimes, I know where I work at, it's not a pretty sight. And you need somebody maybe to clean it. That's also another thing that maybe AR2 is lacking on is the cleanliness of the bathroom. Because whenever I go to the bathroom, I got to take things with me and scrub things up. That's just how I am. I don't feel comfortable with work doing that, but that's just another thing that maybe they're lacking on is lack of staff to clean the facilities once they got it, and not enough. I mean, I'm kind of OCD on the toilet when you go. I don't know how you are, but if I want to go to the bathroom, I want a clean bathroom. But anyhow, I hope they get that situated because that's not a nice thing. Anyhow, you take care, Dick, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. I'm not OCD. I won't use a bathroom, though, if it's dirty. Like, if there's a toilet and there's just a significant amount of dirtiness close enough to me, I'm not going to use it. I won't do super scrubs, regularly. I do clean toilets regularly as I can, at home. But, I agree with Dave's point, though. It makes sense. If the toilets are dirty, smells, right? Visible grossness wherever. Yeah, I mean, that could also play a factor. I mean, it's like, you ever been to a porta potty? It's like they don't smell good for a certain reason. Now, they're designed to be quick solutions for a toilet, but if you have a facility with a bathroom in it, yeah, I mean, eventually those players use that enough. Yeah, they could start to wear down, smell not great, look not great, not be as sanitary, all the things. So I'm with Dave on that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't understand. You've got a 53-man roster, plus more guys who are participating in things preseason. And 5 toilets just doesn't seem like enough. I put this on X, a non-statistical estimate, but I think you should have 1 toilet for every 3 to 4 players. Get them all in 5 to 10 minutes, and then get them back out and focusing on football. Plus, less usage on the individual toilets, more spread out, will also mean that they'll need cleaned, I would think, less and less over time when you have more of them. I'm just saying. And again, the biggest argument I've heard in counter to this is, why haven't we heard about this before? Again, the players submit the grades. 1 year after another year, and now we're stringing together years. And I think more details are coming out now because they've had consistently poor grades year after year after year, to the point where people want to understand and know what exactly about the facilities is poor. And now that information is leaked. That's out in the public. Players have felt this way enough for so long, over so many consecutive years. They've given the Steelers so many consecutive bad grades over the last several years for their facilities that this information has not made it to the public. When people want to know the answer to something, you're going to have those journalists, those insiders that are going to ask those questions. You're going to have players that are going to be willing to talk about it, and they have been. They're more willing to talk about it now because, again, there have been consistent poor grades for the Steelers facilities year after year after year. And at this point, we want to hold the owner accountable. Again, you've got these millionaires, and I understand that counterpoint too. You've got these millionaires, they're making their money. Why are they complaining about facilities? Why do they have the right to complain about facilities? Don't listen to that argument, though, if you want the Steelers to win championships. Because there's a difference between going to work, having all the resources that you need, and being in an environment where you're comfortable. And there's a difference between going to work with added stresses onto your plate. Can you do the job the best you possibly can with outdated resources? And I'm talking that in everyday life. You won't be the best. You might be able to get the job done. You might be able to get paid for the job, but can you be the best? And again, with how little the Steelers have won in the playoffs over the last decade, at this point, I want the Steelers players to be comfortable enough to feel like they can be in a facility where they can thrive. Because they need to thrive at this point. They haven't been winning enough. Again, any NFL team can go out there and get paid to lose. The Steelers, though, are past that point. And we as fans, I think, feel the same way. We want them to win. Right? We want them to win in the playoffs. We're not just paying them to play the games. We want to see them win. So give them facilities that they're comfortable in. That's all. I don't think again, I've seen people on social media just say this, like, oh, for $1 million, I'd do anything. Okay, sure. But over time, if you had to walk a mile to get to work, again, you wouldn't do the best job. If you had to bring your laptop, or you had to buy yourself a new laptop every so often to keep up instead of having one that your work provides, that would take a tax on you. Right? If your bathrooms weren't clean at work, you might choose to not use them. You might, drive down the street on a lunch break to go to the bathroom and only go to the bathroom outside of work, which would be a tax on how much time you could spend actually working, right? Or you'd be forced to use a bathroom you're not comfortable using, which might hinder your experience at work. It is comparable. And even if you're making $1 million to do that job and to go through those extra steps, you might not perform the best that you possibly can, whereas one of your working competitors, might do a better job because their employer gives them the resources they need to succeed. And they might do better. It's comparable. Anybody can get paid to play football. But it's about constructing a team to win. And facilities matter for that. 412-928-9370. We got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. This is Dave from Hermitage. I get to end the day for you. We remodeled our day room at our fire department, and before that, it was pretty bad, right? The point I'm making here is when they did remodel it and they did add on to it and made everything nice, it kind of just added a little extra spirit to the whole day. Everybody's like, nice, this is great.
Exactly.
For a small amount of money, they can fix that problem. And really, it is a minute problem. And I'd say even starting with the lockers and everything in that locker room. They have a day room facility in that, too. They have business offices. They can do an inside remodel for that place, probably for right around $5 or $6 million, and we make that in the game. So really, it is an easy problem to fix. If I was the management of the Steelers and I was responsible for that, it's not that big of a deal. They can fix it. It should just be done. Simple as that.
Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. I got time for one more caller. So we got this caller on. Good morning. What's your name?
Nick, good morning. Sean, ultimately, it's embarrassing, okay? But I'm not going to talk about the toilets, but I will talk about the fact that we're probably not going to get any renovations in the locker room considering they're replacing all the seats at the stadium. That's number one.
And the turf.
Number
I heard they're
two,
replacing the turf, too. Now, finally.
Yeah, well, I mean, so forget about the locker rooms. But here's the point. These guys come from colleges, let's say Alabama, LSU, whatever the case may be, and their facilities are absolutely state-of-the-art and gorgeous, okay? Then as a rookie, let's say you walk in and you walk by the pit locker room, which is absolutely incredible compared to the Steeler locker room.
Yeah.
So these guys are walking in and say, we came from college to this. This place is a dump. And ultimately it is. My son-in-law has done a lot of renovations down there. It's like putting silk pants on a pig. They don't want to spend any money. And it's crazy the fact that the Rooneys are simple. They're billionaires, but they're simple people. And they think simple is okay. Maybe it used to be 25 years ago, but not anymore. So, I mean, they need to get with the times. It's embarrassing that they're last in the league. The Steelers aren't last in the league at anything, but they ultimately are at this. So, have a good day.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Sean. I appreciate it. And with that, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Monday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 pretty much up to speed for you. HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North as well as the Crosstown. You can use those with two or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. And some construction news. Bridge inspection crews will be restricting the West End Bridge in both directions starting at 9 o'clock this morning through 3 o'clock this afternoon. That gets a 9 to 3 operation through Wednesday. Just watch for slowdowns and consider an alternate. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking. I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure, and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport on the Parkway West. The ride is good. However, once you get there, we're getting reports that there are waits of up to 25 minutes in the TSA line, so just be aware of that. Inbound Parkway West, mainly steady into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Same story for the Parkway East into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 looking good for you as you head from Harmer to the north side. And don't forget those HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North as well as the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley Dickerson and Nicholas Harry Callis. It's going to be a great day for Harry because I'm going to do the thing he loves so much, which is blow my nose like a foghorn over and over again.
Nice.
Yep. Got a little head cold going on.
I actually hate when you do that.
I know. I was being sarcastic. How's everyone doing this morning?
Good. A little tired. Long weekend, but doing very, very well. Callis, how you doing?
I feel tremendous. Life is great. I played pickleball twice over the weekend.
Nice. Beautiful weekend.
Sore yesterday.
Beautiful weekend. Even yesterday, yeah, it was chillier than the first day, but than Saturday. But it was gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Sunny. And we changed the clocks next weekend.
Yes.
And it's starting to feel, I think, like Penguin playoff time, like Pirate time, like March Madness time, because it's staying light longer. We're actually getting some sun. The Penguins playing 2 weekend afternoon games.
Yes.
That always gives you the nostalgia feeling, oh, we're getting close to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Great time of year.
No doubt.
It's March 2nd. We've made it.
We're here.
March of the Penguins. Harry's also been tweeting out his cards, which is great. I think he did a really good job with it. 26 days of cards. I'm sure you've packaged it differently. What's it called? 26 days of what?
Callis's card collection.
That's better. Yeah. Day 1, Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna hit 100 homers in his final 3 seasons with the Atlanta Braves, and he was top 3 in average in NL in 2024. A hip injury caused a regression in his offensive stats in 2025. Ozuna signed with the Pirates for a 1-year, $12 million. How about that?
Nice.
Bang. And I was fortunate enough to have his 2025 card where it showed he was 3rd in batting average in the National League. So I paired that with his actual card.
Yeah, that looks like a newer card.
Pack. Yeah, there's a 2025 model, so that's from the stats from the 2024 season.
Yeah, and you got the Luis Arraez, Shohei Ohtani, Marcell Ozuna. It's beautiful.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Second one drops today at 9 o'clock.
Wow, I can hardly wait.
Yep. I'm ready.
Was that sarcasm
It
too?
came out as sarcasm, didn't it? I am excited about it. I can't wait to see what you got in your collection. I really can't.
You do sound congested.
I'm congested.
Mm-hmm.
You know how it is. It's worse at night and in the morning.
Yes.
Like all day yesterday was pretty okay. Then before bed, I was like,
Why does it happen?
I love you, babe. I'm going to sleep. I don't know.
I mean, it happens to everybody clearly, but like it just whenever you are starting to wind down and want to actually get some rest, it hits you even harder at night. Very odd.
You breathe differently overnight, so stuff might get clogged up in there. Like my throat always feels like I have to clear it in the morning because
you already have today on the broadcast.
Which
is great. I think you turned your mic off, but we heard it. Yeah. Yeah, he did it again.
Yep.
See?
Yep.
So I was just sending out our show tweet to remind people that we are live on X, where the numbers are just through the roof as they are on YouTube and everywhere. Texter, I got to golf Saturday. Absolutely.
Nice.
Wow. That's good. Yeah.
It was a good weekend of golf.
It's gonna be nice this week. I mean, I think it's supposed to rain on Saturday, but it's gonna be like 75.
Yep. I
It's
looked.
gonna rain all week.
It doesn't look like the nicest days, the warmest days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to rain, but like not all day, like here and there.
Right.
So that's wonderful. And you switch the clocks back, and next week we're going to have
not switch the clocks
back. Forward, and then next week we're going to have conference tournaments of college basketball. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's all happening.
And then we're leaving.
And then we're leaving for what?
Bradenton.
I'm excited.
Yep.
Wheels up.
I'll be there.
2 seconds.
Uh-huh.
We'll step out into a different world.
Yes, we will. Be very nice. Watch some baseball. Have a couple shows. Yeah, it'll be great. Got a lot to look forward to.
Yes, we do. Texter writes in, I spent Saturday outside teaching my 4-year-old son how to play catch. Does it get any better?
I love that.
It does not.
That is awesome. That is fantastic.
You can't even sidestep that. We just have to wait.
Yep. Yep.
There we go.
It's not like we can keep talking because you can just clearly hear it.
Yeah, the foghorn in the background. We celebrated the 5-year anniversary of my father getting his heart transplant yesterday. We went to a local brewery, and everything we do as a family is extra. So my sister brought a cake to the brewery and some balloons, and the balloons had a big 5. And, well, my daughter came. So it looked like we were having a 5th-year birthday party for my daughter at a brewery.
Yeah.
And I kept being folks, we're not bad parents. This is where my dad wanted to come. It's very family-friendly, but no, we're not having a 5-year-old's birthday here at this wonderful establishment. I think it's a little barbecues and barbecue ribs. Not bad.
Oh, that's that what you have?
A little barbecue.
They're pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. Texter, praying for 70 degrees on St. Patrick's Day. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Early projections have us in the upper 40s for St. Patrick's Saturday, the 14th.
The 14th, okay.
17th, not sure because we won't be here, so I have
Correct.
It doesn't matter to me. We will be in paradise. There's a food challenge that's going viral on Twitter. It's not like a real thing. I wanted to run this by you, see if you guys could pull this off. Together, you could pull this off. Together, we could pull this off. You get 1 hour. If you eat all this, you get $100,000. 4 quarter pounders with cheese, 2 10-piece McNuggets, 2 large fries, 4 medium soft drinks for $100K.
Like, okay. Like, how long do I have to prepare for this? Like, do I know that this is going down, like, within a week? Like, say, like, this time next week on a Monday, like, I have to do this challenge, or do I know, like, right before?
I mean, in my hypothetical, I like to imagine that Ronald McDonald himself knocks on my bedroom window in the dead of night and says, you have to do this now. You have 1 hour. Go.
See, that'd be tough. Yeah. If I had time to prepare, like, clearly I wouldn't eat for, like, 2 days. And then I could probably get it done. But if it was just like, all right, I'm walking down the hallway, and they're like, you have to eat this right now. Probably not.
I feel like if I had at least 24 hours to prepare, I could do it by myself.
Yes, same.
And if we didn't have any time to prepare and we could do it as a double, that's easy.
That's very easy.
Yeah.
Very, very easy.
Yeah. Tech, because the tweet is 1 hour to eat this for 100K. Who are you calling for help? I don't need two quarter pounders and nuggets and fries for each person and 2 drinks.
It's easy.
That's easy peasy. Don't you think, Harry?
What are you starting with?
See, that's the better conversation. Do we get dipping sauces?
Probably.
I would do the drinks first because, especially if they're carbonated,
bad move.
They'll expand your stomach. Why not?
Terrible move.
Because you're going to need something to wash it down.
Yeah.
Okay, start with 1.5 drinks.
I think you drink while you eat.
Yeah, you got to have that washed down because your mouth will get dry.
And you let the carbonation sort of break it up in your mouth a little bit, I think. Eat a nugget, wash it down.
Yep.
Eat a nugget, wash it down. Eat a nugget, wash it down. That kind of thing.
Yep.
I probably only needed to say that once.
Yep.
See, but that's the thing. Like when I did the hot dog eating contest, I think I drank too much water, and that made my stomach like fill up faster. And that's what I would be concerned with.
Didn't you just say to drink first?
I said I was eating and drinking at the same time.
Oh.
Like I would put a hot dog in and then like soften it with water. Like I chugged the water, and I think that hurt my ability to eventually hold enough.
So
Whereas
you're saying drink the water first?
Or well, the carbonation, because I would rather drink
the carbonation first.
The soda, yeah.
Texter, not eating for 2 days would make your stomach shrink. You guys should do small meals.
That's something I messed up too, because I didn't eat the whole day before the contest, and then my stomach was a little.
Did you hurl?
No.
Man, I think I would have hurled.
Yeah.
I spit up the last hot dog I was chewing.
Oh God. Ugh.
Those are big, too. Those are
big hot dogs.
It wasn't throw up, but I wasn't going to swallow it. I couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
I lost by half a hot dog. Yeah.
Ugh.
Good times. That was 3 years ago, or 2 years ago. Yeah. 2 years ago now.
Was that 3? Was it 4? That was 2. 2 years ago.
Speaking of which, do you remember that picture of me where I got hit in the balls with a baseball?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
That picture is turning 10 years old this month.
Wow.
How about that?
How your balls feeling?
Well, they're better now. I mean, it's been 10 years. If they've healed. Worst pain I felt though in my life, 100%.
Yeah.
Real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. People don't tell you how much you get kicked in the crotch when you get kids.
You do a lot, yeah.
Yeah, they don't. Like every night, my daughter, she'll get out of the bath, and I'll be set up on the couch with a book so that she can come and I'll read it to her.
Mm-hmm.
And half the time, she'll sprint in and just do a cowabunga on me. And sometimes you get got.
Mm-hmm. I walk
Also-
around my house. I cover myself everywhere.
You have to.
Mhm.
I mean, even just changing the baby's diaper now, she'll bang. She's, like, she's leg pressing my crotch. Like, and she knows, too. She gets a smile. When you have kids, it's just dangerous. You got minefields of Legos and little tiny toys and Barbie high heels. Dear God, the Barbie high heels.
I'll be right around the corner with that.
That's right.
Jeez.
Yeah, you got a little girl up in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right around the corner.
Man.
Different.
Can't believe how quick it goes.
It's so fast.
You know, 3 months ago, I was like, yeah, our girls couldn't be more different. Nora's 6, and she's really rambunctious. She's like me, and Fiona's young. She's like her mom, and now they're both the same, and they're just crazy.
Yep.
Whirlwinds.
Yep.
That's why I gave them each a beer at the brewery yesterday. Just try to calm them down.
Yeah.
Texter, someone tell Harry it's pop, not soda. Yeah, Harry, it's pop, not soda.
Okay, I drink the pop to expand my stomach. There you go.
Uh-huh.
No issue.
Uh-huh. I think chugging the pop first is a terrible idea.
I do too.
Mm-hmm.
I do too. The sugar, you know.
Carbonation. I feel like I get bloated and burpy. Yep. Yeah.
If anything, I would if I couldn't do it while I was eating, I would definitely pick last of chugging the.
All right, then if not the sodas, not the pops, chicken nuggets first. Get the protein in. Save the carbs for a little later.
It's all protein except for the fries.
And the bread from the bun.
What are you separating it?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Yeah, probably. Because carbs, I fill up fast on those.
See, I feel like I could go about eating all this at a normal pace.
Just a normal.
And if there's 2 of us doing it, I could eat 2 burgers and 10 nuggets and fries and 2 drinks over the course of an hour without really even having to rush, I don't think.
Truthfully, I'd probably eat half of it, go take a nap, and then do the other half. I mean, it's...
A nap?
In an hour?
Yeah.
What?
I've been down this road before. Look at me.
You're gonna hold up. You're gonna eat the quarter pounder, one set of fries, and
No, you get 2 quarter pounders, like half.
so you're gonna eat your quarter pounders, then take a nap.
Sure.
Then you're gonna wake up when? How long is it gonna take you to eat the quarter pounders?
Not long.
So let's say 10 minutes. Then what? Then you're napping for how long?
15 minutes. 20
What?
minutes.
What is? You are
You're wasting
so
time.
strange.
It's wasted time.
You have an hour.
Am I allowed to go to the bathroom too? That's a good question.
You have an hour.
You've got an hour to do with it whatever you please.
Then I could
you
definitely-
could nap for 45 minutes, I guess, and eat at the final 15. You weirdo.
There's no issue. We're good.
Texter, Harry's whole entire take on that eating contest is 100% what you should not do. Yeah, what are you going to lay down to in the middle of your...
Yeah.
You're gonna take
Of all of us having opinions on eating, I think mine should be held in the highest esteem. Just saying.
You lost.
By a half a hot dog. I
You
finished
still
second.
you lost. So why should we it'd be different if you were king. You lost your last eating contest to somebody that's 140 pounds.
Texter, what hurts worse, childbirth or getting kicked in the nuts? I say getting kicked in the nuts because after a woman gives childbirth, in a year or two, she's like, I want another baby, but I've never heard a man saying I want to get kicked in the nuts again. Well, that's because there's no benefit to getting kicked in the nuts. The benefit of childbirth is that you have a tiny little bundle of joy. There's nothing good that can come from me getting kicked in the sack.
No.
Not one positive thing.
The worst.
Yeah.
The worst. Oh.
Texter, what's wrong with Harry? Sounds like he's 60 years old.
Cass is funny. He's funny. I mean, he's gonna take a nap. Then he says he gets filled up with the liquid, but then he's gonna drink it first.
That's the biggest concern. I could do the food, no problem. It's the drinks that I think would just throw off this whole thing.
Harry, you just have...
You think you'd have time to stop to blow your nose if you were doing this contest, Riley?
Yeah, it takes me out 7 seconds. I do think Harry has the weirdest... He just views life in a way that I've never seen it viewed before.
It's almost like backwards.
There's never a thing that he does conventionally. There's not one thing he does conventionally.
Mm-hmm. He's the backwards man.
Yeah. My favorite of all time is when we were going down to that pit tailgate, and he had a grill that he never opened.
And never grilled before.
And he had never grilled before. And we are about to go through the tunnel on the parkway, and he's like, you know what? I think we might need propane. I'm like, dude, we're almost like I can smell Acrisure. What are we doing here?
I only had a 10-minute diversion as well. That was it. A 10-minute detour. And we were back on the interstate.
I remember you showed up and you had that look on your face, and I was like, what happened? You're like, Harry forgot the propane.
It was just perfect. Texter, there was literally no wrong answer about eating at McDonald's, but somehow Harry found them anyway. Should we do this? I feel like we should do this for Harry.
The challenge?
Yeah.
Didn't Donnie try to do it?
$100,000?
Was that Donnie that tried to do it?
He did it for
Or was
Wendy's.
it Wendy's?
There was some Wendy's one where, and it looked miserable.
But
There was a Taco Bell one I think Pony tried to do, and then he quit.
I would never do Taco Bell. Not a chance.
Why do you got to take out Taco Bell like that?
I could do Taco Bell. I could put away like 11 soft tacos and easily.
Their food doesn't do good things to my stomach. It's not like they're bad food. I'll eat there from time to time. I'm not saying don't eat there. I'm just saying for an eating contest, that would not be a place I could handle.
That would probably blow right through you.
I mean, if we could both do it, yeah.
I love Taco Bell though.
Oh, me too. If we could both do the McDonald's challenge, yeah, fine. We'll crush that. But if we have to individually do it, that'd be tough.
No.
Like, what's my reward though? Because like, if we'll actually do this, if you're gonna give
Pride.
me $100,000, I would do it.
Pride.
Not doing it for pride.
Yeah, there's no pride to be gained there.
No.
Just you getting filmed housing McDonald's.
Not a
just
good
for the
idea.
love of the game. No, there's no reward.
Here's a question for you. Do you think that me and you could do it in a half hour?
No.
Really?
If we split it, half hour, we get 30 minutes. That might be the game.
Half hour for half. It'd be tight, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you get to see a picture of it too. You're just scrolling.
I'm just staring at it. Now I'm hungry. I love fast food.
Me too.
Yeah. Texter, I'd describe.
Oh, my.
Fighting it today, boys. Texter, tweeter, I'd describe Callis this way. He's an old soul with childlike innocence. That's fair.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, boys, I just take a nap in the middle.
Yep.
Don't forget, I'm right 60% of the time. So who knows?
65.
65?
You came up with those parameters, too.
He can't even be right with the percentage that he said he was right. Last week, you said you were right 65% of the time. Now it's 60% of the time.
I think it went down because last week I tried to guess something about the cosmic energy and something you were talking about in space.
I think it was
wrong.
I think the water on Earth.
That's it. Yep.
Did you guys watch Saving Private Ryan yet?
I've watched 2 hours of it.
How long is it?
2 hours, 45 minutes.
Would you take a nap after you watched it for 2 hours?
No, I had to go take my kids to their practices, Cows. Had stuff to do.
I'm watching Love is Blind. You into that?
No.
You guys ever seen that? Harry, you ever seen
We
Love
met the
is-
girl, though,
Love is
that she
Blind?
played in the softball game, remember?
Yes, we did. She was a villain of her season.
Right.
Yeah.
She was really, that's the first thing you said. She walked into the locker room. You're like, she was bad.
I hate the drama in that show.
Oh, it's tremendous
My
trash
mom will have it
television.
on sometimes.
It
but
is-
they're also all pretty attractive, so I don't understand.
It's
what we're doing.
horrific television, and I love every second of it. In the first episode that we watched of this new season, I was actually nodding off. So my eyes were closed, so I was kind of playing along too. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to open my eyes, and I'm going to form opinions on these people without actually seeing them. And you know what? I could never meet the love of my life that way.
No.
I think it would aid me, a woman not being able to see me, but I don't like the idea of it. Yeah.
You're selling yourself short here.
Do you believe love is blind?
No.
Harry?
No.
No. You have to have the physical. You have to have some physical attraction to come with love.
I agree with
that. You have to have the whole shebang. That's why you fall in love with somebody, because they personality-wise, everything. And attraction, that matters.
Does it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah. And that's not bad. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay to say that.
The orders, I think that people get the orders, I guess, confused. Like you want to like somebody first, and then like the physical attraction should come last. If you're in love,
you want to like someone after you like them.
You know, like being around them. You want to like doing the same things, having the same like their personality, and then it's like, oh, the bonus is like I'm attracted to you.
But I feel like the thing that you notice first is the attraction.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Like that's the first thing that's going to get you to talk to someone.
But you're never going to fall in love with somebody that you're just attracted to.
Correct. Although I've never broken up with anybody in my life.
You've been broken up with.
Yeah, I would probably have married my first girlfriend if she never dumped me. I'm a convenient kind of guy. Hey, oh, you like me? I like you. All right, let's ride this thing out. Let's see how long this goes. All right. In 30 seconds, the Penguins took 3 out of 4 possible points this weekend, and I thought that was possible. They just sort of did it backwards. But the big story is an off-the-ice one. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
String, they score! It's Chinakhov who put it off the bar and in. And Pittsburgh, moments after the power play, take a 2-0 lead.
If you extrapolate what this Chinakhov has done with the Penguins over the course of an 82-game season, our guy's a 40-plus goal scorer. And sometimes when there's a change of scenery, you do see a bump in play. It's now been over 20 games. I don't think that we can explain this away with a change of scenery. I don't think we can explain this away with adrenaline. I just think this guy's good.
Yeah.
And also, he and Malkin work incredibly well together. And that's the big story right now. Not Chinakhov necessarily, although he's a massive story. It's Malkin. Josh Yohe, after the Rangers game, tweeted, I spoke privately with Gino after he commented that no new deal will be discussed until following the season. You can feel Malkin's frustration. He badly wants to return next season. Really interesting to see how this will all play out. End quote. Gino did say that maybe they'd have a conversation today, his agent with Kyle Dubas. But if anything gets done, it probably won't happen until after the season. What we had been told for the longest time is that conversations were going to take place during the Olympic break. And I assume with the level of play that we got from Evgeny Malkin, we'd find out probably before March 2nd, which is today, that they had signed him to a one-year deal. And I understand the merits of waiting, see if the wheels fall off, see if he can make it through the entire season playing at this high level. And by the way, these 3 games since the break, Gino's looked virtuoso, Gino. I get that.
You called that, by the way.
That he'd come out like gangbusters. I kind of feel like Sid's going to do the same thing. If they can just tread water, him being off might not be a bad thing. But that's a different topic. Gino's looked great. I get making him play for it, though. I get dangling the carrot in front of him. And so for that reason, I can't be bummed out right now. That being said, I see zero reason, if he keeps this up, for him not to be a Penguin next year and every year he wants to moving forward on a year-by-year basis. If he keeps performing and his salary's going to, it sounds like, go down, and you've got $50 million in cap space, and he's now playing wing, thus not blocking a guy like Ben Kindle from taking over your second-line center spot at some point, I see zero reason why Evgeny Malkin shouldn't be a Penguin for as long as he wants to be a Penguin, and I wonder if people agree at 412-928-9370.
Absolutely. I mean, this is how I would approach Cam Hayward as well. It's almost the same kind of situation. Maybe Cam Hayward maybe making a little bit more money than Gino would, since you just mentioned the money would go down in his contract, but yeah, go by year basis. I mean, if the guy still fits and it fits what you are looking to do moving forward, like why would you go in a different direction? I mean, he's an all-timer. He's going to have his jersey retired in the rafters.
Yes.
This isn't a charity case type deal. Now, like if he was just mediocre and just kind of hanging along and just a part of the team, and it's like, okay, like we can't move and put somebody else in Gino's spot because he is Evgeny Malkin. And we'll just ride out to the end of the season. Okay, like then you're just like, yeah, we'll part ways, and that's clear and obvious. But he's playing at a pretty high level. If you go by year basis, it's like, all right, man, sing for your supper.
I'm with you.
Play for it, and he will, and he has been. So, I mean, if he fits what you want to do moving forward, why wouldn't you?
And I kind of think this is exactly the right play by Kyle Dubas. Like, don't just give it to him.
Right.
Like he's clearly frustrated, as Yowie said, and he's channeling that correctly. Make him earn it. That should be true in any walk of life. We talked about that with Cam Hayward. Like, you keep earning it,
right?
Then you can keep going on a year-by-year basis. Malkin's played in 44 games this year. He has 47 points. He's over a point per game. He's projected to play 61 games and have 65 points. For $6.1 million, that's a damn bargain, man. It's not like he's making 9.5 like he used to. He's making 6.1. And he even told Yowie the other day, money doesn't matter to him. I bet you could get him for like $3.5-4 million for a season.
Yeah.
And $4 million for a point per game player, yes, please. Even if he's not a point per game player next year, but he's flirting with that number for like $4 million. You don't need to spend $12 million on a guy just because you've got $50 million in cap space.
Right.
You need to round out your roster. You're not going to find a better bargain than that in free agency. That's the other thing. You're not going to find somebody who can be a point per game player for you for $4 million.
Right. And I know I did say, like, obviously it has to be about performance, but what else he brings to the table. We're forgetting about that. You're not going to find a player that's a point per game player, but you're not going to find a player that's a point per game and also an all-timer.
Right.
That's going to help the young guys.
Right. And I do think there is a little bit of a difference between he and Cam. And I'm sorry, Cam, and you play defensive line, so it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
But Malkin's won 3 championships.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
He had a Conn Smythe.
But I'm saying for their age and their production, like year by year,
yes,
like, you prove it.
Yes.
At this point.
I totally agree. And as far as one helmet guys are concerned, like the Steelers want TJ Watt, who's going to be a Hall of Famer, to be a one helmet guy, and they want Cam Hayward, who could be a Hall of Famer, to be a one helmet guy. There's a difference between Hall of Famers and legends, and Crosby and Malkin are legends. And Letang has won 3 championships. 2.5. He wasn't really part of the third one because he was hurt, but they wouldn't have got there without him. I think guys like that, if they're playing well and they want to come back for the legitimate hometown discount, you let them hold on for as long as possible, because what you also do is you tether 2 eras. You tie two eras together. Brian Rust has now scored 20 goals in 7 consecutive seasons. And I know last season there was some trade talk around him. Obviously, that's not going to happen now. There's only 2 games now before the NHL's trade deadline, which is just fabulous. I want Brian Rust here for the next era. I want Malkin here for as long as he can be here, so long as he's productive. Same with Letang. Same with Crosby, of course, with Sid. And if they're going to perform at this level at a discounted rate, and you've surrounded these guys with legitimate and in some instances young talent, that's how you keep an era open. That's how you keep a window open. Like Ovechkin last year had a tremendous season. He's not making that much money relative to today's superstars. Crosby certainly isn't. Malkin absolutely is not. Chris Letang, for the amount of minutes and ice time he's going to take per night, he deserves every penny that he's made. Even Carlson, I think, is playing up to his contract mostly this year. What you saw with, like, the Blackhawks is that their guys were still making a ton of money.
Yeah.
But their performances were dipping considerably. Now the Penguins are making less, and their performances have not dipped commensurate with their salary level. That's how you wind up being good after missing the playoffs for 3 years. So what say you out there at 412-928-9370? Any reason not to pay Malkin? Some people argued with me on social media, and the number one pushback I got was, you want to get rid of a guy a year early, not a year too late. But again, when we're talking about $4 to $6 million, if his game craters next year, is that really going to hurt you all that bad?
No.
And who is he going to be blocking? I don't even worry about that. Steven in the car, open phones all morning long. Hello, Steven. I'm stuffed up.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, so everything you guys are saying is 100% factual. That also pertains to a guy named Andrew McCutchen for the Pirates.
No, it doesn't, because Evgeny Malkin's a much better player than Kutch was.
Right now, yes.
Right now.
Now,
as far, Steven, as far as bang for your buck, McCutchen at $5 million, I mean, that's nothing for a guy that had an OPS of 700 last year and was he was like the 23rd best designated hitter in the sport, but he can't play the outfield. I think Malkin can do a lot more for you at this age, even that Kutch could.
Even off the bench, Kutch probably at $2 million is probably better than anything we could also have on the bench going into 2026, in my opinion.
As a bat, I agree, but here's the problem, and thank you for the call, Steven. I didn't expect anybody to go in that direction, but
kind of like it.
Yeah,
I
but
get where he's coming from.
I get where he's coming from too. As a pure bat for $2 million, $2.5 million, even $5 million, fine. But I need a guy off the bench that can also play the field.
Right.
And Joe Stinson Garcia is tearing up.
He sure is.
Spring training right now. The password. Think about this outfield right now. I can't believe this just happened. He's changed the topic real quick though. You've got Reynolds, Cruz, O'Hearn, Mangum. That's your top 4. If Justinson Garcia, password Garcia, however the hell you say his name, Garcia, is your 5th outfielder, you're in a really good spot. Now, he might be your 5th outfielder, but in AAA because you want him to play all the time. But if he's your next man up, you're in a really good spot. I just don't see where Kutch fits because he won't play the field.
But there were rumors that came out that said that wasn't his decision.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, I think in that case, you would be blocking a guy like Garcia. Like if they start him in AAA in a month and a half, he's absolutely hitting the cover off the baseball, which is possible. He's a top 100 prospect, and you've got McCutchen on your roster. Now there might not be a place for this guy. Now, injuries tend to happen and sort these things out, and I am enthralled with Jake Mangum, but I don't want to block a good young player with considerable power. 412-928-9370. Do you want the Penguins to pay Evgeny Malkin? And what would be a possible reason not to do it? Because I haven't heard a good one yet. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost in a shootout to the New York Rangers on Saturday, but then won yesterday over the Vegas Golden Knights by a 5-0 final score. Penguins have 75 points. They're tied for second in the Metropolitan Division. And their next game is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. They play on the road against the Boston Bruins. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Steel City Hoops. For local high school basketball coverage, visit steelcityhoops.org.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Bad week continues for the Boilermakers of Purdue. They got upset by Ohio State in Columbus on Sunday, 82-74. It might finally be time, if you haven't already, to write them off. They've lost 6 out of their last 11. How can you expect them to win 6 in a row if they've lost 6 of their last 11? I can't do it. Matt Painter's a great coach, but you got to be realistic at some point. I'm Den Day.
Come on. No. It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid for now.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Broken water heater? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Clouds and some sun today, the high 44.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing. Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager. Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West in line approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Ford Pit tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 steady for the most part, heading in from Harmer toward the north side. No problems on the Parkway North Main Line where the HOV lanes are open. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Meck. It's Eon Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Do you believe that love is blind? You can vote at _Adam Crowley. Also, the serious question: should the Penguins bring Evgeny Malkin back for next year? 412-928-9370. Gino, who's averaging over a point per game at $6.1 million. If you bring him back for exactly the same deal, I think you've got yourself a steal. But it doesn't even sound like it'd be that much. If you think there's a reason not to do it, I'd love to hear the reasoning behind that at 412-928-9370. I can't breathe out my nose.
Yeah, I can tell.
I hate that.
It's rough.
But I'm afraid to take a decongestant because I'm on a new medication, and I'm afraid that they're going to interact negatively, even though all the internet tells me they're not going to interact negatively.
I think you'll be fine. Consult your doctor.
Is your heart healthy enough for sex? Different kind of pills.
Oh, okay.
GP and Gilpin, hello.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, GP?
Hey, on Gino, I think he's playing pretty good right now, but let's just play this out a little bit longer. Let's see if he can upkeep this for the next 3-4 weeks.
Sure.
And then offer him. I don't think you offer him the contract right now. I think they're doing the right thing. Just letting it play out, see if he can sustain this kind of play. But I really like that 59, that number 59. Chinakhov, I was at the game yesterday. I tell you what, that kid's going to be good. I think Gino's helping him out tremendously. So maybe if we just keep him here to help, toodle him along, toodle each other a little bit. Let's see what happens here. Give him a few more weeks, Gino, and let's see where we're at. Thanks for taking my call.
Little Gonchar-esque.
Little Gonchar-Gino thing, but with Gino and Chinakhov.
Yep. Gino and Chino.
Gino Chino.
Gino Chino.
Gino Machino Chino.
Mm-hmm. Machino, Gino, Chino, Chino.
This dude just can fire the pill.
Yeah.
I mean, he just can.
Yeah.
We said it like the day after his first game here that it's like Kessel and James Neal, the last couple of Penguins that could fire the puck the way this kid can. And he's got wheels.
Yeah.
And him and Gino got great chemistry. But his goal yesterday, the puck's on his stick and off his stick in the blink of an eye. And he had a couple of chances yesterday, too, that didn't go in. And every time he fires the thing, it's got a chance to go in. What a find by Kyle Dubas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what an absolute steal of a trade. Mike in the car, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. How are we doing this morning?
Good man.
So, as far as Gino goes, I got no problem keeping him. Give him a raise for all I care. But the problem would be term. Like, is he looking for 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, you got to just go year by year, right?
Year by year.
Yeah.
Right. Because in the NHL, even if you say, okay, we'll give you 3 years, Gino, and maybe it changed, but
No, if he retires, then you're on the hook.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. That would be my concern is what's he looking for? Because he's probably got maybe a year, 2 at most left after this.
I think you give him 1 year, full no-move clause. He's here for a year. If he has the same year next year as he did this year and he wants to come back, you re-rack the sucker again, and you just keep going year by year. This is the best he's looked in years. I mean, I didn't think Gino was all that great last year, and I really thought this was going to be his final season and should have been his final season. But he looks like a different Gino. He looks like the old Gino, not fully because you can never get that back, but he had he almost scored on Shesterkin on Saturday on a backhanded goal walking in.
Right.
And if he would have buried that thing, it would have looked like Gino at 2014. So long as he's playing this way, and he's playing on the wing, so they've taken some of the defensive responsibilities away from him, I think that's helped big time too.
Yes.
Like he's playing a good defensive game, but he doesn't have to go track back 200 feet. He's ripping the puck away from people now too, which is always a sign of when Gino's on. I think if you go back and look at the stats for the 09 Cup run when he won the Conn Smythe, he led the playoffs in takeaways and giveaways because he played such a high-risk game. But he was just dogged on the puck, and I think we're seeing a lot of that right now. And it doesn't make much sense, but Novak between Chino and Gino, it shouldn't be as good as it is. It's been a great friggin' line for them. So I can't think of a reason not to pay him. If you have one, 412-928-9370. I think you and I both agree, too, with the process here. Like, let him play out the season before you pay him. I mean, if he falls into a crater, how cheap are you willing to come back? But at this point, he's played really well.
Yeah. Just wait and see it and do a year-by-year basis. And, I mean, I think your argument, if you're the Pittsburgh Penguins, is the whole retirement thing. Like, we can't extend you, multiple years, and then you retire and then we're on the hook with it. You have to understand that if you play up to the level that you've been playing next year and we give you a 1-year deal, we'll give you another deal.
And it's not the NFL. You sign him for a 1-year deal. It's all guaranteed. He gets hurt. He needs to step away midseason. Like something happens, knock on wood. I mean, we're thinking worst case scenario. You're going to get your money. So if I'm him, I'm fine. Do you want to keep playing? If you want to keep playing, then you're going to have to do it on our terms. And I think that's fine. 412-928-9370. Disastrous loss, really, for them against the Rangers. You're up 2-0. It could have been 3-0. They called a goal back, which was just ridiculous. But they played like crap the final, 32 or so minutes of the game. Yesterday made me forget all about it.
Yep.
They were as good yesterday as they've been all season long. And I'm going to do a thing when we come back. I'm starting to look at them in a different way.
Oh, no.
Mr. Dickerson.
I mean, how different? Because I already know, I think, where you're already at. So where are you at now?
I said like a month or so ago that they were shooing to make the playoffs.
Right.
I'm taking it up a notch, baby.
Oh, no. Okay.
That's next. Your calls, too, on Gino at 412-928-9370. Real quick on him, too. This is just fun. I'm just happy they're playing good hockey and that he's a part of it.
Happy that they've come out of this downtime and with all the, obviously the Crosby circumstance, to see that they can still play at a decent level without him. That is awesome to watch.
And some of the great Penguin teams in recent memory have become better due to injury. Like, the HBK line never would have been put together had Malkin not got hurt down the stretch. Matt Murray wouldn't have played if Marc-Andre Fleury hadn't got banged up. I think about 2008, Marc-Andre Fleury was hurt, and so Ty Conklin carried a big bunch of that load, but Sid was banged up for a little bit too. And then you start finding out how deep you are otherwise.
Yep.
We're seeing that happen right now, but you're right. They were hot going into the break, and they've come out 2-0-1. You really couldn't ask for much better. I don't really care how you get the 5 out of 6 points so long as you get 5 out of 6 points.
No doubt.
Your thoughts on Gino, 412-928-9370. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And I'm starting to look at this team different. We'll tell you how, but first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday 6-1. They also beat the Houston Astros on Saturday. Connor Griffin hit another home run over the weekend. Pirates, they play again today at 1:05 against the Tampa Bay Rays. That's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. And for more fan headlines, you can go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
To any contractors or builders listening right now, are you generally happy with your building supply provider? Are they actually helping you save time and money? Are you sitting on site right now frustrated, waiting for your delivery? I've got a solution. It's a company owned by a longtime friend, one I've watched grow from the ground up, Reed Building Supply. Great projects start with great partners. Reed is here to get you the best materials delivered on time and backed by reliable, friendly service. Learn more online today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 52 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. And we met you at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Have you looked up in the air lately? And no, I'm not talking for the bird, plane, or Superman. I mean to check your chimney. Old man winter finally may be moving out of here, but with the thaw comes all the damage. Chimneys, mortar joints, your bricks, retaining walls, well, now they're just starting to show how damaging that a rough winter can be. So call my friends at Precision Pointing, awarded Best of the Best from the Trib as the #1 masonry company in the region. Precision Pointing did right by me. They'll do right by you. So visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slap shot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage, perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer and Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer and Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to know. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing. Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager. Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Kendall scores! Ben Kendall snaps one by Aiden Hill, and it's Pittsburgh on home ice with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, he's 18. That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. 15 goals now for the 18-year-old. Connor Griffin mashed his third home run of the spring. He's 19. 19 plus 18 is 37. How old are you?
37.
That's insane.
Yep.
That is crazy.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Kendall's going to be really, really, really good.
No doubt.
He's good now. He's smart. The Penguins lead the league in goals scored by players in their first year with the team. Kendall, Brazeau, Igor Chinikov have 73 goals by players in their first year. That's first in the NHL. So a hat tip goes to Kyle Dubas for finding those guys. And that's not even to add Anthony Mantha. The Penguins have points in each of the 3 games since the break, 5 of 6 total points. Only 4 teams in the NHL, Colorado, Dallas, Tampa, and Carolina, all very good teams, have a better goal differential than the Penguins. The Penguins are 16-3-4 since Christmas. The Penguins have 6 players who are at or pacing 20-plus goals. Crosby, Mantha, Russ, Brazeau, Kindle, and Malkin. 4 more guys, Chinikov, Raquel, Dewar, Novak, could also hit 20. No team has 10 20-goal scorers since the Blues in 1980, 1981. The Penguins could do that. The Penguins are also 3rd in power play percentage and 2nd in PK percentage. The reason I'm listing all this is to say this isn't a fairy tale story anymore. This isn't let's cross our fingers and rub our lucky rabbit's feet and pray on the rosary and think that this team could just sneak their way into the playoffs. No, I think we need to start thinking about this team maybe making a run here. Like, are they the Stanley Cup favorite? No. Are they the Eastern Conference favorite? No. Are they even going to win their division? No. But I think they could beat the Islanders in round 1 of the playoffs. I think they would beat the Islanders. And then if you got to take on a Carolina always chokes in the playoffs. Good team, but they've had all kind of playoff issues. I think this team could win a couple of series.
So that's where you're at?
That's where I'm at.
You think they could win a couple series?
I do. I think this team could be playing in the Eastern Conference Final. I really do.
I still got a little bit more to see. I still want to see them actually lock it up so I can see with my eyes that they've made it. And once they've done that, if they do that, then I can probably get there. But I do think that and I kind of was there a couple of weeks ago, more than a couple of weeks ago, where I think that they could and thought they could legit win a series. But multiple series, I have to now see how it looks whenever Crosby does come back and where they're at, like what the matchup might be, like how can they get in? Are they legitimately in? Do you have to worry about anything else? Like I just got to see a little bit more in order to make a decision how many series they might win. But I do think they could win one.
I think that's fair.
At this point.
I think that's fair. Anybody who wants to be patient, that's fair. The Penguins are also 6th in goals against average, and they are 6th in goals for. Like they are a top 10 offensive team, a top 10 defensive team, a top 3 penalty killing, and a top 3 power play team. You know, if they could find a way to win 3-on-3 or in the shootout, we'd be looking at the Penguins the way that we're looking, not at Colorado, but maybe everybody but Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Like their record would be better if they weren't allergic to winning in 3-on-3 in shootouts. Things that don't matter come postseason time. If you evaluate them on the things that matter for the postseason, 5-on-5 play and typical special teams, they've been very good. And I think Shelovs has been outstanding too.
Yes.
He'd be my goalie on day one of the postseason, by the way. I think I'd start him instead of Skinner.
Really?
I know Skinner's got all the experience in the postseason, but right now, today, I would go with Shelovs. Now, time will tell.
Yeah.
Subject to change. But if the playoffs started tomorrow, I think I'd play Shelovs.
Over experience, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's so fluky. Yeah. Like Matt Murray had no experience.
That's true, yeah.
And he was unbelievable. Marc-Andre Fleury had all the experience, and he had some issues at times, you know? Bobrovsky was always one of the world's worst playoff goaltenders, and then all of a sudden he was one of the best. Goaltending's a fickle mistress. Ken and McCandless, good morning.
Morning, guys. I love you guys.
Hey, I love you, pal.
Thanks, man. Hey, one thing, I think you're wrong on the if Gino would retire, he wouldn't get paid. Like, if they cut him, he would get paid. But if you sign a 2-year contract, you play 1 year, and you retire, there's no way you get that second year paid.
Right.
No, you do. In the NHL, you do.
No, it's guaranteed.
Yep.
No. Really?
Here, give me one
Why
second.
wouldn't everybody retire then? If they had a 4-year contract, you retire after 2 years. And
It's
2
after
years paid.
It's after 35. Here, give me a second. An NHL 35-plus contract applies to multi-year deals signed by players age 35 or older. Key rules include minimal salary cap relief if the player is sent to the minors, and the full cap hit remains if bought out or retired. So I'm not sure if he gets it, but the cap consequences would remain the same.
Okay. Yeah, that might be it.
And you can't buy him out if he retires.
Yeah, okay. And Chinakhov, I agree with you. He's going to be a star, and especially with Gino, them two together, they're amazing.
They're dynamite. They're dynamite. Every time this guy gets ready to shoot the puck, I'm on the edge of my seat, and I haven't felt that way since Kessel.
Yeah, and he's like a Kovalev, but better.
Whoa. Wouldn't go that far. Kovalev remains one of the most talented players I've ever seen.
He was one of my favorites growing up. He was a favorite.
And you want to talk about guys who smoked cigarettes?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. I had a Kovalev Rangers jersey back in the day, too. I just
was he
loved
number
him
27?
So much. Yeah.
Yeah.
AK-27.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came back here when Crosby and Malkin were hurt in 2011, and they put 72 on him, and it made me lose my mind.
Right.
Yeah, I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about that I can't freaking stand.
Mm-hmm.
It drives me nuts. It'd be like if Sidney Crosby left, came back 3 years later, and he's 78. Make me want to vomit. Like when LeBron changed his number. That drives me nuts, too. I hate it. 412-928-9370. Texter, Doran, you could easily eat a light breakfast, have a workout, wait 4 to 6 hours, and easily beat that McDonald's challenge from earlier on in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just get a good get a good pump in.
I think, like, man, if there's $100K sitting in front of me, like,
you can't stop it.
Yeah.
You ain't getting stopped.
No. I'm getting that down.
Texter, trade Raquel to the Rangers for Trocheck. I'm warming to the Trocheck thing because he's under control for a little while. I do think that contract's going to age poorly, but I don't think the Rangers would want to take a contract in giving up a contract because they seem like they want to do the actual rebuild thing. As for Raquel, he's not a center. I know he's been playing center. That doesn't look good. Against the Rangers, they lost like 90% of their faceoffs. It was brutal. Brutal. Texter, military style. Chug one drink before, one during, one after. But if splitting it, 2 drinks.
Don't know. No.
Shouldn't have read that. It confused me.
Yeah.
412-928-9370. Can you see the Penguins winning a couple of series? I can. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You could call us or you could text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won yesterday 5-0 over the Vegas Golden Knights, giving them 75 points now in the standings. They're tied with the Islanders for second among teams in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins' next game coming up is tomorrow on the road against the Boston Bruins before they come back home, and they play 3 straight home games over the weekend. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Reports of an accident on the inbound Parkway West. This is between Parkway Center and the runaway truck sand pile. You're looking at delays from the top of the hill down past there to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East is jamming up around Wilkinsburg, heading for the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while Route 28 remains mainly up to speed from Harmer down to the north side. No problems on the Parkway North. 51 northbound, you're looking at traffic light delays at all the major intersections, heading for the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Pittsburgh's car wash champion, Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757. Then stop in to any of our 23 neighborhood locations to wash away the winter grime and enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Sean Whalen from the locally owned and family operated Whalen Exteriors, letting you know that we'll be at the Convention Center for the Home and Garden Show this month. If you're thinking about a new roof or gutters once spring arrives, stop by booth 2236 and enter for your chance to win a great Pittsburgh Sports Package giveaway. And remember, Whalen Exteriors is the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area. A+ Better Business Bureau accredited with flexible financing options, lifetime product, and workmanship warranties. WhalenExteriors.com.
Hi, are your bad feet making work miserable? You're not alone. Here's Val, a real Good Feet store customer.
I'm a salesman. I've pounded the pavement 35 years, literally. My legs ached, my feet hurt. It was sometimes unbearable. But if you don't have a good attitude when you're in sales, it shows on your face. I heard an advertisement on the radio for the Good Feet store, and I said, what can I lose?
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Val get back to doing what they love without their feet getting in the way.
I walked in the Good Feet store and I said, my feet hurt. What a difference with these arch supports. When I go and talk to my customers, I've got a smile on my face. I can go all day long, and then some. It's the real deal. My name's Val, and that's my Good Feet story.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the
the Good Feet store.
Don't let your bad feet stop you from achieving your 2026 health goals. Stop by the Good Feet store today for a free test walk.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In 10 minutes, the Combine has wrapped up, and something we told you could happen on Friday did happen. We gazed into our crystal ball. We predicted the future, as we always do on this show. Doran famously said that the Steelers could get Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, while those non-ball knowers laughed.
Mm-hmm.
Who got the last laugh?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Double D Dickerson.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that was redundant. You could either be Double D or Doran Dickerson.
Mm-hmm.
Or just Dickerson.
Mm-hmm.
Or Doran.
Mm-hmm.
What was your wrestling name? Rico Dash?
Rico Dash, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Rico.
Yeah. So in 10 minutes, we'll give you the biggest, what I think is the biggest Combine story. And there's a bunch that could affect the Steelers. But right now, we're talking about the Penguins and their possible playoff pursuits and what they could do if they make it to the postseason. 2 days now. 2 games, before the NHL's trade deadline. Friday at 3 p.m., the deadline. And I think you either buy or you do nothing.
Yes.
And I think that's where they lie. Brazo's on a 1-year deal. I don't see them trading him. Mantha's on a 1-year deal. You could kind of look at him as a long-term rental. Like, instead of acquiring a rental, you just keep the rental you have, and maybe you get something done with him in the offseason or as the season winds to a close. There's not a piece on this team that I would sell off unless you get blown away for Stuart Skinner.
Right.
Like I said before, I would trade him. I'll trade him if ...
Right.
Like, if you could get a first-round pick, yeah, I'll trade Stuart Skinner. If you get a second-round pick, I might trade Stuart Skinner. Anything short of that, I'm not going to do it. He might be the best goalie on the market, though.
Right.
Because Bobrovsky was going to be, and he's sucked lately. He's been terrible.
I think they buy.
I think they buy as well. Because you've already got 5 of 6 points. You just have 2 games before the deadline. Even if, and hopefully they don't, you lose the next 2. You're up 9 points on Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
You're up 6 points on Washington, but with 3 games in hand. So really, you're like you could be 12 points up on Washington. Like, you're in a great spot. And as we saw, they played like crap against the Rangers, but you get a loser point.
Yes.
It's so tough with this few games remaining, if you're as far back as Columbus or Washington is, to make up ground, because there's too many 1-point games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's too many games where you wind up, Penguins didn't play well, but at least they got a point. So you have to buy or stand pat. I'm going to sneeze.
God bless you. God bless you. Yep.
Yep. Ow!
Yep.
And I farted.
Is this real life? We're doing a radio show, and
I know, man. Like, but what am I supposed to do? Not sneeze? You can't hold in a sneeze.
You and I could switch.
No. I'm like 75%. Good enough to go.
It'll be us tomorrow, Callis. Watch.
I'll be here.
Okay.
I'll be here. I'm good.
Can you imagine if you tried to stick it out this week and then you were too sick to go to spring training next week?
All right, I'll be out tomorrow.
Well, that's not next week. It's the week after. So.
Yeah, sorry. 2 weeks.
Yeah, you'll be good.
Texter, I don't see the Penguins going far in the playoffs because they're going to get pushed around. They're too small. Man, this ain't your daddy's Penguins. This ain't your older brother's Penguins. I totally disagree. We saw Hayes yesterday get in a fight where he distinctly did not have the size advantage. He got the first shot in, and it was like, okay, we're done with this. They got sandpaper, man. Ryan Shea ain't afraid to lay the boom. Connor Clifton ain't afraid to lay the boom. We have seen more this year. This is anecdotal, but I think we have seen more this year where a Penguins goalie gets snowed or there's guys chipping around in the crease and they get taken to the end boards. Like Penguins defensemen, you come up in the crease and the goalie's freezing the puck, you're going to get a face full of mitt.
Yep.
And we haven't seen that for the last 5 years. We really haven't. And Brazeau is a bigger guy. Like, not all these guys play huge, but Brazeau's a bigger guy. Mantha's a bigger guy. Their fourth line is a pain in the ass to play against. So I think this team's built more for the playoffs than any really in the last handful of years. So I vehemently disagree with that text. 412-928-9370. We ready to tell people how we nailed our prediction of the Combine?
Yes.
We will do that coming up next. First Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We'll let Katie K take care of that. Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It'll be cloudy for all with snow showers expected south of I-70 this morning into the early afternoon. Greene and Fayette County should see around an inch of accumulation. Higher elevations will see even more. It's a cool start out there with morning temperatures near 20. I have Pittsburgh's high at 39 degrees. Noon temperatures will be in the low 30s. On Tuesday morning, everyone sees rain, some even seeing a quick round of freezing rain. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great, and I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of West Liberty Avenue. This is near the Cape May intersection. Watch for delays there as you head down the hill toward the Liberty Tunnels. Also on Route 51, you are jammed between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street heading for the Liberty Tubes. Parkway West stacking near the top of Green Tree Hill, while the Parkway East that is jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28, a little bit heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Drew Allen leaving it out there. That was perfect. Oh, it's starting to heat up. Just in time for it to be over. He definitely ramped it up all the way through. And he's eliminated the cheat step right there with his left foot that we were talking about earlier. Nice throw. Those are two beauties.
Two beauties from Drew Aller. He eliminated that cheat step.
The cheat step.
That cheat step's gone.
Mm-hmm.
He had a cheat step. Now there's no cheat step. And guess what? He's flying up draft boards. We told you the big arm Drew Aller would take the field in Indy, and people would salivate. This from Ian Rappaport over the weekend. He's tapped in. Of course, from NFL Network. Don't be surprised if Drew Aller goes earlier than expected. We gazed into our crystal ball. We read the tea leaves. We were looking up at our star charts, and we knew it. We knew these NFL teams, that these media members wouldn't be able to help themselves when they saw the big burly Aller run out there onto the field. And here's the question at 412-928-9370. Not as the first pick for the Steelers, not 21st overall, but how would you feel if the Steelers took Aller on day 2? Because someone's going to do it. Someone's going to do it. Someone's drafting Drew Aller on Friday in Pittsburgh. And it could be the Steelers at 412-928-9370.
As I said last week, man, I mean, we clearly knew that he's going to shoot up the draft boards. He has a big arm. He has a lot of great attributes. He showcased that this past weekend. But, I mean, I said this last week, like, I wouldn't mind a situation where you have a Drew Aller, you draft him in the 3rd round if he's still available, and then you have Will Howard and then roll the ball out for those two to compete as your backup, and then you could see what you have maybe for the future with those two. Like, I just don't hate that situation, that scenario, but I don't even know if he'll last that long, honestly, at this point. At this point, like, I think he would do himself a favor, honestly, in never running in the 40 ever in his life.
No, don't do it.
Just throw again at your pro day.
Yep.
Like if you're Drew Aller. And then you're still going to shoot up. He's going to shoot up even more from now until his pro day and then obviously the draft. But, like, yeah, just throw again.
The Steelers met with Drew Aller at the Combine, and he said, quote, "I really liked the staff. It was cool meeting Coach McCarthy in person. I'm looking forward to getting to know them more." I wouldn't be surprised. The Steelers have three third-round picks, now, and a second-round pick. I could see them moving up in the 2nd round, or I could see them packaging 3rd-round picks to have multiple then 2nd-round picks.
See, I would be against that. I would be against packaging picks and moving up to get a Drew Aller in the 2nd round. Now, if he falls to you in the 3rd, okay, great. But, like, I'm not wasting other picks that I could use for quality players to get a quarterback that may be my 3rd-string quarterback this year. That's kind of just where it would have to be a scenario where he, like, literally fell in my lap in the 3rd round, or obviously later if he was still around. But, like, I'm not trading up to get him.
I'm not trading up to get a single quarterback in this draft.
No.
If the Steelers were ass and they were picking 5th, I would consider moving up if the Raiders would be interested. for Mendoza, but that's it.
Yep.
Like last year, if the Steelers were in position, I would have been fine with Cam Ward, but that's it.
Yeah.
I wonder if Steelers fans, if it had to be one or the other, would rather have Ty Simpson or Drew Aller.
Well,
I know where you come down.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's
You go
no-brainer.
Aller.
Yeah.
How many Penn State fans like Drew Aller? At 412-928-9370.
That's a good question.
I know Becty does. Like,
There's some people who don't, though. Like, I've talked to, obviously, multiple Penn State fans, and it's kind of split from my perspective.
Absolutely.
Talking to them.
Absolutely. He was supposed to be the chosen one. He was supposed to take them to the national championship. They were supposed to revert back to previous Penn State glory, and he threw a ghastly interception against Notre Dame in a game that they absolutely should have won. They should have played for the national championship and didn't. And in that entire playoff run, he wasn't good. So I want to hear from Penn State fans now at 412-928-9370. Do Penn State fans, who are also Steelers fans, want them to take a flyer on Drew Aller? 412-928-9370. Because I think that Pitt fans were obviously very excited about Kenny Pickett, and Pitt fans had reason to be excited about Kenny Pickett. You know, Kenny Pickett, year 5, took a considerable step forward, was clutch in the big games, won an ACC championship, and if it had been an expanded playoff, would have got Pitt to the playoff. Drew Aller and his team got to the playoff, but in the biggest games, unlike Pickett, he faltered down the stretch. Now, that being said, I think he's a better physical specimen from a prospect perspective than Pickett.
Yes.
Like bigger arm, thicker, prototypical NFL size, things of that nature. But what do Penn State fans think? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I'm okay with Aller on day 2.
Yeah.
But I probably wouldn't trade up for him.
No.
Let's go to at 412-928-9370. I've read the number now 4 times. Anthony in New Ken. Couldn't find my thing. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, this is Anthony in New Ken. I'm a Penn State Nittany Lions fan, and I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan for life. And I'm telling you what right now, if the Steelers draft Drew Aller in these top 3 rounds, I know he's shooting up the boards, that is going to be another wasted draft pick on a quarterback. I feel we can use it on quality utility players.
Wow. Thank you for the call, Anthony. Although, let me ask you this. Are you going to the draft?
Hell yeah, I'm going to the draft.
If they draft Drew Aller on Friday, let's say with one of their 3rd-round picks, are you booing?
Man, I'll be honest. I'd be upset if we even keep 2 of those 3rd-round picks. I believe that we should package those 2 3rd-round picks with our 1st-round pick to try to go up and take the Saints pick at number 8 and go get Jordan Tyson to help out our wide receiver room.
Wow.
That is
I like that. I like that.
I love
lot.
Jordan Tyson, but I'll tell you what is a big rumor that came out of this combine, which is tremendous, I think. Mekhi Lemon, I guess, was bombing interviews left and right. Wouldn't mind him at 21.
No, that'd be great.
I love Mekhi Lemon.
Right.
Get
that'd be great, but he's not going to fall.
Maybe he's Shador Sandersing his interviews.
Hey, that would be great. I mean, that's just that's a gift right there.
I hate to say that about young men at their job interviews. Like, I really hope he bombed, but I'm a Steelers fan first.
Right.
And I think you would thrive here, young man.
Yes.
And I just think, like, trading up for a wide receiver has been something I've talked about for a long time. But there's a lot of good ones. And I think corners, too. You have so many picks, and those 2 positions are probably your 2 biggest needs outside of quarterback. You can get multiple players at both positions, and they can be quality players, and you not have to really move around all that much. Tom in the car, hello. Tommy!
Hey guys, longtime Penn State fan. Aller's regression last year was consistent with the team's regression, and there's all this stuff coming out about the fractiousness in the locker room, the lack of accountability, the unevenness of the way players were treated. I don't say you throw out last year, but failing that one interception you talk about, Aller from time to time would throw passes that were worthy of the best pro potential you could possibly imagine. So I would have no problem taking him on a 3rd. I think you keep trying at quarterback. This was supposed to have been the best draft class, of the ages, and
Right.
it did turn out to be that, and next year might be the same thing. I think you keep trying. You look at New England, Mac Jones failed. They got Drake May. You keep trying.
And to
so
keep
I don't have any
trying,
problem using a third.
thank you for the call, Tom. I think that's well reasoned.
Yes.
Like the Steelers have kept trying, but probably not in the best way. They've done it in the way that falls into their lap, but they haven't done it the way that New England did, just as an example. Like, they went Kenny, and that was young. And then they tried young and old at the same time with Fields
and Russ.
And going back in time, I guess I probably would have rather them just ridden it out with Fields just to see if maybe, because he was 26 years old, could be the guy. But then it was Russ, and then it's Rodgers, and they've gone with the stopgaps.
Yeah.
If you brought in Aller and he and Howard compete behind Rodgers, now 2/3 of your room are built up by young guys. That's the direction you do need to go.
Absolutely.
And you've said this a bunch. Aller at one point was a consensus top 10 pick.
Exactly.
If you could now get him with one of your 3 third-round picks,
Talk about
it's
value.
a no-brainer.
Talk about the value. I know that Mike McCarthy wasn't here last year, but if you're Omar Khan, you're Andy Weidel, obviously you had your potential draft board heading into this season. I'm sure Aller was high on their quarterback list, before the season. So you think about it, if Aller does drop to the third round, like you talk about value. That's kind of what happened with Mason, I guess, right? I think the Steelers did have him as a first-round grade, but he fell to the third, and you got him in the third, and he's been around ever since. That's somewhat decent value. I know he doesn't play the best. He's not a starter, but you got somebody that you thought was a first-round pick in the third round.
Hey, take a shot.
Yes.
Take a flyer.
It's great value.
Exactly. And look, worst case scenario is if he turned into Mason Rudolph, now you're not having to pay a backup quarterback. You've got one on a rookie deal who could come in and maybe win you a game or two. I think there's almost no downside to drafting a guy like Aller in the third round if he's there. But I don't know that he's getting out of the second, and you don't think he's getting out of the second.
Right now, it's starting to creep in. You asked me a month from now, absolutely not. Like he might be first-round pick.
Texter writes in, I think you might be right. Penn State fan here, love Aller, big game James did him no justice. That's another thing. Like, it's hard because, yes, Aller didn't play well in some of their biggest games in the college football playoff. He did win games in the college football playoff. He did make a terrible throw, but James Franklin was allergic to big games.
Yeah. You're a product of what your business is.
Right. So how do I separate the two? It's tough to do.
It's very tough.
412-928-9370. Penn State fans lighten up the phone lines. Would you want the Steelers to take Drew Aller day 2? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on this coming up next. Connor Griffin hit another tater, so we'll talk to Dan Zangrilli about the young phenom at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won both their games over the weekend. They beat the Houston Astros on Saturday. They beat the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday. Connor Griffin had a home run in that game. Pirates will now play the Tampa Bay Rays. They've got a game scheduled for 1 o'clock today. And that's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. And for more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Steel City Hoops. Nobody gets you closer to Western Pennsylvania high school basketball.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tyler Reddick is rewriting NASCAR history. Yesterday, he secured his third straight outright victory. Reddick is the first driver in Cup Series history to open the season 3 for 3 following wins at Daytona and Atlanta. Co-owner Michael Jordan was on hand for the historic three-peat as Reddick Heads to Phoenix to try to make it 4. I'm Drake Toll.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Truck month, truck month, truck month. Oh, yes, it is at Schultz Ford. Oh, man, what an exciting time. You know about those F-150s and how spectacular they are. Why don't you get one? So check out all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Harmer, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. You ever been in an F-150? You ever driven one? They are something. I mean, they cannot be beaten. So get there and check it out online. Like I said, schultzford.com. See what you want. Maybe head into one of those great dealerships that I talked about. There are so many F-150s and Rangers in stock right now. On the lot, ready to go for, you guessed it, truck month, truck month, truck month. So check it all out online. Do that right now. schultzford.com.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Is clearing an accident on West Liberty Avenue at the intersection with Cape May Avenue as you're heading out of the South Hills. Watch for slowdowns approaching that intersection. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 delays inbound from Millvale down toward East Ohio Street. Parkway North remains mainly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Spring can be tricky weather-wise in Pittsburgh, but Window Nation can help keep your home comfortable no matter the weather. Plus, in March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for a free consultation today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Obviously, a lot going on right now outside of sports. And in the middle of what's going on in the Middle East, when it was all breaking overnight, I saw a tweet from John Rothstein, who covers college basketball for CBS. 3 things not to bring up socially: politics, religion, at-large resumes to bubble teams during the first 2 weeks of March. When there is a major world event ongoing, John Rothstein's Twitter account is one of the greatest things out there because he pays attention to nothing other than college basketball.
That's awesome. Good for him. I'm jealous.
That you could just put the blinders up and not pay attention to anything. Yeah. I agree with that.
I've lived life like that for a little bit in the past, where I didn't know anything that was going on but football.
And we approach our show that way too.
Yeah, we do.
We don't talk politics around here. We don't talk religion. We don't talk about the at-large resumes of bubble teams in March. Okay, we don't do that. Not in this place. Not in this show. We do talk Drew Aller, though, which can get quite feisty, as we're seeing on the text line. We just asked a simple question. Like, would you be okay, happy with, excited about the Steelers drafting Drew Aller on day 2? And we're coming at it with a little bit of a twist. Like Penn State fans, we'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Would you be interested? The injury doesn't worry me. Like, it wasn't like a big, bad structural thing. Injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you could pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. In fact, we talked about this on Friday. Could see the injury helping him.
Yeah.
Like, if he finished out the season playing as poorly as he started the season, then he wouldn't be in day 2 discussion. Now, maybe he'd have turned it around and played the way he had the previous few seasons. Who knows? But it's that question that might help him here. Injury report again brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. To the phones?
Yes, sir.
Scott in Oakland, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. So on the last segment, some of the callers and you guys stole a little bit of my thunder, but I got to thinking, here's my thought process. Maybe take your second-round pick and your top third-round pick and package them together to either move up or the second round, but also don't be surprised if they decide if he's still available in the first round that they may just take a flyer and take him at 21. I mean, that's definitely a possibility if he moves up the boards as quickly as they say. I mean,
I'll tell you what, Scott.
I would love to have him there as a competitor to Will Howard for the backup. But at the same time, you're one injury away. You're one injury away from having either a first or a second, a rookie or a second-year guy being your starting quarterback.
I love the call. Those great points.
Thank you, Scott.
I think that Aaron Rodgers is coming back, and I don't know. See, this is actually a good little think piece here. Like, I don't know. They have to be in love with him. They have to love them. And also, we talked about this a lot because we don't know the dynamic yet. But if the dynamic is strong, that Mike McCarthy is now like having his imprints on like what the draft is, and everything's settled with the coaching staff, and it's like, all right, like these are my thoughts. If Mike McCarthy loves him, maybe you take him. Maybe you take him in the first round, and he's your future. Maybe. Like, I just don't know if Mike McCarthy has that in him to say, like, I love Drew Aller. Do you guys love Drew Aller? Omar and Andy. They're like, yes. He sits behind Rodgers a year. You got Will Howard. I don't know.
Well, a couple things
I would
on
not
that.
do it.
I know you wouldn't.
But I'm just painting scenarios.
I wouldn't either. We didn't know if Jackson Dart was going to go in the first round last year, and then he did. And around this time last year, he was kind of in the same spot as Aller. So it wouldn't
Except for he was never on top like Aller was.
Right. It was Cam Ward and Shador.
Yes.
Yeah, and then Shador's the one that fell, and Jackson Dart's the one that rose. We could see Ty Simpson being the guy that falls, and Drew Aller being the guy that rises.
But Drew Aller was already at the top first, dropped, now could come back up. It's a little bit different.
Little yo-yo action.
Yes.
Little roller coaster. Little up and down, back and forth, side to side. Now I just want to dance. The reason I won't rule out the Steelers taking a quarterback in round one, this might sound dumb. I still put some credence to the draft being here in Pittsburgh and them wanting to make a big show of it all.
That's a good point. We haven't talked about that in a long time.
We have not. We have not. I heard Starkey talking about it on Friday, and it kind of jogged me a little bit thinking, I don't think that they go in saying we need to make a splash, but if they do love a quarterback, and by that time, Aller's getting first-round love and Ty Simpson's getting first-round love, and both guys are sitting there at 21.
Could you imagine the draft being here and the Steelers selecting a Penn State quarterback in the first round? After a few years ago, they selected the Pitt quarterback in the first round.
That's the reason why I can't totally dismiss it out of hand, man.
That'd be wild.
They drafted Kenny, I think, because they didn't want to miss out on the next Marino.
Yep.
And this is the tangible element of it. They really felt like they knew the kid.
Mm-hmm.
And they were very familiar with the person, not just the player. But the Pitt thing, I think, had something to do with it.
Yes.
And you draft a Penn State kid, 21st overall.
Here.
Whew. You know people go nuts.
Oh.
Like Starkey, the topic Starkey had on Friday was, it doesn't matter who they pick. That kid's getting a massive standing ovation.
Yeah.
People are going to go bonkers.
Yes.
Because that's just the way the draft works. If it's Drew Aller, man, I ain't doing it.
No, I would not do it, especially if Aaron Rodgers is coming back. But if he's there in the third, yeah. Which I don't think he'll end up being there in the third.
No, I think he's going to be a second-round quarterback.
Yep.
Man, it's funny how time changes things. 412-928-9370. That's the number. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Does anybody have like a home remedy so I can freaking get rid of this nose? I'm doing a read. I can't friggin' breathe.
You want to get rid of your nose?
I mean, there's home remedies, but we're in the studio. There's nothing here, I don't think, in the studio. Maybe a mint.
I got Zyn.
Mint Zyn?
I got a minty Zyn.
Does it help? Does it open you up a little bit?
No.
Oh.
You could go to the bathroom or get a cup of water and try to snort the water up your nose.
Snort the water?
Don't do that.
What do they call that? A neti pot.
Yeah.
You ever tried one of them?
No.
You ever done that, Harry?
No.
What do you at home think about the neti pot? 412-928-9370. Text us. I could never. I mean, women are so much tougher.
Yes.
Could never have been pregnant. Can't even handle a sniffles.
Can you get like hot water back there?
Yeah.
In the back?
I'm going to snort it.
Yeah. No, just breathe it in.
A little bit. Oh,
Yeah,
good
like-
call,
like
Dickerson.
Steam, like a humidifier.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Can we get a humidifier in here too? I'll bring one tomorrow. Texter, for two guys who are right about so much, you're so wrong about Will Howard. There you go. First Will Howard text.
What are we wrong about Will Howard about today?
And don't lump.
We didn't even say his name today, I don't think.
I mean, him competing with Aller.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, I guess everyone in the NFL's been wrong about Will Howard too.
No, don't.
It's just us.
For the record, I'm still on board with Will Howard. I just want to put that out there.
On board how?
Yeah.
Like, he should be given his opportunities and maybe start the season as quarterback.
No one should ever be given an opportunity. You earn opportunities.
You earned it by being drafted.
In the 6th round, Brady didn't even earn his job. Bledsoe got hurt, and then he was given it, and then he earned it through his play.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tom Brady wasn't even like, oh, we got to give this guy the shot over Drew Bledsoe. Why? Because he's a 6th-round pick.
He's going to get his opportunities, though. I mean, he has all preseason. Aaron Rodgers, if he's the quarterback, he's not going to, obviously take a snap at preseason. Will Howard will get his opportunities, but probably not to start.
No, definitely not to start.
But maybe to be a backup.
Texter, do a line of coke. No, drugs are bad, kids. Don't do that. Texter, Crowley, stick your head in the oven. All right. Thank you all for all the help. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks. Connor Griffin, hitting bombs. Talk to Dan Zangrilli about that coming up next, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lost one on Saturday in a shootout 3-2 to the New York Rangers. Then they won yesterday 5-0 over the Vegas Golden Knights. Penguins, their next game comes up against the Boston Bruins. They play tomorrow at 7 o'clock. It'll be a road game for the Penguins, who right now are tied for second in the Metropolitan with 75 points. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
When it comes to local high school basketball, nobody gets you closer to the game than Steel City Hoops. All the latest highlights, scores, and standings, plus exclusive stories on the kids who step up and the teams that won't go down. Any closer and you'd need to check in at the scorer's table. Steel City Hoops. Find us on Instagram, TikTok, X, and at steelcityhoops.org.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See JoeBallGM.com for details. Joe Ball GMC, sales and service.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all
all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Someone just texted in and said if you use a neti pot, but with like tap water, you can get a nearly 97% fatal brain infection.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Jeez. How? Haven't people been using neti pots for years?
Yeah, I guess they're...
With tap water, probably?
I guess their brains are just falling out of their heads. I don't know. Dan Zangrilli joins us now. Connor Griffin hit yet another home run. 7 of his 10 batted balls in spring training have gone at least 100 miles per hour. If not for that pesky wind, he'd have 4 homers right now. And if not for a pesky umpire, he'd have beat out an infield single, and the numbers would look a little bit better. Dan, first of all, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Do you think that those underlying numbers are more important than your traditional numbers? Because I would think they'd have to be, no?
Sure. I mean, you take everything into account, and you also take into account, the 3 homers that he hit were basically on hanging spring training breaking balls. So there's that side of it as well.
Do you believe at this particular point that Connor Griffin starts the season with the old Buckarooskies?
I don't think he's going to start. I wish he would. I think he should. I've been pretty consistent with that since, late summer?
Yes.
I think I've been saying that since August, September. He's wearing number 75, so I think that's the tell, right?
Oh, wait a second. He's not going to wear 75 when he comes up. I was going to buy the jersey.
Well, I mean, there are those comparisons to Joe Green from Fangraphs.
Yeah, that's right.
Dan, do you think Nick Gonzalez can play third base?
Sure. I thought he should have played there last year. I talked to some people internally. I said, why aren't you putting him at third base? He's more of an offensive player. You haven't hired him for his defense. Second base and third base are basically offensive positions. But I don't know. I mean, Triolo's so good at third base. I think that it's more so how good Triolo is there and how many runs they feel they could save at that position, which is crazy to me. That is more so why they have played Gonzalez at shortstop. But I think that they're going to play Gonzalez at third base a little bit more. And I guess, there's a little chatter about maybe even Horwitz having to go down from time to time at third base. So it's going to be a revolving door, I think, until Griffin really does get his feet cemented as the starting shortstop.
Joe Stinson Garcia, the password, having himself a nice spring. And, boy, I like Mangum, too. I mean, it seems like the Pirates actually have outfield depth for the first time in a while. Do you expect, though, Garcia to start the season at AAA? Because if he's not going to play a bunch up here, you need him playing every day, don't you?
You do, but you also need, Adam, a left-handed lineup. I mean, against left-handers, because you're so left-handed heavy. And I understand that, a lot of the veteran guys that you brought in, they're not platoon guys. They could start against left-handers as well. But you do want more right-handed pop. Of course, Ozuna has solved that problem. But, for really tough left-handers, you want to put your best foot forward. And I think that there's a pathway for him to make the team, but you do have a lot of outfielders. You do need a little bit more infield depth and a little more versatility. He's going to be the 26th guy, the coin flip, and he's going to have to, I think, really fight his way onto this team.
Dan, what do you need to see out of Henry Davis this year? Do you need to see him be just dominant at the plate, or does he just need to be average at the plate this year in order to help this lineup?
Well, the defense has improved so much, Doran, that I think that you would accept average offensive production and you have a pretty valuable player. I wouldn't have said this a year ago, but he's obviously taken his defensive game to a level I never thought possible. So, yeah, I think average offense would be sufficient to make him a passable, valuable player because the defense has played so well. What does he need to do to get to be that guy? He just has to have an approach that makes sense. He needs to believe that the left field foul pole at PNC Park is not center field. He's the only guy, I believe, in history in that ballpark that could hit a ball onto East Ohio Street with that approach.
All right, Dan, just wanted to ask you a few questions. We appreciate you jumping on, buddy. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, you got it.
You'd be good. Dan Zangrilli, Pirates pre- and post-game host. I am a little bit interested about fifth starter. Like, what are they going to do there? Bubba Chandler had another wild outing, his second consecutive wild outing, and I don't want to ever put too much stock in spring training, but because he was a guy who had control issues in the minors last year in 100 innings, I just hope that there's not something funky going on with his delivery. And I'm not going to pretend like I can watch him and go, oh, that's it. I don't know. I don't know how to fix a delivery. I'm not former Pirates pitching coach Spin Williams, which is, by the way, the greatest name ever.
Spin.
For a pitching coach. 412-928-9370. He doesn't think that Connor Griffin is going to be up on the major league roster. And I know we said last week the bigger story is whether or not they're going to pay the guy. But I don't know how you can keep watching him hit the ball over the fence and not think, yo, he's got to play more.
As I've said, it's in his control. He's going to make them have to bring him up, like just by his play. And, talking with Noah on Friday, he seems to be really confident that he's going to be making the roster.
Right.
Really confident. I asked him that, and then I think you asked him that. I think Starkey came in and asked him that, and it wasn't even a split second before he said, yes, he'll be up.
And Mackey's like 50-50, and I think Beasley, who's down there every day, is slanted towards him not making it. So I guess it just depends on whose opinion you value. I value my eyes. And that's why you've asked this question a lot. Like, is it about the numbers or is it about the eye test? Because the eye test right now tells you he belongs.
Yes.
Like, what is he, 3 for 15? Not great. Well, the 3 hits are homers. He should be 4 for 15 with another homer, but the wind kept the ball in the ballpark. He hit it 100 miles an hour. That's out if the wind is even neutral. Then you figure he's 5 for 15 with the infield single, something he did a lot of in AAA because he's got such great wheels. If you're 5 for 15, you're hitting 333 with 4 homers, and all of a sudden things look a little bit different.
A little bit different, right?
7 of his 10 batted balls have gone 100 miles an hour. Like, sometimes you're going to hit atom balls. Baseball is a game of big sample sizes, and in a lot of instances, luck. You hit the ball that hard consistently, you friggin' belong. Texter, Harry, could you take a pitcher yard in spring training?
Like a major league pitcher?
Yeah.
No.
Happy to hear you answer it that way. Because a texter wrote in, Harry could take a pitcher yard in spring training. Congrats to Connor, I guess, but I'm not impressed. I don't know how you couldn't be impressed.
I mean, even if an amateur could get lucky and hit one off of a pitcher in spring training, the ones he hit were very, very far. And the crack of the bat is unique.
I mean, the first homer he hit was off of Ranger Suarez, for
Right.
God's sakes. Not just some D-bag out there trying to get his work in. Ranger Suarez. The second homer he hit wasn't off a major league guy, but the third one was. So 2 out of the 3 off of major league pitchers. Like, how could I not be impressed?
I was also mad. Somebody tweeted and said he was 3 for 15, and he's actually 3 for 14, and he's only struck out twice.
So he should be 5 for 14.
Mm-hmm.
With the infield single and the other home run, which would be better than 333 average.
I checked MLB.com this morning, and I'm like, oh, the tweet was wrong.
Way to go, Harry. Good research. In 17 minutes, Harry's card of the day. What's it called?
It actually debuts at 9 a.m.
Yeah, I said in an hour and 17 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I missed the hour part. My
I think
headphones came out.
he said 17.
Yeah.
Stop it, Doran.
He said 17.
Cut it out.
What was your question?
Never mind. Sean in Sharpsburg, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I think two things. One, I think that you would keep him. I would hope they would keep him up. I don't think he needs more at bats like some guys, like your guys are saying. I think some of where he hits they've been solid hits all the time. And I just think that he's only going to get better by playing better competition at this point. I just think you give him a chance. And the one that I just wished would know how to feel when he played shortstop. You could have probably put him at third, but you can't do it no more. Is Cruz, who has the power, has played shortstop, which would then allow you to have the
Mangum play center field or password, yeah. I know. I thought about that this weekend, too. I think it was Donnie on a show he was doing. Someone called in and said, how about Cruz at third? They're just never going to do that.
No.
You can't change his position again. But, yeah, if he could have handled third base, a lot of your problems are solved. The Cruz at third with that power, that arm. And then Mangum's your center fielder. Justinson Garcia's your fourth outfielder. Joe Stinson? We'll call him the password. And all of a sudden, things feel pretty damn good. Because I love this Mangum. And he's going to play. He'll play 100 games, I think. They'll be creative with their way to get him in because he can run like the wind, steals a bunch of bags, plays good defense, bat-on-ball guy. Sort of a throwback.
Yeah.
I love players like that. 412-928-9370, the number to call. Yes, Harry. Never mind. He seemed shocked that I was inviting him into the conversation. I thought I could see out of the corner of my eye that you were hovering close to the microphone.
No.
All right, coming up next door, and I hate to do this to you. Some records just made to be broken. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
No one makes it uncomfortable like Adam. Oh, boy. The Penguins have a game tomorrow at 7 o'clock. They play the Boston Bruins. The Pens got 3 points over the weekend by losing in a shootout to the New York Rangers and then beating the Vegas Golden Knights 5-0. The Penguins right now tied with the Islanders. 75 points each team has. And again, they're tied for second in the Metropolitan Division behind the 82-point leading Carolina Hurricanes. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident on West Liberty Avenue at Cape May Avenue as you head out of Dormont. Some very heavy delays there. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in Coriopolis reported. This is on 5th Avenue in the 1300 block near Chestnut Street. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. And on the Parkway North, you are heavy past Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Two Men and a JunkTruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Overwhelmed by the big clean-out that has to happen? Trust the professionals at Two Men and a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress. Two Men and a JunkTruck.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program. Just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Looking to turn your firearms into cash? Keystone Shooting Center is here with top dollar offers. From a single piece to an entire collection, they make it easy. Stop by Keystone Shooting Center today for a free, no obligation appraisal and walk out with a great deal. Your unused gear is their business. Visit Keystone Shooting Center at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. They buy used guns and they pay top dollar. Keystone Shooting Center.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We spent a lot of time on the Penguins to start the show. This just got into my feed. At the start of the season, Puckapedia gave them a 7.6% chance of making the playoffs. It is March 2nd. The NHL's trading deadline is Friday at 3 p.m. They have a 90.3% chance of making the playoffs.
Wow.
A 48% chance of winning a round. And a 22% chance of winning 2 rounds and going to the conference final.
Okay.
I'll sign up for that, baby.
No doubt.
In about 10 minutes, we now have a list of who the Steelers met with at the Combine. We have compiled this for your listening pleasure. The fine folks over at Steelers Depot, they have a list. I was cross-referencing it with a couple of other lists out there, so want to give full marks to those sites because I am an imbecile and am capable of doing such things myself, so thank you to them. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. But, Doran, I hate to do this, but people have wanted you to address it, and you did on Twitter. Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq ran a 4.39 40-yard dash at the Combine. You are now the second fastest tight end in NFL history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Records were made to be broken. You know that saying, but 16 years is a long-ass time to have a record. Or 2 records, actually. So 2 records got broken.
Man, how long?
16 years.
Dear God.
16 years is a long time. It is, good for the young man. And you know what? The only reason why I'm like a little bit uneasy about it is the fact that I was just born a little bit too early. And if I were to be in the Combine now, I'd probably be a first-round lock. And whenever I came out, nobody knew what to do with me. They didn't know a tight end that could move and was a little bit smaller and could play in the slot and do the things that the tight ends do now. That's maybe why I'm just like, wow, like this guy's probably going to go top 10. And for running a 4.39, wonder where I would have went if I would have come out in the draft now.
Should I do what I'm about to do?
Yes.
I mean, you were born too early.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but not just about that, but like NIL and stuff too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So, no, good for the kid, honestly. But it really gives me a lot of joy that now I never have to watch the combine ever again. It really does. Like, I do not have to pay attention to it. I don't have to look at my phone. I don't have to do anything ever again that has to do with the combine. And I'm so happy about it.
A couple things on that. I now get to disrespect the combine because I have tried not to because I know that you had the record. But of all the things in footballdom, I love it all. Except I can't bring myself to watch the combine. I can't. Yeah. I will when I'm doing my draft prep. They'll put all the numbers out there for you. I ain't sitting there and watching it. It just doesn't do anything for me. Now, there are exceptions. Like, I watched Aller a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, I'll watch the quarterbacks because the Steelers, I don't know if you all know this, they need a quarterback. But now I can clown on it.
Yeah.
Not that what these guys do isn't impressive, but I don't need to watch it.
I mean, it's a bleep show anymore, too. Like, it just rubs me the wrong way. Like, obviously 16 years ago, you weren't allowed to have fans in there, and they took it a lot more serious. And now, there's every single podcaster and blogger can get a credential. And it was very exclusive 16 years ago, and it felt more real. Now you watch it, there's people booing Carson Beck that are in the stands. Like, what are we doing here? Like, this is just a spectacle. It's so dumb. Like, I don't want to see an offensive lineman run 40 yards. They're never going to.
Someone ran a really impressive one, though.
Yeah, it was 5'3". It was like a 5 flat or 5'3". He was at 346 pounds. I saw that. That is very impressive and good for the kid. But he's never going to run that in a game.
Right. At no point is he doing that in the game.
No. So, the whole thing is just, it's dumb. It's been dumb, and I agree with you.
Carson Beck getting booed, man, we were talking about this before the show. This is a job interview for these guys. Imagine if I was sitting there with Craig and our big boss SPAC before I got hired here part-time initially. And so where do you see yourself in 5 years, Crowley? Well, boo!
Right.
Boo! F you suck! Be tough. Be tough to deal with that.
What are we doing? So, yeah, I'm happy that I never
did call it.
Yeah.
You said.
I looked at you. I walked in, Friday? I think it was Friday morning. I was like, he's gonna beat the record.
Yes, you did. You said this Kenyon Sadiq. Keep an eye out for him.
Yep.
I mean, he does got muscles on muscles.
Yep.
And he's tall.
Yep.
6'3", 245. Connor Griffin, 6'2", 225, by the way, which is just obscene. Like, a texter wrote in about Connor because we were talking about Griffin in the last segment. I could see him being the next Cruz. I'm really scared. Yeah, guys, listen, Pirates fans, I get it. I understand that you're probably excited. I was talking to someone this weekend about this. They're like, I actually think the Pirates will be good. I said, me too. It's terrifying. And my neighbor Dave, he's a huge Pirates fan. He always walks around with his headphones on, with his bucko cap, listening to games, listening to broadcasts. He's like, I'm so scared that I think they could be good. I get it. That's like a preset for Pirates fans. Connor Griffin's not O'Neal Cruz.
No.
O'Neal Cruz was never the consensus top prospect in all of baseball.
He's way more raw.
He was never looked at as a can't-miss, one of three guy in the last 15 years. That's what you're looking at here. You're looking at Bryce Harper. You're looking at Soto. Roman Anthony just got paid after 56 games, he got paid $140 million, whatever it was. He's looked at in that category. So is he going to be the next Willie Mays? Is he going to be Mean Joe Green at shortstop? I don't know if you want to go that far, but I'm not worried that this guy's going to be a bust. I think he's going to be a very good player.
Yep.
412-928-9370. That's the hotline if you want to give us a ring. Brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up next, we know who the Steelers met with at the Combine, but what does it tell us? We'll give you our opinion. But first, fan weather. Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 41. Tomorrow, high of 51, but a 95% chance of rain. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident on the inbound Parkway East, about a mile before the Edgewood Swissvale interchange. It's causing delays back to Greensburg Pike as you're making your way past the scene and down toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. We also have an accident still being cleared in Coriopolis. This is on Route 51, 5th Avenue near Chestnut Street. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, out beyond delays from Green Tree toward Carnegie. Route 28 jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North delays as you head past Venture Street, down past an accident reported just before the East Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We just had an off-air conversation with Callis that we're not going to bring on the air. It's about geopolitics, because there's a lot going on in the world right now.
Like what?
And my man just went in circles,
oh man,
in a way that was alarming.
That was.
But I love him. I can't get enough of Callis. I want to give him a big bear hug, because he basically argued with himself. It was very odd, but that's Harry. 412-928-9370, the number. We got a list, baby, of who the Steelers met with at the NFL Combine. How about we start with quarterback?
Okay.
Ty Simpson, Alabama, who said that he loves Mike McCarthy and loves the Steelers. Can you imagine, though, for the first time ever, if one of these quarterbacks came out and was oh, shoot, I don't want to play in Pittsburgh.
I hate the Browns.
They still got steel mills? I guess we've heard, like, through the grapevine, like, preferences that quarterbacks have. Like, we knew, of course, that Eli Manning didn't want to play for the Chargers.
You have to be so confident that you're going the top 10
right
to do something like that.
Yeah, but you never get it where these dudes are sitting at the combine with all the media members with like crumbs on their face, shoving cameras in their faces, being like, so what do you think about the Steelers? Oh, dang, man. I heard they got 5 bathrooms. It sucks. Like, you don't hear that. So Ty Simpson said he loves it. And we had Chris Carter on Friday, and he said that Ty Simpson, according to what he had heard, did really well with the Steelers interview. So file that away. I talked to Sawyer Robertson of Baylor. It's not going to get anybody all jacked up.
Nope.
Carson Beck of Miami. Boo. And Drew Aller of Penn State. This according to Aditi Kingabwala. And then Drew Aller confirmed it. They only met with one running back, Emmett Johnson of Nebraska. Here's the big story to me, though. They talked to 40 guys. 14 of them are wide receivers.
Yeah.
They're going to draft a wide receiver early, and they're probably going to draft a couple of them. That's what that tells me.
Yes.
And Mekhi Lemon, this might be the biggest story of the entire deal here, Doran. Mekhi Lemon apparently bombed his interviews. This according to a bunch of reports, like just didn't interview well at all. He's a guy that I've loved the tape, loved the player, loved the measurables, loved the route running. Not the biggest guy, but I think would be a great compliment to DK Metcalf. I never really thought he'd be there at 21. Now he might be.
No, he's not.
Oh, come on. He interviewed poorly. Dory, keep saying it.
He interviewed poorly, but, like, I mean, there's nothing on his record throughout his time at USC. Like, I mean, from everything that I've seen, great teammate, just does what he has to do, loves football. You take that into account into somebody sitting in front of you and not speaking well or kind of looking demon-like as he did in one of his interviews.
He had the weird eyes going.
Yeah.
He had the weird eyes going.
Oh, well.
You told me that Darrelle Revis' eyes used to turn black when he'd play. Like his soul was gone. Sure played like it. Yeah, I know you're supposed to put a lot of stock into interviews and such, but if a guy's got 0 off-the-field character concerns and he's got a good set of hands on him and he can run a good route, what do I care?
Right.
Carnell Tate also ran a 4.56, so he could get pushed down draft boards. That probably matters more than bombing your interview, depending on what kind of receiver you are.
Yeah, like I think Carnell Tate's production, and you flip on the tape of Carnell Tate, you won't see the 40. I don't think that matters either.
He seems like a guy to me that, like, some players, they'll train for the 40, train for the 40, train for the 40, train for the 40, come out, run a great 40. Some guys, I'm just going to keep playing football, and I'm going to run, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, Larry Fitzgerald ran a 4.54.
How'd his NFL career turn out?
Pretty good.
This is Deese.
Yeah.
Deese. That's what the kids say these days, Doran. Deese. Come slap me. Why'd I say that?
Listen, you do what you got to do.
Texter, I love the fact that I have no idea what Yin's politics are. I listen to Escape That Garbage, and Yin's come through all the time. That's right, baby. I view the show that way. When there's stuff going on in the world, we're going to talk about the sports.
I thought mine were very clearly released after I ran for council.
Yeah, but
I think the point is we don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the show.
Yeah.
We won't.
Yeah.
Because this is an escape.
I had forgotten for a minute that Harry had run for council.
Yep.
Was that meaningless to you?
No, I had blocked it out because it was that aggravating for me. This producer that everyone loves, this character that people think explodes through their mic, through their speakers on their drive to work every day. He was unavailable to us because he was running for freaking Green Tree Council.
I thought that would have been your dream.
Losing you?
Yeah.
To the Green Tree Council? Yeah, well, that didn't happen either.
Our love grew stronger after that whole experience.
Did not. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Are you still leaning wide receiver round one, Doran? Because it seems like they talked to guys who could be drafted in later rounds too, but they're heavily skewed, towards wide receivers with these meetings.
Yeah, I mean, round 1, round 3, I'm drafting a receiver, unless like a Jeremiah Love, which it definitely won't happen now. You're in a 4.36.
No.
If he fell to 12 and I could trade up, I would do that, but that's not happening. So yes, wide receiver round 1 and wide receiver round 3 with one of the 3 picks. And maybe Aller if he's there with the other 3rd pick. And then a defensive lineman with the other 3rd pick.
Here, I like that. I'd sign up for that right now, honestly.
And then a corner in the 2nd.
Yep. Good corners. Like, a lot of the top 100 prospects are wide receivers and corners, which is perfect because the Steelers could use a wide receiver and a corner. Here's my question for the listening public at 412-928-9370. Kaboli, by the way, going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. Do we trust Omar Khan at the wide receiver position? Like, it's still early times yet, right? He's done 3 drafts, and by all accounts, after the draft, been getting A's. These players have all helped. So I think he's done a pretty good job in the draft, but the one position he sucked at, not just in the draft, is wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
You trade Pickens, and maybe he wouldn't have done that. Maybe that was a Tomlin thing. But you bring in DK Metcalf, and then you got no replacement for your number 2 wide receiver. That has happened for years. You trade Deontay, oh, it's Brandon Ayuk. That doesn't happen. At the deadline, oh, let's get Mike Williams. He caught a touchdown, but not great. The only reason they even wound up with Thielen and MVS this year is because Rodgers banged the table for him, certainly for MVS. So I wonder if Steelers fans trust Omar Khan. I don't yet. Like, I trusted Kevin Colbert to get a diamond in the rough receiver. Any receiver he drafted, I was like, this guy could be great. Because most of them turned out to be good players. I'm not saying Omar can't do it. I'm just saying we've been given no reason to believe he can't.
Right.
At this point.
Roman Wilson.
Right.
He's the only one, right?
Right. And he was very effusive in his praise of Roman Wilson at the Combine when he spoke this week. And that's because, yeah, it's his draft pick. I don't believe in Roman. How could you believe in Roman? Like, I tend to trust Aaron Rodgers' opinion of wide receivers. And the fact that Roman wasn't on the field down the stretch, I put that on Rodgers. I think Rodgers couldn't trust him. And I'm going to value that opinion more than I'm going to value Omar Khan's.
Well, I'm going to value Omar Khan and Andy Weidel picking a receiver, and then have on the other side of it Mike McCarthy being able to develop any type of receiver that they draft.
That does help you.
I will have that faith, at least. And then maybe Roman Wilson does fit into that category. Maybe Roman Wilson is a better player this year, and he's still around, and he's your 4th, 5th wide receiver, and Mike McCarthy gets the most out of him. Like, I have a little bit of faith in that.
I do feel better about that position and quarterback. Like, if the Steelers, we had the Aller conversation earlier.
Oh, yeah.
If they drafted Aller in the 3rd round with Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith, my God. But you do it with Mike McCarthy and this group that they've assembled on the offensive side, I'm going to at least give them the benefit of the doubt. And Mike McCarthy with wide receivers drafted outside of round 1 does deserve benefit of the doubt, but we don't know how much he's going to have to do with it this first draft. If I boil it down to just Omar Khan, Steelers fans, at 412-928-9370, do you trust him to put a room together at that position? 412-928-9370. Open phones for the next hour until Kaboli joins us at 9. We'd love to hear from you. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our great friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they were winners over the weekend. They beat the Houston Astros on Saturday. They beat the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday, and they've got another game coming up today at 1 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Rays. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. And for more fun headlines, you can go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. An eligible home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Perfection has a home in stores once again. The top-ranked UConn Huskies have finished the regular season a flawless 31-0 after a dominant 85-49 win over St. John's at Madison Square Garden. It's the 11th undefeated regular season under the greatest of all time, Gino Auriemma. I'm Drake Toll.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. I hate this time of year when the light starts coming through your windows and you can see the dust, the pet dander, all floating, the particles through that ray of sunshine. You want to spring forward with a clean house, and Zero Res can help you out. Zero Res has over 10,000 Google reviews with a 4.9 rating. Get Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet cleaner. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Also this month, get a free size upgrade on every whole home air duct cleaning package. Don't you love when you go to buy your favorite coffee or soda and you get a free size upgrade? This month, that's exactly what Zero Res is doing with their whole home air duct cleaning packages. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res. Doran, everyone thinks home security is just about break-ins.
Yeah, until their basement turns into a swimming pool.
Exactly. That's why Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package.
So now you're protected from intrusion, fire, and water.
Leaks, frozen pipes. Guardian alerts you before the damage happens.
That's full home protection, especially in a Pittsburgh winter.
Don't wait for a mess. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Car accident?
LG KG. Work accident?
LG KG. Dog bite.
LG KG. Med mal?
LG KG.
Born and raised in Western PA.
That's us. LG KG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it.
A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Steelers talked to 40 guys at the NFL Combine. 14 of them wide receivers. Do you trust Omar Khan, for the first time in his career, to fill the wide receiver room adequately? 412-928-9370. We had callers on. They've now dropped off, so open phones if you want to chat about that with us. Again, at 412-928-9370. I'm not saying the guy can't do it, but he hasn't done it yet. And I can't stand one of my biggest pet peeves. Sometimes fans, sometimes analysts do know better. Like going into a season, if you think there's a key issue and then that doesn't get resolved, and then it winds up being a fatal flaw, it drives me nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier said than done. There's a lot of more things that go into them just being like, oh, let me just click on a player. Yeah, like, oh, he should be a Steeler. Well, it can't just do that.
It seems pretty easy to me.
Of course,
last offseason, it's as easy as this. Hey, DK Metcalf, you're now a Steeler. Hey, George Pickens, you can remain a Steeler. Bang! There you go.
Yeah.
There's your wide receiver room. Seemed easy enough to me.
Yeah.
One phone call. That's it. One call.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Seattle Seahawk, can we have DK Metcalf? Sure. Will you give up a second-round pick for it? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that took a lot longer than one phone call.
I don't know. Have you ever watched Moneyball? It's realistic. It's how it all goes down.
Yeah. He actually made multiple calls to try to deal off Carlos Pena, so I don't know.
That's true. What a movie. Moneyball.
Yeah.
I love Brad Pitt.
Like several teams said no first, though. He had to keep calling, and he had to be very persuasive.
Yeah, but he had a very cool batting helmet phone, which I don't think a lot of business gets done on batting helmet phones anymore.
No, probably not.
No.
Didn't they used to have like the NFL helmet phone?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was big. You'd find that in the green room of the draft every year.
Yep.
At Radio City Music Hall. Now it's going to be in Pittsburgh. They should have Permani sandwiches for the phones.
Yes.
By the way, I ate the colossal fish the other day. Fabulous.
You did say that it was pretty good.
Really, really good.
Got to get that.
Really, really good. Didn't do a fish sandwich this Friday, which is disappointing.
Yeah,
I missed a window. Right. I guess I could have one any day. Nobody can stop me. Anyway, do you trust Omar Khan? 412-928-9370 to build up the receiver position. It's just been such an issue. And I've liked his drafts, but that is something that in 2020-6, you can't have be an issue. You got to throw the ball. You got to score points. And if Rodgers comes back, I expect him to do what he did last year, or at least be very similar to that. Could you make it easier on the old man? Now he's got an offense he's familiar with, comfortable with, had a lot of success in. But you can't just throw it to DK Metcalf and Roman Wilson and some slugs. If you get the right rookie, that guy can come in and be an impact player from day one. Potentially multiple guys. So go out there and do it. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, couldn't they just call Kevin Colbert to be an advisor? Well, I think he still works for the team.
I think he's, a consultant in a way there.
He helps alumni, I want to say.
Yeah, he does something.
Something like that. But I don't think he has a say in draft picks or anything. Now, how much of the problems before were Mike Tomlin?
See, I think like the George Pickens, the Deontay Johnsons, getting rid of them before maybe we wanted them to get rid of them and maybe not trying them out, and seeing how it may look or may work. I think that had to do with Tomlin.
That definitely did.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. They got out of Dodge, or they pushed them out of Dodge. They sent him off to the island of misfit toys in the case of Deontay Johnson because Mike Tomlin didn't want those guys in the locker room. And I wonder what the Pickens situation would have been like if Tomlin didn't push that, because he made Tomlin look bad. He made Tomlin look bad by the whole arriving late to Christmas, and then Tomlin got caught off guard by, who was it, Mike DeFabo in the final press? No, it was Benz.
Yeah.
It was Benzie. Benzie off the top rope, as we like to say. He made Tomlin look bad, so Tomlin got him out of town. I'm interested to see what it looks like if Tomlin isn't here to meddle. 412-928-9370. Because the texter writes in, how can you say Khan hasn't drafted a wide receiver and done well? I thought Tomlin had total control of the draft. Can't be both, can it? No, I think that's part of this. Like, we're going to see what it looks like now moving forward under Omar Khan. Like, we also heard that Andy Weidel, because his ears to the ground on draft scuttlebutt, pushed the Steelers to take Broderick Jones in round 1, even though Tomlin wanted to take Joey Porter Jr. in round 1.
Mm-hmm.
And the intel that Weidel was getting was he'll be there for the first pick of round 2.
Right.
So, like, they've always done it as a collaboration, but Tomlin obviously had a big say. 412-928-9370. I mean, you can make this one of the best wide receiver rooms in the NFL this offseason.
Yes, you can.
Like, I don't think that's crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm. We know that they can trade for one. We know that
good point.
We know that Omar could trade for one. When we listen about hearing about Jalen Waddle and maybe potentially Brian Thomas Jr. being available, we know that they can make that happen. But we'll see about the young players. But if you trade for another one and then drafted a young player, I feel really good about the situation regardless.
Would you go after Brian Thomas Jr.?
Absolutely. If he's for real available, for sure.
Why is he available?
I don't know. That's very odd to me. I mean, they were a playoff team. They're in their first year with Liam Cohen. They've changed things around. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has played the best football he's ever played this past season. Why would you take a weapon away from him? Even though that Travis Hunter is going to be back. I don't know if he's playing both ways. I think he's just going to play one side. But
I mean, this guy as a rookie had 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And last year, he wasn't the same guy. They got better, and he didn't. He played 17 games his first year. He played 14 games his second year. He had 700 yards in 14 games. If you want to extrapolate that over a full 17-game season, you're looking at 850, 860 yards he would have had in year 2, which isn't him, arrow pointed up, but a young guy with that considerable ability,
yeah,
I'd give up a second-round pick for him.
I would too.
And then you're right. You do take the unknown of, okay, is this guy going to be developed into a good wide receiver away? You've just brought a guy in who's 24 years old, whose bonus you don't have to pay, who was a first-round draft pick, right? And now you get him in the second round, basically, because a proven guy with a second-round pick? Yes, please.
Yep.
I'd take him over Waddle, actually.
I would too, because he's younger.
Cheap, too.
Cheaper, yeah.
Chris in Connellsville, hello.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up, buddy?
How much of this falls on the scout team? I mean, if Omar Khan and Andy aren't getting the right information and the right amount of intel from the scouts, I think a lot of it falls on the scout team to get them the correct information so they can make a good pick.
Sure, it's tough to tell. I mean, it could also be bad quarterback play. Like, a lot of things could fold in, although they got better play from Rodgers than they had from anybody else the last 5 years. And Roman Wilson couldn't figure it out then.
I'd love to see them sign Alec Pierce, for their number 2, and then the draft all of a sudden now becomes a little less, where you have to hit on that receiver, where you have Alec Pierce in there, you have DK Metcalf, and you can bring in some help with the draft. What do you guys think?
I mean, that would be great, but he's going to be, 1, way too much money, and 2, I think they may franchise him.
Alec Pierce is going to cost a bajillion dollars.
Yeah.
He stands to me to be maybe the most overpaid player this entire free agent cycle of any position. And I think he's a really good player. But I don't think he's a top 10 wide receiver in the sport, and I could see him getting paid that way.
Yeah, he's going to get paid like a number 1.
Yes, because he's got 20 yards a catch over the course of his career. I mean, the guy's just a big play waiting to happen. Love the player, not going to love the price tag on him. I would rather have, honestly, Brian Thomas Jr. for a second-round pick and pay the rest of his rookie contract than have to pay a guy like Alec Pierce beyond my means. 412-928-9370. But this might be the preferred route. Like, trade for a guy, keep DK, and then draft a receiver in round 1.
That's my route.
That's how you get the most talent.
Yes.
Like, there are players that could be had in round 2 and 3 at the wide receiver position, as we've discussed an awful lot, that can help you and be very good. And I'm sure there's going to be Pro Bowlers and All-Pros that come outside of round 1. But you want to talk pedigree? DK Metcalf on one side, Brian Thomas Jr., 23rd overall pick in the draft on the other side, and then another first-round wide receiver. That's 3 first-round kind of talents you've got in one wide receiver room, and you could have put this whole thing to bed in one off season.
Yeah, and maybe in the third, too, still.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
As
I'd
a
be fine
returner?
with every single receiver not named DK Metcalf not being on the roster next year. I mean, who's even in the conversation? Roman Wilson, he's under contract. I mean,
Calvin Austin.
He's a free agent. I don't need to bring him back.
No.
And again, it's not just about now. If Drew Aller's there in the 3rd round and he fights it out with Will Howard for the backup spot, and next year Drew Aller's QB1 and he's throwing it to Brian Thomas Jr., throwing it to DK Metcalf, and throwing it to Mekhi Lemon, you think he might have a chance to succeed?
Yeah.
And I'm just using Aller as a placeholder. But for any young quarterback, this is the most important position for the Steelers to nail this offseason, and there's a couple of different ways to do it. But Omar's got to get it right this time. Because if he doesn't, now I ain't believing it all. Because there's trade options, there's free agent options, and there's a deep draft with 20 players in the top 100 at that position. Get her done. Do you think he will? Do you think he can? 412-928-9370. We'll tell you which receivers the Steelers did meet with at the Combine when we come back. In addition to your phone calls, you give us a ring in the hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have a game today at 1 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check them out at booth 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
When the paycheck stops, the planning starts. Retirement isn't about a number, it's about income that lasts through every stage of life. Secure Money Advisors focuses on building retirement strategies around income, tax efficiency, healthcare planning, and legacy protection, all working together in one coordinated plan. Claim a complimentary copy of your book today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
oh, bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy with their crews of highly trained employee installers. And now they're bringing you one of the biggest savings event of the season with their 1-week flash sale. This week, check it out. 25% off your bathroom remodel. Get started with no money down and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule your free no-obligation consultation now at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, are your bad feet making work miserable? You're not alone. Here's Val, a real Good Feet store customer.
I'm a salesman. I've pounded the pavement 35 years, literally. My legs ached, my feet hurt. It was sometimes unbearable. But if you don't have a good attitude when you're in sales, it shows on your face. I heard an advertisement on the radio for the Good Feet store, and I said, what can I lose?
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Val get back to doing what they love without their feet getting in the way.
I walked in the Good Feet store and I said, my feet hurt. What a difference with these arch supports. When I go and talk to my customers, I've got a smile on my face. I can go all day long, and then some. It's the real deal. My name's Val, and that's my Good Feet story.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let your bad feet stop you from achieving your 2026 health goals. Stop by the Good Feet store today for a free test walk.
MrWaterHeater.com. MrWaterHeater.com.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling.
That's right, Caboli, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Caboli fresh back from Indianapolis. He was there for the NFL Combine. He also dropped a T-shirt at the Pacers game. That was viral. Mark says the thing was coming 875 miles an hour and he didn't see it coming.
I saw it coming.
Oh, well then why'd you drop it? Make a play.
It's like catching a football from like 500 yards, being thrown by like Drew Bledsoe.
How fast was it coming, do you think?
I mean, it made it all the way up into the upper deck, the cheap seats from the floor with one of those cannons. And the great Jeff Hathorne just happens to be taping it at the time.
The second you stood up, I was told that he was filming you.
Yeah.
I think he was afraid you were going to fall over the railing.
That would have been something.
That was my fear. When I saw the video,
probably
I was
wouldn't
like,
have been here then, right?
I don't know. You.
How far was the? I mean,
well, it wouldn't have left a mark. The worst part is
no pun intended.
I come home. I come home and I'm like to the kid, hey, I got a shirt for you. He goes, I know. My teacher told me you dropped it in the stands. I'm like, oh, jeez.
Was it a cool shirt?
Oh, it was one of the old school Pacer shirts, I guess.
I like the old school Pacers.
But that thing come whipping up there.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to struggle with that. I missed on the banana ball back in August.
You did. That
That's
also
right.
made its way on the social media.
I was there for that game. I saw that
I
live.
missed it. Yeah, I texted you and said, there's a rumor that Mr. Beast might be here, and your kids are going nuts,
Freaking
weren't
out.
they?
Yep.
Here's all the players the Steelers met with at the Combine at the wide receiver position. I'll go through them quickly. Jordan Tyson, Arizona State. Carnell Tate, Ohio State. Antonio Williams, Clemson. Chase Roberts, BYU. Jacoby Lane, USC. Elijah Sarrett, Indiana. Caden Wetton, Iowa. Mekhi Lemon, USC. Deion Burks, Oklahoma. Zachariah Branch, Georgia. Denzel Boston, Washington. Kevin Coleman, Mizzou. Omar Cooper, Indiana. Casey Concepcion, Texas A&M. And there you go.
You see a pattern, huh?
A lot of them are first-round guys.
Yeah. about 7 of them, maybe?
Yep, half of them are first-round projected players.
Now, I think that's the biggest thing that came out of none of who they talked to. I think just the sheer number of
That's
them
how
that are
I
going
viewed
in
it
the
too,
7th.
Mark, yeah.
So somebody's going to probably be there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it's the one they want compared to somebody else sitting around there, I mean, if you're sitting there and you're seeing the number 1 guard there at 21, you're seeing one of the better defensive linemen from Florida Banks, who didn't play much last year because he was injured, but showed out pretty good at the combine, and you have maybe receiver 5, which way do you go? That's, I think, more of a question than anything else. But it sure looks like they're going down that route.
That is a good question. I don't know. Like, I mean, if there's 4 receivers that go before you pick.
Do you want the 5th best receiver?
Right.
Whoever that might be.
It depends. Some drafts, the 5th receiver worth getting at 21st overall.
I think Tyson is a guy that may have slid down on the board just because he didn't participate, right? I mean, I think he could potentially be there too, but he'll probably do something in his pro day.
Mm-hmm. He did the bench, right?
They shoot it back up. I'm talking about on the field
Yeah.
stuff. But, yeah, I mean, I think they're going to do multiple things at wide receiver.
Who's the guy that did who almost set the record for bench?
Tyson.
It was Tyson. Weren't you telling me his ass was off the bench?
Yeah, like none of his reps should have counted.
Ooh.
How about that?
Man,
How
I
about
got dinged 4 times for 4 reps because my butt came up.
Why should that matter, though?
Because it's not the proper way to do it.
Oh, get out of here. If you can lift the weight, you can lift the weight, in my humble opinion. And
you were drafted when?
As a weightlifting extraordinary. I'm trying to help Doran. Doran had 4 better reps.
If you have bad form in a game, could that cost you?
He's lifting weights.
It's the same principle.
It is the same principle. He did get me there. How about those guys, those podcasters that couldn't even do 95 pounds on the bench?
That's bad.
That's really bad. Like, something might be wrong with you. Like, maybe go to the doctor. You've got some sort of skeletal issue if you can't lift 95
Don't
pounds.
put that on film now. Like,
I would never.
What is your max rate?
145. I clear those suckers by 50 pounds. Now, am I strong? No.
I think you can get more than 145.
I can. You told me that. Here's the thing.
You're struggling with the reps.
You got to put your butt off the bench.
That's right.
Right.
I actually think, tell me if this makes any sense. And if there's a doctor out there listening, of course there is. Text us at 412-928-9370.
Your Skyphosis helps you?
It helps me.
Yeah, because of curve?
Because I got a lot of chest up in here. Like, I've always, whenever I've exercised, been able to put up more reps on anything chest related than other stuff. And I think it's because I got the chest up. I got the cleavage. Yep.
Isn't it more with shortness of arms and width of chest?
Do I have long arms?
Well, if you have long arms, it's
harder.
It's going to be really hard to get
I
more
probably
weight
have short
up.
arms.
Yeah.
You got short arms, and you don't have to go that very far.
Right.
Yes.
So
I am the perfect bench presser.
Correct. For podcaster.
For 135 pounds.
That's right. I'm not sitting here saying I'm going to out bench you or Harry or probably even Mark.
Well, maybe
now. But those podcasters I had cleared by a good old 50 pounds.
You crush them.
Now, when you spot him, do you just like let him struggle a little bit?
No, because I don't want him to
So you pick it up with like one finger? Come on,
yeah.
Adam.
Yeah. 2 fingers, usually.
We got to get him more reps because he only did like 1 or 2 with
I
the
did 4.
145. You did 4?
I did 4.
He's looking for bulk. He's looking for bulk over.
Well, I'm just trying to see what I can do. Texter, average T-shirt comes out of a T-shirt cannon at 100 miles an hour, traveling 146 feet per second.
Like,
Mark never had a chance.
I'm telling you, it's just like Skeens. I was facing. It had a little dip at the end, so it was like a little.
It was the splinker.
It was a splinker a little bit because how they taped it up, it was not coming.
You're making a lot of excuses. You really dove deep. You're finding every detail to justify why you dropped the T-shirt.
Harry would have caught that bleep with his mouth.
Jeez.
My question is, if
Harry would have caught that left-handed.
If Doran, an ex-professional athlete, is there, do you go for it knowing that there is no plus in this? If you drop it like, oh, Doran can't catch it. He got drafted.
I would just caught it.
How about if you didn't, though? How about if it just how about if it ducked at the last moment?
Then I'd put my hands up like, oh, I didn't go for it.
Mark has this thing just like breaking the sound barrier.
Yeah. It was common, man. It was a whoom.
It's not curving.
I got a quick question. You said I could have caught it left-handed, but doesn't anybody with a right-hand dominance catch things left-handed?
All right, you would have caught it right-handed. Point being, Harry, you would have caught it. You'd have caught it, or
He was
you could
giving
have caught it
you
with
a
your
compliment.
chest. I know, he can't take a compliment.
I know, but like, does that mean
Harry wouldn't have caught
No.
it.
Because if you're like catching a baseball, right? Again, you catch with your left
we get
hand
it.
if you're right-handed. You know?
Harry, you caught a ball back to the pitcher with your crotch, so I don't trust you.
I got a strong crotch.
Do you think that guy would have been able to do the bar?
The
The viral podcaster that couldn't get 195 up? Or, excuse
Bar's
me, 95
45.
up?
I mean, the bar's 45.
Yeah.
You know, it's really bad when you bench and you don't have the big at least one big plate on. You got like
All the mini
ends
plates.
or the
I remember doing that in like 7th grade.
I'm just happy we all went and lifted together, because if not, I don't know what I could bench, and now I do, and it's not great, but it's better than those guys.
Yep.
Woo!
Yep.
Yes!
You're better.
Kyphosis,
You are better.
baby. All right. More actual Newsy Combine stuff coming up from Caboli next. Any scuttlebutt about free agent moves? Scuttlebutt about potential trades? How about the Steelers talking to a couple of quarterbacks? That's all on the way with the big kaboom. But right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they got 3 points out of a possible 4 over the weekend. They lost in a shootout to the New York Rangers on Saturday. Then they beat the Vegas Golden Knights 5-0 yesterday. Penguins have 75 points in the standings. They're tied for second in the Metropolitan Division, and they've got a game tomorrow on the road against the Boston Bruins. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. What's up, Penguins fans? Spring is around the corner. That means playoff puck. We bet you're excited for warmer weather, but as temperatures rise, make sure that your energy bills don't. Keep those cooling costs low with Window Nation's high-quality, energy-efficient products. Simply request a consultation where their experts will visit your home, spot problem areas, and make recommendations. And your customized windows can be installed in one day. I got new windows. Guess what? Energy bills, they went down. Once completed, your home will be shielded from outside hot air while you remain cool and comfortable inside throughout the spring and summer. And with Window Nation, your house will look great, and you'll have peace of mind. All of Window Nation's products are backed by a lifetime warranty. And there's no better time to upgrade your home with Window Nation in March. Can you believe it's March? It's March. The more you buy, the more savings you could enjoy. Up to 50% off all window styles. I'll say it again for effect. In March, the more you buy, the more savings you could enjoy. Up to 50% off all window styles. Be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 a month. And as a proud partner of the Penguins, ask how you could get 2 free home game tickets. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Quite a mess on the Parkway East in both directions. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. We'll start with the outbound side where crews are on the scene of an accident blocking the left lane. This is at the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange in that ramp to Beechwood Boulevard. That is now causing delays back to Forbes Avenue. Inbound, an earlier accident being cleared. It's off to the side between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Twistvale, causing slowdowns all the way back to Greensburg Pike. Route 28, your delay is approaching Millvale to the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So Kaboli dropped that shirt at the Pacers game, and somebody texted in, have you ever seen the video of the University of Colorado Buffalo mascot shooting himself in the groin with a T-shirt cannon? So then I looked it up. Yeah, those things be moving. Those things are moving.
How far away was the mascot compared to what Kaboli?
He shot himself in the Johnson.
Yeah.
It was moving.
Do you think if we did it again, you could catch it if you knew it was coming?
Yeah, probably would have used two hands.
You said you saw it coming, and then you just go up with the one hand.
I saw it coming, but like I told you, it had a little bit of a weird, funky spin to it.
It was a two-seamer?
You have to understand, when they wrapped it up into like 7 rolls of tape,
it was like a
it
dice.
was not, they didn't put it through like one of those things to make sure that it's balanced, the balancer or whatever it is, what they do with your tires. So it was like, oh.
How do you know they didn't do that?
Because it honestly took me 15 minutes to try to get this tape off.
He thinks it was a Daisuke Matsuzaka gyro ball coming in his direction. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Texter writes in, is this true, Doran, that they're allowing guys to lift their heel off the ground before they do the high jump now, but back in the day you had to keep your feet flat?
I did not know that.
See, everything's changing.
Right.
Records aren't what they used to be anymore.
No.
Put an asterisk next to this Kenyon Sadiq.
I agree.
Asterisk.
Yep.
And if he plays wide receiver in the NFL and not tight end, they need to go back, kick his ass out. Because like Denard Robinson is listed as the #1 rushing quarterback in the history of NCAA football, but he racked up like 1,000 yards as a running back and broke Pat White's record. They can't do that. It's nonsense. Wow. Anyway.
Yeah.
Mark,
right.
ear to the ground, scuttlebutt.
You all right?
Brian Thomas Jr. Interest?
I know they were interested last year. That's for a fact. But I think he was a little bit banged up at that time. I'm not quite sure who pulled out on that one, if it was the Jaguars or the Steelers. But it makes a ton of sense, right?
Well, for the Steelers, it does. Why would the Jags be trying to, if they were going to move him at the deadline in his second year?
Well, there could be some, you have a new coaching staff, and when a new coaching staff ends, some people don't mesh well. That very well could have been it. Plus, they had Parker Washington that just showed up out of nowhere, right? And they drafted Travis Hunter. And didn't they have a third one, too? I thought so, too.
Yeah. They brought someone in at the deadline, didn't
Calvin. No, not Calvin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Jacoby Myers.
Jacoby Myers, yeah.
So he made him expendable right at that point. That's why it makes a lot of sense. I do believe, just getting the feeling and talking around a little bit, that they are trying their darndest, stop me if you heard this again before, to acquire a receiver here, either at the free agency or via the trade before that, plus draft a wide receiver. I mean, you look at the room is severely limited with talent right now, so they have to go that route. And you look at the free agency market. I mean, if they're going to now tag your buddy Alec Pierce, I mean, that just brings everybody down one notch, and then somebody else gone, right? So unless you can acquire a Michael Pittman or something like that, and I don't know if they're quite willing to do that. I'm talking about the Colts, but they're going wide receiver. I would not be shocked if they, how typically free agency would dictate draft. Oh, I got this guy, so
we're good.
I don't think that's the case.
No, throw in as many bodies as you can at the room. I think this offseason, I think it's pretty unlikely you find your franchise quarterback. So the goal this offseason should be to fix the wide receiver room. If they do that, that's a successful offseason, as far as I'm concerned. That's been such a blight on them these last couple of years. I mean, there were times 2 seasons ago where Russell Wilson was playing winning quarterback. There was more times this year when Aaron Rodgers was playing winning quarterback, and neither one of those wide receiver rooms was any better than like 28th in the NFL. And then you lost DK Metcalf, which we talked about all damn offseason. What happens if you lose DK Metcalf? You lose him for a couple of games, and the offense, at least in the first game, you couldn't move the ball at all.
And look, the year before when you lost George,
it was over. Yep. That's when the season spiraled down the drain. So fix the wide receiver position this offseason. It's starting to sound to me like you think this Brian Thomas thing could happen.
I think it could. I haven't really heard anything. The Jalen Waddle was there last year. I'm not sure.
I'd rather have Thomas than Waddle.
I really haven't heard anything this year about them resurfacing with that at all. But I know if they were interested last year, why wouldn't they be interested this year if Miami's willing to get rid of him? But if you're going to get a Brian Thomas, that's great. I mean, bring him on in. I'm sure he's still on his rookie contract. Yeah, so it's probably not that much money until the 4th year, and that's not even that much money. I mean, if you can somehow acquire him, now what are you going to acquire him for?
That's what I was going to ask
probably
you.
Not that much. Everybody always thinks you're going to get, I got to give up 2 first. No, probably not.
I wouldn't even think you'd have to give up a first rounder for him.
No, I don't think so either.
Second?
Maybe not even that. I don't know.
How about a third and a slightly used Roman Wilson?
See, he takes place of last year's, hey, we'll throw you Calvin Austin.
That's exactly right. We do this every year. I mean, they need to clear a spot on the roster. And if you've already got a couple of good receivers, why not take a bad one to round out yours, Jacksonville?
And think about it. And if when Rodgers comes back, I mean, would he have 27 touchdowns last year? What is he, 27 and 7, something, whatever it was? And you just mentioned he didn't use, he wasn't able to have the wide receivers that were dynamic, and they didn't use their tight end. So to bring him back and just say, oh, he's old, he's going to be garbage, you have to take into account that he was not that bad with some not very good weapons around him. He had to make do with Kenny Gainwell. I don't know how good Kenny Gainwell is. He's good. But I don't know how much Rodgers helped that with getting him the ball in space. I mean, who knows? I mean, there is some spots on this team, though. I mean, look at the left side of the offensive line.
Well, let's get into that a little bit, too. In addition to the quarterbacks the Steelers met with, a fast riser, at that position. That's all on the way. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 41, low at 21. Tomorrow, warmer, high of 51, but 95% chance of rain. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint chipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Sean Whalen from the locally owned and family operated Whalen Exteriors, letting you know that we'll be at the Convention Center for the Home and Garden Show this month. If you're thinking about a new roof or gutters once spring arrives, stop by booth 2236 and enter for your chance to win a great Pittsburgh Sports Package giveaway. And remember, Whalen Exteriors is the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area. A-plus Better Business Bureau accredited with flexible financing options, lifetime product, and workmanship warranties. WhalenExteriors.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is has no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the left lane of the outbound Parkway East. This is just before the Squirrel Hill tunnels across the Beechwood Boulevard off-ramp and causing delays back to Forbes Avenue. Inbound, an earlier accident being cleared. It's off to the side between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. That's causing delays back to Greensburg Pike and past the scene to the Squirrel Hill Tunnel entrance. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Heavy traffic on the North Shore Expressway, then jammed across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Drew Allen leaving it out there. That was perfect. Oh. Starting to heat up. Just in time for it to be over.
He definitely ramped it up all the way through. And he's eliminated the cheat step right there with his left foot that we were talking about earlier.
Nice throw.
Those are two beauties.
That's right. Mark Caboli joining us now. He's brought to us by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Yeah, we're playing Combine highlights for you, Mark. You like that?
Combine highlights on the radio.
That's right, baby.
There's only one thing worse than the Combine. Combine on the radio.
You love it out there.
No, it's getting...
It sucks.
It's bad.
They booed Carson Beck.
Well, it makes sense. I don't know why. It's not like they beat him or anything.
Yeah, that'd be different.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a job interview, though. Like, you got fans in there booing guys that are running. And
well, if that's
like,
the
what?
word, I guess they think when, who's he going to get drafted by? Whoever. You're going to get booed in stadiums anyways, right?
I mean, but
might as well get booed at the Combine.
I just don't know why you boo him unless there's some Georgia fans. I don't know.
I think we need to, if we're going to allow fan access to the Combine, we need to allow unfettered access. Like, he needs to pee in a cup for them to drug test while people are watching. Not like looking at him.
Mm-hmm.
They want to.
Phrasing came out terribly on that one.
If you really, really want to make the Combine even or somewhat interesting, put them in those meetings. Televise those suckers. I know that would. I would never say never because this is the NFL.
I could see them televising because you do the kind of like the speed dating ones.
Yeah,
the speed dating
car
ones.
wash.
Yeah,
yeah.
Instead of the in person or the individual ones.
Yeah, you talk to so many people there, and then you get asked, "Hey, you meet with them?" Like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, because there's like somebody who walks by and says, "Hey, how you doing? I'm from the Steelers. Nice to meet you." Then it's like, "Oh, did I meet with him? Did I not meet with him?"
Right? Was this just a cursory hello, a little head nod? What was that?
Yeah. How many quarterbacks did they?
4.
I thought it was 5, but
Ty Simpson and Drew Aller among them.
Yeah.
And Drew Aller said, he loved meeting with Mike McCarthy. Ty Simpson said, I loved Mike McCarthy, loved meeting with Mike McCarthy. And according to Chris Carter, who we talked to on Friday, they thought it went really well with Ty Simpson. Did you hear the same thing?
Yeah, to me, that's 2 or 3 Will Howards right there, right? If you're going to have a developmental quarterback on your roster, why do you take one in the draft if it's second, third, fourth round if you're so enthralled with Will Howard?
Because
right now?
maybe, and here's the thing.
I don't think it is.
Maybe,
I know where you're going, but
no, maybe they just drafted friggin' Will Howard because he was best available. He was a 6th-round quarterback. They had a higher grade on him, and they need a backup quarterback too. I mean, they drafted Landry Jones ahead of him.
I understand, but
they drafted Mason Rudolph ahead of him. Maybe they never had this guy in the long-term plans, but because there's nobody else on the damn roster to talk about except for Mason Rudolph, they're singing his praises.
Yeah, and different coaching staff too.
I first of all, I think what we learned from Mike McCarthy is he's pretty straightforward. So I don't think he's going to make up anything. That's the sense I get right now. You know,
I mean, he hasn't said anything insane about Will Howard. He just said,
I like Will Howard.
What's McCarthy been known for? Be able to develop some quarterbacks, or maybe not top level ones, some of the intermediate ones. You know, the Cooper Rushes, the Tolziens, the Matt Flynn's, those type of guys. He looks at Will Howard and says he has the intangibles. He's big. He's strong. He knows how to win. He knows how to command the huddle, right? He knows those things. The other stuff, he believes that he fits his mold of being able to have a chance to turn him into something. That's why they like him so much.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that they don't like somebody else too, though.
But at that point,
why not have 2?
Because if you draft one that early, second or third, in my opinion, they automatically make the roster, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to.
Yeah.
So if you like Will Howard, he automatically makes the roster. Then if Aaron Rodgers comes back, he makes the roster. If Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, you might as well get your 6-11 season.
Great.
But 6-11 this is the issue.
Wonderful.
This is the problem I have with 6-11 season.
There's nothing you said there that doesn't make me want them to draft Drew Aller.
I have a problem with 6-11 seasons because you think that 6-11 brings you Drake May. 6-11 brings you,
6-10 brought Ben Roethlisberger, FYI.
Well, that was.
I'm just saying.
And also brought you Josh Rosen, and it brought you Zach Wilson. We tend to forget him, right?
I'm not saying their plan is to tank. It's clearly not. But you to me have just painted the perfect picture of having it both ways. We're going to try to win with Aaron Rodgers, and then if his leg explodes, then you go to a young guy and you find it out. That's a wonderful.
You know who's tanked for a long, long time? The Cleveland Browns. And where has their quarterback situation been for the past 30 years?
I'm not saying that they should tank. I've never been a guy that says you need to tank. But why do I need a Mason Rudolph on this roster?
Is that what you're saying? You'd rather have a Mason?
No, what I'm saying is if I don't want 2 people with 0 snaps and not ready to play after your 42-year-old. And I don't think they would want that either, considering the players they were going to bring back on defense in some of even the offense.
Well, if they love Will Howard that much, like we're saying, why wouldn't they want him as a backup?
Well, they think they have. Well, they think they have potential in him. It doesn't mean he'll be ready
Only one
this
way
year.
to see it. One way to find out.
Got to put him through the McCarthy camp, which I guess doesn't exist anymore at school.
I just don't. You might be right. I just can't wrap my head around the philosophy of we like quarterback X in this draft. We're not going to draft him because a previous regime drafted a quarterback in the 6th round last year.
Yeah,
The problem I have is where the disconnect comes from me and a lot of people is you give me 9-10 win season, people complain about it. I'm happy about that because if you get a 10-win season and you're getting in the playoffs, then you add pieces around him like DK Metcalf and some other guys. All of a sudden, maybe you do have a shot. So that's why I like the Aaron Rodgers and always trying to win. I don't want to lose.
No, I'm with you there.
I don't want to lose.
I'm with you there.
And you don't have to lose. The Seahawks went from 10-7 to Super Bowl champions. It can happen.
I think they went 7-9 to 10-7 to Super Bowl champs, right?
Well, whatever.
Whatever.
I was helping your point, and you're trying to take away from it a little bit there.
All right.
You pulled a Harry. I had your side. I was on your side.
I just don't like the fact that 5 wins is going to get me Drake May because history says no. Who was number 1 overall last year? The guy from Tennessee. I forget his name. Would you take him right now?
Yes.
You would take him, but it would not be a slam dunk.
There's no such thing as a slam dunk.
Exactly what I'm getting at.
And I'm not saying they need to tank. I'm saying if you have Rodgers and 2 young guys, that's the best case scenario.
I'm not throwing the third round, second round pick at a quarterback that I may or may not use when I can get a Zach Frazier or a Nick Herbig out of it.
They have 3 third round picks. Yeah,
Still.
Jinx.
Well,
how about that?
Jinx.
I think that's going to be used to go backwards. Now, what your argument should have been was you go 6 and 10 and you're a top 11, top 10 pick, then you can use some picks to move up to 7 to get somebody next year. But
well, obviously.
Yeah. So
yeah. Again, but you think I'm sitting here advocating for tanking. I'm not. I just don't want a placeholder backup quarterback on this roster. If Rodgers gets hurt and let's say he's out the second half of the season, it absolutely does me no good
to have Mason.
To have Jacoby Brissett.
I agree.
To have name backup quarterback here, Joe Flacco. Like, what's the friggin' point?
Okay. How about if he misses 2 games?
Well, that's different.
Then all of a sudden you're going, Will Howard going to keep you back in contention?
Yeah, let's find out, man. Let's find out.
See, I wouldn't do that. I mean, first of all, Mason's making $3 million a year. That's nothing. Chump change.
For a reason.
The punter.
God love him. And the cap's going up
I
to $301
think he can come in and win you 2 or 3 games to keep you.
like he did last year when he lost to Chicago.
Oh, he lost to Chicago.
He did. He threw a pick. He had a fumble.
Oh, he threw a pick and lost a fumble. They gave up 30 points to the Bears.
He
didn't have his guy on the line.
What's his name?
He didn't have the receiver lined up.
That was it.
He didn't have his receiver lined up. You want that coming back? He don't even know how to line guys up.
Yeah,
I remember that, but I had an excuse for that, and I can't remember what it was. I don't want to go back on my excuse of what happened there. What happened there?
He was rushing to the ball and didn't wait for everybody to get set.
Yeah, but there was something else that happened to why he did that. I forget why.
And Rodgers saw it from the sideline, and everyone watching TV knew ruh-roh raggy.
Well, didn't they give up like 200 yards rushing that day?
So
you're blaming the quarterback for 1 pick. Oh, I can't even think of Monongai who ran for like 600 yards, and you're blaming the quarterback for losing that 3-point game to a team that probably should have went to the Super Bowl.
What?
On the road. Found out at the last moment he
was his performance worth $4.5 million in that game? Mason's.
Well, he's only making 2.5. How much does quarterbacks make?
He stinks.
He doesn't stink.
He stinks enough to be a backup quarterback, and I've seen enough. But we're kind of
all of a sudden the shine's off. The shine's off.
Yes, the more he plays,
last year you want him to start.
Who? Because he sucks.
And now you don't.
Because he sucks.
I keep Mason in.
I know.
If Aaron breaks his arm again for 2 games, I have a guy to keep you afloat.
Like he didn't do last year when he was 0-1.
Right.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Adam, am I allowed to agree with you?
Yes.
I think Mason Rudolph stinks as well, and I think Mark's full of it.
Just to make Harry mad. Hey, Harry. Connor Griffin only has 3 hits this spring training.
Should have 5.
Only has 3, though.
5 for 14.
Against spring training pitching that's working on stuff.
What kind of hits were there?
Say that.
What kind of hits were there?
3 hits.
But wait, if the pitchers are working on stuff too, aren't the batters working on stuff as well?
Hits.
Can't use the same.
Yes,
I got him.
I forgot Kaboli. He has to poop on every good thing that is happening outside of the Steelers. And then prop the Steelers up. Oh, they'll be. This guy
3 singles.
3 hits.
3 singles.
This guy is sitting here. I want everyone to make sure they're hearing exactly what Mark Kaboli's doing. And yes, he has triggered me. Sitting here.
I tried to trigger him.
Sitting here and singing the praises of Mason Rudolph while downplaying what a 19-year-old Connor Griffin is doing right now.
Exactly.
3 hits.
It sounds like
that 3 hits, man. I'm thinking about 190.
If I'm picking up what
190 million,
if I'm picking up what Mark is putting down, he doesn't think the Steelers are interested in a quarterback this draft. We'll get more into that coming up.
Maybe
next.
Connor Griffin could play quarterback.
I bet he'd play better than Mason.
I agree with that.
Bang! It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So Connor Griffin homered yesterday against the Cardinals. The final score of that game 6-1. Pirates winners there. Pirates have another game coming up today at 1 o'clock against the Tampa Bay Rays. That's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. And for more Fan headlines, you can go to 937thefan.com. And now, Adam.
Thank you, Harry. Doran, nobody thinks about water damage until it's everywhere.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and free sensor with every home security package.
Awesome. So now you've got intrusion, fire, and water protection.
That's real peace of mind.
Especially when you're not at home.
Don't wait for a surprise. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tragedy struck at the University of Colorado. Head coach Deion Sanders confirmed the passing of sophomore quarterback Dominique Porter. The 23-year-old was killed in a single-car accident in Boulder early Sunday morning. Coach Brian remembered Ponder as a born leader who was deeply respected by his teammates. The crash remains under investigation as the Buffalo's community mourns. I'm Drake Toll.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
3 days grace.
I hate everything about you.
Alienation Tour. Adam Gauthier returns alongside Matt Walsh live March 3rd at PPG.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com. DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up.
served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Swicy menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Good news on the Parkway East. Both accidents there have been cleared. All lanes of traffic are back open on the outbound side past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. Most of the earlier delays are gone. Inbound, though, you still have delays right around Edgewood Swissvale, as that earlier accident has been cleared between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway West, you're jammed near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway North and Route 28 both up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter, my coworker and I have a $100 bet that was made in 2019. Bet is who will win a playoff round first, the Pittsburgh Pirates or the Pittsburgh Steelers. I got the Pirates. What are my chances? I think pretty good.
Yeah, because they've last time they won a series was in '79.
Last time the Steelers have won was in 2017.
When was the last time the Penguins won?
2018.
A series.
2018.
There we go. So we're really. When's the last time Pitt won something? So we're struggling. I mean, no offense. I meant basketball, though. By the way,
I was about to say.
Yeah,
I mean,
the ACC in 2022.
What you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, in
the last time Cal U won something.
Oh, when we were cheating.
Penn
back
West.
during the, 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, back when it was still Cal U.
Right.
Now it's Penn West.
No, it's
you don't
not.
even have
It's
a
California.
You don't even have a school.
I don't have an elementary school anymore. I don't have a college anymore.
You know what that means?
I'm getting old.
That's right. I think I'd put money on the Pirates to win a playoff round before the Steelers.
What?
Win 2 out of 3 in the wild card?
I just hope it doesn't happen.
You tell me. You got Paul Skeens pitching game 1 of a wild card series. I'm taking the Bucks.
But think about this. What if you have Mason Rudolph starting a wild card game? Man. Come on. Think about your chances there. Come on.
Hey, Harry, how old were you when last time they won a playoff game?
I mean, you're sitting here trying to prop the Steelers up like they made themselves in postseason glory.
I didn't prop nothing up. I just said I would rather them win the tank. And that's all I got to say. And I just triggered both you and Harry with 2 words. Connor Griffin. Well, 3 words.
Is it possible to trigger me? I don't think it is.
3 hits.
Texter writes in, Pitt won 2 NCAA tournament games in 2023. That's true. Just don't look at what's happening now. Avert your eyes. Although they did
I don't know
beat
why you
Cal.
have to take out Connor Griffin like that, though.
Just to trigger.
No, I'll tell you what. All y'all.
I've seen it so
all
many times.
y'all older. No, you have never
No,
seen
yeah,
Connor
no, you
Griffin.
haven't.
With
Yes,
what?
I have.
With what?
I've seen it. Chad Hermanson. You remember him?
The last Pirates prospect to be in this guy's realm
Just let him play.
was Paul Skeens. He turned out okay. Before that, it wasn't Chad Hermanson. It was Barry friggin' Bonds.
Oh, it was probably O'Neal Cruz.
Nope, he was not the consensus number 1 prospect in Major League Baseball.
The Pirates didn't draft O'Neal Cruz either. So
Nothing against
irrelevant.
any of these guys. Just let the guy play. Do we have to put him on the pedestal quite yet? Let's just let him play. Let him develop.
I'm sure you'll say the exact same thing about wide receiver X that the Steelers drafted in round 1. No, the first day rookie came. Oh, did you see Mekhi Lemon go up over that defensive back?
One-handed catch. He made a one-handed catch. Almost like me, like whenever I was in Indiana and I was at the basketball game, but I dropped it.
You told me Caleb Williams or Caleb Johnson was going to be a great player. He played 19 snaps this year.
I said he had a very quick first step.
To the bench.
Wait. Then he accelerated. Then what did I say right after that? You didn't hear anything. You're like, you heard what the heck happened to this guy? Because that speed all of a sudden disappeared. No, I guarantee I said that. I'm like, something's just not right with him.
You don't want me to find receipts? I'm looking for receipts
you
right
look
now.
For a receipt. There was the first day of camp. And it was like, holy cow, look at this guy hitting that hole. Wow.
Didn't
Mark Caboli, wait a second.
Yes, I agree. Look at the date. Look at the date.
July 27th.
First day of practice.
Caleb Johnson has a great first step.
Yep.
I could see him being a Pro Bowl running back.
Yes.
Weren't you also the person that said he would get 20?
I made that up, but you just confirmed it. And you're telling us we can't get excited about Connor Griffin?
Right. You're talking about a third-round running back out of Iowa.
I guess it's in the same ballpark. It was one play, just like one hit.
Adam, in his defense, though, you did say he would get like 20 snaps in the first 2 games.
Oh, yeah. I said Caleb Johnson was going to win Rookie of the Year, but whose side are you on, Harry?
The same ballpark? Caleb Johnson and Connor Griffin?
Yeah, same ballpark. Guess why? One
guy's the number 1 prospect.
According to who? Baseball America?
According to every outlet.
Even I know Caleb Johnson was drafted in the 3rd round. Come on now.
Where do you go to school?
Iowa.
Hey!
You just said it.
Harry plays dumb on purpose sometimes to benefit himself.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You don't think the Steelers will take a quarterback at any point?
I don't think so. Well, depending on what Rodgers does, which we all pretty much assured he's coming back.
So say he's not.
I don't think Ty Simpson is a guy that they would be interested in. I really don't. I don't know.
He apparently impressed them in their meeting. For what that's worth.
Yeah, what about Chris Shula? Did they impress him or not impress him? I mean, that's all. Who comes out and says that?
Who says that that's not impressive, really? Yeah, I mean, obviously, Mekhi Lemon.
Mekhi Lemon, he was a lemon.
I don't know if they believe like all that, but actually, I do kind of believe it because seeing the way he was interviewing, it was kind of weird, but I don't know.
It looked like he looked like an owl. Like his head was like almost spinning around.
Yeah, and his eyes were like kind of like rolling.
Yeah, I kind of thought he was being... I thought there was like an exorcism that was about to go on.
I'm surprised that his agent hasn't come out and tried to smooth this over a little bit. Well, he was sick or I don't know.
Why is Mark getting very quiet all of a sudden? You're like whispering over there now.
Because he's scared of Connor Griffin.
Because his goofy microphone is going to fall in my lap in a second.
So why meet with Ty Simpson and with Drew Aller then?
Why not?
Because you only got 40 of them. I'm just wondering why you would meet with those guys. Whatever. They met with, 40 guys? 39 guys? Something like that?
I'm sure there's a couple that nobody
knows about. Okay, fair enough. But why are you meeting with quarterbacks if you're not interested in scouting quarterbacks?
Well, what's McCarthy going to do? He probably wanted to, see what they were all about, what type of schemes they run. You gather information for yourself there, see what some of the colleges are doing, too. It doesn't really mean, what else are you going to do? Go with wide receiver number 18, 19, and 20, or the punter or the kicker?
I'd go with guys that I feel like I'm going to draft.
Well, there could have been some guys they've interviewed at the Senior Bowl that we're unaware of, too.
That's true.
So,
coming up next is the draft being in Pittsburgh affect their pick at all. Get Caboli's opinion on that, and I'm sure more debate about Connor Griffin, but first it's a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins got 3 out of a possible 4 points over the weekend. They lost on Saturday in a shootout to the New York Rangers. Then they shut out the Vegas Golden Knights by a 5-0 final score yesterday. Penguins have 75 points. They are tied for second in the Metropolitan Division, and they have a game coming up tomorrow at 7 o'clock against the Boston Bruins. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls in Westwood One Sports. Merry March Madness! Road life hasn't been easy for Iowa State. The Cyclones have dropped 2 of their last 3 away from Ames. Finding water in the desert in Arizona is unlikely. Tommy Loyal's Wildcats are number 6 overall on Bora Torvik the last month. I'm laying the points on Jaden Bradley and friends at home. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check them out at booth 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcveigh.com. Some restrictions may apply.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Did Adam Schefter say that Aaron Rodgers could wind up going to Minnesota?
Put that on his podcast. I think he was just putting one and one together from last year, but it's...
Well, they've had a regime change. They had a new general manager. Or I guess they haven't.
They didn't get any.
They didn't get one.
By the way, you see the grades of whatever the NFLPA.
I was going to bring them up
well,
to
they
you,
gave
but
they gave the Minnesota GM like an A.
An A, yeah.
Then he got fired because he never showed up and fell asleep.
Paternity leave.
What are we doing here?
We were laughing about that last week. Are you prepared to carry water for Art Rooney II and the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Carry water
About these NFLPA grades?
I could just tell you what's the truth, but go ahead.
The truth is that they suck.
What
the field sucks. The bathroom sucks. The locker room sucks. The facilities suck.
Yes, the facility does.
Yeah.
It was state.
All right, well,
you know
we're
what?
in total agreement.
It was state of art in 1999.
It didn't come out then. It was 2001.
Whenever it was.
Oh.
When they were building it. Things have changed.
I bought
obviously.
my house in 2017. We put a lot of work into it.
Yeah,
last 8 years.
and
I'm not a billionaire.
If you look,
salary cap's going up to $300 million. By the way, it looks like they got money in the NFL.
If you're facing the facility, you got the river to the left, you got the railroad tracks to the right, you got the facility behind you, the indoor, and in front of you, you got another company. So they're landlocked. They can't build anything. They got to move out, right? That's the problem. There is no space for anything at all. They've tried to do some upgrades. They they constructed a building, 10, 15 years ago, upgraded the weight room, did some facelift stuff. They tried to expand the cafeteria, but there's just no room for anything. And the release is up in 2030. If you don't have anything there, then you can sit there and criticize all you want because they need to move out of the building.
Well, I just don't know.
They need to move out, and they need a bigger, better building.
And you're saying they won't do that until 2030 when the lease is up.
I'm sure. Have they been? I'm pretty sure they've been looking into it, but those things take some time.
I mean, Penguins got one in Cranberry.
Yeah, what do? Put up a building and a couple of sheets of ice. Here, you have to build a indoor field.
It's the same thing.
No, you got to build an outdoor facility. You got to build an indoor
couple
office
sheets
space
of ice.
locker room, and then you have to build 2 or 3 outside fields as well, and find the land. I mean, it's
what's the excuse for their playing surface at Acrisure? It's a total disaster.
It actually wasn't bad until this year. This year was awful. Obviously, they're trying to do something now.
Now they are. Yeah.
Well, is it because the league mandated or not?
Yes.
Well, I think they got a lot of complaints from
guys like
other
Aaron
teams.
Rodgers, Chris Boswell. I'm sure wasn't happy with it. It's not the best of surface. I like their new surface. It stays green longer. Well, that would help. Not using the paint.
It's just ridiculous to me.
They're doing a lot of upgrades there too.
That the Eagles can share a field with Temple, that the Dolphins can share a field with the Hurricanes, and they both graded out A or higher.
Yeah.
And the Steelers were F- for field. Like, that has nothing to do with not being able to expand the practice facility. The land's the land there.
They just need a new building. And I've heard, well, I haven't been over to Pitt, but Pitt's pretty upgraded regularly over there, right?
Yeah.
However, I will say this about space-wise. The cafeteria and the cooking area is all on the Steelers side. That takes up a huge chunk of space.
That's not for Pitt.
Well, they make the food and bring it to Pitt.
Okay.
So, what I'm saying, that takes up a big. They could, if they had that space.
That's not that big of a space.
I feel like I'm on Zillow with my wife right now.
What I'm saying is, you can't. It's not like cut it right down the middle and Pitt has this much space, and there's a shared space there too. I am not. Don't miss.
They don't eat over there anymore.
No, they don't. Okay. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying here. They need upgrades. They need a new building. They can't do nothing with what they're doing right now at that building. I think it's apex. You can't get any more. You can't do anything else.
At Acrisure is also garbage.
Right.
It's total crap.
Did you see? How much do you think this plays into it? They're coming from Florida. They're coming from Georgia. where it looks like,
Every
little apartments.
I'll be 100% clear on this. If you are a mid-tier Power 5 program, you have better facilities than the Steelers do.
Yes.
Every single one of them.
You see like Alabama.
Every one of them. West Virginia's is unbelievable, and they've sucked for 6 years.
I wonder if that was to bring recruits in. Now, are you going to keep doing that or just use that money to NIL it?
I think it's going to wind up where before you used to make your major donations to the facility upgrades. Now it's just going to go straight to players, and the facilities are probably going to stay the same for a little while.
Yeah,
I got a hair on this microphone. I can't get it off.
They need to build. Apparently, they can't build up because of the land.
Yeah.
The stability of the land. They got to move out.
So you're trying to say that they can't break the lease break the lease like now?
I mean,
but they would have to build something. So it's probably going to take 4 years to build anything.
Yes.
You might as well break ground on it now, so that by the time your lease is up, brand new building.
Or like a year before your lease, then you can get out of it.
I knew they, what's his name? They hired to do something.
Dave Morehouse.
Yeah, Morehouse. So I'm sure they've been looking into it. I mean, then you look at land. I mean, there's a Cranberry. Do you want to move out of the city? I still say Century 3 Mall has just been ripped down. Let's go out there, baby.
Well, then the next thing they'll bitch about is having to drive down 51,
right.
and I will totally understand that.
You want to go out to Cranberry and hopefully be in the Butler tax area, and then you can go. The highway could just take you right to the city for the games.
A lot of room in Wexford. What about Washington County?
Weren't they considering that before?
But building the stadium there, I'm saying for the practice facility,
right?
I mean, practice facility. If you look in Cleveland's about 20 minutes, 25 minutes from their
Berea.
I know Detroit was. We were like 20 minutes from.
So is Owings Mill in Baltimore.
The Penguins
20,
are
25.
I mean, the Penguins are.
But how many times do Penguins actually practice there? I don't think they do.
Not as much as the Steelers would on a week-to-week basis, but probably more overall.
Yeah, they need. Oh, trust me, they can't upgrade. They need buildings.
Fair enough.
A bigger building. A better building.
When we come back, I want to get your thoughts on why Omar Khan graded as lowly as he did. I think that's interesting.
Very.
Very interesting, says Mark. That's next. Now a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins won yesterday, 5-0 over the Vegas Golden Knights. The Penguins got 3 out of a possible 4 points over the weekend, and right now they're tied for second place in the Metropolitan Division. They and the Islanders both have 75 points. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Most of the earlier delays have gone away. However, we're still looking at slowdowns on the inbound Parkway West. It's right around the runaway truck sand pile down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also, watch for delays on the Parkway East. The earlier accidents are gone, but inbound, you're still slowing back around Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, we do have work going on the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Watch for a lane restriction coming off of the span and onto the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
When it comes to local high school basketball, nobody gets you closer to the game than Steel City Hoops. All the latest highlights, scores, and standings, plus exclusive stories on the kids who step up and the teams that won't go down. Any closer and you'd need to check in at the scorer's table. Steel City Hoops. Find us on Instagram, TikTok, X, and at steelcityhoops.org.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service. Clear your space and contribute to a greener planet.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter writes in, Mark Cabali, national treasure. I thought that was Nicolas Cage.
Hey, that's a natural stir.
Yes, you do like to stir the pot.
I'm very good at it, too. I got you riled up. I got Harry riled up. I can't get Doran riled up, though. Maybe a little bit with the Pitt thing.
I have a question.
I'm afraid of him, though, so I won't stir him up.
Do you think Mark and I share similar qualities? Like that?
What are you saying there, Harry?
Of being Mark one day? No, just because like sometimes you say things that people don't understand, or you'll say something to intentionally antagonize
he says
people.
stuff that people understand. They just don't like it.
Well, yeah, right. But I intentionally antagonize a lot.
Yeah,
too.
you don't make sense. Like you just say stuff.
That made sense, though, didn't it?
No.
What?
I think you're more happy-go-lucky than Mark. I don't think Mark's a miserable guy, but you like to complain.
I like to stir some stuff up. My question is, though, is it really legit that you're cleaning your bedroom?
Oh no, I found my box of baseball cards and I stopped cleaning.
Oh, did you tweet one out for today?
I did. I told you it drops at 9 o'clock every morning.
Oh, well, we have to break our. All right, we'll get into Omar Khan in a second here. Nicholas Harry Callis's card collection, day 2. Dennis Santana, 2019.
His rookie card.
Let me read what you wrote. This card is from the year after Santana's MLB debut with the Los Angeles Dodgers. The damn Dodgers! Santana was claimed off waivers by the Pirates in 2024, and he's been a key back-end reliever ever since. Santana had a 2.18 ERA over 70 1/3 innings pitched in 2025. How about that?
Well,
it has been seen by 180 people. I will retweet it.
No, it'll be 109. Here's the thing. I mean, do we really have to go with 2018 and 19? Can we get a little bit older than that, Harry?
What are you talking? I'm just finding cards that relate to the Pirates that I found in my collection. That's what this is, and they're going to get better all throughout the month. And I'm posting them every day until opening day.
Expensive baseball cards are now.
Yes,
just you go buy a pack or something, or
for $40.
You can't even buy a pack.
They're $40.
Yeah,
they're crazy.
A pack?
Yeah,
it's like crazy.
No, Harry, you're an idiot. Mark just says stuff that's against the grain. Big difference. That's what a texter wrote in.
Harry's not an idiot.
I agree. He's not an idiot.
He's savvy.
Why do you think Omar Khan got a C+ on this deal?
That's interesting.
He's a 4th lowest graded GM.
I don't want to say it's because of contract negotiations.
See, that's what I thought it was.
I don't think it would be, because it's not like it's his choice. I mean, there's a relative number there, I guess, that he has to meet within, but I don't think he's I think he's a personable guy. He gets along with guys. Maybe it's because he is very businesslike.
Was it the Cam Hayward thing?
I don't think.
I think it might have been the Cam Hayward thing. And he's not like this jovial, muck-it-up kind of guy.
Not in the media.
Yeah, but you don't really
like
I don't care.
Colbert was always around and easy to
Put
talk
it this
to.
way. It couldn't have been because of what he did, right? Because you look at the drafts, you look at some of his acquisitions, not all of them, but a lot of them were good. They 10, 15 years ago, they were in cap hell constantly. Now they're getting $40, $50 million worth of spending every year now. They're free agent. I mean, it's not on the job. It has to be something that they relate it to. Maybe he doesn't come and talk to him. I don't know. I don't know how many people know him as well to be able to grade him fairly. That goes with everything with these grades. And I think that's why the NFL in general doesn't like it.
They made it so much more of a bleep storm by trying to keep it under the rug. So now that when it does come out, it's going to get written about even more so.
I love
magnifying glass.
Yes, that's what I was looking to say.
Yeah. Here's the leak. Here, you want this?
They didn't even leak it. They put it up on the NFLPA website. They're like, oh, really? We can't publish this? Oopsies. Accidentally hit the space bar. My bad. Texter, Mark is Eeyore. Harry is drunk Eeyore.
Drunk?
Because he makes less sense. He also would have caught the T-shirt.
I believe that.
100%.
Because you know what?
100%, yes.
There are kids in ballparks all across America every day catching T-shirts, and Caboli couldn't get it done.
Callis, 1,000,000% is going to catch that.
Well. Back in my
Harry would catch 100 out of 100 T-shirts launched in his direction.
Listen. Back in the day at Three Rivers Stadium, they used to do something on Sunday called the Pizza Hut pop-up contest, where if you catch 3 balls, everybody got like free personal-sized pizza, right? The first one would be like a little one. The third one, they'd shoot that sucker so far above the top of the stadium. No, ball. You had to catch it, and they'd miss it. So that's what I'm saying is mine was so far away, I could catch it was 10 feet away. This was like 500 yards.
Did I ever tell you the story about my uncle at Three Rivers Stadium? So he was there for a Steelers game. Got hammered. Climbs on top of the dugout, screaming, "Go Bucks! Let's go Bucks!" And they had to carry him out.
That's the story?
It's a great story.
Well,
I've never been more interested in anything in my life.
Somebody threw a ball at him or something.
You know what? I'm unretweeting Harry's card of the day.
Why?
Because you said my story wasn't interesting.
I said it's the most interesting thing I've ever heard.
Undo.
Did you undo it?
Undid it. Starkey is up next. Is Pomp going to be here? Find out in mere moments. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good show, Doran. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Well, you can let Secure Money Advisor get your retirement on track. Today, high of 41. Tomorrow, high of 51, 95% chance of rain. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident in the Point Breeze section of the city. It ties up the intersection of 5th and Penn Avenue. So watch for delays around that. Parkway West inbound delays near the runaway truck sand pile of the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. And we do have some moving road work. Watch out for a lane restriction on the inbound side of Route 28 between the Route 8 at the bypass and Anderson Street. In addition, in Pleasant Hills, moving road work restricts a lane of Route 51 Clareton Boulevard in both directions between Century 3 Mall Drive and Brewston Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-458-9469. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-458-9469. 800-458-9469. 800-458-9469.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team. Presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, how about the Pittsburgh Penguins 5-0 winners against the Vegas Golden Knights yesterday at PPG Paints Arena? Artur Shilovs pitches a shutout, faced 22 total shots. Ben Kindle, 15th of the year to get the scoring started in the first period. Chinakhov is 13th. Brian Rust, another season of 20 goals. Rickard Rakell scored his 11th on the power play from Carlson and Rust. Justin Brazeau added on his 16th of the year in the third period. Shots were even at 22 apiece, but it was the Penguins' 2 power play goals that have helped power themselves to a victory. They're 7-1-2 in their last 10. And they've picked up points in their last 3 games since coming back from the break. We'll play at Boston tomorrow at 7 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. All reunited again as we start the week. Let's have a great week on Pop and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pittsburgh still pressuring. They score! It's Chinakhov who put it off the bar and in. And Pittsburgh, moments after the power play, take a 2-0 lead. Here's Ben Kindle, scores! Ben Kindle snaps one by Aiden Hill. And it's Pittsburgh on home ice with a 1-0 lead.
Bob, there's only one place to begin, and that's where we just began. That's with the Penguins, but first I must inquire as to your well-being. You look incredible today.
I'm ready for golf season, Joe. Let's go.
A Laurel shirt?
The Laurel. Yeah, it's a Laurel.
Srixon
Or
hat.
if you're walking around town, people think sometimes it's a marijuana endorsement.
Yes, they
That's
do.
what they think.
Maybe David DeCastro will sign you up as an endorser, Bob.
Yeah, so we're ready to go. Let's go. It's golf season.
Today.
I'm doing great, guys. It's good to be back.
That's it? That's all you got?
I'm wonderful.
Where were you?
I had a great weekend.
He was in Penn State.
I was at Penn State visiting my sister.
Did you guys party?
We had some fun. I sent Bob a picture and said, Bob, this is where Gavin McKenna got into that altercation.
Did you punch anybody there?
No, I did not. Got nowhere close to it. But
if I was there, it might have been an attack, Bob, with Limits. Can you imagine if Limits punched me outside a Penn State bar?
No, I can't see that happen.
Or Harry. What if Harry Callis was at that bar?
I would never try to injure Harry, no.
Never try to injure Harry.
I've made friends with a lot of my sister's friends, though, so it was good to be able to see them as well.
All right.
Good time.
Good. I'm glad that you had fun. It's good to be back with you. It's good to be back with you, Bob. This is quite the reunion.
Yes, and it's a good way to start with the Red Hot Penguins.
Only they're not as hot as the teams around them. That's the amazing thing about this is that the Hurricanes above them have won 5 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And the Islanders below them, at least in terms of points percentage, have won 5 in a row. It's unreal.
And they had
what's
to go
going
to the
on.
end yesterday to beat a good Florida team, or at least one that's a defending champ. I don't know how good they are, really, but
not very good right now.
No, but the other teams behind them are not doing so well.
Not
and that's
doing
the
so
thing
well.
The Penguins having their advantage,
and that's great news. And man, is this team impressive? They just keep impressing, don't they? And we talked about how the first week or so, whatever, first 4, 5, 6 games without Sid was going to be a telltale sign here and maybe inform Kyle Dubas on what to do at the trade deadline. And all they've done is impress. They have 5 points in 3 games. Am I right about that?
2-0-1, yep.
5 points in 3 games. They looked great yesterday. And
Maybe
that raised
their best game of the year, actually.
one of them. I would say one of them for sure. And that raises all kinds of interesting questions that I want to preface by saying this, Bob. This is fun. This is great to be talking about the Penguins at a trade deadline and whether they'll be a buyer, and that even if they're not, like the alternative, and the topic today is, are they okay just standing pat or maybe making a minor addition? Either way, they're going to be getting a hell of a player back pretty soon. His name is Sidney Crosby. I love where they're at right now. And this has just been an unexpectedly fun season, a great ride. And man, was yesterday just one. You're right, maybe their best game of the year, but just a reminder that they're just a good hockey team, period. They've become good again. I don't know about great again. We'll see, but they've become good again. Now the question is, what do you do Friday by 6 p.m.? There's some interesting pieces out there. It's not just like, do you want to pick up an 8th-line centerman who you can use as depth? I mean, people have talked about Trocheck. He's an interesting guy. I don't think they're going to do that. Elliot Friedman was talking about that there's some chatter around the Penguins, but that none of that is necessarily coming from Pittsburgh. But there's other guys out there, Bob. And take a guy like Ryan O'Reilly, right?
He's been through it all.
He's been through it all. Reasonable cap hit, $4.5 million for next season. And from what I'm reading, I don't know how much it would actually take to get him. Like, he's gettable, a guy like that. What do you want to see them do, Bob?
Well, I wanted to see them add on all the way through this, just because I always think depth is a big issue. When you get into the playoffs, you're going to need a lot of people, especially if you advance through the first round of it. So defensive depth is important at the blue line, because you're going to get guys injured. Just like we saw Sam Girard took a block the other day, although he didn't miss any time. That happens. Block shots are big. Penguins have done very well at doing that. So they're going to have some injuries there. I also think in the time being, they're going to need, and we saw this in play on Saturday against the Rangers. They lost just about every faceoff, key faceoff. One of the reasons why they lost the game in a shootout was because they lost faceoffs to allow New York to get back in the game possession time. So I would like to see them pick up some sort of veteran center in the time being that Sidney Crosby isn't there. Just to have, as far as depth and insurance, I guess is a better word I'm using here. So other than that, there was a time I was looking at a big play, and that still may be in play for Kyle Dubas, only because, this is something that has become a special season in a way, and if they continue to do it, I think you want to give a shot to take it a little further than maybe most people thought. So if there's a big play out there.
Nobody's talking about gigantic players or first-round picks for UFAs. Nobody's talking about that, but there's a second tier of player they could go out and get.
Yes, there are a lot of them, actually. And so, you got to figure out what you need if you want to do it. Standing pat is an option that a lot of people may not like. I still think the goaltender issue is one. And let's talk about Shelovs. What a trade that was. We've talked about Kindle being drafted number 1 and that pick they had, 3 of them in the first round, but also the trade of Chinakhov, which is tremendous so far. Shelovs was a trade acquisition from Jim Rutherford and the Vancouver Canucks, and they didn't give up all that much to get him.
Thank you, Jim Rutherford.
24 years of age, and he has shown me 9-2-2 in his last 13. His save percentage is getting up there. It was .926 during this time. He's a good goaltender. And then you have Stuart Skinner, who
he's their number 1 goaltender, I think she loves right now.
I think right now he is, yes. So there are a lot of things in play for them to do. And you have to remember, there are only a few teams that are going to be willing to sell. There are a lot of teams that are going to be listing as buyers because they're all close to the playoffs or in the playoffs.
May I interest you in a gently used Justin Falk out of St. Louis?
St. Louis is a team that should be
Meet the Falkers, Bob.
We like to meet the Falkers.
Here's what The Athletic says about him. The kind of low-maintenance vet that contenders typically covet. He's 33. He remains a consistent, durable player, logging more than 20. He's a right-handed defenseman, which they should be in the market for. In his 15th season, stout 5-on-5 defender who chips in offensively, generally keeps things steady. He's a right shot, capable of playing both sides. As an added bonus, they report, his contract was front-loaded, which means he's owed less in actual cash than his cap hit now that he's down to the final 2 seasons of his deal.
Yeah.
To me, my wish list, of course, Trocheck would be great. I just don't see it as realistic. My wish list would be that. A guy on the back end who can help really solidify things. A steady, winning presence, a right-handed shot on the back end. How about you?
Yeah, I like that. I do. I think that's something you have to consider. And maybe the way, there are a lot of guys who are unrestricted, which means they're rental players. I've always been intrigued with that. If you're a team that you think you can win, you bring in a guy who wants, an opportunity to win something before he goes into free agency. So there are guys who fit that. I also think that if they decide that Miroshov is ready, knowing that he has some protection in the name of Arthur Shilovs, that Skinner could be another guy dealt to a team that really needs it. So Miroshov comes up, Skinner goes, and then the final word on that Jarry trade is, if you acquire something else in the Skinner deal, is that you have Gerard, whatever player you get for Skinner, maybe 3 number 2 picks. I mean, that trade gets better with each and every day. And if Skinner is part of it, that adds to that Jarry trade tree. But I still like Skinner. And I think in this, if they're going to continue to play well, and he's still, I thought he played decent in New York, actually.
Yeah, he did.
So it wasn't his fault they lost that game. They just can't score on a shootout.
There's tons of guys out there. If you look at these lists, right-handed defensemen, depth centermen, high-end centermen, if you're so inclined. So there's things to be done. But then you talk about disrupting chemistry. You bring up names like Derek Brassard from the past on how everybody desperately wanted him. And I give Jim Rutherford credit for going out and getting him.
Sure.
It seemed like every time somebody said Rutherford couldn't do something, he found a way to do it. That's why he was a home run hitter. You strike out sometimes, right? Everybody loves the home run hitter. But then when he strikes out, they want to rip him. That's going to happen. And it happened with Rutherford. But he happened to hit enough homers to win them 2 Stanley Cups. So I think we'll all take it in the end, right?
No question about it. I mean, he had to give up a lot in that trade. Philip Gustafsson was the young goalie, similar to what Miroshov is right now, and he gave him up to try to do that. And I think everyone at that point agreed with that because they were trying to win now. And I think the Penguins are trying to do a little bit of both right now. Win in the sense of get into the playoffs, see where this can take you, and then still continue to do what Kyle Dubas is. And he has added so many so many draft parts. It's unbelievable how many second, first, third round picks he has over the next 4 years. So they'll be able to really add on to the nucleus of future stars, I would think, here, even if they don't hit on every single one, and they're not. But when you have 16 available to you, first, second, third rounds in the next 3 years, you can continue to do that while still manning this ship. Because I think he owes it to the guys on this team who are veterans looking for that last opportunity in a playoff run. So I think because of that, he won't trade guys like Mantha or Brassard. These are guys who are going to have free agent status at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And maybe at the beginning of the year, a lot of people thought they acquired them to trade them at the deadline. Now, I don't know if I do that. I think I find them both very intriguing and important to this team right now. I'm going to ride that out. Would you do that too?
Keep the guys who are pending. Yeah. I mean, they've already traded one, but I think they got a nice return on that deal. So I would keep the others because what are you really going to get for them anyway? Plus, they've been very helpful.
They've been very good.
So that's another,
both of them, yeah.
Another decision for him to make at the deadline. The bottom line here is that the Penguins have a chance, Bob. They have a chance, and you have to balance questions of upsetting chemistry with what exactly you want and think you need. All the things you have to do at the trade deadline. I think they're going to go out for sure and get a right-handed defenseman. Do you?
Yes, and I think they're going to get some sort of center, too. Somebody who fits that role, who can do it, doesn't cost all that much, has experience, just, again, to have him in the bullpen, so to speak, when Crosby does come back. I'm not going to change, and this is the good thing about Dan Muse. He hasn't changed his way of thinking. I don't think Dubas will either. He's not looking to upgrade from an 18-year-old Ben Kindle just because he hasn't been through it. He trusts him. He will keep him out there. He's not looking to disrupt his fourth line. They get as many minutes as any fourth line in hockey, and they've been good about it. So he's going to continue to do what he does, which, of course, tells you that he likes what he has right now, and standing pat is an option. So that minimizes to me, the need for a big trade at this point. And it'd be something just to add on for depth issues on both defense and center.
All right. The other story brewing with them is Evgeny Malkin. And after the Rangers game, the 3-2 shootout loss, he spoke and said that Kyle Dubas is waiting till the end of the season, and we'll see what's going on. Now, I think, do we have Dan Kingerski today? Oh, Limitless Wonder?
We do at noon.
I believe he's reporting that there will be talks coming up with Malkin and the Penguins before the end of the season. So I'll get that clarified. In the meantime, nothing else I can say right now, Malkin said. I just play. It's not my job to talk to Kyle. I just want to play my game and just wait. I want to help the team. Sid's injured. Nothing. No crazy news. I just wait. My agent tells me we'll wait until the end of the season. Yoey's saying he sounded frustrated. Bob, here's what I would say just quickly about that is what's the harm in waiting until the end of the season? And isn't it actually prudent of Dubas to wait until the end of the season? We'll see where Gino is then. We'll see if he's healthy then. And then you make a decision. He's not going anywhere, is he?
No,
what's
that's
wrong
why
with waiting?
I'm not waiting, and it's not an insult to him to make him wait. It's not. It's just you're signed throughout the course of this year. At the end of it, you're going to be 40. There's not going to be a huge market to make huge money. I don't think money is even an issue with him. He just wants to make it known that he wants to be back, and I think people know that.
Well,
and
if money's not an issue, why weren't they able to hammer out a deal before? Because Dubas is just in wait mode no matter what, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's any urgency to hammer out anything with him other than year to year. He's at a point of his career, and that's no insult to him.
I agree with you.
But I also think his money won't be an issue because he knows it. He's made enough money. I think what's going to happen is he's going to end up just getting a one-year deal at a lesser rate, and that's fine. He's played like he deserves one. He's 39, but he's playing really well right now. And he has a chemistry with Chinakhov, another reason to keep him for another year, I think. But that's it. It would be 1 year to year with him. And I don't have any problem with that, and really he shouldn't either. Why would you give him a multi-year? I agree with you. Why would you give him a multi-year anything?
I'm seeing reactions out there like it's an insult or a slap in the face to make him wait. No, it's not. They've treated him unbelievably well, and he's treated them unbelievably well. Play out the year and then make a decision. And I would bet that the decision, if this keeps up and he keeps playing as surprisingly great as he has for most of the year, then you'll sign him to a 1 or maybe 2 year deal. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't see the harm in waiting. I really don't.
It still comes down to I think they're going to want him at the rate that makes sense for them, and he knows that, and they know that he wants to stay. So it's just a matter of getting it done when they do it. I don't think there's any harm to wait. Now, is he trying to push the issue a little bit, get some leverage going? Maybe, but that's okay. You hear it, you say, Evgeny, you're having a good year, keep it going.
When you reach this age, it's okay for the team to wait. And then if he decides he wants to go somewhere, which I don't think he would, then you live with that, right? I don't think he would decide that.
No,
I think it's here or nowhere.
I think he knows that he's having fun here. And that's the one thing about this team right now. They're all having fun. I think these guys have an amazing chemistry in that locker room. I think they all want to play for one another. I think that's why Muse, he set the tone for what this team should be. And it's a all-for-one kind of a mentality here. They pick each other up. They know their roles. Anytime a defenseman pinches, you watch. Forwards go back to cover up. You don't see a lot of 2-on-1s and 3-on-2s with this team. In the past, that's all we talked about, Joe. How many odd man breaks other teams get because the Penguins are being careless in their own zone, pinching too much, not covering at the point. So I think this team is in a different spot right now, and I like the way they're playing.
Has the bar changed, Bob? I think it clearly has. Now you have to at least get to the playoffs, don't you, to make this a successful season?
Well, I thought they would, and now I'm thinking that the way they're playing, I don't think this is being too much of a one-sided take here. Well, the way they're playing makes you think they could beat any team in the East in a 7-game series. Carolina is a team that I always watch and I always become disappointed with. Carolina is a team that sometimes doesn't believe it's good enough to get where it needs to go, which is why in the past they've made mega deals on a team that was in first place. But you see, they know their limitations, and I think their limitations again this year are depth goal scoring. So we'll see. They acquired Rantanen last year with the thought that he could help them. That didn't work out the way they wanted. They lost.
It never does in the playoffs for them. It
right.
never
so
works out.
They're a team that has to get over that mental hurdle.
I'll tell you who's good right now, Bob.
Playoffs.
I'll tell you who's good is the Buffalo Sabres.
Yes, they are.
I watched them the other night crush Tampa in Tampa. I agree with you that the East right now, I think anybody could. It's like the AFC.
Right. It's wide open.
This past year in football. It really does feel wide open. And other teams are going to make big moves. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And the Penguins, as far as the playoffs, are just in great shape right now. They've the last team who's out right now, the 9th place team, is the Capitals, and the Penguins are 6 points up with 3 games in hand. That is a giant lead with 20 games left on the Capitals' schedule.
Yeah, it is. And they're going to have to go and win a lot of games in regulation, while the Penguins just have to avoid massive losing skids. And I think they're built that way. They got to lose a few games. The response yesterday, Joe, after they lose that game in New York, they played Saturday, flew back to Pittsburgh. Vegas was sitting here waiting for them. Vegas needs points too. They're trying to avoid certain playoff disasters that could come their way if they don't. And yet the Penguins just steamrolled them.
It felt like a gigantic win. Somebody in the locker room called it a statement win. I think Kindle. He's right. And I think the statement is, with or without Sid, we're to be taken seriously right now. And maybe the statement is more along the lines of, we're going to hold the fort down till that guy gets back. Yeah. And I think they can make noise in the East. They can.
Again, if you look at the way they play, they very seldom give up 30-plus shots a game. They're keeping that down, easier for your goaltender. They are, very systematic in how they do things. They take advantage of opportunities they get, and their goaltending has been really good. I mean, penalty killing, special teams. Penguins right now are number 3 in the NHL in power play, and they're also one of the top 10 teams in penalty kill. Those are things that if you do, you're going to win a lot of hockey games. So they know what it takes. We'll see where it takes them. But I think for the first time in 4 years, 3 years, whatever it is, we're going to have playoff hockey this year, and I'm really excited for it.
Every number that you can think of screams contender. I think that's the story maybe today. Is the bar you have to now win a first-round series, Bob? Have we gotten that crazy? Look at the numbers. You're right. They're top 5 in penalty kill and power play. They've been scoring goals like crazy, and they're 6th in goals against at 2.80. Everything you would want, they are right now. The question's going to be, you mentioned the Hurricanes, like it is for the Hurricanes, well, every year, is do they have enough people, and they certainly have balanced scoring, but do they have enough people in playoff scenarios who are going to be able to put the puck in the net? That was the problem when they reached the lull in the Sid Gino years. After one cup, they would run into playoff series where they would almost get shut out for entire series by the Bruins, by Lundqvist, by whoever. And it wasn't until Phil Kessel and Hornquist and those guys came along that they were able to break through, because they could finally find a way to score when they needed big goals when the games get tighter. That's my biggest question. Like if the playoffs started tomorrow and Sid was back, obviously, that would be my biggest question about the Penguins is, can they score enough in those environments? You know what I mean?
Exactly. I totally don't know what you mean. It could very well be Penguins-Islanders again in the first round. The Islanders are not giving up any ground either, and those two teams right now are in position to be a first-round matchup. So they play a style of hockey that is conducive to winning close games. And I like the fact that they've been able to overcome some of these things that they don't. One game happens, it's a bad game, they go to the next day, and all of a sudden things are much better, and they change. They're a good, resilient team right now, and I like what I've seen there. And I think if they go and add a couple of more pieces just for insurance point of view, they'll be in good shape going in. And yes, I think if they get in the playoffs, Joe, yes, the bar goes up. Now people are going to talk about how far can they go? Can they win a series? Just imagine if they do win a series. Talk about people jumping on the bandwagon and getting hot about hockey.
I think it's happening right now. And the guy who might be that Kessel, Hornquist type addition, what I mean by that is the guy who'll be able to get it done in those environments. Maybe that's Chinakhov. He's been incredible.
10 goals in 21 games since acquisition. That's pretty good.
How many games in which he has played have they lost in regulation, Bob? He was acquired.
3, I think.
He was acquired January 2nd.
3.
You're exactly right, and congratulations on that. Ottawa 3-2, Boston 1-0, Calgary 2-1. Since they acquired this guy at the new year, they've lost 3 games in regulation, every one of them by a single goal.
And those games are low-scoring games that they're right in until the very end, too. So that's what I mean. They're playing that style of hockey that even when they lose, they're losing competitive games. Unlike what's going on in Edmonton, where did you see Draisaitl had another comment about Jari?
Oh, what did he say?
Well,
I can't get enough of that.
They lose again 5-4, and somebody asked him about this losing. He said, "I don't know how many goals we're supposed to score to win games. We scored 4. We should be able to win games."
Oh boy, let me find this out.
He was frustrated again.
Here we go. Intense situation brewing in Edmonton as Leon Draisaitl fires clear warning shot at Jari. Other than that, things are going well for Tristan out there. This was, 5-4 to San Jose. Sounds like a broken record, but just giving up too many goals. It's hard to score 5-6 goals every night. Oh, man, things are not going well for our old friend.
No, that's a problem right now because they're struggling with all that talent. It goes to show you. Sometimes they remind me, and this is not, they're not like the Anaheim Angels, but when you have Trout and Ohtani for a few years together and they don't win anything, and that's sort of what's happening there. They get into the playoffs. They got to the finals 2 years in a row. But they've always had some problem with trying to stop goals. Skinner was part of that problem too, although he was better in those games. And the fact that he has all that experience, I think, will help them too.
All right. Well, just our luck. Jay Caulfield, Stanley Cup champion, joins us next to talk Penguins, to talk trade deadline. I'm going to throw some names at Jay and see if he would be interested in any of these guys. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, you have a message for the Populace.
It's a new week, Joe, and we got a new opportunity for you at West Shore Home. It's bringing you one of their biggest savings events of the season. It's a 1-week flash sale. This week, you'll get 25% off your bathroom remodel. Plus, get started with no money down. Lock-in special financing options that make it even easier to get started right now. And this is a big and. You can save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the program when you schedule your free in-home consultation now at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast. They make it easy. From your free consultation to the professional installation, that's completed by one of their teams of highly trained employee installers. They don't subcontract. They have their own guys trained from the beginning. So they got your back from start to finish. And you won't be dealing with a construction mess for weeks on end. They get in, they get out, they leave you with a bath you'll love for years to come. But remember, the flash sale ends Saturday, so don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to schedule that free consultation today. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save 25% on your bathroom remodel with West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates in action today against the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a 105 first pitch from Bradenton. Listen to the game, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Mike Clevenger gets the start for the Pirates. A lot of regulars are in the order for the Bucks, including Brandon Lau at second, Ryan Reynolds in left, O'Hearn in right, Ozuna DHing, Horwitz at first, and Davis catching. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's March, and the NCAA tournament is almost here. And the team that nobody should be sleeping on right now is the reigning, defending national champion, the Florida Gators. Because it's been assumed all year long, Arizona, Michigan, and Duke, the 3 best teams. Don't look now. Florida's won 9 straight and 14 of 15. They are obliterating teams in SEC play, and Florida will be worthy of your consideration come tournament time. I'm Nick Costos.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Enjoy Lamont Winter Dinner for 2 special, just $99. Reserve a table on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays through March 26th for a complete prefix dinner for 2. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com to view the menu and make your reservations today.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. This is the perfect time to clean your air ducts as you deal with allergy season, furnace and AC efficiency, post-winter, and more. And this month, get a free size upgrade on every whole home air duct cleaning package. Don't you love when you buy your favorite coffee or soda and get a free size upgrade? Nothing better than getting a large but paying for a medium. That's exactly what Zero Res is doing with their whole home air duct cleaning packages. Pay less for more fresh. Go online at ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La, 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 la.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Sean Whalen from the locally owned and family operated Whalen Exteriors, letting you know that we'll be at the Convention Center for the Home and Garden Show this month. If you're thinking about a new roof or gutters once spring arrives, stop by booth 2236 and enter for your chance to win a great Pittsburgh Sports Package giveaway. And remember, Whalen Exteriors is the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area. A-plus Better Business Bureau accredited with flexible financing options, lifetime product, and workmanship warranties. WhalenExteriors.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here. Look, I know I'm probably older than most of you listening, but that's probably why you should listen. I dropped 35 pounds in 7 weeks at the age of 61 with Awaken 180. For me, it was a breeze, which shocked me because at my age, nothing about losing weight is supposed to be easy. Your metabolism slows down, your excuses speed up, and most programs feel like punishment. This one did not. The Awaken 180 program, my coach, the results, 10 times better than I'd ever imagined. I didn't starve. I didn't miss out on anything. I just followed the plan and watched the weight fall off. If you're 35 or 45, it's a no-brainer. You're in your prime for this. But if you're 60 or older, I'm telling you, it works. 3 years later, I haven't added a single pound back. Awaken 180 weight loss, one of the best decisions I've ever made. For your in-person or at-home consultation, make the call. 844-346-1800, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Broken water heater? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
The legendary multi-platinum rock band Firehouse is coming to Jurgles on Thursday, March 12th. With over 7 million albums sold worldwide and massive hits like Love of a Lifetime and Don't Treat Me Bad, Firehouse still brings the high-energy rock show fans love. Don't miss your chance to see Firehouse tear up the Jurgles stage on Thursday, March 12th. Get your tickets now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Jay Caulfield, brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Stanley Cup champion is on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Jay, how are you today?
I'm good, Joe. Bob, nice to talk to you.
You too, Jay.
Man, how about the Penguins yesterday? I think Ben Kindle called it a statement game, and it felt, if the statement is we're going to survive without Sid, and we're a really good hockey team. That seemed like the statement yesterday, Jay, and they've come out of the Olympic break with 5 points in 6 games. What do you make of this team right now?
Yeah, I really agree with that comment. I know Mike Sullivan was never big on statement games or measuring stick games. I kind of am. I kind of feel like you kind of had a Vegas team waiting for you to come in your town, like they're waiting overnight. So when you come out there, they have got 5+ players with over 50 points, and you kind of took everybody. I think when Stone got hurt, too, that impacted Vegas, but I think it was already taking shape. The Penguins were – they made it very difficult. There was not a lot of room. They're tough through the neutral zone. Their numbers are back. I got to tell you, when I look at what the Penguins did, we said this last week, guys. I have felt – when I look at the NHL and I look across it, and maybe the numbers might prove it or maybe not, but I think they're top 5 in the league. And I say that when you look at where your goal differential is, they're plus 30 goal differential, which is top 5 in the league. They're inside the top 4 on each category of special teams. I believe maybe they might be 3-4 or 3-3 even. I don't know.
Yeah, both top 5. You're right.
Right. So when you're doing that and your goal differential is what it is, again, top 5. Now, Colorado got off to such a great start. They've slowed down. Tampa is to get off to a slow start. They pick it up. To me, you find yourself, I don't find, and it's, again, what we were saying last week, the way that the lines roll, the way they're able to do it, I think the Chinakhov deal, of all the deals, everything's been done, and everybody's stepped up and made Kyle Dubas proud for how he picked them up. But the Chinakhov one, for me, truly has given you weapons. And when Sid comes back and everybody being healthy, it's complete. For me, I kind of really like the makeup of the team. We talked about all year long, we've been talking about the fourth line. The third line now with Kindle between the two big wingers. And I think Chinakhov with Malkin, I find it hard to believe you would move on from a talent like Chinakhov. I truly do. I wonder why some GMs still have jobs. I look at like what Edmonton did, the deals that they've made, and how they're put their team. It's behind the 8 ball. You move on from a player like Chinakhov. I know there can be sourness between coaches and players, but you move Chinakhov and then you fire the coach. It's the best thing. One of the best things that's happened to the Penguins for me is Chinakhov, because you truly have now put out. The Penguins have 3 lines right off the bat, and the fourth line produces. I'm not slighting them by saying that. I'm just trying to say you have 3 lines that can make something happen consistently offensively, and your fourth line does it too. I'm not slighting them. I'm just trying to say that right now that deal, Chinakhov has balanced this lineup to the point that I haven't seen it in quite some time.
No, I agree with that. And I think if you look back, Dubas's track record for trades has got so much better after the first year. And I think one that's really not talked about enough is Artur Shilovs from Vancouver at 24. Last year, he was coming off, I think he was the MVP of the AHL playoff run for them. And they got him for, I believe it was Chase Stillman and a draft pick, a lower round draft pick. And I thought the kid had a lot of potential. And I see him play now. He's part of the future, even if Murashov is your number one guy. So, Jay, as they head to the trade deadline this week, they got all these nice pieces at goal. What do? Just stick with it, or do they make room for Murashov and try to do something with Skinner?
Yeah, I mean, Bob and Joe, both of you, I'm a believer in sometimes that phrase, the best deal you make is the one you don't make. Internally, they know what they feel they need to pick up on or what they want to get. I just think a big part of winning in any sport really across the board is what you have going on inside your locker room, how everybody feels about it, how they play the game. Certainly, if you can improve something, they're going to do that. It's not like in the days when Craig was the GM and you could just fire off and you come away deals like that. It's different, salary cap era. But I would be really hesitant to make any kind of flip. Just a casual. I just am. I just feel like what they have going with that team is what wins. What you win with, and you need that phase of it. And I agree. This team was pieced together by guys that got another opportunity, came here, and then they've shined with what they've been given. I think the coaching staff can't say enough about what they're doing, the belief that the players have, even the veteran players that were here, Bob and Joe. I mean, they really feel like it's a breath of fresh air for them. Everybody, you can tell the way they're playing the game. But I'm hesitant to say, unless something just comes up so good that you can't pass on it. But Skinner, he's had playoff experience, whether it didn't go the right way at the end, but he's been to 2 finals. Shilovs, to your point, Bob, I saw him. He was with Talk in Vancouver. He gave them a great run against the Edmonton Oilers back a couple years ago. Then it went a little south, but he's found it again. I find it very difficult. And you certainly know what you have in Murashov in the minors. So, look, a lot of times I like to stand pat, but injuries will dictate a lot. There's only a couple more days before the deadline. I just like what they have, and I've said it. I said they're top 5, in my opinion. When you play the game that way, they don't fear anything. If they have a flat period, they come out the next period and then they dominate. So I think they've taken care of business. I don't really fear anybody they play against. The one team that I do, when you look at teams, guys, it's a player like Kucherov. He doesn't get sidetracked by anybody. The guy just does his thing. Yesterday, the Penguins took every key player for Vegas out of the game. And they can do that to just about anybody. They're so well coached. They understand what they need to do. I think when you hop over the boards and you understand your system and your role, that goes a long way.
Stanley Cup champion Jay Caulfield on the line. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. All right, Jay. Well, if you were going to make a deal, I'll name some players coming up, but forget about that for a minute. What do you think the Penguins could use? There's been talk, obviously, of a depth centerman, or maybe better than that, of a right shot defenseman. What would be your desire there as far as just the type of player that could help them?
I think, first of all, it depends on what's the health of St. Ivany. I'm not sure where they're at with him. I mean, that'll be an interesting thing to see because you have Clifton there. So I think you're always, if you can pick up another defenseman and have depth there, you'll always hear that. They've kind of been building that up. So that's one side. I think it's going to depend on what we hear about St. Ivany as we move forward. I think in the middle, it's going to be about, what do they really feel on the Sidney Crosby front? Because what can hurt you over time and as you get deep, or if you go on and you're in games and important games and playoffs, is going to be winning the face-offs and the battles that go on with that. They obviously aren't. That's maybe the one thing they're deficient in right now when Sid went down. So I think anytime you can add that way, that's what I guess I would say after what I just made a comment. I wouldn't want to play around too much, but certainly you got to look at the health guys and Joe, what they're going to look at. But anytime you can be stronger down the middle, I think that's it. But I do think the health, St. Ivany is the big question for me. Like, where is that at? Like, what are they expecting? How long? Because everybody was happy with the Shea St. Ivany, all the things that go with that. So I'd like to hear that before I made any kind of addition, because then you're pushing Clifton further out if you think you're bringing somebody in and not giving Clifton that shot.
There's some interesting guys out there, Jay, as I continue to press you after you said you don't want to make any moves. A gently used Ryan O'Reilly, a winner, just a abrasive, leader type who's been there, who wins faceoffs, who's only at a $4.5 million cap hit through next season. It's unclear whether he would want to move on, but interest there, a guy like that?
Oh, I think I really like Ryan O'Reilly. So, it's kind of funny, but I think what I go to then, Joe, again, I really like Ryan O'Reilly. So I can see you would have to find room where you're going to fit him into this. As soon as you do that, where is that going to go? Who's moving out? Like, what are you going to do? Am I going to say that's not going to be a great addition? No, but Tommy Novak in the middle with Chinakhov and Malkin is really good.
Really good. I agree.
Really good. So, that's the fine. But can you find a place for a great player who's won, but he's getting up there too? But I do like Ryan O'Reilly. But again, my point goes to the fact that you bring Ryan O'Reilly in. What are you bringing him in to do? Is it going to be so? This is if Sid's coming back healthy in a couple of weeks. All right. So you look at a couple of weeks out, and you got Crosby comes back. You've got Novak in the middle, which we just said he's really good in the middle between those two wingers. And then you've got Kindle. Kindle's he makes something happen every shift. So then where do you go? That's the part for me, Joe. But I do like a Ryan O'Reilly, but you got to be careful of upsetting the apple cart kind of thing for me. But I would totally understand that. But where does that fit?
Good question.
It's a very good point, because, like I said before, I don't think Dan Muse he's interested in changing the way he's employing four lines, and that fourth line gets a lot of play. And you're right about Novak. Yep. It's another guy we don't talk too much about, but he has been very, very good in that role in between those two. And so, but for me, Jay, it's all about depth in case of injury as you go into the playoffs, and especially defensive blue line help.
Yep, I agree with that. That's why I am saying, like, right now, if you look at the your additions, right? You bring in now two defensemen from Colorado, but you've got two different style players too, by the way, right? You move Kulak for Girard. That's two different styles, right? But you do have this blend. You have an extra one. Really, Graves is up here too. There's two extra left-handed defensemen. It's the right side. Clifton's there, as I mentioned. St. Ivany, what's going on with that? That is where you could use. That is, if you looked at it and you're looking at depth, that is the spot. But again, I do say the thing. I wonder what the health is and what is the timetable for injuries or anything on that side. But I think you're right. Anytime you can add to your blue line, you would definitely try and continue to do that, because these guys keep themselves ready. Bob, look at Clifton. He sat out, comes in, he brings an element that's different, right? He brings a different element. But they're all playing, they're all feeling their game, and I do think, when you can add like that, that's certainly only a plus.
Meanwhile, Jay, Evgeny Malkin the other day talking about after the Rangers game about next year and about how apparently, at least he said, they're waiting until after the season. Now, I think there's been one report that said they might meet sooner than that. What would you do with Malkin? Would it really be an insult to make him wait until after the season? It sounded reasonable to Bob and I, if that's the case, as much as we like how he's played this year. Why not just wait till the end of the year if you're Kyle Dubas? How do you feel?
Yeah, it's such a mixed feeling about that, because certainly he's found a new life in this season, right? Healthy, feeling good, great wingers, great team. The way they're playing the game, they're all enjoying it. But I think if you just took the personality out and just took what they've meant. To think about it, guys, three guys that have played 20 years together, that's kind of an amazing fact, amazing point. Mm-hmm. But I think if you're a player like that, I I don't know what you would be slighted, but I think there's ego involved in everything, right? If it gave him an offer and it's like, really, okay, hey, we're happy, we're giving you another year, but it's a number that's really low or something, I'm telling you, that's going to rock. And even though they've made money playing the game, and they've given back to the city and the Penguins for what they've done in their game. I still believe you can't go too low on a number of giving a guy. He's earned an opportunity to get another year, right? He has. I mean, where are you going to find somebody that's doing what he's doing with this game? But eventually, at 40 years old, when's that going to run out? And it's really changed the game plan, right, guys, of what Kyle Dubas probably was initially looking at. This is now not easy. And I do think, even though guys have made so much money, they've made their money in the game and it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, until I offer you some deal and they go, that's insulting, right? You got to be careful with that. You really do. But I do think giving them a year, they shouldn't be. A 1-year deal should be, hey, one more year. That should be fine. Mm-hmm. But it's that's what I think. You got to be careful with the number. Giving a guy another year, I think if Evgeny Malkin, okay, got another year, and then try and earn another one. Everybody has to earn something. No matter, it's amazing how it flips to later in your career. Even though you've been one of the best players to ever play the game, you're still not going to just give money away. And it depends what the plan is and what's in the budget. What are you looking at? Because players, the older you get, it starts to come into you that way, right? Even if you've been the best at everything. I think a 1 year you go on, but you got to be careful with the number. It's got to be a respectful number, because that will sour just any of the greatest players ever. You can't be disrespectful on it. And I think if he got 1 year, I wouldn't see a problem with it. If he got more than that, great for Evgeny Malkin. But somewhere down the line at 40 years old, when is that all going to flip? When does it all start to change? And if I'm an organization, I wouldn't want to be stuck that I did something. I would look at 1 year and give them the right number that makes sense for everybody, that they're happy. That's how I feel, because it will, no matter what. And Bob, I thought of you about this the other day. Rory McIlroy makes a long putt at the end of the day, right? Remember, I don't know if you remember this in the event last week.
Yeah, I do.
And somebody said, so somebody goes, oh, hey, you're one off. He goes, hey, I made another $600,000 on that putt.
Right, he did.
How much money did Rory McIlroy? Right. So how much money? It doesn't matter. They're playing a game. They provide entertainment, and they come out there and they've been the best at it. That's why I say it's got to be a number still, to me, that makes sense when you're playing a game each and every day and what he provides. And he's going to, if luckily we're able to see them continue to play the way they do. You got to be very respectful of it. But I don't think a 1 year thing, we're giving them 1 more year. I don't think that should be I don't think that's disrespectful. I think a number you got to be careful with.
Yeah, I also think that we've gotten a little bit of clue how Evgeny Malkin feels, in that he's more than willing to play wing, which tells you that he understands how this is going. And I think he'll be level-headed about it, because he knows that he's no longer the guy who's going to be in the middle over there. He's going to be someone who can contribute. He has and I think they really value that relationship with Chinakhov, but it's got to be in the context of your age as well. I think he knows that. I don't think it'll be a problem, quite frankly.
No, I'm a feeling of a 1 year deal. I think he has earned another year with this play and what he's done. I mean, honestly, and it's not about, and we know past performance and we understand, but what he's doing this year right now, he looks, go across the league, right? Hey, guys, and Joe, I mean, I look at this right now. I look at the league. I mean, to me, the underachievers in the Eastern Conference especially, right? And the Penguins have run through the West. But the Eastern Conference, with Florida kind of out of the mix, and they are. I mean, they're way back with not much to go. The Rangers, such underachievers. It's a mess. After that, I mean, again, look at that goal differential, and you watch teams, and the one thing that, like a Detroit team, they're one of the teams that's up there, but they're a minus in the goal differential. That's almost like a red flag a little bit, right? You got to watch that. But I think the Penguins and what they're doing, and I look at the league, and I look at what Evgeny Malkin's doing and his numbers. Yeah, he's earned another contract, whether that happens or not. I don't think there should be a problem, Bob, like you mentioned with, hey, here's 1 year and here's a good solid number. I think everybody would be happy. But it's the number. I really believe the number's got to be a right number, so it's not. That's the one I believe could be an insulting thing.
Jay, we appreciate the time. Pretty soon we'll be out on a golf course. Bob was just telling me this morning how much of a better golfer than you he is.
There we go. There we go.
Hey, Joe, no.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
First of all,
I
you
would
mentioned
say that.
No, I know how good you are.
I would say that for sure.
No, I want to ask you just real quick before you go. Like you said, you watched McElroy. I trust you watched yesterday, and just goes to show you about golf that Shane Lowry has a 3-shot lead with a couple of holes left, and he ends up completely losing his mind and almost shanking 2 shots into the water on back-to-back holes. That tells you everything you want to know about golf.
I know. Hey, Bob and Joe, I'm watching that. I don't know if you played PGA National, Bob, or whatever, or Joe. Okay, so when you get to those holes, 15, 16, and 17, and the wind, I had said when I saw Larry had that first one go in the water, my comment to Alicia, I was sitting there, we're watching, I go, if that's an amateur, your mind, now you've lost your mind, right? Even his layup, after he had a drop, I'm sitting there going, they don't know what's ahead of him, and he was. I thought, as an amateur, you'd be in real trouble. He was in trouble as one of the best players in the world, and it got him. It got him. I agree, Joe, Bob. I felt bad for him. It's tough. That's hard to watch, but we all, as amateurs, not Bob, though, as much, Joe. I'm telling you, Bob is very smooth. Very smooth.
He is.
I said it, man. Yeah, he is. No, I have to grind, Joe. I have to grind around the course. So Bob is very smooth, and it's always a pleasure to play with him, too.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
Great time. Yeah, same here.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, Jay.
All right, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Can I play something for you real quick about golf? I sent you this, Joe, and I think it's worth listening to.
What do you mean? We can play it through your phone?
Yeah, well, I'm going to do it because I have no other way of doing that. So
is he allowed to do that, Limits, or is he going to get arrested?
Bob, what are you doing?
What are you doing,
Just
Bob?
listen, it's funny.
You can't do that.
Yeah, why not? Listen.
If you write this down, it really helped.
This is
what I
golf.
try to do. I try to flat load my feet so I can snap load my power package. That way I can amplify both lag and drag pressure through impact fix. As long as my number 2 power accumulator doesn't break down, I can reach maximum centripetal force with minimum pivotal resistance. You see, the pivot is a utilization of multiple centers to produce a circular motion for generating centrifugal force on an adjusted plane, plus the maintenance and balance necessary for a 2-line delivery path. See, golf is geometrically oriented linear force. It involves a physical and muscular thrust and the geometry of the circle. You can divide the golf swing into 24 basic components, each having between 12
This
and
is why
15
you're
variations.
struggling, Joe.
Now, when you think of all this...
That's what almost ruined me. Bob, that's what almost ruined me in golf. In fact, I think it actually did.
If you saw Shane Lowry's face just as Jay said that first one, he lost his mind.
Yeah.
And he's the guy who's been through all of this.
100% mental. Right?
Yeah, it is. I thought that was funny to see that because it's exactly what happens when you're over a ball. You're thinking of all these different things.
All it is bring my wrist, cock my wrist, and then swing.
Yeah, you should limit it to one swing thought. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
But that type of stuff is what got me. I started to listen to too many people saying too many things, and I fell apart like the Bills in a Super Bowl. And I'm still rebuilding myself.
And it's hard to get it back, isn't it?
It is.
It just...
It's like when you get the yips, Pedro Alvarez, Steve Sachs.
Maggie Sasser.
You don't just get it back. And I was a broken man out there. Broken, I say.
It is all mental. As Yogi Berra once said, it's 95% half mental.
Cloudy today and a high of 39. Dave Parker, a low of 21. Roberto Clemente, fan weather. Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. I was in Buffalo with my brother this week, and we tuned in Saturday night by accident to the Netflix what's the word I'm looking for? Documentary.
What?
On the San Francisco 49ers from the Montana days.
Oh.
Unbelievable
show. With the
DeBartolo
family involved? Yeah.
Heavily, of course. Yes. And Tom Brady was one of the guys narrating it. And they had pictures of him as a kid crying during the Dwight Clark game because his parents wouldn't buy him one of those big, number 1 signs, the big foam thing that people would have. It's incredible, the footage, Bob, and what a team they were, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely they were. And Joe Montana is one of the best ever to orchestrate what he did over there. And he was not even a first or second round pick, third round pick. And look what happens.
Just like Kenny Pickett?
No.
Speaking of that, Bob, what a wonderful segue you created there.
I thought you'd pick up on that because I know you want to get to that.
Some very interesting things happened at the NFL Combine. No matter what anybody might think about that event. It's a fact that quarterbacks can rise and fall. Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, they rose in this event last year. Who rose this year? I think a man by the name of Limits might be very happy with one of those answers.
He's very happy.
We'll talk about it next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
And Joe, we have a big NFL trade that just went down. According to Ian Rappaport, the Lions are trading running back David Montgomery to the Houston Texans for just a day 3 pick. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100.
Guys, it's time to upgrade your watch game, and Louis Anthony Jewelers is the place to do it. We have precision timepieces, standout style, and a team that knows exactly how to help you make the right pick.
Have we met yet?
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Book us to junkdrunk.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different?
You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams.
What kind of help?
Design help, interior design help, and Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price.
That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong.
Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk.
It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry.
That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else and the expertise to make it happen.
Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Your Pittsburgh Penguins with a 5-0 victory against the Vegas Golden Knights yesterday at PPG Paints Arena. They're now 31-15-13. Overall, it's good for second in the Metro, where they've been consistently throughout the last month plus, not including the break for the Olympics. Artur Shilovs with a shutout, faced 22 shots. He has now won 11 games on the season. Ben Kindle is 15th of the year. Chinakhov is 13th. Rust is 20th. Raquel is 11th. Justin Brazeau his 16th. Penguins now will turn their attention to Boston and play on the road against the Bruins 7 o'clock tomorrow night. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's back to the very popular Pomp and Joe.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show.
Wow, the stuff Bob and I are hearing right now. Are you watching this, Limits?
I'm seeing it, but I'm not listening to it.
Peter Schrager, who I consider to be a rather even...
Bob, turn it down.
Tempered. Bob, can you turn that down? Now, I knew as soon as I asked Bob to touch the clicker, all hell was going to break loose.
Okay, there we go. Bob got it.
By the way, before we get into this, Bob, how is it that I've now reached my 6th decade on this earth and I still can't figure out clickers? This goes back to when I was a kid.
Listen, if you ask Jared Barton,
unbelievable.
our producer down at KDKA, Steve Benko, Jeremiah Miller, all of them have to come to my rescue when I'm trying to figure out. We have 4 different television screens together as one. We have others, and I'm all these different remotes, and none of them work. And I end up getting frustrated. That
I don't know how anybody
be a
ever.
Simple button.
Right. I go to my stepson's house. He throws 7 clickers at me and says, "Here you go. Just
yeah.
turn on whatever
and
you
then
want."
If you make a mistake and it goes away, and the HDMI 3 comes on, I'm thinking, how do I get out of that?
You guys don't even know how to put the pirate game on. I have to do that for 1 o'clock today.
How does anybody figure that out in the end? And how is it not simpler than it used to be? to where I could just
Even
I'm
trying
sure,
to find a game. Like yesterday,
Why
I
can't
forgot
I
that
talk
TNT
into the
was
clicker?
doing so I'm going through every channel I thought they'd be on,
right,
and they weren't on.
Limits, are there situations now where you can just tell your TV what to do?
You can talk to it.
There's a button on, depending on how new your TV is, that you can just say, play Sportsnet Pittsburgh or put on ESPN, and it'll just do it.
But, Joe, you can't get mad when it does the wrong thing. And then you start talking bad to that thing, and it'll go the other way.
Yeah, they try to get back at you, don't they?
They
those
get back
clickers?
at you, though.
Limits, can I not have cable and just buy AT&T Sports as an app on my computer?
I believe so. Yeah, they have the Sportsnet 360, SMP 360 that they have available for streaming.
So what if I just wanted sports channels? What if I canceled cable altogether and just wanted, you know.
Could try, what is YouTube TV
YouTube
like?
TV is very good.
How much is that?
I don't know.
My cable bill is out of control. Bob.
So is ours.
You know what else happened? We got a gas fireplace, and I just got the gas bill for January.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. It was a down payment on a new house is what it was. It was ridiculous.
So you use it a lot. That's good. You should. I have gas fire pits outside.
I wish I had stayed in the cold now. I'd still be fine, and I would be.
Are you a person? See, I like fire no matter what time of the year. It could be 90 degrees outside, but at night when if you're outside,
yeah, I like
having
the
a little
backyard
cocktail
fire.
and-
Sure. That
Just put
doesn't
it on.
cost me
It's more-
$500 on a monthly bill.
Well, then you got to stop using it as much.
I didn't know. I didn't know that
would burning. Go out and get rid of, cap that thing off, and bring in wood.
I'm afraid of that.
Why?
The whole house will start on fire if I start a wood. But you imagine me trying to tend a fireplace? What do you think I am?
Joe, I'm able to do it.
Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins, Bob? You think I'm a
tended the
chimney
fire.
sweep?
Bob, I've been able to do that, tend the fire inside. Yeah. So if I could do it, Joe can.
Can you tend an indoor fire?
Yeah.
You guys go out and chop your own trees down?
No, you buy wood.
You know how much land we have, Joe. There's a lot of trees that fall in the backyard, and they
And then
get
you
cut
chop
up, and
them
then
up?
they get chopped up with a wood
You
splitter,
can
and then they
buy
get
'em.
thrown
They're
into
living
the
like
bear.
Little
There's
House
boards.
on
You
the
go
Prairie,
anywhere
Bob.
you want to go, and you can get it, and just bring it in and use
Do you
it. buy
chop
another
down
one.
your own Christmas trees back there?
I've cut down a tree before with a chainsaw, yeah.
See, I wouldn't do that.
See, that would be a perilous.
My dad taught me how to
perilous
do it.
thing for
My
me to
daughter
do.
Chelsea and her husband Brandon go out sometimes and get trees in that way, and they bring cut it, bring it back, do all that.
Mine would be right out of Christmas vacation. I'd cut it the wrong way. It would fall on me or somebody in my family, stuff like that.
You have to cut it at an angle, Joe. Or
I can't.
I'll have to teach you.
Can't do any of that. Yeah, we should go out on a tree cutting expedition. Limits. That would be fun.
Yeah, it's not that hard to tend to the fire, Joe. You just got to make sure you have a mat down for any sparks and
make sure
embers
the
that
flue
might
is
fly
open.
out.
The flue is
Correct.
open.
If you don't
Make
do
sure it's
that,
open.
then you have a big
Kenny
problem.
Wood's open. Bob and Limits. Peter Schrager, I think, is a very even, sort of tempered, rational analyst. Don't you think so?
I would agree, yeah.
Bob, do you agree with that?
He's very good.
Yeah, I do.
He just said on live television that he thinks there's a decent chance Ty Simpson could go 6 to the Browns. And then Dan Orlovsky said he thinks he's going in the top 15. And a lot of people agree with them. Are the Rams at 13?
Rams are at 13, and he believes they're going to look for their quarterback of the future with Stafford getting older.
6th overall to the Browns.
that
What did you make of that?
It would not surprise me if the Browns did that. I don't think they're buying anything Shedeur Sanders is selling. They keep I think they're still looking.
What do you think of Ty Simpson as a prospect is the question.
I mean, I don't know. I saw the end of his career or end of his season. He's only played the one season, but he threw a lot of bad passes.
He had gastritis, Bob.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Did you know about that?
No.
Yeah, he had gastritis at the end of the year.
Is that a tight end? Gastritis? Leon gastritis? I don't know. My point
he
is...
lost 20 pounds with gastritis.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
That's not the way I would want to lose 20
He also had a
pounds.
broken rib at the end of the year. And he still played a great playoff game against Oklahoma. These guys' point is he played 1 year.
Right.
And in enough of that year, he looked like a top 10 pick that teams will be enticed.
If you're the Rams, absolutely that makes sense. You have to find somebody. If they believe they have all the information after this combine on him, and the Rams don't necessarily attend the combine the way others do, so that's interesting. But they're going to need a quarterback at some point, and they can certainly have him learn from Matt Stafford. He wouldn't be a plug-and-play guy immediately if they took Ty Simpson. That makes sense to me. Browns do not make sense to me.
How
But
about
it's
the
something,
Steelers at 21? Do they make sense to you?
It depends on what they're going to do. I mean, I thought
Well,
for
no,
sure.
but you're the guy.
Me, I'm not
You're
taking
Omar
him.
Pompiani.
I'm saying I'm not taking him.
Why?
Because one year I want to see more, and I saw some of his bad games. I don't care. He had gastritis.
You're Bob McCarthy. He had gastritis, Bob. Not Bob McCarthy, but
be a different type of gastritis. You get older, it's much different.
You're totally disavowing the gastritis situation.
And I've said this before. This is going to be my approach. This year, I'm concentrating on all the other things I need because I have some wherewithal. I can move around with.
You
these
don't have
extra
any
picks.
needs. You need a quarterback.
I understand that, but I am not going to go overall. I think
what I mean by that, Bob,
my first pick is not going to be a quarterback this year. I have more opportunity.
What if you loved
next year.
one?
There's Julian Sayin coming out. I think you'll have Art.
I'm saying he's the wrong choice. I'll say that right now.
Who?
Julian Sayin.
I don't know. I think there are going to be more of those guys available next year. I would not do it this year. That's my take. Yours? Would you take them?
I'm thinking heavily about it. I'm going to unveil my thoughts the week of the draft.
And so why did you force me to give you mine?
I just wanted to get gastritis in the show. And
Great
he did.
for talk radio, my man.
He did go from 210 to 190 or 220 to 200, something like that. He lost 20 pounds. How come nobody talks about the broken rib in the game against Indiana? Why are these guys on here doing it? Why would Peter Schrager say that if he didn't think there was a possibility?
They change their minds quite a bit, just like the mock drafts.
We don't?
No, I'm just saying.
Of course we do.
This is why I told you how I feel. I'm not going to change my mind.
All right.
I mean, you could be Drew Aller all of a sudden had a good day.
I was just going to get to him.
Here we go, Bob.
Drew Aller, baby.
Let's go back to my statement from last year because it may still ring true, only now it might happen in the second round. Limits?
It was kind of hard to believe that Joe said this.
I think the next quarterback in limits, this will make you very happy, of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The next franchise quarterback is going to be Drew Aller. Bob, that was me a year ago.
A year ago. And I know you didn't really believe it.
What?
You didn't believe that, did you? You said
Why
it,
would
but
I have
I
said
think
it?
you tried to appeal to him.
No,
at that point, I was actually being honest.
What Joe said is that it's not what he wanted to happen, not what he wants to happen, but what he thought was going to happen.
All right, let me ask you this then. We still don't know about Rodgers. If Rodgers comes back, he's going to be thrown into the same situation as Will Howard in that he's going to not be a first-round pick. Let's say he goes third round. And I wouldn't have a problem necessarily, I guess, if they're going to do that, because you're right. You got to figure this out at some point. But you're going to have two guys sitting around battling for the backup, I would assume.
What about poor Mason?
I still think Mason is capable of doing things. I just don't know that he's ever going to get the chance now, especially if they bring in another quarterback. What's going to be the pecking order there, and how do those guys get any time? If you bring in Drew Aller and you have Will Howard, you've been anxious to see in the preseason games.
You've been anxious to see.
I have, because it gives us something more to talk about in the booth. So how do you divvy that up? I want to see Will Howard. I didn't see him last year at all. And given how they're talking about him.
So now we're not making draft picks because of Will Howard?
No, I'm asking, how do they figure out who's going to be the next man after Rodgers, whether it's this year or next? And if you draft another quarterback next year, because I think they might, you have a glut of quarterbacks. And I know you've said this before, and I understand it. You can never have enough good options at quarterback because it's your number one concern, the number one need. But I don't know how you facilitate all this work when no one's going to get the kind of work that he needs, especially if Rodgers comes back.
So basically you're saying you would not draft a quarterback.
I said that before. I would.
In order to get Will Howard the work he needs.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I would draft other things that I need in advance of next year.
And then what about next year?
Then I'd look heavily into doing that.
Well, wouldn't that guy have to, if Will Howard doesn't play this year because you have Aaron Rodgers, wouldn't it become a competition next year
at
too?
At any point, this year or next, he's going to play. I'm not gonna, unless Rodgers is back. That's the wild card in this whole thing.
All right. Well, let's get to the Drew Aller piece of this because, as I mentioned, people like Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck last year, the NFL history, replete, Bob, and replete is a good word, with quarterbacks whose stock either rose or fell at the combine. And it seems pretty clearly, if you read all the accounts from what Drew Aller did, that his stock just rose. That a lot of people think that maybe at Penn State, he didn't have the weaponry he needed this past season. He maybe didn't have the offensive system that he needed at Penn State this past season. And that other guys have had, mediocre years. Drake May comes to mind right before they were drafted. And they've overcome that. So all of that could be factoring in, but it seems pretty clear that Drew Aller, they're about to do Peter Schrager's top 5 who got the most buzz at the NFL Combine.
I bet you Jeremiah Love is going to get the most love.
I promise you that Drew Aller is going to. Oh, they're doing the best broad jump.
Kenyon Sadig, he was really good.
He broke Doran Dickerson's combine record for the 40-yard dash.
And he also had a tremendous. What was his vertical?
Wait. What record for tight ends?
Yeah, for tight ends.
What's the record now?
4.39. Sadiq ran in his second run.
Second run, he did 4.40 and then 4.39.
Doran had a 4.4 flat when he ran in 2010.
Wow. So what about Aller? What about him? What now? Would you take him in the second round? You said you wouldn't take him at all.
I'm telling you, I'm going to try because I think they need another corner. I think they need 2 wide receivers. I think they need help on their offensive and defensive lines. They have a lot of things they should try to fix this year if they can. And again, this is all predicated on Rodgers coming back this year. They need to know this at some point.
Either way, would you take Aller? You say no. Limits. You've been all over Aller like silver on a Raiders helmet. Would you take him?
I would. Are you talking first round or third round?
You're just second. I'm talking second.
Oh,
now.
Second round? Yes, I would take him in the second round. Because, I mean, I don't really think there's many people outside of, myself that can kind of attest to some of the things that Aller went through up at Penn State and the coaching staff fired last year. They never had a coordinator that really catered to what he was good at and his skill set. It was always trying to put Aller into this box of read option offense and stuff that he just was not as good at. And, yeah, the weaponry was very poor. They didn't have a receiver that caught a pass in their semifinal game against Notre Dame. A pass. In a college football playoff semifinal
Does he have
game.
and I'm asking an honest question, does he have the processing skills to make it as an NFL quarterback? Impossible to know maybe at this point?
That I worry.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that maybe in effect at Penn State, but I still think that the offensive play calling and their strategy about how they employed offense did not do him any favors.
Bob, do you think the Steelers are going to draft a quarterback, whether you want them to or not? And do you think they'll draft one in the first 3 rounds?
Well, if you're not going to do it in the first 3, then I wouldn't do it at all. But if they do it, it would be in those first 3 rounds. My answer would be no. I'm going to stick to what I've said. They need help in a lot of different areas, and I don't know anyone outside of Mendoza. Now, you want to buy Aller, you want to buy Ty Simpson, go ahead. If they do it, we'll see. I don't know as much as those guys know. All I know is that they have holes that they need to fill.
As much as what guys know?
The guys who are constantly covering this.
Wow.
The draft nicks who are up there, they know a lot, just like the Steelers scouts should know a lot. They're going to know and put that into play during this draft. But what I still think, don't you agree? They need, Broderick Jones is an if right now. Sayamalu may leave right now. All of a sudden, that offensive line, which has made strides, is going to need people. Now,
they have needs. They have needs. They have one, though, and that's a franchise quarterback.
I don't disagree, and I'm saying that. But if you're going to force that, if you force a pick that you may not be absolutely sure of.
There's no pick you can be absolutely sure of.
But you know what I mean. If you're committed to a guy, you think the guy can do it. If they're committed, they're committed.
That would be if they took a guy at 21.
Right.
They would be committed. And the only guy who's realistic to be taken there is Ty Simpson. And he may be gone.
Which
can you imagine if he goes
the rest
6
of this
overall?
Quarterback draft. And again, I think next year will be much more of options.
That's what they say every year. But last year's wasn't any good either, and neither is this year's.
Fine. I'm just.
How about this, Bob? These guys are saying that the number one biggest buzz story at the Combine was Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that?
Because he's out there, and Arizona's going to move on from him, and who would take him? Minnesota? How about Minnesota all of a sudden? They've soured on J.J. McCarthy. This is a guy who they've drafted 10th. This is what I'm talking about with these different quarterbacks. You can take them. You're never going to know what you think. What? You liked him?
I knew about J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, my point is
What do you mean you knew?
I knew he was going to be a bust.
Minnesota thought he was going to be
Limits is ahead of everybody on everything.
No,
Bob.
not everything.
He knew.
But the J.J. McCarthy one. Joe, you remember I said it 2 years ago that J.J. McCarthy was not going to be any good.
I remember when Trey
He also
Lance
claims he was
picked.
first on the Connor Griffin band. He said he knew Connor Griffin was good before anybody.
No, to extend him. Not that I thought he was going to be this. No, not that. I wanted to extend him a year ago. I didn't think he was going to be the best prospect in baseball.
Boy, McCarthy had some terrible picks or terrible throws. You have to look at this and say to yourself, how do you make those throws if you're an NFL quarterback? But again, Minnesota felt that he was going to be their guy. They got rid of Sam Darnold to make room for him, for goodness sakes. Trey Lance, when he was picked overall, third overall back in the day by San Francisco, They were glowingly talking about his ability. Paxton Lynch, do you remember him? Because he came here once to be on the Steelers depth chart for just a year, I think.
Yeah.
Remember him? Where was he picked? By Denver. Was it Denver?
Denver, I think, yeah.
In the first round?
I know. It just goes to show a guy who's as smart as Kevin O'Connell and had a great offense a couple of years ago and had Sam Darnold just absolutely humming. His best thinking
was get rid
Kevin
of Darnold
McCarthy
and bring in McCarthy.
That's amazing. Maybe it was the GM's
or the
best
GM got
thinking.
fired, so maybe that was his.
But I would have to think if O'Connell was really not on board and didn't think McCarthy was any good, they don't draft him and they don't play him.
They don't play him, right. So I think he has a lot to do with that. But that's the interesting nature of these drafts every year. It's going to be fascinating this year. Hopefully the weather will be good in that stretch of days here in Pittsburgh, and a lot of people come out and see the drama unfold right before your eyes. It's going to be interesting.
What if Kyler Murray went to a team with a good run game, really good receivers, and a good defense? Went to a stable environment, went to the 2004 Steelers that Ben went to. What if he went into a really good team like that?
That's why Minnesota
what would happen?
Is most likely the destination since they're moving on from McCarthy, it sounds like. They have Justin Jefferson. They have T.J. Hawkinson. They're a pretty good offense. They also have Brian Flores on their defense leading the way. That's a spot where he may be able to thrive.
How about Aaron Rodgers to Minnesota, Bob?
I mean, that was talked about last year. Is it still on the table? Maybe they're going to change their opinion. I mean, again, how many more years can we talk about Aaron Rodgers?
What do you mean?
I mean,
we're going to be talking about him this year.
I know, but after this year, I'm talking about. I don't know. If that's the case, they should have just re-signed Sam Darnold. He had a good year there. There's no reason to move on other than they thought somebody else was capable of playing better than him.
Well,
and it didn't work out that way.
Bottom line from the Combine is Ty Simpson didn't do anything to hurt himself. Formerly interviewed with the Steelers. They were said to be very impressed by Nick Farabaugh. He said that on this very show last week. So if anything, I think his stock rose and Drew Aller's stock indisputably rose from the Combine, whether we think it should have or not.
Right. And I think you can make a good showing in these Combines when you're just it's you and a receiver, routes are going to be there, put the ball on the money. A lot of these guys can do that. It's what happens when there is chaos around you.
I know.
And that's where I think production in college, to me, I look at that as more meaningful than some of these Combine work or pro day works. You could look good when there's nobody out there in your face, but when you see it in action and guys respond to it. Now, did Ty Simpson do a pretty good job in that? I saw numbers that made me think against pressure he wasn't all that good or accurate. That could be said for a lot of guys in college football. So how will they address that? How do you overcome that in the pros when these guys are coming at you even in bigger opportunity? Guys who are good at every position they play.
Who do you think the Steelers' future quarterback is, Bob?
I don't.
If you had to guess right now, Arch Manning? Garrett Nussmeier?
So Nussmeier's another guy who had a good combine, apparently. So
take a guess.
How about Noah's talking about him in the first round? Should they be?
No, not in the first round.
Okay. Could he be a day 2 pick?
I'm thinking day 3. How about you, Limits?
He could sneak into the third round, but I think maybe 4th or 5th at this point. But he was another guy we were talking about, first round pick, almost as like a slam dunk going into the season, and then the wheels fell off for him. His coach was fired. He had a bad year. He had multiple injuries. His weapons didn't play as well as you thought. So he's probably going to end up slipping.
Yeah. I don't have the answer, Joe. I don't know who it would be. For lack of a better, it would be someone drafted next year.
Lenoris Sellers? Arch Manning?
I mean, it depends on where they fall. I would say the answer is somebody who's drafted next year. That would be my answer.
Dante Moore.
I'm surprised you didn't answer Will Howard.
I don't know enough about Will Howard. I know that I want to see him. I like what I told you repeatedly. I like what he did in that playoff run. So that's it. That's all I know. Can he do it here? He seems to have the smarts to do it. People like him. He's learned 1 year from Rodgers. He may get a second year from Rodgers. Would that elevate him into an opportunity to take it to the field next year and win a starting job? Maybe. Or if they don't see enough of him this year, what are they going to do? They're going to probably draft another quarterback next year. And maybe this year.
What about poor little Mason Rudolph?
I think Mason's going to be in a backup capacity, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you're him, you're making a pretty good salary doing that. I just don't think they're going to end up giving him a shot here. Unless, Mike McCarthy looks at him and says, I like him, and I'm going to go with him. He's the head coach.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob, coming up, your favorite segment of the day, and it's listened to nationally, perhaps internationally, perhaps intergalactically. It's the Limitless Express. What do you have for us, Limits?
Bob, you'll be all aboard when we discuss what Cavalli had to say about the possibility of a wide receiver trade.
How about what Cavalli had to say about Connor Griffin? We'll talk about that as well.
How about what Cavalli had to say about Mason Rudolph?
Oh,
well, he's been steady on that. He hasn't changed his opinion on that. Why would he get involved in baseball? What did he say about? Well, we're going to have to wait and see.
You'll wait.
You're going to have to wait.
You'll wait.
It's called a tease, Bob.
JP Roofing and Siding, they've been out to my house a couple different times, and they're really good people, and they do really good work. 50, close to 50, certainly over 40 years, well over 40. JP's been doing this, Joe Patacci. It's an Owens Corning preferred company, not an easy designation to get. You can't buy that. You get it through hard work, and that's where Joe excels. Hard work, customer satisfaction. They do it all at JP Roofing and Siding, and coming into spring here, a lot of folks might need some work getting done on their roofing and siding. 412-829-7711. $500 off your first roofing or siding project. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So, big trade in the NFL as the Lions are trading David Montgomery, their star two-way punch. The two-headed monster of Montgomery and Gibbs gets broken up. So they trade Montgomery to the Texans for a 5th-round pick. The Lions are actually, they upgraded it actually. The updated compensation is, according to Adam Schefter, a 4th-round pick from the Texans. Offensive lineman Juice Scruggs as well, plus a 7th-round selection. So a couple of additional pieces that were added into that deal. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 52 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It was a brutal weekend for Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, losing on Friday night in OT at Oklahoma City, and then losing at home yesterday to Minnesota, dropping Denver to the 5 seed in the Western Conference. But I'm not panicking. I'm not worried about Denver. Once Denver gets back Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson, I think the Nuggets are going to be loaded for a postseason run. I still think OKC is the best team, but don't count out Denver. I'm Nick Costos.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program. Just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schlei Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleiDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schlei Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleiDeckCompany.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees, and when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
Hey.
who's an oversharer,
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call Zero Res. Springing forward feels better on freshly cleaned carpets and floors. Let Zero Res remove lingering grime and prepare your home for the brighter days ahead. Check out all the raging customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet when you ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Call 412-701-1188 or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Ready to sell your home? You can get it sold guaranteed with the Guaranteed Home Sale Program from my friend Gina Giampietro of Reback Select Realty. Gina guarantees to sell your home or she'll buy it. To find out more, go to GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 44.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant.
All aboard.
Yes, sir. We're headed out on the Limitless Express. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Bob, we have a first-class seat. There will be a meal in about an hour. We're rolling. Limits?
Let's start with what Kabali had to say with the morning show today on the idea that the Steelers could pursue a big-name wide receiver in either the AFC East or the AFC South.
It's starting to sound to me like you think this Brian Thomas thing could happen.
I think it could. I haven't really heard anything. I mean, the Jalen Waddle was there last year. I'm not sure.
I'd rather have Thomas than Waddle.
I really haven't heard anything this year about them resurfacing with that at all. But I know if they were interested last year, why wouldn't they be interested this year if Miami's willing to get rid of him?
Bob?
Well, first of all, I don't know where that Brian Thomas thing actually started. Whatever it is, I'd be surprised that Jacksonville would want to move on from a guy who was 23rd overall or 26th, whatever he was in the first
Why
round.
did his production dip last season?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's the strange thing.
But he had such a good first year. Are you willing to just end that experiment this quickly? I have a doubt about that. I think Jacksonville would be wise to keep him, actually. And you hear the talk about A.J. Brown. You hear different people being mentioned at the Waddle thing from last year. I don't know. However they achieve this, I think they need to get two legitimate receivers in this draft or free agency. However they want to do it. They need help there.
Limits, what's your question based on that?
What wide receiver would you prefer if you had to make a deal?
Waddle.
If I had to make a deal?
27 years old. And despite the quarterbacking issues in Miami, now he's sort of flattened out over the past 2 years, but he still averages 14 yards a catch. He still had 6 touchdowns and 900 yards in that disaster of a situation. I'd rather have him, Bob, myself. You?
Yeah, I'm not really all that. A.J. Brown's a good guy to have, but it seems like I don't know who they're looking to move him to, if they're going to move him at all. I guess Waddle. I'm sure there are other guys out there. What about
Alec Pierce would be my first choice, but you were just asking between Waddle and Thomas, correct?
Correct.
I don't think Bob understood the question.
No, I didn't. And I also don't think Thomas is really, again, I would be shocked if Jacksonville would move on for him so quickly. 1 year, unless there's extenuating stuff that we don't know about. He had a really good first year, 10 touchdown passes, great. And then all of a sudden a down year. It kind of reminds me of Chase Claypool. He had a big first year touchdown, and then they move on from him.
What happened to him, Bob?
I don't know.
Do you know what actually happened to him? How could that have gone down? He looked like a really good player.
He looked like second round pick, one of the best, and then all of a sudden it just went the other way. I don't know what happened.
He just
Is
lost
he still
it.
in the league?
Did Ben make him the player he was? It would appear to be the case.
Yeah, maybe
yes.
so.
Is he playing in the UFL right now, the XFL?
I don't know, but I do know it's cloudy today with a high of Dave Parker, 39, a low of 21. Roberto Clemente, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in Florida like Ron did and get out of the weather we have right now? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Limits?
Bob, according to the Sports Business Journal, The Browns plan to put their shovels in the ground today to begin the first major work on their $2.4 billion stadium in Brook Park. It will be indoors, Bob, a dome for your Cleve Brownies. How about this? They're going to dig a giant hole for the building that'll sit 80 feet below the surface, and it'll be 221 feet above the ground. My question to you is, Bob, because we know Joe's opinion on...
I don't even understand math on that one.
Well, I don't either. My question to you, though, Bob, because we know Joe's opinion on this about the Dome Brown Stadium. Do you like that the Browns are going inside?
Well, first of all, if they're going to go that far underneath, they can bury a lot of their mistakes. There's room down there
Very
for
nice,
that.
Bob. I like that.
No, I don't. I would prefer outdoors. I would prefer better surfaces on outdoors. But, yes, I like outdoors better. I think a retractable is possible. Again, this goes beyond football. This goes beyond trying to utilize an area that you can put a whole bunch of money into revenue making, concerts and whatnot, but you need protection against that.
And it looks like they have a translucent, that's the word, right? Roof? Like a see-through roof?
Yeah.
I'm saddened and sickened by the whole thing. The Cleveland Browns indoors, the Dog Pound indoors.
What about the Buffalo Bills?
They're going to be partially indoors too. It's not going to be like it was. It really does sadden me that we're not going to get legendary snow games, ice games, weather games. That's the way it's supposed to be. I'm sick of talking about it. It's just the way it's supposed to be. And these people who want antiseptic indoor carpeting with their football, I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't want it. And I think most people are with me, Bob. Would you put out a Twitter poll question, please? Well,
Sure.
Just put this out.
Okay, hold
Cleveland's getting a dome. Do you want Pittsburgh to get one?
And
yes or no?
That's where I was going with this next, because the lease for the Acrisure lease is up in 2031, I believe, 2030, 2031. And they're starting to take out some of the seats and replace them. They're doing some renovations. Joe, do you think that there will come a point in time where the Steelers do go to a dome in the, let's talk, next 20 years?
Maybe the real question limits, if they do go to a dome, will Art spring for more toilets than just 5? Huh?
I thought about that. 5 toilets for how many people are we talking about in a locker room?
53?
53 plus staff.
Yeah, but staff has their own. The coaching thing, they have their own. There's other facilities inside.
You think 5 toilets is good?
I'm just asking.
I didn't think it was bad that they had 5.
No, I thought, okay, how many times do
you didn't?
Well, how much is appropriate? 12? 15?
Yeah, I mean,
at least 10 for a whole team?
The whole team is like 50-some people, and that's 1 toilet for every 10. What do you want, 1 for every person?
Yes, I think each locker seat should be converted into a toilet.
Well, to hold the team meetings in there, Joe?
Wait, you guys are okay with the 5 toilets?
I just did not know what an acceptable amount of toilets
I didn't either.
was.
I never thought that was a point of contention.
I mean, when you come back from camp, you still have like 70 guys on your roster, and they have a couple practices down there. Is it on the south side or at the stadium, by the way, the 5 toilets?
I think that's south side. That's what
I think so, because at the stadium,
But
you can just go
also,
to
Do they
the
share
other
toilets? Do they share toilets with Pitt?
If you go down the hall, there are also more toilets that are just general use toilets. So they're actually more at their disposal. There's just 5 in their shower room. Yeah, I don't know. I never thought we'd be talking about toilets.
Well,
no one did.
I'm astounded by this, Bob. I'm astounded that you both think that 5 toilets is good. Cleveland's getting an indoor stadium.
How many toilets? We have what? 1 here? Would you expect to come to a place and one of the things you're looking for is toilet access?
Yeah.
You do.
For sure. Yep.
You have gastric issues.
There's 3 here. Like, I don't
what
think
if
that's a
they
big
draft
deal.
Ty Simpson and he has another bout of gastritis, Bob?
Okay, well then he can
He's
have
gonna
first
need
dibs.
his own toilet.
He can have his first dibs on that.
Right.
I never thought that in a workplace environment that I would count the toilets and decide I'm not happy with this situation here because we don't have enough toilets.
I don't know. They all 53 guys walk in, and it's kind of a different work situation, Bob.
Well, how many people do we have in the office that are here on a regular
it's
basis?
a little different than this.
45?
You have people walking in on for little shifts who are coming straight from the comforts of home. There you have guys walking in, at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's going to be blowout central for a couple hours, Bob. I don't know. Maybe it's different. I thought that locker rooms were supposed to be like there's got to be 100 college locker rooms that are nicer than the Steelers. You might not think that's a big deal, and maybe it's not. for attracting free agents because people still seem to like to come here and play.
Right. And
but I don't
people
think
like
it's a
to
great
remain
look.
here. No, but I think that whole concept with the Steelers and Pitt, I think at first made sense, but I think the longer it goes, it doesn't make sense. And ultimately, you'll see them split. I think the Steelers will find another place for another. And those plans may be being talked about already.
I guess the moral of the story for me is Art seems rather cheap with things nowadays. Is he going to find enough public funding for a dome stadium?
Well, I don't know if they're going to make a dome stadium.
That was his question to us.
No, I'm just doing it generally as a. So I'm going to put
That was a
Cleveland
part
is
of the
getting a
question.
dome stadium. Would you want one in Pittsburgh?
Yes,
Simple
correct.
question. So I have no. It's
Limits,
an
was
outdoor
that?
sport. Yes, it's better football. Any other options?
No, I like that. You could pay Mulsey. No, forget about Mulsey. Go to hell, Mulsey. What was your question, Limits,
The
in the
question
end?
was, because the lease is up in like 5 or 6 years, should the Steelers look to pursue an indoor stadium like the Browns are doing? That was the question.
No, but my answer is God, no. Please don't do that here.
I agree.
Bob?
I don't want one. No, I like it the way it is. But I like football outdoors, and I think it's an advantage if you're an outdoor team and you have you earn that. Like Denver screwed up this year. They knew a storm was coming. They could have kicked the field goal, made it 10-0. They would have won that game. But Sean Payton outfoxed himself. I don't know what he was doing. But my point is, I like that. I think football is meant to be played that way.
Well, I'm glad we all agree on one
that.
thing.
Bob, a texter says that they play for the Riverhounds. They played for the Riverhounds, and they have around 15 toilets in the locker room with only 30 guys on the team.
There you go. Sports teams need more toilets, Bob. 5 toilets for an NFL team. It never would have come up if it wasn't a big deal.
Okay. I just never thought that'd be one of the things you'd be complaining about is the toilets. How many, how few, whatever.
Guy for the Riverhounds said they have 15 toilets.
Okay.
Texter, we had at least 12 toilets in our little old Waynesburg locker room. I don't know if I believe that one, though, Bob.
I do. I believe
12
that.
at Waynesburg? I went to Waynesburg. I've never seen that before.
Bob, guys come in for practice early in the morning, and they got to stay there all day long.
So they all have synchronized poops? They need it together at the same time? Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know, actually. Well, let me get your opinion on this then. Some people think that Art's failing report card every single year that the NFL tried to squash this year so that owners like Art wouldn't look so bad is more about spoiled, entitled players, and some think it's more about Steelers' cheapness. Where do you fall, Bob?
Well, first of all, I looked at some of those grades and I thought about travel. I thought they have a private charter. They give them all the food they want. When they go there, they have rooms ready for them.
So you're definitely on the Steelers side.
I don't understand why this is such a complaint. Why do guys have to complain about these kinds of things? It's just me. I mean,
guess it's all relative to what other teams have.
I guess. If that's the case,
Isn't
then
that the
fine.
case in college sports too?
Yeah, college sports. If you have big endowments, if you have people who are on your, what's the word I'm looking for? Alumni who have big, deep pockets, you can do a lot of things. I think we're seeing that with NIL. Is it an advantage for someone who has all these big companies in their back? Yes, it is. They can do that. You're going to start playing that game? I guess you have to. But in the pros, you come here. I would say the Steelers have not been cheap about giving out contracts.
How about
to the point where they have given some contracts out that people can't believe they've given out. Big numbers at times when you wouldn't have expected it.
They're willing to engage in the cost of doing business. I'm not going to go too far with the Steelers have gone above and beyond here. They're willing to be an NFL
total
team.
First class. For them to get a bad grade doesn't make sense.
Players report the Steelers training room lacks updated recovery technology and things like that. Is that a big deal or no?
I would think it's a big deal, yes. But I don't know that because I'm not in there to see what they're talking about.
That's what the players seem to think.
All right. Well, then if that's a complaint, then they.
How about the turf? How about the F- on the turf?
Yeah, I think most people agree with that. So I think they're going to put some new turf in apparently coming up, some new mixture of something. So we'll see what that leads to. But yeah, you need better surfaces. There's absolutely no question about that.
I don't know. Part of me does think, some of this is about entitlement, but what is sports but entitlement? And then when you rank last in player report cards, with your facilities and such, that opens my eyes. And it's not just this year.
But I also think, leases come, and when they come up, that's when things can change. And I think looking down the road at this facility on the south side, there could be opportunities for them to get a new facility and bring all the bells and whistles with it. But you have to wait until that time comes.
Team ownership, D-. What do you think that's about? Simply the facilities? Or why does he get such bad grades every year?
About facilities. I don't know what else could be brought into. I think there was a category there about families. To my knowledge, they do really good stuff with families. I know the new coaching staff, they just had a big thing for them at a nice place, and, they try to get to know them. I don't know. I just think sometimes people get a little spoiled in this whole NFL game. They want everything.
They want a good field to play on so they don't get injured.
I totally
think that's
agree with
reasonable.
That. I think that's the one grade that I would agree with. They need to upgrade there, and I think they're going to do that. But when I hear people talking about toilets, I lose my mind about that, because I know at most workplaces you don't have a whole bunch of toilets.
An NFL locker room isn't most workplaces, is what I would say to that.
Okay. But how many is the right
they're
number?
Professional athletes, and when most colleges have a better locker room than you, that's probably problematic.
And I think that deal was done when they had the Steelers and Pitt together, back when they thought it made sense. Now it doesn't make sense. And honestly, I think the Pitt got the better of that deal over there. So
the food and dining area got a B-. The nutritionist and dietitian got a B, Bob. The training staff got a B+. Position coaches a B. The head coach got an A for C work that he did, by the way.
See, now, what does that take into account? Is that just how you treat players? If they thought it was an A, is that how you scheme? Is that what does that all take into account?
Good question.
So I don't know the answer.
Questions.
What did Omar get? Did they have his grade down there?
General manager C+, which I think has been the Steelers for about a decade, right?
Yeah, but again, what would that mean?
I don't know.
I mean, I think we've talked here about their drafts have been pretty good of late, have they not?
Yeah, there were a couple of good drafts.
Yeah.
Who gets most of the credit for that?
Probably
Tomlin? Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. These are things that I don't know what the direct answer is. What does that mean? Why, as a GM, he get a C+? He's bringing in people. They've gone out of their way to bring in a guy like Metcalf at $150 million. Do people like that move or not as teammates?
Not particular. I don't particularly like it. Do you? I don't think he's worth that.
No, I don't. But my point is they're doing what they think they have to do. It hasn't worked out. No question about that. And it's resulted in all these years of losing playoff games. But
I don't know, honestly. It's a good question. Is what's the criterion there? Is it simply about liking the guy?
I would like to know more about. There has to be. You can't just give a blanket grade without explaining yourself, right? You should have a reason to explain why. Why is it this grade? The field, that stuff makes sense. But when you're analyzing coaches, GMs, nutritionists, why is it a B? What did they do not to give you an A?
You'll have to interview the player. Well, one of the things they said was only 5 toilets when they're talking about facilities. That's one of the things they explained.
When you talk about
I don't know. Maybe
coaches.
Let's go look at the survey. Maybe they went into detail on why they do or don't like these other things, Bob.
Was this done before the dry needling thing? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. All I'm saying to you is I would like to hear more elaboration of your grade. You can't just, to me, give me a grade. I want to know why you gave it that grade. If you're a player and you have a complaint, you should be writing your complaint down. Specifically, what is it? What don't you like about this? What about the food don't you like to give it an A? Because they've always been pretty generous with that over there.
Generous with the food?
Yeah.
Well, they should be. They're feeding football players.
That's what I'm saying. So
the locker room gets an F-, and the home field gets an F-.
I just think that's also time for. I think it's like anything else. You look for the new shiny stuff. It hasn't happened, and they need to make changes. And I think they're well aware of that. But it just can't happen overnight. They will make changes. Now I wonder about Acrisure Stadium. They're making changes to it right now. I think Austin, you said about this, but down the road, if you look at the time frame of that building versus Three River Stadium, like every stadium, there's a shelf life, and then it has to be changed one way or another. So
Sure, and we'll ask you for an update on your Twitter question. It's just, and I don't think this is about a competitive edge or not, because the Dolphins are first in this. The Steelers are last. People are still going to come play here. They still apparently like to play here, but it's not a great look when you portray yourself as a family-first organization and treatment of families gets an F from your own players. If I'm Art, I'm looking at that. You?
I'd like to know why they say that, because I've seen them not do that. I think they take care of the families when they can. I don't know what led to that. I'd like to know more. In answer to your question, I put this out. Cleveland's getting a dome stadium. Would you want one in Pittsburgh eventually? No, overwhelmingly.
Thank God. What are the numbers, Bob?
77% to 22. It's only 238 votes, but I just put it out, so it'll get more.
That restores my faith in the populace, does it not, Limits?
It does for me as well. I do have some friends, though, that are Team Dome because when they go to the game, they don't want to be cold.
Oh, they don't want to be cold. That's part of the home field advantage is rain and cold and sleet and mud and everything else, Bob. Hail, everything.
I don't like sitting out in it, but it's not going to make me not go to the game.
When I was going to Bills games, that's what you wanted. You wanted the Dolphins and Dan Marino to come into a snowstorm, Bob. You wanted ice on the field. You wanted everything else on the field.
That's part of
you wanted to
home
exhibit your toughness in relation to the teams. You wanted to withstand the cold. That's what you wanted. Now we all want to sit inside in a living room and watch football? What's happened?
Well, first of all, I think it goes beyond that. As I told you before, I think if you're in that building, you can get a lot more revenue generated from having other events. And other events cannot happen in the middle of winter unless you
I don't care about their revenues.
Yeah, but today it's about that too. That comes into play everywhere you go.
I don't care.
No, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But I think for them in a money-making business, they do care.
I'm going to adopt whoever is the last outdoor cold team standing as my favorite NFL team, I've decided. Minnesota went to a dome a long time ago. They were among the first cowards.
Boy, I remember some of those games there. Steelers
legendary.
Oh, my goodness.
Legendary.
It was minus 20 degrees.
I'm glad that Pittsburgh is still one. Buffalo has now succumbed to this. Cleveland. Green Bay. I want a Pittsburgh-Green Bay Super Bowl next year, Bob, just for this.
Buffalo's still outside.
No, they're not.
Yes, it is.
Go look at the new stadium.
I've seen it. It's just circling around the stands.
No,
it's like Miami Stadium. Miami Stadium is still outside.
Barely, Limits.
Barely.
You're not going to get snowstorm games in Buffalo anymore. You might get some snow in the middle of the field. It's more like Dallas's old stadium. It ain't the way it used to be. And I love snow teams. Detroit went to a dome 1,000,000 years ago. I want Chicago, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, New England. Those are my new 4 favorite teams, and Denver. How do you like that, Bob?
Yeah, and they're all. I'm sure Green Bay is going to keep it the way it is. They like that, the frozen tundra, all the stories that come from it, and I think the Steelers are going to keep it that way too. I know they like the outdoor game, and I like it too. So
let's get back to the NHL trade deadline because Dan Kingerski of Pittsburgh Hockey Now has some very interesting intel. Both on Malkin, not as far as trade stuff, but Malkin's future here as far as signing a new deal. And then, aside from that, trade stuff. Let's talk to Dan next on Pumpin' Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Bob, the Pirates are playing an hour in Bradenton against the Tampa Bay Rays. Jake Mangum and Brandon Lau will play and begin the game for the Bucks, who were acquired in a trade from Tampa Bay earlier this year. Mangum in center, Lau at second. Mike Clevenger will start the game for the Pirates. Henry Davis will catch. Alika Williams at short and Enmanuel Valdez at third base are two of the non-regulars that are going to be suiting up for the Pirates, with Mangum expected to play a decent amount this year, as well as the fourth outfielder. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and you can listen to the Pirate game today on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Spring weather is unpredictable in Pittsburgh. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installations take just 1 day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation in March. The more you buy, the more you could save, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
3 days grace. Alienation Tour. Adam Gauthier returns alongside Matt Walsh live March 3rd at Keith. Concert.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom to, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 liberty
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 5-0 winners yesterday against the Golden Knights in Pittsburgh, as they have taken points in all 3 games since the Olympic break. With the NHL trade deadline looming on Friday, March 6 at 3 p.m. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Dan Kingerski joins the show next.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I don't know, Bob. I guess we know each other fairly well. I just asked Bob if he trusted me. He said, yes, why wouldn't I? I said, we don't really know each other that well. We just sort of...
I said, we sit in here 4 hours a day, 3 days a week.
But we're talking sports. I mean, we do. We're friends. We're definitely friends. At least I think so. Do you?
We've played golf. I've watched you at your high point where you almost made a birdie in number 13 at Oakmont. I've watched you miss something that brought you to your knees. So I've seen it all.
You literally saw me go down at Oakmont to the ground coming out of that bunker. I collapsed in just exasperation. That course
You're
crushed
not alone.
me. It ruined me. All right, Bob. Let's get back to the trade deadline. Friday. What time is it? Friday at 3 p.m.?
I think it's 3 p.m., yeah.
Okay. And what the Penguins may or may not do. Jay Caulfield was interesting today. He seemed to be leaning toward just stay with what you have.
Yeah.
You know, the team chemistry thing. And I hear that. I also think there's potential moves that could help them, though. Let's bring on Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now. There he is, Bob. Live and in color. It looks like he has a smoking jacket on. Look at this guy.
He's an
it's
elegant,
incredible.
I've noticed he's an elegant dresser, too.
Wow.
So I appreciate that, Dan. I think that's important, and it's not done as much as it should be, I think, today.
Well, coming from you, Bob, I appreciate that.
Dan does great work over at Pittsburgh Hockey Now. And let's start with this. I don't want to mischaracterize, so I was careful talking about your reporting earlier, Dan, because I think it was your reporting that indicates that maybe Malkin and Dubas, Malkin and the Penguins, will meet again soon. Is that right? Because the story coming out of New York the other day was Gino basically saying, yeah, I'm going to have to wait till the end of the year. What's the update on that?
Yeah, within minutes of publishing the initial story, Gino said what he said, clear as day, have to wait until after the season. Then the sources start speaking, right? Now, exactly why there was a miscommunication, or if there was a miscommunication, if it was just a reaction to the groundswell of social media support for Malkin, yes, can confirm that Dubas and Malkin supposed to meet early this week, whether that's today on an off day, tomorrow on the plane, whatever it might be. I guess today on the plane, whatever it might be. Yeah.
Well, the feeling here really amongst the three of us was, what harm would it do for Kyle Dubas to wait? And in fact, isn't that the prudent thing, just to see how the season plays out health-wise and everything else with Gino? Are we?
Well, we are 58, 59 games into this season, and Malkin, in the games he's played, is more than a point per game guy. More specifically, maybe more to his contention, he's moving really well. He's playing well. And now that I've slotted him on the wing, he's got a lot more versatility. So, and then you look at big picture too. What's the harm in waiting? Well, let's just say you get to June, and then Dubas says, nope, I want to move on. Now you've denied a guy who has been a stalwart for you a proper goodbye. That just seems really ice cold and not in keeping with the human part of sports as well.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that to some degree with Andrew McCutchen. Same kind of situation there where maybe the expectation was he was going to come back, same kind of deal, and that didn't happen. I understand that, Dan, I do, but I also think that because we've seen Malkin adjust to the wing tells me a lot about his willingness to not just want to still be here, but willing to do whatever it takes to be here, right?
He badly wants to stay. We've known this all year. About a month ago, he finally came clean and said, yeah, I want to show everybody I'm a good player. I want another contract. He said it specifically. So, he's made no bones about it. I think he's earned it as well. I mean, listen, it's not like there's a couple of guys in Wilkes-Barre who are going to come in and play top 6 minutes at any sort of that level that Malkin is playing. We talk about Ville Koivunen, his up and downs this year. Rutger McGroarty up and down, playing well, but not necessarily having the finish to be a second or a first line winger. So until you have guys pushing Malkin out the door, they're too good to say goodbye.
So could it be that they disagree on the money, or it's simply Kyle wanting to wait?
Well, I think, and this is my impression or interpretation of it, is that Dubas is stuck between his plan to really overturn this roster and get moving onto the next phase, and the old guy's playing too well to necessarily say goodbye. Also, don't forget the ownership aspect of this. We found out after the fact that FSG came in, had every intention of brooming these guys out the door. Once you're in that seat, though, and you realize that ticket sales matter and all of the revenues and all of that, public perception and public goodwill, FSG kind of nudged Ron Hextall and said, maybe you should re-sign these guys. I could very much see that being in play here. We've got these folks from Chicago, the Hoffman Group, looking at Dubas saying, we don't want the first thing on our record to be getting rid of Evgeny Malkin playing this well.
See, I think if they play well and win a playoff round or two, that while people still love the nostalgia part of it, that takes a back seat to this. And what if Kyle's plan is to move on? How would that play? If he said that right now, that wouldn't be very good, right? I mean, then you'd have the goodbyes to Gino now when he wouldn't even want them. So I would never open that can of worms if I was Dubas.
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I suppose from a human perspective, I would think Malkin deserves that courtesy. And he deserves to know, hey, maybe there's a team that wants you. Gino, we're not going to re-sign you for next year. I don't know if you tell him now, maybe it opens the door for a whopper of a trade.
So speaking of the next contract, let's say the Penguins are interested. And Jay made a point to say that he may be I think he would be willing to do a 1-year deal, but it would have to be at the right money, because if it's anything less than what he thinks he's valued, it'll be kind of disrespectful. So if let's say it's a 1-year deal, number one, do you expect a 1-year offer if they're going to keep him? And number two, what would that look like for financially?
Yeah, I don't think you can give a 39-year-old guy with his health history more than 1 year. He even said a 1-year contract. So I think we're good on that. I don't think money is a big issue. From what I've heard and been told, money is the least of the concerns here.
All right. We're talking to Dan Kingerski from Pittsburgh Hockey Now, and he's on the fan hotline, the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can also weigh in on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's talk trade deadline. What are you hearing? What do they want? What do they need? Do you think they'll make a move?
Well, I think Jay has it right that they really don't need anything. There's no urgency to add to this team. I think the weakest part of the game right now is probably the blue line. I'm not necessarily convinced Sam Girard is any sort of upgrade over Brett Kulak, but they're still kind of solid. Even on the right side, I know they're not in love with Connor Clifton there being the third pairing defenseman, but you have Jack St. Ivany coming back later March, early April. And I know that Dan Muse really liked that steady, hard game that he brought. So, I mean, you can maybe nibble at some of the edges here. Third pairing defenseman, right side, even maybe another left side defenseman. I really do think Dubas is staying the course here and looking for guys who are part of their future. And I could definitely see to that end looking for some of these young centers who are falling out of favor. You know, the Matty Beniers in Seattle, maybe, a Marco Rossi in Vancouver, Quentin Byfield in L.A., guys who haven't reached their potential. He seems to love those guys.
I like Byfield a lot. I think he has a lot of potential.
I do too, yeah.
All right, what about goaltending? They have Miroshov, who seems to be knocking on the door. Do you see a scenario where they would elevate him, trade Skinner, for example, if they felt they can get something for Skinner? Or is he such a part of this room now that, he's a big guy, he has playoff experience, he's been to 2 finals. What would you do with that situation?
Well, what would I do and what will Kyle Dubas do might be 2 different things here. I think I would hold on to Skinner, but I don't think Kyle Dubas will. At least, if there's no offers, right. Dubas has shown he will just ride it out and let the chips fall where they may in the summer. I think Skinner would be a better complement to Miroshov than would Shelovs. I think Shelovs is still in that young phase. Shelovs where he really, really wants to be a starting NHL goalie. He's got that little chip on his shoulder. And I don't know how going forward he would react to being a 1A or a pure backup to a kid like Miroshov. So I think that has to be considered as well. I do think maybe the book says you trade Skinner, you bring up Miroshov, and away you go.
Dan, how far can this roster get? Like when you say they don't need additions, that raises a question for me, an honest question. I legitimately wonder, okay, how far can this roster go? And what would one significant addition make a difference there? Like what would that allow you to do? Maybe nothing. Maybe one significant addition, you're still sort of in the same boat. Can you address that?
Yeah, if let's say a big ad, your top 6 is kind of set. Now, where are you going to put Trocheck? At that point, you're moving Tommy Novak and Ben Kindle
we talked
around
about Novak.
in the lineup.
Novak's been really good for them in that role.
I hear that, but you wouldn't make room for Trocheck?
Oh, he's got a big
At
long-term
32 years old,
too,
is he part of your future? The assets that other people will give, such as Minnesota, who really, really needs Trocheck and wants him.
Yeah.
I don't think the Penguins would be on that same poker table with that stack of chips.
I do hear that, but I'm talking sort of in theory now. The type of guy who would could a guy like that make you better, or are you just standing pat? And how far you get standing pat? Like, do you think this is a cup team?
A cup team? No, that's the funny thing. But can they beat the Islanders in a series? Heck yes. Talking with some guys, they really felt good about their win earlier this year against Carolina. They felt like Dan Muse really diagnosed some things and had them on point on how to beat Carolina. I mean, we'll find out next week when they've, got them twice in a 5-game span. But Carolina is not a great playoff team because they're a one-trick pony. Right. So can they beat Carolina? Yes. All of a sudden, you're in the Eastern Conference final. It's maybe a year of tomato cans, but they can definitely go on a playoff run. So yes, a Trocheck in theory does put them, I think, solidly as an Eastern Conference final candidate.
Well, then if that happens, again, this is all hypothetical, what would happen to who plays where and what?
Yeah.
I mean, do you put him... Crosby's back,
these are the things we always worry about at trade deadlines with good teams. You bring in a good player, you worry about that later.
Yeah, but we also saw Derek Brassard brought here with thoughts that they were going to bring in.
For sure. The chemistry thing is legit, but what if you bring in, who was it? Kevin Falk was a guy mentioned, a right-handed D-man who plays 22 minutes a game and could upgrade and stabilize your back end. I'm making room for a guy like that, Dan.
Yes, but they're also going to well outkick Kyle Dubas's budget in that regard. These guys aren't going to cost second and third round picks, and he's not going to part with a Rutger McGroarty, a Ben Kindle, and those sorts of things in this kind of move. So I guess I'm safe. I don't have to hype, don't have to theorize how they'd make room, because it really, I think, is an unlikelihood to a high degree.
Well, then how about, because we're talking about the future after all, the pending unrestricted free agents that he has on his roster? Do you just keep them and move forward with them for chemistry's sake, or do you turn them around for future considerations?
Yeah, that's really interesting. Elliot Friedman on his latest 32 Thoughts podcast Friday said there are so many sellers this year that the buyers are sitting on their hands waiting for the price to come down. I think that specifically impacts Dubas with a guy like Anthony Mantha, with Nola Chari. So ultimately, if you're not getting value back on a Mantha, who I actually could see being dealt. And I think, Nola Chari, because you could easily replace him with Avery Hayes, right? And you'd plug and play and roll without missing a beat. If you can get something for, those guys of value, then yes, trade them. But the value is tough.
Bob, you looked a little questioned about replacing Hayes Achari with Hayes.
No, I think Hayes eventually will be one of those guys. He fits the profile of somebody who plays right on that kind of line. It's nice he can score goals. He's proven that. This fourth line has been so good together. I always hesitate for that. But back to Mantha. Mantha's having one of those years that if it was a prove-it year, he certainly proved it. Would there be any chance of him re-signing with this team, or do you think after this year he'll move on based on offers?
Yeah, I've done a little bit of digging, and everyone's kind of quiet on that matter, which tells me that they haven't been talking, right? So, I mean, the thing with Mantha's career, he is in his 30s now, and he's never followed up one of these big years with another big year. And I know Dubas looks at those trends and those sorts of statistics and all of that. Yes, I mean, again, on paper, you say re-sign him. How could you let a 25-goal scorer go? But the history shows that Mantha isn't that same guy year after year.
Dan,
But as far as this year's chemistry, I'm talking about that. He's had such a chemistry playing on that line with Kindle and Brazeau. I mean, do they want to wreck that just for the sake of getting another pick?
Well, how important is a playoff series win to you? And I don't know where Dubas falls on that. He showed with the Kulak trade that the future is still more important than the present. So I'm kind of reading the tea leaves using that as a guide. Like me, yes, I keep him. I go for the Eastern Conference Final. Let Sidney Crosby run. Give him that last big moment in the sun before maybe you say goodbye to Malkin and some of these guys. And maybe if you go far, then you actually have more leeway and latitude to begin to tear down a little bit more. But I don't know that Dubas shares, he's not calling me for advice. Let's put it that way.
How about Sid? What are you hearing? Hearing anything on a prospective return?
Yeah, Colorado's offering big stuff. Yeah.
No.
McCarran,
return to the lineup. Return to the lineup.
Oh, return to the lineup. Oh. Thought we were talking trade deadline.
No.
There is an interesting thing. Did Sid delay his return by trying to play in the gold medal game? I mean, I think we all kind of know the injury, but he declined to say. So, the more rest you get in the immediate, the better off you are, right? Well, he wasn't resting in those days after getting injured against Czechia. So did he push his return back by a week? Maybe. We'll see. Still we're talking late March. He's going to miss 15 to 17 games and have probably a little bit of a game or two of ramp up.
What you've seen and what you know of Miroshov, would you be totally confident he would come in here and be really good? Or what would you expect if suddenly they traded Skinner and he was your other goalie?
Boy, you're hitting me with some of these good hypotheticals today. He does have a below 900 save percentage this season in the NHL. As good as he is and is going to be, there's still that learning curve. Would he be as good as Skinner? Probably not in the immediate. And you'd probably have to play him for a couple of weeks for him to, the thing he does really well, Joe, is he builds a mental book so quickly. He just absorbs information. He's a lawnmower man as the goaltender. But he has to play to build that book on shooters and his game and so forth. I don't think I'd expect him right away anyway to be a starting goalie quality.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that assessment. I think he has what it takes, but I still think he's in the learning phases of a lot of things. When he comes up here to this level, it may take him a little bit more time, but ultimately he's still that guy. What about Blomqvist? I'm just curious about him. He's lost in the shuffle, but he seems to be having a pretty good year as well.
He's a great AHL goalie. I'd kind of project him as a backup. I think he got picked apart, too easily last season. You saw the glove hand and shooters in his second return. What was it? Late January, early February, after they had waived Tristan Jarry. NHL shooters just picked him clean. So that takes a while for a goalie to get over, and it certainly rattled him quite a bit down in Wilkes-Barre. It took a couple of weeks or a month before he was back to himself. I don't know where his ultimate game is, but I don't think they view him as a starting NHL goalie or that quality.
Dan, great stuff. We appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much, guys. Have fun.
All right, you too.
Dan Kingerski, Pittsburgh Hockey Now.
He does a good, thorough job breaking down things.
He really does. Gets right to the point as well. I disagree with both of you. I think Miroshov would come up and be spectacular right away, and I think his save percentage from his very tiny sample size here was skewed by one game. He also had a shutout in one game. I think he would be great. But
especially the way they're playing in front of their goaltenders right now.
Yeah.
It's not like he's going to come in and face 45 shots on goal on a nightly basis. So,
all right, Bob, we haven't talked any Pirates today. Connor Griffin hit another homer. He has 3 hits this whole spring training, but all 3 of them opened eyes. All 3 were homers. Limits has 3 Pirate questions for us. Next on Pomp and Joe, fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the fan host, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry anytime we're out in the community. Limits?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Bob, the Pirates are going to be playing a game coming up here in just about half an hour or so as spring training continues to roll along. And a lot of regulars for the Pirates will be in the lineup, including Brian Reynolds playing in left field. Ryan O'Hearn will get the start in right field with Reynolds in left. Ozuna DHing. Jake Mangum will play in center field. Brandon Lau will play at second base. Henry Davis catches. Mike Clevenger against the Rays, 105 first pitch. That will be on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Listen live there, also on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe, you have a message for the people.
My feet hurt. At least they used to. Limits great discomfort in the joints of my big toes. And then I ran into, get it, Bob? Ran into the Good Feet store and the Good Feet Foot Arch supports. I went to the store at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. You can go to one of the stores for sure. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. New store on the waterfront near Yankee Candle and Panera Bread. There's one out in Cranberry. There's one in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Whatever you're experiencing, wherever the discomfort may come from, it could be plantar fasciitis, it could be discomfort, burning in the balls of your feet, your heel, whatever it might be, man. There's nothing that just stops a new exercise regimen like discomfort in your feet. And that's where the Good Feet Foot Arch supports come in. Really comfortable. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. Whatever you got, they fit. Golf shoes, basketball shoes, Bob's tap dancing shoes, regular old sneakers, work shoes, whatever it might be. Again, check it out at goodfeet.com or come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy at the Good Feet store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, if you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions, he'd say, let me loosen that tie, let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a few.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones has fans excited, saying that he's willing to, quote, bust the budget to spend in free agency to improve the team's defense. But remember a couple years ago, Jones said the Cowboys were all in on the 2024 season and then really didn't do much to improve the roster. So talk is cheap. If Jerry's able to do it, then credit to him. But I think Cowboys fans should be skeptical of what their owner is saying. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or their obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schleiddeckcompany.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Lots of hockey today, Bob. And now we turn to baseball. But I have to tell you, I might be getting a birdseed endorsement.
A birdseed endorsement?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't gotten beef. What was the thing you always bring up? What does he bring up all that? Beef
Pork
jerky?
rinds?
Pork rinds.
Pork rinds.
I'm surprised I never, I'm surprised I never got one.
I'm surprised he's never gotten a singing endorsement, Bob.
I've done everything for Mosey.
The closest we got to, oh my God. Did you guys both hear about Shelty using incrinculant last week? Did you have the clip?
I heard that.
Listen to this, Bob.
Yeah, I was surprised by this, Bob, when I saw Shelty just break this one off the top of his head.
Was it special for you to see Paul win the Cy Young after the season he was able to have?
Yeah, that was great. I mean, the sky's the limit. There's no words. I'll use incrinculant just because that'll play well back in Pittsburgh. But
that was Gormy the Owl enjoying that in the background, Bob. I thought when I first heard this that it was AI generated. I really did. Can you believe that he continues to put that word out there? I texted him to thank him, and he said, yeah, you got to keep it in circulation. That's very nice of him, isn't it?
That's very nice of him. How's he doing? Did you go beyond that?
No. I just wanted to thank him for incrinculant.
That's pretty funny.
I mean, Bob, I did invent a word.
You did.
And it's been circulated in pro sports.
How about that? Maybe someone else will use it and it'll just have a second life.
Limits, you must be bursting with pride that this happened.
Yes, I was smiling ear to ear when I heard about this on Saturday. And good for Shelty to put that out there. You and Shelty have a connection that has transcended just baseball, apparently.
Yeah. And listen to Gormy the Owl laughing at the end, which I appreciated. Let's hear the whole thing again, Bob.
Was it special for you to see Paul win the Cy Young after the season he was able to have?
Yeah, that was great. The sky's the limit. There's no words. I'll use incrinculant just because that'll play well back in Pittsburgh. But
it did play well.
At least on this show, it played well. I think other people are jealous that the word incrinculant got out there, Bob.
It sounds like such a natural word, too. It really does. Do you remember how it came to be? Why did
you? The pizza guy would come here every Wednesday from Slice on Broadway, and I would say, the word just came to me. This is incrinculant. I would be so happy to see those pizzas, and then it just took off from there.
And then we got a song made.
And then you got a song made. Who made that song again?
Tim. I can't think of his last name now.
He's a genius for that song.
It was a great song.
And I appreciated that gesture by you, Bob.
Oh, that was good. The incrinculant song, especially the way he sang it, was really good.
And then T-shirts got made on which the word may or may not have been misspelled. Do you have one of those shirts, Limits?
Got incrinculant, yes. Yeah. And I gave Bob one of the shirts last week. We still have a bunch of shirts in Craig's office.
I love that. All right, well, let's get to Pirate Talk. You ready? I am.
Yes.
All right, Bob. All right, Joe. I have 3 pressing Pirates questions for you a few weeks into spring training and as the World Baseball Classic begins this weekend. So some of the players will not be in camp for a couple weeks. Question number 1, Joe. Bubba Chandler is a top 15 prospect in all of baseball, considered by some the best pitching prospect in all of baseball. But in 2 spring training outings this year, he has walked 7 batters in 3 innings.
Yeah.
Is this concerning, or is it just the early portion of spring? We don't look into it too much.
I'm concerned is probably the wrong word. I feel like I'm realistic about Bubba Chandler. I love his intensity and his stuff. He's obviously wildly talented, but the recent track record, he walked a lot of people at AAA last year. Now, strangely enough, he came up here and he kind of got that under control, except for one blow-up outing. He was pretty darn good. But I'm not expecting him just to walk in and be like a solid number 2 behind Skeens already. I'm expecting growing pains. Do these 2 outings, alarm me? No, because even before them, and even if he had pitched 2 great games so far, I'm expecting growing pains with Bubba Chandler. How about you?
Yeah, I do too. I also expect that he's not going to be a guy who's going to be given the latitude of going very deep into games because he's still young at this. He's going, so they'll control a lot of his work usage just as they would Ashcraft. Am I concerned? No. I don't like to see him lose command, though. It reminds me a little bit of, Kyle Nicholas. The one thing that's holding him back is his command. He has 100-mile-an-hour stuff, so does Bubba Chandler. But you got to put it in places where you have to put it so that...
Bet on a better year, Ashcraft or Chandler. I go Ashcraft.
I'm going to agree with that. I think Ashcraft has a better year.
I'm going to go with Chandler. I think the upside is just so high.
What about Hunter Barco? He pitched yesterday, first start in the spring. 3
He's barking up the right tree, Bob.
You know what, Bob? Let's add another condition to it. Let's call it 1B to this question. When should Hunter Barco be up on the major league roster? And should he, because they haven't added a lefty fit starter, be in consideration for that spot?
I don't think that's going to happen anytime to start the season. I think in time, he will go down and do what he's done in the minors, which was, pretty much dominate when he was out there. So I expect him to make a statement in this spring, but it won't be enough to get him on the roster as one of their 5 starters. But I do expect, as time goes on, that he's going to be called up, and what he does with that call-up is up to him.
His bark is worse than his bite, Bob. Who is in the 5th role right now? Urquidy?
Urquidy.
Well, why shouldn't Barco be in consideration
Because they
then?
signed Urquidy.
Who cares?
I'm just telling you.
What kind of deal did they sign him to?
It's like $1.5 million.
Bob, it's $1.5 million.
I realize that, but they signed him for a reason.
But if somebody beats him out in spring training, then he can be
and
your
the
long
fact that
relief
Barco
guy.
is a left-hander does play to his opportunity. But I just don't. You're asking me if start the season. The answer is no. He's not going to be the start of the season.
Can I go 1C on that? Oh, limitless wonder.
I would love you to.
Obviously, Skeens will start the opener in New York, Bob. Okay. Now, in order to also start the home opener, he would have to go. They would have to go 5 turns through the rotation, and then he would be able to start the home opener. Should they give him that 1 turn off so he can also start at home in the first game? I say yes.
I say no. I want to keep him where they want him. It's an opener. Yes, there's enough excitement, especially if Connor Griffin's on the roster. I don't. He'll get his ovation. I don't think he has to be on the mound for the first game at PNC Park. He'll be on game number.
But I think also a nice little rest for him coming off the World Baseball Classic.
Well, what happened last year? He was in a similar position last year. He made the road start, but he didn't start at home, did he?
No, but this year's different. And plus, he has the World Baseball Classic. He's going to be coming off as many as 3 appearances there, maybe more. Who knows? And I'd like to see him get that extra day rest anyway. Limits, wouldn't that make your ticket to the home opener a little bit more valuable?
I think you make a very good point there with the added rest coming off of what we know is going to be 2 starts in the WBC. At least that's what he is committed to.
I thought Gormy the Owl said 3, unless I misread it. An exhibition start and then 2, like they go through an exhibition round and then 2 in the, like 1 in regular play and then 1 in championship play.
Oh, I saw Ken Rosenthal say 2 starts.
I
Logan
hope so.
Webb and Skeens are both going to make 2 starts. So that
maybe
could help.
he meant 2 official starts and not the exhibition start.
Right. I think they're going to line up Bubba Chandler to start the home opener. That's the way I kind of see them playing it out. At least him or
do
Keller.
too. I don't think they're going to be forced to do this with Skeens. They'll just let it fall
I
naturally
think they should
where it
choose
is.
to do it, Bob.
Okay. Or we agree to disagree.
Are you going to the home opener?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to the A10 tournament here?
Mm-hmm.
Basketball next week?
I love tournaments, and I think that A10 never disappoints. They always have some good
Do you want to
matches.
go together?
If you want to go to the times I'm going to go, which will intrude with your time here, I think, on
I was
Thursday.
hoping that would be a yes or a no, and I certainly didn't hear a yes.
I mean, yes, depending on what time.
What time are you going, Bob?
Whatever time Joe is.
They have all-day games on, I think, Wednesday, Thursday, is it?
All day
Tuesday,
meaning
Wednesday?
starting at noon?
Yeah,
Wednesday, they have the 12-13 game and the 11-14 game.
Wait a second. Aren't you going to be on the show?
Maybe not.
Bob will have to be in on Tuesday that day.
Will you save me a seat if I get there at 2:15 for the
Sure.
second game?
Yeah.
All
Then
right.
I'll have to leave, though, to go get ready to do sports on
Oh,
TV
okay.
at KDK.
So you'll go to the game when I'm not there and leave when I do
Right.
get there.
In fact, they may just save my seat for you, so you can come in
That
and
would
take
be
my
nice.
seat.
Okay.
How about that?
Thank you, Bob.
I'd love to see Duquesne make a little bit of a run here.
Me too.
I think they're capable. Tonight or this week, actually, the Horizon tournament begins. And Robert Morris moving right
I'm
up.
very interested in that. And what about Pitt perhaps still making the ACC
Yeah,
tournament
they're
with a
on-
nice
they're
win
on a
the other
little
night?
bubble, but they have the
How about
tiebreaker
that,
over
Bob?
Notre Dame. So, yeah, but making the AC, you're one of 15 teams. You better make that.
Better than not making it, which it looked like.
I know.
How about the Duquesne women's team? 4-2 down the stretch. Got a game Wednesday. Rooting hard for them. I am.
Yeah, I hope they all do well. I love basketball, especially this time of the year. But there's always going to be a disappointment when it comes to the NCAA field of 68, always. And this year will be one of them. We had this big discussion yesterday about Miami Redhawks. They're 29-0. But if they don't win their conference championship game, which a lot of people think could evade them, and they have 1 loss, should they go into the NCAA as an at-large?
Absolutely
over
not.
teams like Auburn, which have a much better strength of schedule, with teams that have been loading up on their schedule.
Absolutely not. No, I'm just saying that as a hot take. But it's not as easy of a question as saying yes because they're 29-1. Their schedule is the 292nd ranked schedule in America.
That's why I bring it up.
Are they a better team? You brought up Auburn. Are they a better team than Auburn?
No, Auburn would be a double-digit favorite if they played, I think.
Exactly. You have to consider the schedule limits.
Yeah, so if you're punishing a team that goes 31-1 and has the best record in all of college basketball, how do you keep them out of a field of 68 teams?
At large.
I would give them an at-large spot.
Yeah, but then you'd have the argument about teams like Auburn, teams like Arkansas, teams that have really played tough schedules, strength of schedule. They say really
I just saw them play Western Michigan. I think it was Western Michigan. It was an even game.
They have not played one quad one team. They've played only one quad two team.
It's a tough one. As much limits, like I'm with you in the sense that I love the underdog and they're really fun to watch. And I want them in the tournament. But when it comes time to actually crunch the numbers. I said
or crunch.
When you crack the numbers, Bob, I mean, you're right. Auburn might be a double-digit favorite over them. You can't ignore the schedule when you have the 292nd ranked schedule in America. Can you?
No.
Would you take them over Auburn?
No. I think Auburn's a better basketball team.
Go ahead and argue with Bob Lemons.
That's what I got to do.
If I had said that, you'd be jumping all over
Miami
me.
I'll jump on Bob.
Jump on Bob.
I'll jump on Bob.
Go get him.
Come on, Bob. So you're telling me
to them to win their conference
championship. Get him, Lemons.
So let's say, Bob, that there's hypothetically like a 19-14 team that's on the bubble. That is like the 9th best team in the Big 12 or the 8th best team in the ACC. That team deserves to be there over Miami, who's 30-1.
If you're going to use all the analytics that are available to you and that the Ken Palm, look at that. You look at all these different things.
I will.
I'm not going to be paralyzed by Ken Palm and the numbers and all that, though.
Well, then,
it matters.
Then why play a tough schedule if you're going to be penalized for playing a tough schedule?
Then why play at all if you're going to be like 30-1, have the most wins in all of college basketball, and still not even be in?
Win your conference championship game. If you're 29-0, then you shouldn't have a problem.
So you're saying that fluky things don't happen in conference championship games. You can't lose that all the best teams in all the conferences.
What I'm saying is when you're not looked at as when your schedule is 292nd in the country, you better win them all.
Is that their fault, though, that their conference is bad?
No, but that's the reality of the situation.
What difference does it make whose fault it is? Miami of Ohio in the Pomeroy rankings is 87th in America. Behind Colorado State, that's 19-10. Behind Notre Dame, that's 13-16. Behind Syracuse and Wake Forest and maybe even Pitt. I doubt it.
But isn't it all those numbers just kind of punishing winning? Like, isn't what matters at the end of the day? Did you win the game? Did you have more points than the other team at the very end of the game?
How can you just discount the strength of schedule? I don't understand that. If it's just about winning,
then your non-conference should have a bunch of passes.
If the strength of schedule is that bad, then why don't other teams have as successful of a year and go as deep into the season undefeated as Miami?
The obvious answer is they're in different conferences and are forced to play better teams.
Right. We're talking about a mid-major, though. Why aren't there teams in the Horizon League that are playing this way, or other teams in Miami's conference or something like that that have such strong records?
Normally, these conferences are going to get one only, and that one has to be your conference championship. And yes, you can lose a fluke game. But it's your opportunity to make sure that doesn't happen.
I don't know, Bob. It's not like we're trying to argue for undefeated Tulane here to get into a 12-team college football playoff or something like that. When there are 68 teams that go,
is like that.
It's a bigger deal for me. It's a much different conversation when the field is expanded 4 or 5 times as much.
So where's your cutoff
compared
then?
To that.
0, 1, 2, 3 losses. Where is it for you? When would you say, nope, they don't get in?
I would say no to Miami at 3 losses.
But absolutely yes at 1 loss.
At 1 loss, yes. I would, especially if it comes in the conference tournament.
Does it have to be in the championship game of the conference tournament?
No, even if it's in the semifinals. I would be okay with it. Because I think that
I don't agree with that at all.
You're playing in that conference.
If you play in the semifinals,
and you only get to the semis?
So we're basically discrediting what they did throughout the 30 games before that.
Yes, we are.
Based on strength of schedule,
Based on their strength of schedule and their opposition they're playing. You have to do that, unfortunately. It's if you want to change that, If you're Miami, you go and you sell yourself to any big-time team in your non-conference play and say, we want to play you, Ohio State. We want to play you, Auburn. We'll even come to your place to play you. And if we can sneak a win out of that, even if we lose.
It does take two to tango, so you can't guarantee you'd get games. But, yeah, or maybe their schedule. I haven't really looked at their non-conference. Maybe they just had some bad luck, at least as far as teams they thought would be more competitive and help their rating
so
more.
You help your rating.
Yeah.
If your rating's 292, that's way down the list for me.
They are 2 spots ahead of Georgetown on the Pomeroy ratings, and Georgetown is 13-16. They're behind Notre Dame, that's 13-16. They're behind Creighton in the Big East, that's 14-16. No limitless wonder.
Then why are they 21st in the country?
Because
that maybe the people who do the rankings
they just
don't look at that.
Yeah, and they just say, okay, we're going to put them in there. If you're 29-0 and the best you can be is 21 in the country, then you're not really that good.
I'd love to know how many teams were 21st in the country going into March and ended up missing the NCAA tournament.
How many teams from that conference?
How many teams in general?
Oh, then in general doesn't matter. It would be how many teams that were mid-majors that have done that.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from what they've accomplished. That's a great discussion. I bet you I would like to hear from guys like Andy Toole on this topic. He's in the Horizon League where the only way they're going to get in is to win their conference tournament. And I'm sure he would agree that that's logical.
Well, if they're that good, then they should win their conference tournament.
It's on them. They should win. If they're that good, then and they've dominated their league, then you should dominate that game.
I will say, in Limits' defense, if they lose a great game in their conference tournament and they're sitting there at, what would they be at that point, 32-1?
Yeah.
I'd be torn, Bob. But I would get the argument against them.
You have the chance. This is the statement you have to make. We are worthy, and we're going to show you we're worthy because we're better than everybody in our conference, and we're not going to let one bad game occur. We're going to win that game, and we're going to get in because we won our conference. There's no debate there.
I just feel like Miami's also getting criticized. It's like, okay, who are these guys? Like, we obviously know who Miami is because they're just right across the border, but I feel like there's maybe a national bias pushing them aside where, of course, bigger brands like Auburn are going to get talked about, or I saw Bruce Pearl kind of throwing shade at them. I just think, and if this was like Wichita State for all those years that they basically came into the tournament, became really competitive, and then grew their program so significantly as well. Sure, that year they went undefeated. They beat teams like Tennessee and Alabama. But would the conversation be the same if this was 10 years ago with Miami than it is now because of how much we embrace the numbers?
The numbers have become more.
The numbers are what's crushing them.
Yeah, and that's the problem. They put a heavy emphasis on. I understand what you're saying. 10 years ago, it wasn't as much as it is today. These numbers have become, it's almost automatic based on the numbers.
I just don't want to be paralyzed by the numbers, and just paralysis by analysis. That's the term I like to use.
Okay.
The next MAC team after Miami in the Pomeroy rankings at 87, if I'm reading this correctly, you have to go all the way down to 146. 145, Toledo, which is right ahead of Robert Morris. Would you be saying this if it was someone out of the Horizon League right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were undefeated? Yes, I would.
All right.
I think, if you're the only undefeated team in college basketball for this long of a stretch, you've deserved it. What was your question, Bob?
I mean, but you haven't beaten anybody. That's the problem. You would acknowledge that's an obvious issue.
That is an obvious issue, yes. They don't have a big non-conference win. They don't have a SEC team or ACC team on their schedule that they have. And maybe that is because they don't want to schedule it. Maybe because the opponents don't want to schedule them. You don't see a lot of huge matchups for a lot of mid-majors anymore against those types of teams. Sometimes they just don't want to play them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to go by what I see with these numbers. I find it hard to believe that you're going to keep a team in after they don't win their conference and they have the 292nd ranked strength of schedule. You can't make a good argument for them if you lose that game. Now, sure, go undefeated and win them all, you're in. It's as simple as that, and they know that. I'm sure they know that. But that debate will go on regardless. You're going to hear it all the time, why they're left out. There's 68 teams. How could you not fit in a team that's ranked 21st at one point? We're going to hear it all. And no matter how big this tournament gets.
It's just problematic. I'm sorry. They haven't even faced a single ranked team, Limits. Not a single ranked team.
I understand that.
What are you going to? I don't know what to do with that. It's an unusual situation.
Doesn't it feel like you're punishing winning, though?
Not
No.
really.
Doesn't it? No.
not-
you don't
not
think
in the
so?
grand
They went to
scheme of things.
overtime with Eastern Kentucky. They went to overtime with Buffalo. They went to overtime with, of course, Buffalo lost in overtime again. They went to overtime with Kent.
Kent's actually having a pretty good year this year. 21-8.
No, good for them. That's just, in this case, you just can't ignore the schedule. What was their, who's the best team they've played? Tell me that.
No, again, I'm not saying that they should be like a top 7 seed or anything like that. They should get in as a 10 if they lose their conference championship. Maybe they're an 8 or a 9 if they end up winning it.
No,
they're a
not
bubble
gonna,
team.
They're not going to be ranked that highly at all.
So what ranking are they going to get?
They're going to be one. They may have to go into the play-in game.
I would agree with that.
Even if they win their conference championship.
Where would you put
in the
them?
play-in game? Over.
I mean, I just.
Bob, let's say they do go undefeated and they're like 33-0.
Right.
They're playing in the play-in game?
Are they?
Limits.
Are they the top?
As an 11 seed?
They're not.
They
again,
beat the Pittsburgh Culinary Institute on the way there 18 times. I mean, you have to factor in the schedule.
You do have to factor in the schedule. But again, they won every single game. Who else can say
Great.
that in college basketball?
Nobody else can say the biggest game of the year was against Old Dominion, if that's even who I'm looking at. Did
But
they play Old
if your
Dominion?
argument is just to get into the tournament, they will get in the tournament, but they have to win their championship game. That's the only. You have to do it.
Look at their second game of the year. I don't even know.
What is their non-conference? Just so we go over it one by one so we could debate this a little bit.
Sure, Bob. If I could figure out this one. I don't even know what college this is. Trinity of Illinois, they beat 129-49. Old Dominion, Air Force.
Mercyhurst.
The Mercyhurst Lakers with James Worthy was one of their games.
Arkansas Pine Bluff, Bob. They beat them.
They beat
They
Arkansas
routinely come to
Pine
Pitt.
Bluff.
They beat Maine. That's where Cooper Flag's from.
I mean, surely, Limits, as we read these schools, you know why we're saying this.
Correct. I just find it very hard when
Who is
you allow
IUE? Indiana
East.
University East? Freaking kidding me?
Yeah, they played them.
Yeah, you're
Maybe none of
familiar
the-
with that school?
No.
IUE, Bob?
Yeah, I've actually toured their campus 3 or 4 times, Bob. Yeah, I've been there.
Indiana University
IU
East. That's
the
a new one for me.
Eastern part of Indiana.
Did they play Penn State Barron this year, or they skipped that game?
Hey, Penn State Barron, women's basketball, their all-time leading scorer was from Baldwin, Morgan Altavilla. Broke the record a couple weeks ago.
UNCA. No, that's UNC Asheville. Okay. Come on. You see the dilemma here, Limits. One loss in their conference could be a mortal blow. Do you think it will be, though, Bob?
One loss, yeah. I think if they lose anywhere in this tournament, they're not going to get in.
We have to go.
Wow.
Bob, we have to go.
Oh, yeah, Bob, we've blown.
What have we done?
Bob.
Cloudy
I just
today
brought
with
this
a-
up as an interesting point because I think it is going to be debated a lot.
Cloudy today with a high of 39. Willie Parker, a low of 21. Tony Dungy. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in Florida, get out of this weather. Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First pitch, Pirates and Rays has been thrown by Mike Clevenger. Listen to the game 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA from Bradenton. Spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Ride 8 in Hampton. Drive a little and save a lot. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe, you have a message for the Populace.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. Let's talk about JP Roofing and Siding. Shall we? They've been out to my house a number of times. Great people. Joe Potocznik, he's the head coach, the quarterback, and the team owner. They don't call it JP Roofing and Siding for nothing. It's an Owens Corning preferred contractor, not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of the companies out there have it. Joe has it. $500 off right now your first roofing or siding project. Give them a call. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 52 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
When you're dreaming big, talking with a loan expert is a smart way to start. Whether your goal is a bathroom renovation, a simplified budget, or a dream wedding, the Dollar Bank Loan Sale is the perfect time to turn your big dream into a real plan with our affordable and customized borrowing solutions. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Now through March 31st. Start now at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps, when you're lost in the Gallimimus Run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity. Imagine that. And now you can cut your bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, call. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Sean Whalen from the locally owned and family-operated Whalen Exteriors letting you know that we'll be at the Convention Center for the Home and Garden Show this month. If you're thinking about a new roof or gutters once spring arrives, stop by booth 2236 and enter for your chance to win a great Pittsburgh Sports Package giveaway. And remember, Whalen Exteriors is the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area. A-plus Better Business Bureau accredited with flexible financing options, lifetime product, and workmanship warranties. WhalenExteriors.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at SullivanSuperService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
In the Pirate matchup against the Tampa Bay Rays, Jake Mangum currently on at first base. Brandon Lau is batting, and he just into a double play. But you can watch the game, or you can listen to the game at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And our spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And from Bradenton, Colin Beasley joins us next.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Paul Skeens on the Pat McAfee Show, Bob. But who's that compared to the Beeswacker? We have Colin Beasley on our show right now. Is he live from, where is he?
He's, I believe, from Bradenton, Florida.
Where we just saw Jake Mangum get doubled up after Brandon Lau hit a line drive to second. He should have been out on the
what
pickoff
happened, Colin?
there.
Mangum
Am I allowed
PI.
to say this without being into FCC problems?
What? Yeah, as long as you
Describing
don't describe it live as it's happening.
Okay,
then.
I'll do it as it's over now, right?
You'll have to do a perp walk the next time you do that, Bob.
Mangum was picked off. Should have been out. Did you see that, Colin?
I did see that, yeah. It's watching from around the right field foul pole at the moment, walking around to talk to you guys. But, yeah, that's what I saw. Just Brian Reynolds just struck out 1-2-3 inning.
We didn't even see Brian Reynolds strike out. You're ahead of us here, Bob, so I guess he's going to swing and miss at the next pitch.
It is real time. It is real time.
I'd like to make a bet.
All right, let's ask you the question that everybody gets asked every day, and I don't feel bad asking it because I imagine the percentages go up and down. Connor Griffin with a home run yesterday. He only has 3 hits this spring, but they've all been homers. Is he coming north with the team, Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette? Yes or no?
I'm not going to say yes or no, but I really wonder how they'll do it because, yes, he hasn't, 3 homers. That's more than any teenager has hit in spring training Grapefruit League games since the last 20 years. He's doing stuff that people haven't done, and it's barely March. So very, very impressive there. On the other hand, you can look at his stats, and you can say, oh, he's hitting 214 or whatever it is, and use that as a reason to send him to AAA. So I kind of could see it both ways on this. I know that's not the yes or no you're asking for, but it is interesting to see his stat line with just the homers at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things that it's going to go down to the very end. And you're right, how they do it. And if they do it, let's say they don't do it. Let's say he goes back to AAA. You know him well enough after dealing with him. How do you think that would affect him, if at all?
I don't think it would affect him at all. I feel like he'd like to make the opening day roster. He's not someone who's going to bang the table or make a big show of it. And he'd obviously like to play in the majors and have his debut. But honestly, we haven't seen anything at all phase this kid. Even this 3 for 14 stretch or anything like that. He's the same guy every day. And that's one of the things I've been most impressed by.
So despite the average, he's having an overall, he looks obviously good and not overmatched at all at the plate. He's got 3 home runs. What have happened on the other at-bats? Is he hitting the ball hard? Is he still having good at-bats?
Yeah, he's hitting the ball hard. He's having good at-bats. I covered a game of his in Clearwater last week in which he went 0 for 3, and the 0 for 3 was an infield single that he beat out, and the umpire called him out. It was a fly ball to the warning track into 20-mile-an-hour winds. That would have been his 4th homer of the year if the weather had been even slightly different. and a 109-mile-an-hour line out to right field.
That's
one of those things. It's one of those things where he's performed better than the box score indicates, but it's very easy to simply say, like, that's an 0 for 3 day. He's batting this. That's a reason you can keep him down. But at the same time, I'm sure the Pirates are very, very happy with how he's performed so far.
Well, what's your inkling? What are people saying when you pull somebody to the side? What's the feeling you get? When was Skeens sent down a couple years ago? That was a little bit later in March, I guess. If you had to bet on it, if you had to bet everything you owned right now, Colin, would you bet on Connor Griffin coming north or going down to AAA?
I certainly wouldn't bet everything I own on either decision there. But if I did have to bet, I think I'd bet that they play it safe. And just because he's 19, and there is a sense that you want to do what's best for the kid and protect his long-term future and be careful there. I think that he could perform really well for the Pirates on opening day. I think that he wouldn't look overmatched. He could help the Pirates right now, but I also think that I don't think they would be too upset if they decide to be careful. I think that's something that they wouldn't mind being careful with him.
And certainly history is on their side when you look at guys like Brian Harper, Mike Trout. They all went that way a little bit, and then they eventually got here. He will eventually be here.
Yes,
so
definitely.
I don't know.
Who's Brian Harper?
Brian Harper?
What did I say? Brian? He used to be a catcher of the Pirates. See, this happens to me all the time.
It happens to me, too.
He used to wear number 12, Brian Harper.
I didn't want you to confuse Colin thinking
Harper.
Brian Harper's a man out there.
Honestly, those who follow Pirate baseball a long time ago, Brian Harper was a catcher they brought here. And that's what I do this all the time when it comes to players I used to see versus now. Mix the names up.
I'll tell you this much.
Wait a minute. I'm not done with my question.
I'm sorry.
So I want to ask you, we just had this debate here, Colin, about fifth starter. Hunter Barco looks like he can possibly be that guy, but they brought in Urquidy. What's your best guess on who it will be as a fifth starter? What did I do now?
Nothing.
You're laughing.
No,
at my
I'm not.
expense.
I'm laughing with limits about something else.
Okay, go ahead.
There was something else that went on.
Mangum PI.
Man, I wish I was on the video call so I could see whatever is going on in that studio right now.
You don't want to, no.
Hank Davis looks pretty good defensively,
I've
doesn't
asked
he?
a question.
I know, but I'm watching the game.
I got to answer the fifth starter question. I'd say my bet is Jose Urquidy at this point, and that's something I would feel more confident in. I'm high on Hunter Barco. I think that he's a really good pitcher. I think that he's another guy who will help the Pirates in 2026 at some point. I actually wrote in my most recent spring training roster or opening day roster projection, I said Barco. But the reason I think that it would be Urquidy is just because he has that track record. And the other thing with Barco is he's working on developing 3 new pitches into his arsenal. I think that if you're going to learn 3 pitches, you might want to do that in the minors and polish them a little bit more. But I do expect Hunter Barco to be in the big leagues at some point with the Pirates and to make some starts for them. I just think Urquidy would start in the rotation.
Clevenger's cranking it up to the high 90s here, and he's got more tattoos than Mike Tyson. I love this guy. Does he have a chance? What's his role going to be?
He's got a chance because he's a non-roster invitee. I see him as having less of a chance than the other guys and being behind Barco and Urquidy, guys who are already on the 40-man roster. He's looked all right so far, but because you'd have to get rid of someone to have Clevenger on the opening day roster or have him on the 40-man, I think that they will give the chance to the other guys first.
I have a question, Bob, and I'm sorry to interrupt. And I know you had this question too, because I'm just seeing it right now. With the automatic balls and strikes this year, how is that playing in spring training? And here's my question. Only the batter, the pitcher, and the catcher can initiate a challenge. It must be made immediately after the pitch and without assistance. So I guess it's interesting first that managers are totally not involved in this. And then aren't guys going to get mad at their teammates for bogus challenges? Like if somebody who's not a frontline player makes a stupid challenge in the 3rd inning, I'd be ticked. How's this all going to work? How's it work so far?
It's been fascinating to watch so far because that's one of the biggest differences in this year's spring training. Right now, it's a lot of guys feeling it out. The guys like Brian Reynolds and people who know that they will be on the big league opening day roster tend to be a little bit more aggressive with it than than the guys who are minor leaguers, mostly because the minor leaguers have experience with it. The big leaguers are the ones trying it out for the first time. I haven't seen any issues with dumb challenges or anything like that, but there definitely is a strategy aspect to it. Like, do you save your challenges for the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning when you believe that, or when it matters most in the game, or do you use it early when you think you're right, or how do you strategize with it? I remember, I think it was Mitch Keller. He had a pitch an 0-0 pitch that he thought was a strike, and it was called a ball. And he said he didn't challenge it because he trusts himself to get out of that situation down 1-0. He trusts that he could do that. So it's really interesting how these guys view it and how they're going to use it. Also, a thing that's interesting is, yes, pitchers can challenge, but every pitcher I've spoken to has said that they have no interest in challenging. They trust their catchers. A lot of them say their head moves around too much. So I think it's pretty much just catchers and batters that are going to be challenging.
Yeah, and so far, it
Bob,
seems
this
like
is going to be a big deal.
It is. And so far, Colin, it seems like the umpires are always wrong. Every time I see a challenge, the player has won.
But there's going to be stats being kept on this,
Sure.
like which player, this guy's 7 for 10 on challenges. It's going to be like NFL coaches, only here it's players. And then some players are going to be looked at as like, why is this guy challenging all the time?
Yeah, it's very strategic.
Yeah,
I agree.
I bet you there will be players that, like, they get the right to challenge that's taken away from them because they're not successful with it. I haven't seen that yet, but I bet there will be guys who just have a reputation of not knowing the zone. And then with the umpires, the one thing I'll say is, I think it was yesterday, we had I don't remember which big league umpire it was, but it was incredible how well he knew the zone. I think that's something that's been impressive, is seeing the difference between big league and minor league umpires and their success with it, because a lot of these big league guys, they've been successful and they've shown that their calls have been right.
I've seen in that one game the other day where there were like 5 calls in the first inning, 5 challenges, from players and catchers alike, hitters and catchers alike. The strategic part of this is going to be very interesting to me, because if you are confident, if you're Paul Skeens, I do think that if it's a missed call barely, you're not going to do it if you know you still can blow the guy away, right? I mean, that seems like it's up to that person to decide. But also in the bottom of the 7th inning, if you're in a 2-2 pitch count and you have 3 guys on base and it's a 1-run game, you might be willing
What about
to
the first inning?
Yeah.
What about the first inning? You got bases loaded and you have a guy struck out on a 3-2 pitch and instead he gets a walk.
Situationally, that's fine. I'm just saying it depends on the situation. Everything depends on the situation. If it's 2 batters into the game and you think you have a guy struck out, catcher says, or the batter says, I'm going to challenge. I don't know. Anyway, I want to ask you about the bullpen real quick, just because I think it's, to me, all these pitchers, no matter who you are, what team you are, with rare exception, are going to go basically 6 innings, some of these starters. That seems to be the trend. Based on that, I really like the Pirates' bullpen potential here. Is it better than it was last year with some of these additions like Gregory Soto? And can Kyle Nicholas actually put it together and control his command?
Yeah, I do think it's better than last year, and that's the sense I'm getting around Pirates camp from talking to guys in the bullpen. They're confident with the pieces they have, and if you look at a guy like Mason Montgomery, who's not necessarily a guarantee to make the team. He's a former Ray and left-hander who throws 100. They know lefty throws harder than him other than Aroldis Chapman. That's a guy that might not even make the team. That kind of just shows the depth of talent there. Then with Kyle Nicholas, I was really impressed by what he kind of figured out at the end of last season. He had I think it was like a sub-2.5 ERA from August onwards after getting called up, and even that was like off of 1 bad outing. I was impressed by him at the end of last season. I think that he's got the inside track to make the bullpen, and I'm also interested to see how he does as Team Italy's closer in the World Baseball Classic. I think that he's the closer there, and that'll help him as well.
Ryan O'Hearn just hit one, Bob.
Don't say anything.
I didn't call the game. Can we play a game of free association, Colin? Have you played this with me before?
I want to say I have, but give me a reminder.
I ask you short questions. You give me short answers, even one word in a lot of cases. Are you ready to play that game?
Yes, your favorite game. I have played this with you before. Would love to.
Let's do it. Chances that Skeens skips a day in the rotation and pitches not only the opener, but then the home opener. Percent chance.
20.
See?
How many starts will Paul Skeens have at the World Baseball Classic?
2 plus the exhibition. So 3 for Team USA, including 1 tomorrow or Wednesday.
That answer was too long. Marcell Ozuna.
My bad.
My bad. Over under 29.5 home runs.
Under barely.
Who leads the team in home runs?
Ozuna.
How often per week does Mangum PI get in the lineup as a starter?
Twice.
Does McCutchen come back to the team this year?
No.
Jared Triolo, the everyday third baseman?
As of now, yeah.
Nick Gonzalez going to hold down short until Connor Griffin gets there?
Yes.
Hank Davis, how often does he catch? 2 of every 3 games?
About there.
How has Flores, the kid they got from the Yankees, been on a scale of 1 to 5? 1, he's been horrible. 5, he's been great in spring training.
3.
How is Brian Reynolds doing defensively? 1 to 5.
Probably 4.
Is O'Neal Cruz a much improved defensive player? Yes or no?
Improved, not much improved.
Is Bob Pompiani the greatest sportscaster in Pittsburgh history? Yes or no?
1,000%.
Thank you.
The bees.
Colin.
I love the bees. What do you call them? The bees?
The beeswacker.
The beeswacker. I have one for you, too, real quick, just because I've been intrigued with Joe Stinson Garcia. Does he play a role at all this season with this team?
Can I answer in more than one word, or
Yes.
are we still playing the game?
No, I have my own rules. We can
Awesome.
expand.
I've been very impressed with Joe Stinson Garcia. I don't think he makes the opening day roster just because there's not a spot for him, but he's been the player I've been most impressed by so far in spring. I think that they want him to play every day, and that's more likely at AAA Indianapolis just because there's not an outfield role to be won, and if you're going to have a guy who's starting twice a week, you want it to be Mangum. But I have really been impressed by Joe Stinson Garcia. I think that he's got a bright future.
How about Ron Cook's long-lost son, Billy Cook? Who's having the better spring, him or Nick York?
I'd say York. I haven't heard very much about Cook.
Alika Williams isn't going to make this team, is he?
Please don't.
No. He's depth.
Is Joey Bart going to be around at the start of the season, or is he going to get traded?
I believe he'll be around.
Has Endy Rodriguez looked good?
Yeah. Looked healthy. He's been back in good spirits. It's good to see Endy.
That's actually really
So
good
who's
to
the odd
hear.
man out there?
So who's the odd man out there?
I think if I had to guess right now, I think Endy and Flores will start in AAA for more reps. I think it'll be Davis and Bart again.
Who's the 5th starter?
You asked me that already.
I did.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Not Barco.
Who are the 2 extra
You're
guys
good,
on
you're
the
good.
bench compared to the Jake Mangum, Mangum PI, and extra catcher? Who are the next 2 guys?
Right now, I think it's York and Valdez. I think that York would have the edge over Valdez if it comes down to one of those and Connor Griffin does make the trip up.
Name the entire starting lineup for the season opener against the Mets, 1 through 9.
All right. First base will be Horwitz because it's a right-handed starter.
Yep.
Second will be Lau. Shortstop will be Gonzalez. Third base will be Triolo. Left field, Reynolds. Center, Cruz. Right field, O'Hearn. And catcher, Davis. Starter, Stevens.
Who's your leadoff hitter?
Cruz.
I agree with that.
You agree with it that it
He
will
should be
happen, or
he
it
should be the starting.
He absolutely should not
no,
be
he
the
should
starting leadoff hitter.
He's got.
He strikes out too much, and
He'll
he was
get on
hitting
base
like
and
a
he'll-
pitcher late last season.
It's a new Cruz.
Is it a new Cruz, Colin, or the old Cruz?
I've been impressed by him so far this spring. The other thing, too, is as a leadoff guy, he's such an uncomfortable at bat, regardless of whether he's hitting. It's something that, like that can affect the pitcher right away, starting off uncomfortable with Cruz. So that's why I like him so much in that role. Not to even mention his speed.
Thank you, Colin.
Thanks, Beezer. Appreciate it.
We appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
He's hiding behind right field foul pole now.
He's
He might
really
get some
growing
action
into
out
his
there.
role, Bob. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
No, I like.
Is there a budding
He's a
rivalry
very-
between him and Gormy the Owl, or are they friends?
I think they're friends.
Limits, have you heard anything on that
Oh,
front?
I think there's a huge rivalry that's budding that is your own creation. You are trying to form the
I'm
rivalry.
asking.
Both are very nice
A
men.
lot of young. That doesn't mean there's not a rivalry.
Baby.
What happened, Bob? You're
Oh,
not allowed
Henry
to call
Davis.
that
I'm not
live.
allowed to tell you.
I tell you what, though, Henry Davis, I don't think he has a hit yet in spring training, but I've liked his at-bats.
Hard outs. Lots of hard outs. And in our world of metric and analysis, that's good.
Was that a hard out,
Yeah.
Bob? He just popped out to left field.
He did.
was
Hit it
gonna
down the
pop
line.
out.
Looked like a double.
Yeah, until the guy caught it.
Update, Cleveland getting a dome stadium. Would you want one in Pittsburgh eventually? 2,000 votes, 75% say no. We prefer outdoor.
God bless them. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That was very informational. Why don't we finish with a little bit more Pirate talk? Limits has a couple of, I forgot to ask about Termar Johnson, Bob. Limits has a couple more questions for us. First, Bob has a message for the Populace.
And depending on how fast I deliver this message will determine how much we actually get in the next segment before we sign off, because we went long again on that one. But thank you, Joe. Yes, right now, West Shore Home bringing you one of their biggest events of the season with their 1-week flash sale. This week, listen, you'll get 25% off bathroom remodels. Plus, get started with no money down. Lock in a special financing rate that makes it even easier to get started right now. And save an extra $500 just for being a fan of our show when you schedule your free in-home consultation now at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy for you. From your free consultation to the professional installation that's completed by one of their teams of highly trained employee installees, they got your back from start to finish. And another end, you won't be dealing with a construction mess for weeks on end. They get in, they get out, and they get going. They leave you with a bath you'll love for years to come. But remember, this flash sale ends on Saturday, so don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to schedule that free consultation today. West Shore Home, 25% off your bathroom remodel. See the website for details.
Bob, did I tell you I'm getting an endorsement for Birdseed?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know how many kinds of birdseed. Is there only one or are there many?
You'll find out during the endorsement.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Second of all, what about your feet? Not your feet, Bob, but everybody's feet. My big toes hurt for a long time, and then I discovered the Good Feet foot arch supports designed to provide flexibility, comfort. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. They fit your shoes, golf shoes, tennis shoes, work shoes, basketball shoes, Bob tap dancing shoes. Any shoes you got, they fit. They worked for me. It worked for me. It could work for you. Check it all out at goodfeet.com, or you can go to one of their many stores. There's a new one down on the waterfront, right near Yankee Candle and Panera. There's one at the Suncrest Town Center in Morgantown. There's one at the Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. And there's one out in Cranberry. So wherever you live, north, south, east, and west, there's a Good Feet store for you. Whatever it might be. Could be low back issues. It could be discomfort, needles in your heel, burning in the balls of your feet. Whatever it might be, this worked for me. It could work for you. So check it all out at goodfeet.com. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 5-0 winners against Vegas over the weekend. Ben Kindle, 15th goal of the year. Sheloffs pitched a shutout. NHL trade deadline, 3 o'clock Friday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Back in my high school soccer career, whoever had the best week of practice would get to wear the captain thing. I never got it.
Wait, so you played varsity soccer?
No, I was on travel, and it was B team. I was really hoping no one would ask for any more details.
You brought it up.
Perhaps we were just so bad and didn't have enough leaders that let's just pass this sucker around.
And you still didn't make it your way?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute The number 1 ranked Yukon Huskies have done it again. With a win over St. John's this past weekend, the Huskies have completed their 11th undefeated regular season in program history. Yeah, you heard that right. 11th. They are now 9 games away from yet another national championship. Can anybody beat the Huskies in March? I don't think so. I'm Addie Bates.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wendy's has a new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mints cookie pieces, rich creamy frosty, and a mint chocolate cookie sauce. Which means Girl Scout Thin Mints and Wendy's Frosty, yeah, they're basically best friends now. It's like 2 delicious desserts just high-fived, snapped a few too many friendship selfies, and then rode a tandem bike down a never-ending road of mint chocolate frosty perfection. So, swing by Wendy's and try the new Thin Mints Frosty Fusion.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Overwhelmed by the big clean-out that has to happen? Trust the professionals at Two Men and a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous local football greats. On March 11th, Lamont welcomes Mel Blount and friends. Proceeds benefit the Mel Blount Youth Initiative. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for sponsorships and ticket info.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss, my solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Bob, we were just talking about great curveballs because Clayton Kershaw is getting interviewed by McAfee. Boy, Kershaw definitely doesn't lift weights, does he? I'm in better shape than him.
He's
Look
retired now for the most part. He's got a little bit of a dad bod going on, but 11-time All-Star.
And one of the great curveballs of all time, and I'm looking at, I think it's MLB.com here, how he's not put in the top 5 curveballs of all time, I don't know. Would you like to know who is in there, Bob?
Bert Bly, 11.
Number 1, Sandy Koufax.
Okay.
Number 2, Bert B. Home Blyleven.
He was good when he had it, man. That fell off the table.
Who did he strike out to win the NL championship that year, Bob, on a curveball looking in 1979? Wrong. Cesar Geronimo.
Cesar
Geronimo. The third greatest curveball of all time, Dwight Gooden.
Dwight had a good one, yep.
All he needed was a fastball and a curveball. If you get the fourth greatest, either one of you, I'll take Limits and Donnie to another steak dinner.
Oh, jeez. The fourth one.
Vita Blue.
Good guess.
No. Hold on. Steve Carlton.
Camilo Pascual of the Washington Senators, followed by Satchel Paige, an old pirate named Ron Neckay.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Natchai.
Ron Netchai. He has the minor league record.
How have I never heard of Ron Natchai?
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant,
He's
Folsey.
95 years old right now. He has the record. He once pitched a 9-inning game in the minors and struck out every one of his 27
27 batters, it says here.
Yep.
And he followed that up with a 24 strikeout performance. His career was put on hold by a stint with the Army.
Yeah, he's
upon his return, he
really
was plagued by
terrific pitcher.
Chronic stomach ulcers and a torn rotator cuff. I never knew that story.
He's still living. I think he's near Bell Vernon, somewhere out in that area.
Number 7, Nolan Ryan. How about that, Bob?
I think of him mostly as just heat. I don't.
Sal Magley, remember
Steve
him?
Carlton's not in there anywhere. He used to
He might be 9 or 10.
torment Dave Parker and other left-hand hitters.
9 is Mike Cuellar and 10 is Jerry Koosman.
Jerry Koosman, yeah.
New York
good
Mets.
one.
Used to pretend I was him for garage ball. I'd throw one of those little pink balls against the garage and then try and field it. Mangum P.I. just made a horrible play in center field. Limits, do you have a baseball question for us?
I have 2 for you before we go here. My first question is this. Bob, is Henry Davis the most important Pirate breakout candidate of this entire spring?
He and Cruz, I would put in the same kind of, I expect that, yes, at some point. Now, Cruz has shown you a lot that makes you think there's more, and he needs to get there. But I think Davis has shown.
Davis just gunned down somebody at third, but they called him safe. Oh, no, he dropped the ball. Go ahead, Bob.
Once
I'm
again, you're
sorry.
in violation of FCC law.
No, it was afterward. I didn't call the play live.
You called it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
Watch
did.
this throw. Who's ever playing third dropped the ball.
Oh, my, what a great throw that is. Davis is really good defensively. If he can just tick that offense up from wherever it was to 230 hitter, and that seems like a big jump with 10 to 15 home runs. I think I would take that right now.
You've both lost your minds. For breakout candidates, there's a man named Connor Griffin that I would like to see break out.
That's not
everybody
even a breakout. Everybody knows.
The most important breakout candidate on the team isn't Connor Griffin.
He hasn't broken in yet.
No.
You got to broken in
once he
before you
breaks
can break
in,
out.
he'll break out, Bob.
You're wrong.
You put your break foot in,
You are
put
wrong.
your break foot out. Yes, you will.
No, you're wrong. We all expect Connor Griffin to come up here and have a really good
he's
season.
not
Oh, so
Breakout
it's just
candidate.
going to happen.
This
He's
is
not an
not.
important breakout candidate.
No,
Yeah, you want him to be on the Major League
It's just
roster.
You're
gonna
talking
happen.
about guys who we didn't expect contribute in a
And
big
mine
way.
is Mangum P.I. How do you like that, Bob? Or Triolo? You like that one, Bob?
I think Davis is more because he's 1-1. You know,
I think
mean,
you're wrong. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Now I'm hangry
Wrong.
anyway. I get hangry right around this time.
4 hours
of
is a
day.
long time.
Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Me for picking Connor Griffin as my breakout candidate?
Yes.
All right.
Arthur Shelovs, I just want to turn this out. He is the NHL number 2 star of the week.
He's a
2-0,
breakout candidate.
51 out of 52 saves. He's
Great
just
story.
allowed 1 goal. Yeah,
Great
981
story.
save percentage.
What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Cloudy today. High at Dave Parker, 39. A low of Roberto Clemente, 21. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We have 40 seconds left, Limits. Let's have it.
The last question that I want to ask you is this, and it regards Connor Griffin. Is he the most hyped Pirates prospect of all time? Bob? Most hyped Pirates prospect of all time. Is it Connor Griffin?
Skeens would probably be that, but I mean, probably yes, given the fact he's ranked number. But I think Skeens had that same expectation, though, wasn't
But
he?
Roman Anthony was ranked higher than him in the prospect rankings for a large majority
All
of
right,
his minor
well,
league career.
I go back to Chad Hermanson. I bring him up every time I talk about this.
Could
'cause
walk
he
on
was-
water, they said.
He was supposed to be this can't miss, and he missed. So
I know.
hopefully-
That's why Connor Griffin is still a breakout candidate. But in my lifetime, yes, Limits, and I don't think it was possible in a previous lifetime. Like I'm sure when, I don't know, Dick Groat came up, there were expectations, but there just wasn't a machine like
Right.
there a media machine like there are to create them.
There was no MLB Pipeline or Baseball America hyping him up, or we
There
weren't
was no
watching him on
John
TV playing for the
Right.
Pirates in spring and stuff like that.
How come Billy Cook hasn't been more hyped, Bob?
I think Ron probably didn't spend enough time with him. When
You're
he
a
was
pathetic
child.
person, you know that?
He needed more of that kind of guidance.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, Limits.
Thank you.
All right, boys. We'll see you again on Wednesday.
See you Wednesday, Bob.
What about Tuesday?
That's you. Tuesday with Joe.
There's no more Tomlin news conference, Bob. What's going on
Yeah,
here?
Bob, what's the excuse?
I have a lot of stuff to do.
We
3
all do.
days
We
a
all
week
do,
is
Bob.
enough.
Would you like
I
to
gotta
produce
work.
tomorrow?
Do I work till midnight? Do you guys go in and
the
work till
Tomlin
midnight?
news conference.
Do you stay
That's
till
all
1 in the
gone.
morning? You stay up till 3 in the morning?
Yeah,
No,
there are
you
some
don't.
times where I do the
Sometimes
evening
I
show
do.
afterwards.
20-some years
sleep
old.
I pull a
last
double
night,
header.
Bob. Is there a
Good night.
Mangum PI bobblehead? Is that what that? Oh, that's a
No.
Skeens bobblehead. What day is that, Limits?
The Skeens bobblehead?
Yeah.
April
They could probably do that
20th,
every
I
year.
think?
The last year they did it, they had people lined up all the way around the block.
Look at this,
across
Bob.
the bridge. Where do you see the Connor Griffin bobblehead whenever they do that?
There we go.
Would a Mulsey It's the 18th, Limits. Would a Mulsey bobblehead be bald, Bob?
He's looking right at you.
Go to hell,
He doesn't
Mulsey.
have any idea. He just talked about you.
Aaron Rodgers, Chris Mahler would
I'm
be a
leaving
better
on that
quarterback than Aaron Rodgers.
Just to note, this is the fan headline that's being interrupted right now because it's the bottom of the third inning coming up for the Pirates. You can listen to the game 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Scoreless game against the Rays. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. PM guys next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the Rockets pay
pay a visit to the lowly tanking Wizards in D.C., and Houston should be able to put up points in bunches. The Wizards have continued to sit most of their best players. Even the ones that are playing, they limit them to about 20 minutes a game. Also, the Wizards are 29th in defensive rating over the last 15 games, and they play at the third fastest pace in the league. So offense should come easy for Houston. I'm going over on the Rockets' team total points. I'm Papa Will. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. Their vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone. High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting? I am not stopping. For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
At Planet Fitness, we're getting strong for the season's biggest games. Join now and your first month is free. Whether you're chasing a buzzer beater or your everyday goals, we've got next level amenities like red light recovery and hydro massage to help you rebound and recover. Plus, with the PF Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime and access over 2,800 locations. Join now for $1 down, $24.99 a month, and get your first month free. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, March 13th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge home and garden show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dart boards, and professional billiard services. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
This is an important message for anyone struggling with $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans. Due to ongoing inflation, job loss, and the rising cost of living, many Americans are facing overwhelming credit card balances. If you're drowning in credit card debt, you may qualify for powerful debt relief options currently being offered by National Debt Relief that can significantly reduce what you owe. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a debt consolidation loan. You could qualify for this debt relief option and only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe. Act now to see if you qualify. With thousands of 5-star reviews online and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, National Debt Relief has helped over 1 million consumers with their debt that qualified for this relief option. So don't wait. Call the Debt Reduction Hotline now. Dial 800-428-5757. 800-428-5757. That's 800-428-5757.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Connor Griffin did it again this weekend, hitting his 3rd home run of the spring in the Pirates' 6-1 win against the Cardinals. Pirates up 1-0 right now in spring ball against the Tampa Bay Rays. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's your unlucky day on a Monday. PM team and another solo Mulsey experience for everybody out there. The phone number is 412-928-9370. That is also the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I have a big Monday show planned. Donnie Football back in the saddle after Charlie Borges was pinch hitting. Donnie out there showing the youth of America, tomorrow's leaders, what it's like to work at Odyssey, going to Penn State. He got top billing. He wasn't second banana there. They didn't say, oh, Donnie, yeah, you can come with, but you're kind of in the background. You were front and center. You were the big special career day man, and you wanted no part of coming in here and talking about it on Friday. You wanted to go home.
Yeah, I mean, after the 3-hour trip back from State College,
It was 3 hours for you? Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like only 2 now.
I mean, the Friday afternoon traffic made that happen. Like the last 10 miles took 45 minutes.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can understand why you wanted to get wings and get the hell out of Dodge.
What are the odds that I shook hands with my potential replacement?
Oh, that's a great question.
I was thinking about that on the way home.
They're not 0, right? It can't be 0.
They got to be greater than 0.
Yeah, I would think it's definitely a non-zero chance. I mean, now, if you had been at Waynesburg for a career day, the odds would have been like 80% that you were shaking hands at some point with one of your replacements, because we have the famed and vaunted Waynesburg to 93.7 to Odyssey Pittsburgh pipeline. But I think it was greater than 0 for sure. So I'm glad to have you back in. Board just did a fine job. We have hockey talk at various points today. Points, plural, Donnie. So we're going to test you on this one. But I know you and your Ernie Banks situation today have hockey talk planned as well, because things are picking up with the trade deadline. But we'll start that in a little while, maybe a half hour. We got Sean Gentili of The Athletic on here at 2:35, because I have a bunch of different hockey questions for him with the deadline on Friday. I'll start with this, though. From Jeremy Fowler's latest piece, he and Dan Graziano over at ESPN doing one of their big kind of intel dumps. Jeremy Fowler, of course, as Pony likes to say, Adam Schefter in training, except Schefter's never actually going to leave ESPN, so Jeremy will be 72 years old. Schefter will be like 95, still breaking stories. But Jeremy is obviously very plugged in. And this got my attention because I am somebody that feels a little bit out on an island on this, but I think there's going to be more people swimming over and joining me on the beach and cracking coconuts together, or looking for, I don't know, fresh water sources, or doing whatever the hell else people do on an island when they all get together. Well, I guess on Gilligan's Island, they were hanging out, man. They were showing midriffs. People didn't like it. People were very upset about it. I don't even remember what the woman's name was on Gilligan's Island, but everyone was a big fan of her.
Marianne?
Yeah, probably her. Sure. How do you know that? I'm not even asking.
You know I'm
your
an
dad.
old soul.
And your dad probably was like, Donnie, this is how TV should be. By the way, didn't they have like the means to get off that island pretty easily with how much brain power there was? I mean, they could have got off the island.
Yeah, there was a professor out there. I mean, you had like you had Gilligan.
Right. They should have got off that island. I think they wanted to be there.
It was only supposed to be a 3-hour tour.
Well, so I was on Malik Willis to the Steelers Island by myself, I think, for a while. And there's news from Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano doing their big news dump that I think is going to have more people swimming over to my side of things. They had this big intel piece run yesterday, and they cover, a million different topics, big things that people care about in the NFL right now. One of them was, how does QB Willis's market look? Fowler, Willis's market has been a prominent topic this week, but a team offering him $30+ million per year doesn't appear realistic. Many front offices believe the more accurate comp is Justin Fields' deal with the Jets last year, 2 years and $40 million. Could it jump up due to cap inflation or multiple suitors? Sure, but a range of $20 to $25 million annually is certainly a good starting point. So based on what Jeremy was hearing from people and teams at the Combine that he talked to, they think $30 million would be a little, even that much annually, would be a little rich. Miami, definitely in. Arizona in. Cleveland seemingly out. The Steelers, not mentioned once in this entire piece, not just about Malik Willis, but just not mentioned, period. They should be when it comes to him. Malik Willis at $20 to $25 million, if that's the kind of market that takes shape, and I understand the logical connections between him and Miami and him in Arizona, with Mike LaFleur now being in Arizona, with Jeff Hafley being in Miami, there's obvious continuity for Malik Willis, something that was pretty big for him in Green Bay, turning himself into a guy who might get $20 million a year from a guy who looked like he was going to wash out of the NFL after like one rookie contract. I get all that. People said I was nuts. Pony said I was nuts. Everyone said I was nuts for saying at 2 years, $40 million annually, so 2 years, $80 million, I'd still do it. I'd take that roll of the dice because you get out from under it pretty quickly. I would imagine if people said to me, Chris, that's just too rich for my blood, I can't do that. If the number has come down by 10 possibly 15, possibly even $20 million annually. Where's the excuse now to at least make an inquiry about this guy? You might not get him. He's a free agent. That's how this works. But if it's 2 years, $50 million, 2 years, $40 million, or somewhere in the middle, 2 years, $45 million, how could you not at least consider it if you're the Steelers? I would do it. I don't need to see the Aaron Rodgers experience. Again, I have said that a million times. Everyone knows where I stand on that. He doesn't move around. He doesn't want to take hits. That's understandable. He's almost 43. His arm is still good, but it seems like it only flashes late in games when they absolutely need it to. I don't really need to go through the rigmarole. I don't need to go through sort of the self-delusionary process of convincing myself that, if they just surround him with better weapons this year, he'll be some sort of improved version of himself that we haven't seen in a couple seasons. No, I don't need to do that. I've seen enough. Hey, cool, man, you won the division. That's pretty wild at 42. Good job. You made some huge throws down the stretch in a de facto division title game. Awesome. And then it turned into a pumpkin in the playoffs. Malik Willis appears to be, just if you want to play this game, he appears to have shown in the games he's played for Green Bay, I think, more natural aptitude as a passer than Justin Fields really ever has. He's not the runner that Justin Fields is when Justin Fields is healthy, but unlike Fields, I think Malik Willis is generally looking to win with his arm. Win from the pocket or win outside the pocket, but still with his eyes downfield trying to make throws. That dude gives you an actual sort of a plan, or at least a whiff of a plan going forward if you sign him. And if the price is now much more right for most people, I would imagine it's a much more appealing thought. That's kind of the body politic. That's the group of people I actually want to hear from right now. If Malik Willis at $40 million a year was a non-starter for you and it was mainly the price, now does this report from Jeremy Fowler that it might be below 30, might even be below 25? Now if you could have Malik Willis on a Justin Fields contract, 2 years, $40 million, would you want that or would you want more Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370. Give me something new. Mike McCarthy's a quarterback whisperer. Remember, Donnie? He brought Joe Montana along. Who could forget that after Joe Montana had been in the league for a decade and a half? Who could forget his sterling work in Kansas City with Joe Montana? He might as well have worked with Joe Montana, the actor. If Mike McCarthy is actually a guy that you believe in as a quarterback developer, kidding aside, suddenly the price here looks like it would be right. Maybe you have to outbid somebody else that wants him. Maybe he just doesn't want to be here because he's got aforementioned continuity. He's got people he would know in Arizona or Miami that he would feel comfortable with. But you should try. What's the worst that can happen? Let's just say you actually get this guy at, let's say, 2 years. I'll try $47 million, so $23.5 million per. We'll just about split the baby. He quarterbacks your team for a year. Maybe he was a flash in the pan, more of a Matt Flynn than anything else. You have him under contract for 1 year at a by far reasonable price to maybe be your starter next year until the guy you draft next year in 2027 is ready to take over, and then you move on. If it does work this year, if you get him and suddenly it looks like, oh, wait, this guy really can play, the light bulb went on and stayed on, you've got your quarterback. You got him for a very good deal for that second year, but you're already thinking about making up a new contract for him anyway. This is, to me, pretty big news for a topic that, yes, has kind of worn into it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. Don't tease yourself. It's going to be that. It's not going to be Will Howard. The idea that Malik Willis's price would be nearly cut in half on an average yearly basis means to me that the Steelers had better be knocking on that door. Because that's a guy who looked like in his limited time with Green Bay that he could be a difference maker. I thought he looked smoother. That game against the Ravens, we all saw it. He looked like a badass out there. He looked like somebody that can actually be the reason a team wins games and not a guy who's along for the ride. In fact, he played hurt in that game. If he doesn't get as banged up as he was, if the Packers could have stopped a nosebleed, they'd probably win that game. I think the guy can play. I think that this is going to sound crazy. I will stand by it. Who was it last week? Was it Tom Pelissero, I think, that said Aaron Rodgers is still one of the best 32 quarterbacks in the league? Like, he got I saw, I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Alan Saunders. Maybe it was somebody else. Got Pelissero for a minute at the Combine. And Pelissero said, well, I think it is pretty clear that he's still one of the 32 best quarterbacks in the league. Let me tell you something right now. I think there is a better chance that Malik Willis, if given the shot, would be one of the 32 best in the league next year than there is Aaron Rodgers being that. If Malik Willis can be had for even $30 million, but let's say it's less. If Malik Willis can be had for $25 million a year, 2 years, $50 million, are you doing that deal, Steelers fans? 412-928-9370. I am. I'll drop the contract. I'll walk it over to him. I don't even know where he's living these days, Donnie. I will drive the contract to him if he wants to sign it instead of doing that signing thing in the Steelers offices. What about you? I think you were a too rich for my blood guy at $40 million a year. Pony was properly appalled that I would say just give him $40 million a year. It's not my money. Where do you come down on this if it's more like 20 to 25? Because that seems to be the range that Fowler settles on here.
If it's something like that, I would be fine with them doing it because that puts him not even in the top 10 or 15 when it comes to quarterback money. Like $20 million, even $40 million, funny enough, is not a lot of money when you're talking quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I think there's like 15 guys that make 40 or more million a year. If you're talking 25, you're coming in between Justin Fields and Baker Mayfield. Fields makes 20, Mayfield makes 33.3. That's like almost 20th in the league. I think when it comes to QB
and
salary,
the cap's now
that's not going to be a detriment to your team the way it used to be.
And it's one of those things. The cap's now $301 million for this year. It's one of those things, and I don't blame people. I don't expect our listeners to be sitting there like observing the cap and looking at percentages of the cap, Don. But it is one of those things that because you see just such a big number, I think you say reflexively, like, oh, come on now. What are we doing here? No, we shouldn't be engaging in this. It's not that much money. Jeremy Fowler's latest on Malik Willis, the market or the price tag at least might not be what it was at first rumored to be. What was maybe 2 years, $80 million. Literally, that's what people were throwing around. Now might be more like 2 years, $40 million. 2 years, $50 million. Might not ever sniff $60 million over 2 years. Would you do that deal for Malik Willis if the price had come way down? 412-928-9370. Zach in New Kensington. What's up, Zach?
Hi, big fan.
Appreciate it, man. What do you got?
I'm with you. I would sign that deal in blood right now. I've heard on the radio waves a lot of people talking about McCarthy and his history with Aaron Brooks.
Yeah,
hello.
In New Orleans.
This is Aaron Brooks 2.0, but more athletic.
I think Brooks was probably a more polished. In fact, I could say almost with certainty, even though it's a quarter century ago, I think Brooks was a more polished passer to begin with and less of an athlete. But, I mean, somebody else. Here's the thing, Zach. Somebody else already did the really hard work here, I think, which is Matt LaFleur. Like, he took the dude who was beaten out legitimately by Mason Rudolph. He did the hard stuff. He got him, like, back to square one and then some. Willis, by all accounts, by the way, is like an awesome dude and like a very hard worker. People have praised him up and down. So you just have to take the next step.
The one thing I'll say about Willis is even watching his tape at Liberty, he wants to pass. He's not trying to run first. He's not a Lamar Jackson. He's not escaping the pocket. I'm going to make the play with my feet. He wants to use the team, and he's going to pass that ball, and then he will escape and make plays when he can, but he's not dependent on it.
I agree with that. Stylistically, thanks, Zach. Stylistically, I think he's what you want in this day and age. Can run, can hurt teams, has to be respected, wants to throw. Go back and watch it if you want to do what like Donnie or Pony would do, or intern Jack, who's here today as well. Go back and watch the tape from that Ravens-Packers game. He was making big boy throws and doing it regularly until he got banged up. Like, it has been a pretty obvious linear process for him to get better and better since he got to the Packers. If it's 2 years, $40 million, if it's the Justin Fields deal for Malik Willis, yeah, sign me up for that. If it's more than the Justin Fields deal, sign me up for that too. I'll put my foot down on this one. Justin Fields has gotten MVP votes in his career. I think Malik Willis is right now, 6 games in or 6 starts in, is a better quarterback than Justin Fields. And I think is only going to get better. 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up at 93.7 The Fan. You ever say something out loud, Donnie, and think you said something else? I just thought I gave the Twitter feed as the back half of the phone number for a second there. 412-928-9370 and at 93.7 The Fan on Twitter. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Malik Willis's price reportedly coming down. Jeremy Fowler suggesting it's going to be more like the Justin Fields deal. 2 years, $40 million, maybe up to 2 years, $50 million. Would you do that deal now that it's not such an quote-unquote outlandish figure like $40 million per? 412-928-9370. Get more of your phone calls and thoughts on that. Donnie, though, has a fan headline first.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Top of the fourth in Bradenton, the Pirates and Rays are even at 1. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 52 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have announced that they almost know when they'll have a starting quarterback. So everybody calm down. They almost know when they'll have a starting quarterback. Reports have come out saying that the Steelers will get an answer from Aaron Rodgers within the next few weeks or so. So don't worry, Steelers fans. You may have a quarterback soon. Or not, of course. I'm Addie Bates.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 442 unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Norm Dickerson. Tired of unreliable supply chains holding up your construction projects? Delays cost money. You need building materials you can count on right when you need them. That's where Reed Building Supply comes in. I've known them for more than half my life. Quality lumber and everything else for your residential or commercial build. On time and with a smile from your personal Reed rep. Don't build with uncertainty. Build with Reed. Visit us today at reedbuildingsupply.com. Reed Building Supply, building Western PA one project at a time.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It was Ginger and Marianne on Gilligan's Island, Don. I think it was Ginger, the one that everyone was really hot to trot for. Because then who was it on Scooby-Doo? I know I'm completely cross. It was Velma. And then who was the other one on Scooby-Doo? She was like the...
I'm completely blanking
No,
now.
I know. But now I'm thinking of now that's a cartoon duo, obviously. It ain't Marianne and Ginger. It was Velma and then the other one who was like the blonde on Scooby-Doo. I think Scrappy-Doo's the one everyone remembers, too.
Daphne,
thank you. Simple question here. Jeremy Fowler reporting that the, what's it from the wire, price of the brick actually went down here? Price of the brick going down when it comes to getting Malik Willis's services for this upcoming season and next. 2 years, $40 million, Jeremy heard at the Combine. That's what teams are starting to think Malik Willis might actually get, not the supposed 2 years, $40 million annually. 2 years, $80 million in total. If you're the Steelers, or if you're a Steelers fan who didn't want him because you just thought the price tag was way too high, what does that update do for you? It only makes me more rabid in saying, yes, make this deal. I would have done it at 2 years, $40 million annually. That's just not crazy money. Donnie did the research. Anything between, 20 and $33 million a year would make him the 20th highest paid starter in the league at that position. That is nothing. That's bottom third of the league starting money.
Justin Fields right now is the 20th highest paid quarterback.
It seems like a no-brainer to me. Let's see what it seems like to our guy Troy in Mount Washington. Hey, Troy.
What's up, guys?
Yo.
So I'm just a little confused about it all. So how many games did Malik Willis play last year?
Only a handful.
And at the beginning of last year, would you have said that you would have paid him more than Justin Fields, or you would have paid Justin Fields more than Malik?
I would have paid him more than Willis at the beginning of the year, but I saw plenty in the couple of games he actually played, including the one he started. I saw a much more refined player who clearly... Here's the thing for me, Troy. So
before the season, so you didn't see anything. I'm talking about before you saw anything. Would you have paid him anywhere near Justin Fields' money? Or
I would have sniffed around that just because I know what the quarterback market actually looks like and what that price tag should be and what it gets you.
So his handful of games switched you to the other side. The thing that kind of confused me is what Donnie just said about how now that the price tag is a little lower, he would take a shot on him. To me, as someone who didn't really want Malik Willis, when the price goes down, that means that other NFL franchises are looking at him and saying he's not really worth a lot. And now you're going to want someone who didn't value Malik Willis to value him more because he's getting less money. But in actuality, that shows that he should be valued less more because teams are not looking to pay him a higher contract when they could do that. Now, so I'm just curious, is Donnie looking at it in the framework of I want a quarterback based on the money, or I want a quarterback based on I think he can do it for me? It just seems like we're kind of getting caught in this. He dropped down, so now it makes sense. Well, if we didn't think he was the guy before, we're not going to think he's the guy now. And if teams thought he was that guy, he would be getting offers of.
I mean, couldn't you use the argument, Troy, that like the league wasn't going gaga over Sam Darnold, and look what's turned out for him in recent years? I mean, I think it might be the market correcting itself, or it could be something as simple as Willis's people floating out that, hey, you know, we're hearing 2 years, $40 million per year. I am Malik Willis's agent.
I don't get the Sam Darnold based off the fact that he's coming off a 14-2 season with the Vikings, and even
I'm talking about even before the Vikings. Sam Darnold was basically a lost cause.
He's been in the league and considered to have learned the league and know the league a lot more than Malik Willis.
I'm surprised, Troy. I'm surprised that you wouldn't look at the progression of Willis from the very early time in Tennessee when he looked hideous
in 2022 to basically cooling his heels for a year, going to Green Bay in that 2024 season, those 2 games he started, he wasn't passing the ball like a crazy person, but he's 3 touchdowns, no picks, and he was putting in work on the ground. Against the Ravens, that was one of the better games I've seen anybody, that isn't an obvious like MVP candidate play this year.
A terrible defense, though. We know that.
Okay, but he still goes 18 of 21 for almost 3 bills and a touchdown, in 2 rushing touchdowns in that same game.
Can we also look at it in the fact of he played a handful of games and he didn't stay healthy in the handful of games. So it's not like he played a full season and he was hurt, but you gave him a small sample size. In that small sample size, even though he had good games, he didn't win that game, and he was hurt.
I'm not gonna. He got crushed and fell on his shoulder. Which, if you find me a quarterback that gets hit like the injury that got put on him that doesn't get hurt, then you got like a RoboCop type of guy. I get the arguments where people say he's only started a handful of games. It's such a small sample size. The idea that his market is coming down is not necessarily a sign that the rest of the league actually thinks he's a bum. It also could just be that his people tried to float out a crazy number at the start of all of this in an effort to get him paid. And it maybe didn't take, and now the market's going to set itself. If you think about, hold on now, too. If you think about the fact that he's being rumored to be in the Fields range of things, think of how many games Justin Fields had started to that point in his career when he got the Jets contract, right? Think of what he had done even for the Steelers, just winning football games. And think of the fact that he had MVP votes in his not too distant past. The fact that Willis, even in an inflating market like this with the cap going up, would be rumored to get that same kind of deal with way less track record tells me that other teams think there might be something there. Paying the guy the Justin Fields deal when he's played a fraction of the games Justin Fields actually had would say something to me. Dave in Delmont's on the Fan. Hey, Dave.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Hey, I think if we go after this guy, we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. We need to get a good quarterback. We don't need a manager out there managing, throw 20 passes, run the ball. Let's just get a good quarterback. I don't know where that is.
Is it Aaron Rodgers coming back on a one-year deal?
No, absolutely.
Okay. Is it Will Howard?
No, I don't know. But I'm just saying, you got
Dave,
Will Howard, give him a chance.
Dave, would you rather...
And if he bombs, then we can get a good quarterback.
Hold on, Dave. Would you rather have Malik Willis on the Justin Fields contract? Donnie and I have done our best to go over how that is not a lot of money right now in this day and age for a quarterback that starts. Would you rather have him for $20 million a year as your starter for 2 years and you can get the hell out of Dodge if you don't like him after 1 year? Or would you rather give a 6th-round pick who has never even played in so much as a preseason game the starting reins?
Yeah, I'd rather have the 6th-round pick.
Okay, thank you. I wouldn't. I'd rather have the guy that has more upside. Malik Willis got drafted much earlier than Will Howard, admittedly in a quarterback-weak draft, not that Will Howard's was exactly a great one. He got drafted much earlier, having played against lesser competition and having had nowhere near the level of accomplishment as an actual college quarterback that Will Howard had. And we've actually seen him play NFL games and play well, especially the last 2 years. Go look at his numbers, especially last year. I know he got hurt. I know he got banged up. He also played through pain. I'm sort of stunned at how many people, even with this rumor that the price is coming down from that kind of maybe outlandish first number, don't seem to be convinced on this guy. By the way, you can listen to the PM team. That's us on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. YouTube, the YouTube commenters, as always, feisty on a Monday. On X, the app formerly known as Twitter, where there are no commenters, but you can just watch in blissful ignorance of what people might be saying about the show. Up next, a little hockey talk with Sean Gentile. The trade deadline is Friday for the Penguins, and they have a lot of, they're spinning a lot of plates right now. Who is it? Red Panda does the crazy shows at basketball games. They're spinning more plates and bowls than Red Panda, so we'll go over all of it with Sean Gentile coming up. First, here's Don with a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
3 points for the Penguins this weekend. A shootout loss on Saturday against the Rangers, 3-2. They come back with a 5-0 win against the Golden Knights yesterday. They go to Boston. Pens and Bruins tomorrow. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one room of carpet clean for free, unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them 93.7 The Fan sent you. Zero Res.
When it comes to local high school basketball, nobody gets you closer to the game than Steel City Hoops. All the latest highlights, scores, and standings, plus exclusive stories on the kids who step up and the teams that won't go down. Any closer and you'd need to check in at the scorer's table. Steel City Hoops. Find us on Instagram, TikTok, X, and at steelcityhoops.org. Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps. When you're lost in the Gallimimus Run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity. Imagine that. And now you can cut your bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, call. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. Taxes, fees, extra.
Most people think about break-ins. Some think about fires, but water damage, that's the one nobody sees coming. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package so your home is protected from intrusion, fire, and water. It's full home protection done right. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to get started today. Terms and conditions apply.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. The countdown is on, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your watch game. Lewis Anthony Jewelers offers the best selection of fine timepieces from the top Swiss watch brands.
Have we met?
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's 2:36. Make the smart call to Buell Insurance. 724-443-5610. It's the PM team. No Pony. He is presumably en route back from upstate New York with a 2-year-old child who's probably chattering his ear off in tow. as he did the dad wraparound 4-day weekend. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I got a jump scare as I looked at our live feed monitor just now. Got very frightened for a second because there he was, Sean Gentili, senior NHL writer for The Athletic, to give us a kind of a rapid fire many hits here on all things Penguins. And all things Penguins is not just, oh yeah, are they going to acquire a defenseman at the trade deadline? There's a lot of plates being spun here. Sean, I'll start with this. What should this team be looking for between now and the trade deadline to add to their roster?
Well, I'd like to start by thanking you for carving out some time to talk to me instead of Cade Klubnik's 3-cone drill or Garrett Nussmeier's hand size or whatever.
Much smaller hands than mine. Nussmeier.
That's tough.
He's in the Pickett hand tier. I don't know if you can. I mean, he's a warm weather merchant, Sean. I don't know how you can come back from that.
Oh, he's a son of a coach, though. Come on, bud.
Unfortunately,
what was your first question?
It doesn't matter. The first question was, okay, trade deadline's Friday. Not what will, but what should the Penguins, in your opinion, be looking to add to their roster between now and then? A roster that actually is looking more and more legit with goal differential and where they are right now in the Metro by the day.
I kind of think I would do nothing. I think the biggest thing I would do if I were them would be to try to find, some right shot defenseman who can play on third, like Zach Whitecloud. He's a guy who plays for the Calgary Flames. He was with Vegas for a while. Like guys like that, like boring names like that. I think that's in the realm of the things that they should actually go through with. I think what we've seen from them, not just since the break, but really running into that is they're good. Like that's just something everyone needs to internalize if they haven't already, right? This is a pretty good hockey team, but also they should not go out and act as if, it's a cup caliber hockey team. I don't think they're there. I don't think there should be any push or chips to the middle of the table kind of thing. But it's fair to say this is the second best team in the Metro. And then there's a mess of stuff out in the Atlantic Division. It's not out. It's within the realm of possibility that this team wins a playoff series. And I think that dictates some minor moves, but also probably stops them from doing anything particularly crazy.
So it's funny that you said that in terms of just evaluating them broadly. If they weren't just completely awful in overtime or shootout situations, especially, they might be much closer in their own division to being first. Would that have markedly changed your perception of them if they had just gotten points in kind of gimmicky situations that they haven't?
I think the flip side of that is if they're really good in 1-goal games and they've won a bunch of those outside of the shootout and outside of overtime, and that's something that that kind of comes out in the wash too. So there's some unsustainable stuff going on both ends of things. Should they have won some more shootouts? Absolutely. But are there random games that they pulled out and ended up winning in regulation where, maybe they didn't necessarily deserve it? Also probably true. The end result is on balance, I think they're where they should be. Ultimately, man, we're talking about this team.
You and I talked before. You and I talked before the season and said they're going to be a bottom 5 to bottom 3 team. They're going to be awful. Yes.
I was as wrong about them coming into the season as I've been about anything in the last few years.
Is Dan Muse walking to the Jack Adams because of that, by the way? Is he just in a leisurely stroll, or is Bednar or Cooper or
I would say that Joel Quenneville is maybe a candidate to swoop that out because the broadcasters vote on that. So they're you gotta kind of account for that. But I think Muse is absolutely in the discussion. And I think earlier in the season there's some obvious candidates that kind of fell off. But I would say that he's making a strong push here.
All right, so you say if you were going to do anything, add a right-handed defenseman that Penguins fans everywhere would pretend that they've watched in the last 2 years, that kind of guy, third-pair guy. What do you actually think Kyle Dubas is going to do? Now, if you put that different hat on.
I think probably something because that's a pretty good forward group, and you have a pretty good player that's going to be coming back in about 3 weeks, right? So I don't know that there's anything realistically that they could add to that group that's going to be a market improvement, right? Are you going to trade for someone who you squeeze out whatever? The fourth line's great, right? You don't want to mess with that. You got guys like Mantha and Justin Brazeau who have just been incredible. You're trying to find consistent run for the Rutger McGroartys of the world too. So I don't know, short of like, if you add a no doubt, like longish term top 6 piece, and I don't think that's necessarily in the cards for them, at least at the deadline, I kind of would stand pat on the forwards. Now, that being said, defensive group's something else entirely. They can join the club as a team that's looking for a right shot, a right shot defenseman who you can comfortably slide in on a third pair, because that's what everybody wants one of those. That's just year after year. That's a positional archetype that's kind of in demand. So yeah, they could use one, but so could everybody else, and that's kind of what makes all this stuff worth tracking.
I jumped in about the Jack Adams when you said you were as wrong as you've been about any team almost when you're thinking about them preseason. Like, what has to go back to that, not to make you wallow in the fact that you were wrong, because you stood up and acknowledged it.
It happens a lot.
Right. What has been the thing or things about their performance to this point that have been most surprising, that you just did not see coming at all? You could have seen coming maybe that Malkin might stay healthy and be a point per game guy, that Crosby would still be himself, but like, what completely blindsided you about this team?
All the lottery tickets hit. I think that's kind of what happened with Did
I tell you that Lennox hit a $500 scratcher? He
which grandmother was responsible?
Alex lets him buy scratchers, and then obviously she buys them, and I turn them in, but she lets him scratch them. He hit a $500 jackpot scratcher in the last month.
I don't think I've won $500 gambling in my life, in summation.
No, my net is definitely under 500.
way down.
Yeah, but no, okay. So all the lottery tickets hit.
Yeah, it's Mantha, it's Brazo, it's Parker Wotherspoon. It's getting good minutes from guys like Jack St. Ivany and Ryan, like Ryan Shea earlier in the season. Like those are players in situations that just hit across the board, right? Like Tommy Novak, great example. He's a talented player. There were spells in Nashville where he was really good, but they also last season they started Tommy Novak on a line with Steven Stamkos. They penciled him in as you're going to be an offensive play driver and producer with an aging elite line mate. And it didn't work. It didn't even come close to working. And that's why Tommy Novak was available in the first place, right? Mm-hmm. So now it's a year later, and what are we talking about? We're talking about Tommy Novak being a point producer and a play driver on a line with an elite aging line mate. And it worked. So, and that's something when you look at Dubas's back history, really going back to when he was an assistant with the Maple Leafs, he's really, really, really astute at working around the margins and figuring out, who has more to give and who's worth, signing to a 1-year deal. Do I think that maybe he added Anthony Mantha and Justin Brazo and whoever else with the intention on, trading them off a team that was on the outside looking into the wild card race at this point in the season? Yeah, probably, right? Those are guys who you signed to trade, and they're certainly not in that position now. But I think it's I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. They made a bunch of they made a bunch of low stakes dice rolls on guys like that, and a bunch of them hit. And also the goaltending's been incredible. That's the other thing. The goaltending sequencing. Not just the guys that they've had in the mix, but they've gotten good play from guys who are typically pretty volatile at the right time. So you have Jari at the beginning of the season. You had that, especially the stretch before with Stuart Skinner now, but pre-break particularly. Mm-hmm. And now you got Artur Shilovs, who's the second star of the week, right? He's been incredible. Those are guys who are not capable in one way or another of hitting that level over the course of an 82-game season, but they've kind of been able to do it for them piecemeal, like bit by bit. So I think that's a big part of it too.
I think in a golf match play, that would be a ham and egg situation. One guy's good on one hole while the other guy sucks, and then the other guy picks up the slack, I believe.
Aussie special.
Exactly. Speaking of their goaltending, because I was going to get to the portion of this discussion where I wanted to ask you about some stuff your colleague Josh Yohe wrote and kind of his latest little notes drop. Do you think they would actually consider trading Stuart Skinner, since Shilovs is on a heater and we know that they have Miroshov down in the minors, that they would presumably, I think, entrust with playing more games up here?
I think if Josh says that that's something they're considering, then it's something they're considering. I trust that coming from him. I don't know that I would that if I were the one pulling the strings, I'm not sure I would feel that way necessarily. Now Skinner's a free agent. You know, there's certainly some degree of demand for him. I'm of the mindset that if you could get something, like, you set a price for him, and if it gets met, you know,
do it.
You do it. But also at the same time, and I think you and I have had this discussion in one way or another. I know everyone loves Sergei Miroshov, right? He's this and he's that, and I need to see a little bit more from him before I'm ready to write him down in pen as the long-term goaltender of the future, like franchise pillar kind of, which is the way he's discussed. And it's fine. It's great to get excited about him because he's been fantastic in the AHL by and large, and he looked great at times. You know, when he was up earlier, that position we just talked about it with Jari and Shilovs and Skin. Like, there's more volatile dudes than there aren't, right? And I think by and large, you can be a really good high-end goaltender without being someone who you just say, like, definitively, okay, this is the guy for 5 years or 7 years. This is Andrei Vasilevsky. This is Igor Shesterkin. I don't know that he's in that group necessarily, because, you know, ultimately goaltender evaluation, especially when it comes to young guys, is just it's voodoo and it's guesswork. And you have guys in the league right now. The goaltender for the San Jose Sharks is a great example. His name's Yaroslav Askarov. He's like high end, you know, like elite prospect. Physically has everything, and he's been kind of in the Sharks traded for him with the assumption that he was going to be the guy and the goaltender for the Macklin Celebrini era of the next 5 or 10 years. And while he's been really good and there's still a lot of potential there, the early performance has also been really, really uneven. So I think people need to slow their roll on saying that Miroshov's going to step up and be the no doubt starter from here on out. I don't think we're quite there yet on him.
Last thing, and it's kind of a two-parter, but in Josh's piece, he also mentions a conversation he had with Malkin where he just tried to get a sense, because that guy, you want to talk, I think he's been their best player by and large, like most impactful. You can make an argument. I know Crosby's got more points, but when he's been healthy, I think Malkin's been unbelievable. He indicated in his piece, and I just want to make sure I get this right, Sean, that in talking to Malkin, he got the sense that Malkin is a little bit miffed, is the way he described this. Slightly miffed that he basically hasn't gotten, almost like offered some sort of new contract already. How do you think they're going to handle that, and how do you think they should?
I think you just table it and see what happens in April or May or June or whenever their season ends, because, you know, ultimately great as Malkin's been, and I totally agree with you. I think he, more than anything, what they've gotten from him has been the pivot point for their season. The fact that he's been over a point per game and he just generally looks the way that he does is just, it was such a huge unknown coming into the season. The fact that they've gotten what they've gotten from him is just wild.
How much does the Chinakhov factor, by the way, matter into their decision? Because he's restricted free agent, but I don't think it's hard to make 2 + 2 = 4 here and say that guy looks like a different hockey player because he's playing on a team with Evgeny Malkin now.
It's a totally different set of circumstances for Chinakhov, too. I talked to a scout from a Western Conference team in December about something else unrelated. And this is when Chinakhov was, you know, clearly on his way out of Columbus and playing 6, 7, 9 minutes a night on a fourth line or whatever. And I didn't even ask about Chinakhov necessarily. It was more a discussion about young players who were stuck in crappy situations. And he brought him up like unasked, right? He's like, this guy is a second line winger at worst. If you put him on a situation where he's getting real, you know, top 6 time with real line mates, like, he can score 35 or 40 goals. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. And then Pittsburgh goes out and trades for him like a couple days later, basically. And now, you know, that's what we're getting.
He's on a 39 goal pace.
But as far as Malkin's concerned, man, I would just wait to see. Like, I don't think you need to sign, you know, whether it's a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal or options or whatever he's looking for here. I don't think anything's going to change, barring some kind of ridiculous injury. Like, I think you wait and you make sure that the 39-year-old player with a history of knee problems makes it through the next 2 months or 3 months of hockey and still looks like he's capable of contributing next season. Now, there's no reason to think that he won't, right? I think like he's been fantastic. If this version of Evgeny Malkin that we're watching right now is the one that we're seeing in late April or mid-May or whenever their season ends, I think you bring him back, no questions asked. But I would also like to see him get to that point and stay healthy and kind of stay on track. And I would imagine that's kind of what the front office's approach is as well.
He is the Athletics senior NHL writer, one of them, I should say, and that's why we bring him on to get a ton of education about the Penguins, who have a very busy week and a very interesting week ahead of them, given the way they've overachieved in advance of the trade deadline. Sean Gentili, appreciate it as always. Thanks, ma'am.
Malik Willis for $25 million a year. Sign me up, brother.
That's right. Good takes on all sports from the man who calls Greenfield home and who loves Mike McCarthy. All right, bye, Sean.
Bye-bye.
By the way, Pirates in the midst of a spring training tilt with the Rays. At last check, that one is 1-0 Pirates, but I might be a little bit late to the party on that. Things might have changed. Spring training coverage brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet. Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. Donnie, Steelers met and seemingly had a very good meeting with somebody at the Combine. And them hitting it off with this particular player has the potential to make me extremely angry in one very specific way. I will tell you who that is, who that player is, and I think you'll be able to figure out why it would make me very angry. Very angry in one specific way. Coming up next. First Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. 41 for a high today. It was 24 degrees when I ran this morning and was very uncomfortable because I don't like running in the cold. Low of 33. It should be in for a big warm-up, though, later this week. Talking a little Combine, the Steelers, a very good meeting with a very interesting prospect. And I'll tell you why it would annoy me if they actually end up drafting this guy. Coming up next. First, a quick break. Long commercial-free segment on the other side.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/GatorXUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, 1-1 through 6, Pirates and Rays in spring training ball. As the Pirates, I don't know, I was about to say something like, oh, look to improve their record this spring. It's like, no, who cares as what the record is? We're all watching Connor Griffin. We're all watching Hunter Barco. We're all watching those guys. Why am I talking about a spring training record? Like, in fact, like, are there people out there who are just like, yeah, man, I got great intel on this spring training game. I'm throwing a bet in. That would scare me. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ball's at their own 28. Quick snap for Aller, looking left. Can't get it out. Now pressure coming. Aller throws. Loose ball. Intercepted. Christian Gray picks it off at the 42-yard line. Notre Dame will get the ball back with 33 seconds left in the game. You could just tell he was coming out here. I said, if you're going to let Aller throw, he's going to throw some balls that can be taken away, and they do it.
Yes. Oh, that'll never get old. From the college football playoff last year, Drew Aller, not so good. That anytime I'm going to talk Drew Aller, I'm going to play that clip because it's like the scene in Star Wars where they blow up Alderaan and Obi-Wan feels a disturbance in the Force. Anytime that clip gets played, Austin Bechtold turns his head like a dog that hears a noise and like a cold shiver runs through his body.
That is what I wanted to get into, though, here. PM team, Mulsey, little solo day pony back in transit with little Stella. I think he had a nice little wraparound 4-day weekend. So he'll be back in the saddle tomorrow. And we got lots of good stuff already cooked up for you then. But the news is already kind of circulating around. I'm in a bunch of group chats with diehard Steelers fans where they're not even like asking me necessarily for intel. They're just spouting off their takes. And one of the ones that's starting to make the rounds is Drew Aller met with the Steelers. He and Mike McCarthy talking shop, talking quarterbacking. And I'll tell you what, I have said this, and I got to be consistent here. I kind of threw a little red herring out there, the idea that I would be very mad about it. Assuming they don't do what I want them to do, which is sign Malik Willis now at the price point that Malik Willis is allegedly going to be able to be had, then my next, okay, what are you going to see happen with the quarterback position? It would be start Will Howard for 17 games. Next on the list would be start Will Howard for 17 games, but also draft Drew Aller somewhere in the middle of this draft. And then last on the list is what they're actually going to do, which is bring back Aaron Rodgers for yet another bite at the apple when he's 43 halfway through the season. I've gotten that out of my system that I know that's what they're going to end up doing. I said it would annoy me if they drafted Drew Aller, who apparently did have a great, sit down with Mike McCarthy and they talk shop and everything else. And he, by the way, he was good at the combine. Did anybody doubt that Drew Aller was going to look good throwing the ball against air, that he was going to be spinning it? I mean, it was obvious that a guy with as many physical gifts as anybody in this draft class, up to and including Fernando Mendoza, in football in shorts and football in underwear against ghost defenders, was going to look good. The reason I said I would be annoyed is we'll never hear the end of it from Austin Bechtold. He'll be breaking into conversations that don't even involve him. He'll be walking around corners in this building if Drew Aller is on the Steelers roster after the draft and going, hey, guys, do you hear the latest about Drew Aller? That would annoy me greatly. In fact, when I brought this up to him while he was finishing up producing Joe's show and I was getting settled in the chair today, he goes, oh, Mulsey, it might happen. And I already just imagine myself doing the Homer Simpson to Bart Simpson thing to him. As PJ Komanchik from KDKA, News Radio 1020, walks by and sees me doing a strangulation motion and waves at me like I'm just acting like a completely normal person. It would annoy me because City Limits would, of course, never shut up about it. But if the Steelers are going to take a flyer on a quarterback and just take a throw at the dartboard in this draft, I've said this already, and I say this as a person who enjoyed watching him crap the bed against Notre Dame in a huge spot with a chance to go to the national title game on the line. I'd still rather bet on traits like that than I would, and this is going to sound crazy to some people, do what I think they might do with one of those mid-round guys, which is like getting Nussmeier's kid, Garrett Nussmeier, because his father has a relationship with McCarthy in the coaching ranks. I don't want Garrett Nussmeier. I don't care if he played hurt. I don't want Ty Simpson. I don't care if he played hurt. I don't want Cade Klubnik. He just stunk. Drew Aller, this is what teams generally should do. Unless, you're close and you think you've got the kind of roster that could be polished up and really help a guy make a smooth transition to the NFL. If you're a team that's looking for a lottery ticket at quarterback or just looking for your next one and you're really nowhere close to finding it because you have no idea if Will Howard, is going to basically, with a year off from competitive football, continue the heater he was on at the end of his college career, and he was a 6th-round pick. You are already dead-ending it with Aaron Rodgers if you bring him back this year. You could do a lot worse than saying, all right, this dude's 6'5". This dude's got a big-time arm. This dude did win a lot of games. Unfortunately, he didn't win the games that were coin flip games. He usually came up small in those games. The Oregon interception late, that interception last year against Notre Dame. There are some big blemishes and warts on the resume. But you can't teach being that big. You can't teach being that mobile. You can't teach having an arm that big. On the flip side, you can't teach maybe crumbling when the moment is its biggest, but I would still bet on that rather than taking a guy who maybe has outplayed his natural physical gifts and saying, well, let's try to squeeze, imagine it's like a towel. Oh, let's try to squeeze every bit out of this that we can. I mean, Drew Aller, there's a lot more there, clearly. Whether you can ever extract that from him consistently is the question. But I will make that bet, in just if this were player A and player B, 10 times out of 10, I'd make the bet on I'll try the player who's got the skills and try to figure out how to make them a good quarterback rather than I'll take the player who seems to understand how to play the position but is limited in one way or another. I would apply this too, by the way, just to make it not even about Drew Aller necessarily, to Taylon Green, the kid from Arkansas, who I think had a 43.5-inch vertical, ran a sub 4.40, and it's the old Moneyball bit about Taylon Green. Billy, we love this guy. He's huge. He can jump. He can run. He's got a big arm. He's got one fatal flaw. He can't play quarterback. You've got the quarterback whisperer as your coach now. Put your money where your mouth is and draft a guy like this. In fact, I'll go this far. This is my quarterback draft wish list. It ain't Ty Simpson in the second round if he falls. It isn't Nussmeier or Klubnik or one of those guys that was a projected first rounder. It's either Drew Aller in the middle rounds or Taylon Green in the middle-ish late rounds. Who I think, unfortunately, him having such a good combine, probably Taylon Green, means his stock's going to rise and the price is going to go up there as far as where you'd have to draft him. That's it. Otherwise, like, you might as well just go with Will Howard as your guy this year, either backing up Rodgers or if you somehow if Rodgers doesn't want to come back, Will Howard's maybe your starter. But this nonsense about like, oh, could they talk themselves into so-and-so? If it's not Drew Aller, if it's not a guy who you can look at and kind of project big things onto, if everything breaks right, it's not worth it. Like, you've already sort of taken a lottery ticket like that in Howard. He doesn't have the arm Aller has. He's got maybe a little more polish, and he's got sort of the big game gene that we've seen in his college games. But, I mean, he's not as skilled a player. So I'm going to be interested because I don't think anybody really now is disabusing themselves or wrong word there. Let's wind that one back in. You should disabuse yourself of the notion that they're actually going to take Ty Simpson. Nobody's now deluding themselves into thinking that's actually going to happen. I think that's kind of right now it's out of sight, out of mind unless something big were to break. So failing that, when they shouldn't take him in the first round, let somebody else be the team that reaches. Sit tight till day 3 and try to hope one of these guys falls. If Drew Aller gets picked because somebody else falls in love with the traits and the fact that he was at Penn State and he quarterbacked on TV a lot in big games, and so everybody knows him and you can kind of get this like picture in your head of what he should be as a quarterback, fine. Take the kid from Arkansas. But what I would not want to see the Steelers do is fall into the Pickett trap or like anything else where you take a guy who maybe produced a lot, started a lot of games, but has some questions about whether physically he translates to the NFL. And yes, I would say that even knowing that, again, where we started this, limits would be insufferable if Drew Aller is wearing a Steelers jersey. You think he occasionally annoys Joe on the air. He'd be strutting around back there like he was king of the world if they took Drew Aller. Fan text line is 412-928-9370. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It is also 310. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Coming up, speaking of the Combine, depending on what happens with Kenneth Gainwell, the Steelers could use a guy I would say that profiles as a very good pass-catching running back. I would say we also would all agree that they could use a wide receiver with some speed, some size, and some very good route running ability and good hands. I think we all feel like that's a thing that they need. In 5 minutes, we're going to talk to a guy who could check both of those boxes. His name is Eli Heidenreich. You might have heard of him. He's also related to my wife in a way that we're still trying to figure out because I don't understand how second cousins work. Navy football star and a guy who threw down a 4.44 40-yard dash at the Combine this weekend. Eli Heidenreich is going to join the show, the pride of Navy football, coming up next. Here, however, is intern Jack, who does not have a 4.4 40 to his credit, with a fan headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins picked up 3 points this weekend with a shootout loss to the Rangers on Saturday and a 5-0 win against the Golden Knights on Sunday. They'll be back on the ice at TD Garden tomorrow at 7 p.m. to take on the Bruins. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Jack. All right, your energy bill, it's probably not been what you've wanted to see lately.
And if it hasn't been, there's probably a very simple solution to why. You probably got drafty windows, especially if the rest of your house is you think ship shape. The windows can drain your wallet month after month. The warm air goes out in the winter. The cool air leaks out in the summer. Your HVAC is working constantly. My friends at Universal Windows Direct want to make that a thing of the past, and they've got the kind of deal right now that's going to make it more possible than ever. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limits. So the more you upgrade, the more you're going to save, and you'll get 24 months with no payments and no interest, plus a $500 bonus off your entire home improvement project this month. You've got to call them right now and schedule your free estimate today. It's 412-545-6003, or you can go to universalwindowsdirect.com, okay, and schedule that free estimate that way. Either way, when you do, you'll be saying, like me, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The St. Louis Cardinals have signed manager Oliver Marmol to a 2-year extension with a club option for the 2029 season. The Cards have missed the postseason for the last 3 seasons and are currently in the middle of a rebuild. I think it's a bad move for St. Louis and that it is time to move on from the Marmol era. I'm Maddie Bates.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
MrWaterHeater.com. MrWaterHeater.com.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
An earlier accident on the Parkway East outbound is causing some residual delays from the bend at Bates as you head towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
$93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the fan hosts. You can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. Now, they have like 3 facts about us on the backs of each of these cards. Like, I actually got to say I won a golf tournament last year, and then the rest of them kind of had to be jokes. Our next guest, if he had a trading card made, and he will someday, I suspect, it would actually have a lot of actual accomplishments on it. He is the 2021 6A Whitfield Player of the Year, a 2021 state champion in high school. He is the all-time leading receiver in yardage and touchdowns at the Naval Academy. He is also, and I'm really dumb about this part, Related to my wife, I think he would be like a second cousin once removed or something, but he is also a kid I have known, and I say kid because he's 22, but I've known him since he was 9 years old with a big mop of blonde hair that I would see at extended family gatherings on my mother-in-law's side. He is Navy running back, wide receiver, and draft prospect Eli Heidenreich. Eli, thanks for coming on. This is surreal for me as somebody that has known you since you were literally a kid to be talking to you about your NFL draft combine experience. But how are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on today.
We've got Donnie Football in here, too, because he loves football and he wants to talk some shop with you as well. But first question is just simple. What was your overall experience at the combine like? Like, what did you think it was going to be going in, and then what was it like for you?
Overall, it was a great week. Looking at the workout, I was very happy with how I performed, and I think that's arguably the most important kind of piece of the combine. But, it was a little bit more inclusive of a week than I would have thought. There were a lot more things that kind of went into it that surprised me a bit.
Like, what was some of that stuff that you would say was you were not expecting maybe, or caught you a little bit off guard going in?
Sure. So I think the biggest thing was the medical side of things. They just, and it makes sense too, right? They're potentially investing, millions of dollars in you and your body. So they want to make sure they know everything about you, but just really extensive kind of medical, not interviews, but they're just making sure you're fit to play. And then two, just the interview side of things. You're spending a lot of time with the coaches and getting to know them and talking with them.
I imagine the interview part of it not maybe as hard for you as it can be for some guys just because of where you go to school, like everything else. I mean, you've been getting interviewed for a while. Was there anything that guys were throwing at you in these interviews? Because we always hear all about the weird questions that like really threw you for a loop.
There was nothing that really caught me off guard, and I'd kind of heard the rumblings of things like that going into it. So, I wasn't really too sure what to expect, but the interviews kind of mainly consisted of like getting to know you, and then football X's and O's, just trying to understand you as a football player.
Eli, since a lot of the workouts at the combine are specialized, you know what you're going to do going in. How does the training for that differ than just general, getting ready for the football season training?
Sure. So yeah, my last 2 months, I've been saying, I've kind of trained more like a track athlete than a football athlete. Most of my training sessions, we're just working on starts, getting out of my stance for the 40-yard dash. That's kind of the biggest piece of it. So I really felt like a track athlete working on a lot of my sprinting form. So that's kind of what I'd say mainly consisted, made up my training. And then two, just trying to make sure you're familiar with the drills they would run you through. They pretty much keep them the same each year. So.
What was your favorite part of the combine workout? What do you think you did best?
I think the 40 was something that really jumped out for me as in terms of the workout side of things. My number was better than I thought it was going to be, and what I was testing at prior, just a little bit better. I PR'd that day, so that was real exciting. And then two, I think the route running piece of things with the drill work, that's an area I think I really stood out.
We're talking with Eli Heidenreich. He is Navy's all-time leading receiver, yards, touchdowns. Jack of all trades, though, because he is a member of, I don't even know this. I was looking up all the stuff with you at Navy. Are you the only 1,000 guy at Navy? Like 1,000 yards rushing, 1,000 yards receiving in the history of the program?
I believe so. I'm not totally sure on that. We have one guy in our sports athletic office. I don't know all that stuff, but I'm not too sure.
So I bring that up because you're listed as a running back. You were in this ridiculously fast crop of running backs this year where everyone was ripping off crazy times in the 40. But everybody that's probably seen Navy football has watched you catching touchdown passes. When you think about the NFL, what position right now do you feel like would be a more cohesive and quick, smooth transition to play at that level?
I think my foundation really is as a pass catcher. I would say that's something I'm just more familiar with, both in high school and in college. So I'd say my skill set is definitely stronger there. But I've been getting asked this question a lot, and I do like to answer that I'm comfortable playing anything. I think just trying to bring value in both positions will just, make me more of a target for these teams.
Was there any team in particular or teams that you really felt like you hit it off with? It's because it's basically like speed dating to some extent there. You're like talking to all these different people. You're obviously going to vibe a little bit more with some teams and coaches than others. So were there anybody that talked with you that you were like, oh yeah, that would be a great spot to land?
There were definitely a few teams that you could kind of tell within the informal interviews that were more either interested in you or had done their research on you prior to that. So there were definitely a few teams that kind of jumped out to me.
Keeping those under the vest, however, I feel like, right? Is this like ops? What? I'm trying to think of what it would be in like military terms or something like that. This is like operational security.
Secret?
Yeah, it's like OPSEC here for you. Keep it top secret. That's fair enough.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of just the fact that you're at the Naval Academy, is it like, how different is it? We hear about guys who finish their football season at a kind of a traditional university, not one of the service academies. And then it's like, all right, well, I'm off to basically just prep nonstop for this. I would imagine it's a little bit different, right? Being at Navy, like your prep process versus school, I would imagine is a lot different than it is for some of these other guys.
Yeah, it's extremely different. And that was something that was pretty fun to talk about at the Combine, getting to meet all these other guys from different schools and hearing their story. And, they were all very curious about what my days look like here. But, the last 2 months for me, I was training usually 6 days a week. And that training block would come after about 8 hours of class in the morning, and then any other military obligations that had to take place within that time too. So I would do class and any sort of military thing in the morning, and then train in the afternoon and evening. So I really had to, make some time for my Combine training and getting ready for that. So it looked very different. Most of those guys were down in Florida or over in California, purely training, not worried about school or anything related to the military.
Eli, what is your favorite lift and or football workout?
That's a good question. I'm always, bench days are always real fun in the weight room. I think that's when, the team gets the most rowdy and we'll get the most fired up. So I'd say I like benching the most.
I also am curious with somebody like you who is at a service academy who stays in the same place for multiple years. I mean, you are a rare figure now in college athletics. Does that feel weird to you of like, yeah, I actually played all 4 years at the same school, where a lot of the guys you met this weekend, they've played at 3 or 4 different schools?
Yeah, I think most of them have, switched around a little bit. And like you said, that's just the nature of college football these days. But I think it helped me out, and it's something that I really started to appreciate, especially as a senior here, graduating in a few months. And I have a ton of just incredibly strong relationships here that I wouldn't trade for anything. And that's just a result of me spending 4 years at the academy. So kind of looking back at that, I'm just thankful for it.
Do you think that fact earned you any points with some of the NFL teams that you met with? Like, okay, this kid played at a service academy, the loyalty and the honor is there that, that they don't really get to see in a lot of the college kids now that come through.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something too that in the interviews I made sure I expressed and talked about and brought up, because I think it's definitely something that helps me out.
Eli, I ask this to people a lot, and obviously the draft is still more than a month plus away, but I go back, and a lot of people listening knew of your exploits at Mount Lebanon, saw how good you were, saw you guys go and, much to my delight, beat up on St. Joe's Prep in the state title game, a team that already has at least 1 or 2 guys in the NFL from that team. When did you start to think like playing professional football isn't just a far off dream? Like, this is something I can actually reasonably attain and have a real shot at doing, which you obviously know you do now for sure after the performance you turned in.
Yes, sir. So truthfully, when I chose to play football at the academy, I think I kind of mentally pushed away the idea of playing professionally. I think I just didn't think it was that much of a possibility anymore, whether it, the hoops I had to jump through kind of with the military. And it's a lot harder to do it through this path. So initially it's something that I kind of dismissed, but this past summer, a few agents started to reach out to me because NFL teams had started to place a draftable grade on me as a prospect. So that's when it kind of hit me, and I was like, oh man, like this is not just kind of like a far off dream. This is something that is a real possibility. And then two, we had one of my teammates last season, Rayon Lane, got drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he kind of like paved the way for us academy guys in a way, and the current like legal proceeding that would take place with how we would get there out of the military.
Eli, you've gotten to play in one of the premier games of college football the last few years. Army-Navy, it gets a standalone spot, as it should, every single season. And in this past year's game, you were one of the stars for Navy in the win. So I got to ask what that whole experience is like, and what is it like shining in that game when you know so many people are watching?
Yeah, it really is it's a privilege and an honor to play in that game. I'm a little biased here, but I think it's the best rivalry in college sports. And you look at everything that goes into it and the meaning that it has for so many people and just all the things that it represents. It's such a beautiful game to play in, and I'm grateful that I've had the chance to play in it these past few years. But there's nothing like it. And for the people out there listening that haven't had the chance to go see one, you definitely need to do so sometime soon if you're a football fan. It's just a fantastic game. Just two teams that play, a physical brand of football for 4 quarters. There's nothing else like it in football. So.
Donnie, I can say this to Eli because I felt this way before he ended up the Naval Academy. I was always rooting for Navy in those games, always. Now, like I'm putting you on the spot here, but...
I mean, I had a Navy shirt in high school. I had a Fear the Goat shirt at one point.
Of course.
So I was pro-Navy.
Okay,
whole way back.
I felt like I was putting you on the spot, but I've always rooted for Navy. I've had a Navy midshipman shirt for like 15 years, so just to be clear here, this is a pro-Navy in the Army-Navy rivalry game situation show. Eli, one more for you, man, and thank you for doing this. Again, very surreal and funny, but very cool for me to be talking to you on my show because you're very likely going to get drafted. You get to draft weekend. What is going to be your reaction if there's a 412 number that pops up on that cell phone at some point during the process?
Yeah, I've definitely thought this through over the past few weeks, and it would be pretty unbelievable, and especially considering the draft is in Pittsburgh. A team you're born and raised in Pittsburgh. You're a Steelers fan. You don't have a choice, and I've been watching them my entire life. So to be picked by them would be really, really cool. It's hard to describe what it would mean to me. So.
Eli, appreciate you taking the time, man. Best of luck. And as I think you already know, we and everybody listening to this pulling for you and can't wait to see what the next step is, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Eli.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Eli Heidenreich, he is the all-time leading receiver at Navy. Second most catches, most yards, most touchdowns, and I believe, as he said, he's not even sure, the only 1,000 guy in the history of that school.
Halsey, I just thought of something, too. Pony brags all the time that he was at Aaron Donald's draft party. He's mentioned it a time or two.
Oh, yeah.
You could be at the Eli Heidenreich draft party.
Do you want to know something funny? I texted his dad this morning. His dad's awesome. His family's awesome people. They're really cool, obviously. I'm not saying that because Alex is, related to them. I just said, hey, did Eli tell you he's coming on the show at 3:15? He goes, nah, I'm on a need-to-know basis. Like, just very joking. Like, he tells me what he thinks I need to know. So that's how he's wired, though, man. Like, he's
Does
just
his
like,
dad
yeah.
usually listen?
Yes, his dad listens well enough to know what we're talking about. So I was like, yeah, just so you know, Eli is coming on today because he is a draft prospect
And you broke that news to him.
Yeah, he goes, oh yeah, he didn't tell me anything. I'm like,
You might have a Heidenreich draft party invite in your future.
I mean, I would hope. It would be that would be a tough scene for me if I couldn't get one there.
It's that or nothing, I would guess. I've never been to one, so you guys would have both. You both would have that over me.
It's very cool. He's way too humble to say this, and I'll give Doran a pop here real quick. Doran watched him. I remember this during their run to the state title, that undefeated Lebo team with him and Alex Teska, his teammate at Navy.
The Palco team.
They had some dudes on that team who I think one kid went on to go pitch at Miami, like a big left-handed kid. And I remember Doran saying to me after watching Eli, he said, that kid is an NFL athlete. Like, don't let anybody get it twisted. He is an NFL-level athlete. Like, you can tell at that level, if you're Doran, I guess, like when a guy has it, he goes, that guy is good enough to get drafted. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, you don't think much of it. But he absolutely, I think, got under-recruited and could have gone to a Power 5 school. I'm thrilled for him that he went to Navy because who knows if he gets the chances that he did there and obviously sets the records that he did there. But I am legitimately, I said this, it's surreal that I'm sitting here having just talked to him because he's very likely to get drafted, especially after the 40 he turned in.
It's easy for us to be biased. I mean, definitely for you having the family connection.
Donnie, I've known that kid since he was that high. Like, blonde hair. Like, you thought Lennox had a mop of blonde hair? Blonder. Like, that's how long I've known him.
He's going to be one of those, like, late-round steals, especially if I know he didn't want to, tip his hand as to what team.
I may or may not know the teams, Don.
Well, we could make a few educated guesses based on some of the
I'll say straight away.
Some of the team's personnel.
I'll say straight away, there's a handful of teams I'd love to see draft him because of how I think they would use him. I'd love to see him in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I'd love to see him in the McVay offense. I'd love to see him in, like, LaFleur. Anybody that knows how to deploy people in a clever manner, that's where I want to see him play.
And he would immediately become a name that you know.
He's a matchup problem.
Those teams.
He's a matchup problem. You saw it. He's 4.44 speed. He's not a small guy. He's every bit of 6 foot, 200. Like, he would be a problem in the right system. And so I'm hoping he goes to the right place, which might not even be the Steelers. But that's me saying that. All right, Don. Look at it. By the way, you got in there with questions, and you got all the good question. Favorite lift. That was two football guys talking shop more than anything. I was the interloper here.
I like finding out that stuff, like what the favorite workout is, what the favorite lift is, like how the training is different.
You know what he did? Like, I know he grew up and his family would ski somewhat frequently. If you ever saw him in high school, like at field level, it looked like a skier running against kids who didn't know what to make of somebody whose body was going this way while their feet were still that way. There were some absolute clown moments when I watched him play people who had no idea what to do with him. Anyway. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest run every Wednesday through Friday, 12 noon, 937thefan.com. Contesting page. Who knows? Draft night, you might be getting an Eli Heidenreich card for an NFL team. In fact, I think he's going to be drafted. I think it's going to be well before the last round, too. I think it's day 3 seems likely, but could be early day 3 and could be a very good landing spot. Coming up, speaking of draft prospects, Don, I believe there's one guy that every Steelers fan now wants on the team after seeing him at the Combine weekend. I'll tell you who that is coming up after a headline from Jack.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
We're through 8 in Bradenton. The Pirates lead the Rays 4-1 right now. They'll take on Team Columbia of the World Baseball Classic tomorrow at 1 p.m. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Jack. All right. Well, I went out today. I braved the cold, threw on all my gear, and I got my mileage in training for the half marathon. You guys already know I've talked about the fact that I'm lifting a lot more. I'm now running again a lot more. You want to know why all that is a lot easier than it would have been several years ago? Because I lost 35 pounds, and I've kept it off thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. It really is, for me, more about the keeping the weight off than it is about the losing the weight, because you can lose a few pounds here or there sometimes, and then it comes right back. With Awaken 180, it doesn't. In fact, that's what Paige, the owner, the founder, and her entire team want to ensure doesn't happen. They want to make sure that once the success hits, the success stays. Metabolically, way healthier. I sleep better. My joints feel better, and I'm given the tools to keep the weight off, to stay successful even long after I was finished with the actual program. By the way, that coaching that you get that's so integral to losing the weight in the first place, it's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight. So what are you waiting for? If you have tried and failed, can't get over the hump with the weight loss, find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 52 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge home and garden show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dart boards, and professional billiard services. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
3 days grace. Tour. Adam Gauthier returns alongside Matt Wolst live March 3rd at Keith.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
PM team, shout out to Eli Heidenreich for jumping on. That's an easy kid to root for. Very easy kid to root for. I got a feeling he's going to end up with a team that knows how to deploy offensive weapons. Just a thought. Like, I could see him being an unholy terror in the Kyle Shanahan system. And somebody said, he'll be a replacement for Juszczyk. He's way more of an explosive guy than a Juszczyk. He ain't putting on 40 pounds and playing fullback in the NFL. I think he's slot receiver, third down back kind of guy. Doing Pittsburgh proud for sure. There's another guy that you might as well just embrace this because you're going to hear more Steelers fans ask for them to draft this player over the next month plus than you've ever heard in your life. Donnie, you know who it is. It's Jennings Dunker. The ginger mullet man. One of the most unbelievable looks of any player I have ever seen. It looks like if you were going to say, hey, there's a real life person from like Eastbound and Down getting drafted, like one of Kenny Powers' friends is getting drafted, you would just say Jennings Dunker. That would be what you would come up with here. Guy from Iowa. He has gone, look, the New York Post, meet Jennings Dunker, whose mesmerizing mullet went viral at the 2026 NFL Combine. I mean, he can actually play, first off. So he's not just some, like, he's not some guy who can't go. He's a first-team All-Big Ten guy. He's a legit player, but, Don, have you ever seen anything like this flow? I need you to jump on the mic. This is like, it really is just like the ultimate aura guy. He's an aura farmer, Jennings Dunker.
It feels like we get a guy like this every year. Maybe not quite to this level because you mix it with the red hair, and that certainly stands out. But we start to see like one mullet guy per year, and it's usually a lineman because those guys know. I mean, they're playing the, I would say, like media, like social media game the right way. You throw a big fella out there with a mullet, he's going to get noticed. He will absolutely get noticed, no matter how good or bad he is.
You know what his pro comp is? Mason McCormick, our guy Zierlein. Comped him to Mason McCormick. Likely to push inside to guard because he's not the greatest athlete, except I'm looking right now at their athleticism score. Second.
Yeah, he did well.
He did really well.
Do really well this week.
So I don't know if Zierlein actually like writes up these guys and then like their scores just get loaded in. I suspect that's how it goes. Can I interest you in a Jennings Dunker to play guard if he does have to kick inside then?
Yeah, like what, pick 53 or whatever that would be?
It looks like he'll be gone after that. I mean, it seems like he might even be I don't think he's going to be a guy who aura farms his way into the first round, but he just reeks of second round guy. And also, man, this is like, I'm trying to think, this is, I guess, linebackers from Penn State. You get an Iowa offensive lineman? I just automatically assume the dude can play. I think of like Tristan Wirfs and dudes, not Robert Gallery, the last, I think, like mulleted, red-haired guy from Iowa. But
although when he bumped inside, he figured it out a little bit.
He did. But I mean, number 2 overall is a little different than being a guy projected as maybe a first or second round, or probably a second round guy. This is, I bring this up partly because it's just funny to talk about a dude who looks like, again, he looks like he would be one of Kenny Powers' buddies. But they suddenly kind of need offensive line help. I know that they have spent all these picks, a pair of first-rounders on tackles. Seumalo is a free agent. Nobody has any earthly idea what Broderick Jones' actual status is. They have as much work as they've tried to do, I think, to make that like their area of strength. As much as Andy Weidel, I think, has tried to put his thumb on the scale and turn them into a team that really dominates both lines of scrimmage, I would say they only have, 60% of that line figured out? I think we all feel really good about Troy Fautanu. I was a little bit of a doubting Thomas earlier in his career, but he had a very good year, I thought. Frazier is a known commodity. I don't think McCormick has to be a great player, but he's good. But they only have from center over to right tackle figured out, and suddenly they have a need here. And I think this guy would set the record for, or the pound-for-pound champ record for most jerseys sold if they picked him. There would be Dunker jerseys just all over the map. What number did he wear in college? Do we know? He strikes me as a guy that would have worn 69 for a laugh. I don't have it up on College Sports Reference here, but he strikes
67.
67. Okay. That strikes me as a jersey number that would get sold very much like hotcakes if Jennings Dunker, whatever number he picked, was picked by the Steelers. But they need help there. That's kind of the funny thing. They've done all this stuff to try to augment the trenches on both sides of the ball. And I think, like, for the most part, it looks like it's going to work on the defensive side. They only got 60% of what they need on that offensive side. And I would argue that they're probably going to have to take a lineman with one of their first 3 picks. Wide receiver seems like a fait accompli in the first round. And then I would think second or their first, third round picks probably got to be a lineman. Maybe if they think they can sneak in and get one later because they've had success with McCormick, if it's a guard. But I'm not sure you can rely on him, like somebody you draft in the middle rounds doing what McCormick did, and that was starting as a rookie for the majority of the season and like holding his own in there.
Yeah, which wasn't the plan because James Daniels got hurt. I mean,
Correct.
Yeah, it also depends on if they strike out or not in free agency. I mean, that has to be one of the positions they're looking at.
I mean, the Catman himself could be back around, no?
Could be. Although he's played about 3 snaps the last 2 seasons.
Didn't we find out he's not actually a cat person? His girlfriend was or whatever, or maybe his wife by now. I think he told us he's not as much of a cat guy as people thought. Up next, Jennings Dunker talk. Yeah, come on, who doesn't love a little bit of that? Something happened again, and I feel like the drumbeat is going to just get louder and louder and louder and louder with the Pirates. And I think the pressure is going to continue to ratchet up. I think the Pirates are not going to be in a situation where the decision gets made for them and everybody agrees with them and how they're going about this. Pirates just dusted off the Rays 4-1 in spring training ball. But the Connor Griffin hype train is only increasing in pace. And it feels like that situation that I think the Pirates maybe would have been happy if he just struggled a little bit in spring training. It doesn't feel like that's coming to pass whatsoever. And now it's going to put them to another decision. Let's talk about what they're going to do, what they should do, and if anybody is starting to believe one way or the other a little bit more like they might do the thing that everyone wants, which is bring him up and make him the opening day shortstop. Contract situation be damned. That's coming up next. First, remind you right now, 93.7 The Fan is our fan. Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Also, Eli Heidenreich, he appeared on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And also, it's cold as all get out there. It's cold. It sucks. But then it's going to be really warm. Did you know this? I think we're going to be in the 70s by the end of the week. I think we're getting a good old-fashioned Pittsburgh March here. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. 41 your high, 33 your low, but there could be some rain later tonight. All right. Speaking of the weather, it can do a number on your roof. Did you know that? Yes, of course you did, because you've heard me talk about it. Ice that gets on your roof and doesn't melt properly could be a sign of big problems with your roof. If you got icicles that were hanging from your gutter forever when we had the really cold weather, when it was starting to melt, not a good sign. Uneven snow melt, not a good sign. If you've got some of these signs on your roof, or you did, if you have brown stains on the ceiling, my goodness, stop what you're doing right now and listen to my advice. Call my friends at MHI Roofing immediately. They're open 52 weeks a year. No matter what the weather is, they could be at your home within 24 hours. And then they do their free 21-point roof inspection. They go over their findings, and then they recommend their course of action for you. And then you make the decision from there on out. If it is time for a new roof, MHI offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they will fix it for free. They are incredibly thorough. They're incredibly knowledgeable. They're incredibly personable. That's why I recommend them. So don't wait. Schedule that free 21-point roof inspection today. Get your roof ready for spring and summer. 412-998-8864 or online, mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly cloudy with overnight lows near freezing. A brief period of freezing rain possible for the Laurel Highlands and Ridges. High temperatures Tuesday into the mid-50s with rain. Rain continues Tuesday night with lows into the upper 40s and more rain for Wednesday with highs near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Big game tonight in college hoops. Arizona, an 8.5-point home favorite against Iowa State. And I want to take the points with Iowa State. Iowa State coming off a loss to Texas Tech over the weekend. Texas Tech couldn't miss from 3. Arizona destroyed Kansas. Ergo, you get a line where Arizona's a huge home favorite. Give me Iowa State plus the points. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, are your bad feet making work miserable? You're not alone. Here's Val, a real Good Feet store customer.
I'm a salesman. I've pounded the pavement 35 years, literally. My legs ached, my feet hurt. It was sometimes unbearable. But if you don't have a good attitude when you're in sales, it shows on your face. I heard an advertisement on the radio for the Good Feet store, and I said, what can I lose?
For over 20 years, we've helped people like Val get back to doing what they love without their feet getting in the way.
I walked in the Good Feet store and I said, my feet hurt. What a difference with these arch supports. When I go and talk to my customers, I've got a smile on my face. I can go all day long, and then some. It's the real deal. My name's Val, and that's my Good Feet story.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let your bad feet stop you from achieving your 2026 health goals. Stop by the Good Feet store today for a free test walk.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Sean Whalen from the locally owned and family operated Whalen Exteriors, letting you know that we'll be at the Convention Center for the Home and Garden Show this month. If you're thinking about a new roof or gutters once spring arrives, stop by booth 2236 and enter for your chance to win a great Pittsburgh Sports Package giveaway. And remember, Whalen Exteriors is the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area. A-plus Better Business Bureau accredited with flexible financing options, lifetime product, and workmanship warranties. WhalenExteriors.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Home security isn't just about break-ins anymore. With Guardian Protection, every home security package now includes full protection from intrusion, fire, and water. For a limited time, get a free water and freeze sensor with any Guardian home security package. That means added protection from leaks, frozen pipes, and costly water damage at no extra charge. Don't wait for a problem to happen. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the Berg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Pittsburgh's car wash champion, Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757. Then stop in to any of our 23 neighborhood locations to wash away the winter grime and enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check them out at booth 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 6 through 15, Convention Center downtown.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
The outbound lanes of the Parkway East and West are looking congested right before the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by 2menandajunktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Does the cold and snow have you stuck inside staring at that junk you've been dying to get rid of? Well, we're not afraid of the weather. What are you waiting for? Book us today. 2 men are here and ajunktruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates take care of their business against the Rays in spring training ball. Bucks win 4-1 in this game. And you had a home run from, I'm not saying a home run, excuse me, my apologies. Henry Davis with a double. Yes, Henry Davis is still around. Also, Alika Williams is still on the team. That was a revelation from intern Jack. That was a jump scare for me and Donnie. Alika, him? Yeah, he's still there. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Leahy ready in the bench. Curveball swung on, hit high in the air, deep to left field. Davis back, turning around, and Connor Griffin has hit another home run. The 19-year-old Pirates shortstop has homered. 2-0 Pirates. Third home run of the spring for Connor Griffin.
Joe Block with the call right here on your radio home for Pirates Baseball, 93.7 The Fan. Yeah, there were a couple of ways that this spring could have gone for Connor Griffin, and it is still 23 days away from MLB opening day. I think 24 days away from Pirates opening day, so there's still time for things to change, but there were a couple roads that we could have traveled down with the Connor Griffin situation. One was Connor Griffin just is struggling in the spring. He's hitting moonshot home runs in batting practice. He's doing a bunch of cool stuff in those controlled settings, but get him out onto the actual fields and even against pitchers trying to hone their stuff, and maybe he won't look so good. Maybe he won't look ready. Maybe he won't look like somebody that the Pirates have to bring up on opening day, or else they're an unserious franchise. That was one option. Another one was that he could look okay, a flash here, a flash there, but you'd have to squint to make the case that he, pound the table and make the case that he, damn it, should be up here. There's no excuse. There's another road. The third road, I feel like so far, is the one that we are very much on with Connor Griffin, and that is this road. He does obviously extremely cool stuff and is pretty much making it clear that there isn't a better opening day shortstop on the roster in the franchise than him. That seems like the obvious takeaway right now to me. His slugging percentage after that home run you just heard, which happened this weekend when they beat the Cardinals 6-1 and one hit the Cardinals, not that that matters in spring. His slugging percentage is now around .857, I think it is the number off the top of my head. Would either of you in there, Jack, you can actually do this. I don't need Donnie to participate in this one. His slugging percentage in spring, and I know spring doesn't matter, of course. It only matters if the player that you actually care about is doing well. If he's doing poorly, it's completely irrelevant. Would you care to guess what Barry Bonds' best slugging percentage for 1 year of his career was?
Oh, man. I'd say it's probably going to be around that number. Maybe like 900.
He was .863 when he hit 73 home runs. Now, Connor Griffin is not Barry Bonds, nor will he be. He will not hit 73 home runs in a year. Presumably, he will not have a head the size of a large, prize-winning pumpkin by the end of his career like Barry did. But that should just tell you what kind of thunder is in that bat. He's only hitting .214. I'm sure there's somebody out there going,
he needs to make better bat-to-ball contact, Chris. He needs to show an ability to command the strikes.
No. What have the Pirates desperately needed for pretty much my lifetime, Donnie's lifetime, Jack's lifetime, everybody listening to this is lifetime, unless you were around for the Ralph Kiner or Willie Stargell days, which I guess is a decent amount of you. They have needed power. They have needed a dude who just is a dude in the middle of the lineup. They've needed somebody that actually strikes what I would call fear in the heart of an opposing pitching staff. Connor Griffin's hitting .214. He's getting on base at like a .267 clip. I don't care. His OPS right now in spring, in early spring action, is over 1,100. He annihilated a pitch from Ranger Suarez, who isn't just some bum jabroni trying to, make a roster for his first home run. He hit a ball approximately 800 feet later in that game on an 0-2 sweeper that got left up. He, just annihilated it. And then I didn't even find video of that one, but it was just a bomb out to left center. We're driving down the road here of this guy is going to beat down the door one way or another. There's not an established player at the position right now who you could even plausibly say, oh, yeah, that guy's good. He's a known commodity. He's going to give you some offense. You can afford to wait. There isn't. Jared Triolo's all glove, no bat. Nick Gonzalez is some bat, no glove. Connor Griffin solves a lot of problems. Connor Griffin fixes a lot of issues with your lineup. All you got to do is put him in said lineup on opening day. And I do think the pressure is going to rise with each subsequent home run he hits. We've heard a lot of the most plugged-in insiders tell us that, oh, no, the Pirates are actually 50-50 on this. I've maintained that I think that he gets to the big league club on opening day if a deal gets reached before then and his price is fixed for the next 8 years and everybody knows what the contract looks like and everyone comes to an agreement on it. I'm wondering if the Pirates can be swayed by outside influence and outside opinion here. Not like Rob Manfred doing something way out of bounds and saying, I'm the commissioner, you need to bring this guy up. That would be a little bit much. Although I do think that's obviously part of the reason they actually went on for their standards an off-season spending spree. Pretty clear pressure from the commissioner's office to not be one of those teams that looks like they are just profiting off of revenue sharing. I don't think that there's a coincidence here. I think 1 + 1 generally equals 2 in their case this offseason. We're going into a possible work stoppage. No one wants to look like a team that's making the big market teams angry. Look, we'll spend some money here. Also, it might actually help us have a winning season, maybe even make the playoffs. People will get off our backs a little bit. I'm not saying Rob Manfred would quietly tell Ben Cherington how to do his job, but I do think there will be a cacophony of noise from the outside world demanding that this guy be their opening day shortstop. And why do I say that? I went and looked at ESPN's MLB page, and I was like, okay, just checking in on some things. You guys have all been to ESPN on a computer. You know what it looks like. There is the big story that they're deciding to blare out in front of you in the headline, the main space. And then there's that wall of headlines down the right side of the screen, right? The second headline 2.5 hours ago still on ESPN's main MLB page was Griffin goes deep again as Pirates one-hit Cardinals. Folks, everyone's noticing this. This isn't like, I guess maybe I should level set it in case people don't fully realize it. This isn't a situation where the Pirates have a prospect they like a lot that is exciting their fans. This is every bit and then some the Paul Skeens hype train. This is the number one guy in baseball. This is the guy that is getting massive amounts of attention. If he was a Yankees prospect, you would hear about him 100 times a day because people would be that excited about it. He even hits 3 more home runs this spring. Ends up hitting 6 in basically a month. Unless he doesn't get a hit otherwise and is striking out every at-bat, it is going to reach a fever pitch of excitement for him. There's going to be people demanding that the Pirates do the right thing and put him on their opening day roster. And I was admittedly somebody that would look up Mike Trout and check his stats and look at what the Angels did with him. He had been up as a 19-year-old, but then they started him the next season in AAA. He played 20 games. He then almost won the MVP and the Rookie of the Year in the same year. You could look at them as a case study and say they did it the right way. You can justify keeping these guys down for a couple of weeks to make sure they're fully ready to go. Like finishing a good meal at home. You don't want to skip any steps near the end. I've been able to make that intellectual case in the past. I can't anymore. I've seen it's basically like one of those election things on midterms or something. They put that guy on NBC and he goes, "I've seen enough. I'm calling this race." I've seen a handful of games for Connor Griffin in spring training, which isn't supposed to matter. I'm calling this race. I think I'm pretty good here. I've seen him hit 3 balls out of the park and do stuff and just have the eye test look like nobody else on the Pirates roster, including their best players, whoever you think they are. There's one dude that basically can make highlights like this, and it's O'Neal Cruz. The problem is there's plenty of lowlights. We haven't really seen any lowlights from Connor Griffin. I think that the case for the Pirates, the true baseball case to not start the season or to start the season with somebody other than Connor Griffin as their opening day shortstop is evaporating. And so I am wondering if there's anybody out there that was still harboring the idea or holding on to the idea that maybe this guy should start in the minors at 412-928-9370. That's the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Has Connor Griffin already sold you if you even needed any selling? Are you at all of the belief? Do you actually have faith that the Pirates, even if they don't get a deal done with Connor Griffin, will just for baseball reasons do the right thing? It shouldn't. I will say this about the financial reality of that sport, the way the Pirates do their business. When I take a step back and try to get to 10,000 feet on this, it is a bummer that we even have these discussions to an extent. it really shouldn't be a discussion. It should be, yeah, he's pretty obviously the best player in the entire organization talent-wise. He's the best player or prospect in all of baseball. He is a rare combination, it looks like, of maturity, of physical skills, and of, like, just good baseball skills to go with it. Yeah, of course you should bring him up. Like, it's kind of a bummer that we have to rationalize and decide, oh, is there any reason to keep him down? I think for the next 3 weeks, the Pirates are going to be under successively and progressively, I should say, more pressure to make sure Connor Griffin is on the opening day roster. I'm wondering if anybody out there actually believes that they will, no matter what the contract is, even if there isn't one. Because that's the one way you convince people you're actually trying to win. You don't sign this guy to a contract and he's still your opening day shortstop? Okay. Then some people, I think, back off. 412-928-9370. You think the Pirates are going to have their hand almost forced by Connor Griffin? Because I do. I think that's coming down the pike. Hit us up on Twitter as well at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Back with more of your thoughts on Connor Griffin. 3 home runs already this spring. Loud highlights, loud outs when he makes them. Is this going to put the Pirates in almost a weird kind of bind from a PR perspective? We'll get into that a little bit more. Here first is intern Jack with a fan headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins earned 3 points over the weekend, taking down the Rangers, or losing to the Rangers in the shootout on Saturday, and taking down the Knights 5-0 on Sunday. They'll take on the Bruins at TD Garden tomorrow at 7 p.m. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. It looks like Kyler Murray is going to be released instead of traded by the Cardinals, so here comes this year's resurrection project. Plenty of people are blaming Murray for his tenure in Arizona, but I'm not giving the Cardinals the benefit of the doubt. If Murray lands in the right situation, he could make the Cardinals look foolish for letting him walk. I'm John Lund.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey guys, this is Pavel Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schleideckcompany.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Getting a report for an accident on the Parkway East outbound right around exit 80 towards Route 22, causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
We all love the word free. So does Awaken 180. Medication free, side effect free, and free support for life.
Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Oh, yes, it's the Pretend This is Stone Temple Pilots music bed. At least that's how I always hear it. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Andrew Filipponi is out today. It is a solo Mulsey PM team. Pony back tomorrow. We've got we're already actually planning tomorrow's show. There's already things that are falling into place for tomorrow's show. That's how ahead of the game we are on this program. It's how well we work together. We can book shows when we're not even in the same place. I'm wondering if there is a case that somebody is willing to make for Connor Griffin to not start the season as the Pirates shortstop. So far, the only thing I've seen is our guy Jason in Slippery Rock in the YouTube comments, one of the many places you can consume this show, saying history is not on their side. I think he was citing the Sporting News as far as bringing him up as a 19-year-old. And to that, I would say Ken Griffey Jr. came up as a teenager. He's the last teenager to start on opening day. I'm sure the case that would be argued by Jason and Slippery Rock is you're supposed to bring these guys up after they've gotten a couple weeks in AAA. I don't know, man. I hear Griffin talk. You see all what the guys down there say about him. And no one's ever a sure thing, but the way all these players that are around him that are veterans talk about the way he goes about his business just suggests that he's probably more likely the exception than the rule. And I do think pressure will mount on them because this is think about what this year is supposed to represent for the Pirates. It's supposed to be like, hey, you're going to compete. You've actually made some moves. People are sort of excited about this team suddenly. They might not be able to play any defense, but they look like they'll be able to hit a little bit. You keep them in AAA and you go with substandard play, you make your left side of your infield basically way more underwhelming. It undercuts some of the, I think, goodwill you've engendered with some of your fans this offseason. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Matt in Greensburg. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, Mulsey?
Yo.
Hey, I think he should start up. Here's why I don't think he's going to. I think this is Ben's best case scenario where Triolo and Gonzalez are having really good springs, and Griffin, like you said, is batting .214, even though everything's hit hard, exit velo's there. That, I'm just reading the tea leaves, man. Like all off season, they were in on a handful of third basemen. Don Kelly expressed how hard it would be to make the team opening day, and then yesterday I see Triolo taking ground balls Horwitz taking ground balls at second. With their roster flexibility, I just think they're going to give every opportunity to Triolo and Gonzalez. They're Ben's guys, first, second round picks.
Well, hold on a second. I'll let you finish. I mean, you're making an extended case here. What gives the game away, though, is they're going to give Triolo and Gonzalez every opportunity to try to, be the guys on opening day until about late April when Connor Griffin probably has, a 990 OPS in AAA. And then suddenly, even if Gonzalez and Triolo are playing well, one of them is going to stop getting a chance to do his thing. And it's going to be Connor Griffin's show.
I agree. Like I said, I think he should. I think they're just going to, especially with possibly no baseball next year. I think my gut tells me they're going to wait and see if they get bailed out by a salary cap floor before offering him.
I think you'd have to lose.
Extension.
I think you'd have to lose baseball for a while to actually. And I don't think that's necessarily going to actually happen. I think for an actual cap and floor, it would be a nuclear option for baseball.
Yes, but that would bail a team like the Pirates out. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess my point is I don't think it would happen. I think that's way beyond the realm of possibility. I think Scott Boras would basically just say, over my dead body, figuratively but possibly literally, would he allow for a cap to be implemented?
I agree. One thing I heard, and I know everyone views I heard you say Triolo, all glove, no bat. He did come out and say he made a swing adjustment last year. The last 2.5 months, he was 140 WRC plus. I think they're going to give him what do we always complain about the Pirates? They never develop hitting. This is one guy, I think, that, the trajectory is there. already won a Gold Glove, so I'm not out on Triolo. I'm kind of out on Gonzalez, but Triolo, I still think there's something in there for Triolo.
The big tree. Jack, you're a complete psycho and a big stats guy. What is WRC plus as a stat? What's it stand for?
Weighted runs created.
Okay. What's the plus mean?
It's a good question. I don't know.
It's the adjusted one.
Okay.
It's like I think that one's ballpark adjusted. God, look at what percent, because everyone likes to do this to me. Starkey used to love to go, oh, Mulsey, you're talking about OPS plus, till he started to use all those terms. I wonder what percentage of our audience is like, oh, yeah, his WRC plus was 140 last year. That resonates. It's a good stat. I'm not giving Matt and Greensburg a hard time here. It's an actual good stat. It might be the best current offensive stat going, like catch-all. I just think that baseball's got a problem where, like, you have to say something like that and be like, trust me, so 100 is good. Anything above 100, 100's league average. Anything above it is good. Anything below it is bad. What is it again, son? WRC plus. Ah, yes. It tells a better story than batting average for sure. It's just it's like, if you've ever heard people recommend a book that they're like, oh, you got to get through like the first 100 pages. It's really dense. But then when you start to internalize it, you're like, okay, this is a good book. Just it starts really slow. Most people aren't going to read those 100 pages. Most people are going to glaze over when they hear WRC plus. Another Matt in Apollo. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Don't take this the wrong way. I'm a Yankees fan, but my whole thing about the whole Connor Griffin, I really haven't been watching either of my team nor the Pirates in the preseason, but if he's been playing consistent or playing every game in there,
he
kind of gives you a tale that he hasn't.
No, he didn't play today, for example.
Okay. What I would do, I understand he's 19. Give him a month in AAA. Play him every game. See what he does every game, because then if he consistently does it in every game down there, those players are trying to make it up to the bigs too. So if he's able to do it game in and game out for a month, then that tells you, hey, we should bring him up because he's going to be able to do it here too. Because he's playing every game.
To be fair, I think that's what they're going to do. I don't know if that's going to be their rationale or if they just, think he actually like needs it and can't make the transition without it. But I would bet a decent sum of money right now, Matt, that's going to be what they do. I think he's going to play 20 or so games in AAA. When is the AAA season starts? Like what, a week after the big league season starts? It always starts a little later, the minor league year. He's going to play like 20 plus games in AAA. If he rips it up, he's getting called up, and you're never going to see him in the minor leagues again unless it's a rehab stint for an injury. I think that's what they're anticipating happens. I would stress the reason I'm having this discussion today is they are a team right now that I think has a win total of around 78.5 in Vegas. They might need 20 games of Connor Griffin compared to 20 games of not Connor Griffin. Like, I know that people don't like it. You get that granular. I understand people, come on, Chris, you're being dramatic. No. Say they're a team that, like, wins 86 games and misses the playoffs by 2 games, and Griffin plays 138 games instead of 158. Are you going to tell me that people won't look back and find 2 close losses early on where he might have tipped the outcome one way? I know I will. If he starts the season in Indianapolis, every single play that whoever is playing shortstop in a given game makes, and people will also look at the trickle down here, everything that those guys do and every result of those games is going to be scrutinized to some extent, I think, by a decent chunk of Pirates fans through the lens of, would this have been different if Connor Griffin was playing? And if Ben Cherington is willing to live with that, if Bob Nutting's willing to live with that, then they're going to live with that. But there will be pressure, more than they have felt in a long time. They got it right with Skeens. They kept him down. The difference with Skeens was he was coming to a team that everyone knew wasn't good enough. Griffin is going to be joining a team whenever he does, whether it's opening day or not, that most people are starting to believe is good enough to make an actual run and threaten the playoffs. Different set of expectations means a different ball game with calling him up or not. Chris in Indiana Township. Hey, Chris.
Mulvey, perfect. It's perfectly said. It's the Pirates who have been hanging on to Jack Sawinski and Alika Williams. And
by the way, are you worried Jack Sawinski is going to turn into Max Muncy now that the Dodgers grabbed him?
Well, more like Lou DiMaggio or Joe DiMaggio. But, yeah, I get that. But you got to get him up, because if for a team that is on the verge of the playoffs, as everybody says, and you got to win on the margins, and the difference between 84 wins and 86 wins is keeping this guy in the minors for 20 days. They're out of their mind. Plus, we all know it's a money-starved franchise. This kid would make him more money than he could imagine in the first month of the season when everybody's finally excited for the Pirates.
I do think he would goose. I think he would goose ticket sales. I don't know by how much, because we know that weather and all that stuff is still a factor up north here. Like there's going to be a one series pop for whenever he does debut if it's not opening day. I don't know how much of a dent it's going to make, broadly speaking, in their first month if he's up there. Maybe you might be right for the record, but like I'm not sure I can quantify that one.
Look at the Mets last year, and I know it's Juan Soto, but I mean they were making an extra $50,000 a game. If he can make an extra $5,000 a game, that is
you know what an extra
money that is franchise changeable.
Chris, thank you for the call. Extra $50,000 a game for Steve Cohen, they call that a rounding error. That guy is paying more. I don't even know. Did he get back under the luxury tax? I didn't even check. Steve Cohen is just making money hand over fist in his private and personal life and business life. The Mets are a play toy. I don't think Chris was being entirely serious there, I hope, about an extra $5,000 in gate revenues a game. Bob Nutting would not care about that. That's not much money. $5,000 a game for 81 games. Even I can do this math. Is $405,000. I better have gotten that right or somebody's going to yell at me. That doesn't matter. That is not relevant money. All right, coming up, Donnie's biggest story. We had a busy football weekend. We've done a lot today, too. Had Eli Heidenreich on, Mount Lebanon and Navy product, who ran a blistering 4.4440 in a very fast running back crop. We've got Jennings Dunker, a red-haired, mulleted man who might be a Steelers target after the first round. A lot of football stories, a lot of ways Donnie could go. His Donnie football debrief is next here on The Fan. First, here's intern Jack.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball on Saturday picked up what was probably their best win of the year, going into Cal and taking them down 72-56. They'll take on Florida State at home Wednesday at 9. Pregame right here on 93.7 The Fan at 8:30. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Here's a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. College basketball, nonstop, big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night. Now FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with a college basketball parlay profit boost. Here's how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like, from the early tip rivalry games, ranked games, late night West Coast matchups, you name it. Mix spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read of the slate. Then just apply your profit boost and instantly bump up that potential payout. So go safe, go crazy, go with the team you've been tracking all year. It's your parlay, your style, now with more upside behind it. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. It's FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued is now a drawable boost builder tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Broken water heater? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Cloudy with rain and drizzle tonight, the low 32.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, it's that time. The Donnie Football Debrief. Donnie's biggest story in the football world. And, of course, with the Combine going on, there's a lot of stories. Big story in the studio, however. Donnie.
Almost a catastrophe in here.
You came in. You hopped into that seat as you have done a million times. These are nice, sturdy seats. And all I heard was just an ear-splitting crash, and one of the seat arms just snapped in half. What the hell's going on over there?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just have to switch places with the one over there.
Callis is going to be very gassed up that he did not
Somebody
break a
else
chair.
broke a chair.
He's going to be very bummed. That was deafening. I thought for sure you also Also, I'm a good friend because what was the first thing I said? What the hell happened? And I said, is your hand okay? Anyway, I cede the floor to you now that you're not bleeding all over the place after annihilating a chair.
The debrief, March 2, 2026. Chris, we had this talk in the back because it seemed like the topic of Cleveland getting a dome was part of the midday show for what felt like the 100th time. It feels like that's been a topic for them often, which I do.
It's one of Joe's pet peeves, man. Joe loves to rail against dome stadiums.
And Pomp put a poll out there, and it got similar play as a lot of the ones that you put out there to mostly Steeler fans or people in Pittsburgh. When you ask, do you want a dome stadium? And the options were, yes, the games are better, the football quality is better, it's more consistent, or no, football is meant to be played outside. And predictably, it was like 75% of the vote, I think, at the time that I saw it. I'm sure that it's roughly the same thing or even more of a landslide. And I brought the question up to you, and you told me to do it for this. I said, I wonder how many people are the ones voting no, football is meant to be played outside in the elements, are the same people that either don't go and or try their best to sell their tickets when we truly get to the football weather in December and January. Because I bet there is plenty of crossover.
I'm glad you're keeping it real here. I am. I've gone to a number of cold sporting events. You can tolerate it, but anybody saying, oh, it was way better because I was outside in the cold is full of crap. I was at the Stadium Series hockey game, Penguins and Blackhawks in Chicago. It's the coldest I've ever been. I went and looked at the temperature. I think it was like 16 degrees, but it felt about 25 or 30 degrees colder because of wind. I was drinking to the point of like being borderline blacked out just to try to stay warm. I had layers on. You're just sitting there, man, and I think you're right on the money. I think everyone likes to be a hardo about this, but then like you never have to put up or shut up. Now I know you do. You've gone to some unbelievably cold games and just sat there. But you know me, I have Darius Raynaud's disease. I can't do that.
Right.
These fingers are gonna freeze and fall off, man.
I always forget that.
Dude, I went on this run this morning. I have like running gloves. They're like thin. You can like kind of like mess with your little Apple Watch or whatever. But until I like actually get going into the run, my fingers, these
freezing.
My pinky on my left hand especially is numb. And then my blood gets really going. And then I'm like, by the end of it, I'm like sweating in the gloves. But like, yeah, it's very real. Don't laugh at Darius Raynaud syndrome.
But it really makes me wonder, like, how many of the people that say, and I'm sure there's plenty that are like me that, you know, go to the game no matter what the elements are.
By the way, the poll is at 76% still.
Yeah.
Pump.
And the amount of people I wonder are in there, and I don't know. Let's use that Raiders game a few years ago as an example. The one right before Christmas, Franco Harris passes away right before. You would think hot ticket, Steelers playoff hopes still alive. They're winning games in dramatic fashion. And that game bitterly cold, don't get me wrong, one of the coldest in stadium history, but there were like 35,000 people there.
Not so much a packed house full of rowdy fans.
Yeah, the Monday night game against the Dolphins, even though the Steelers were, again, battling for a playoff spot, but it was going to be cold. How attractive really was that game? Was it going to be all that great of one?
Mm-hmm.
And that seemed like a typical, like, kind of sparse Monday night
A lot
crowd.
of yellow seats visible, which they hate.
We see that anytime they get a Thursday night game and it's cold.
And you have the best frame of reference for all this because you've gone to games on the road on your little road trips with the Nasty Boys that are dome stadiums. I think Minneapolis is the case study here because that place is frigid all the time.
Yeah, I've gone to a few. And, I mean, I think this past year is a great example. And, you know, you can call me a wimp. You can call me something that we're not even allowed to say on air. Be a hard ass if you want. We're tailgating for 5 hours out in 20-degree Detroit, Michigan temps. It was a pretty nice feeling to go inside the stadium and it be climate controlled, like 65 to 70 degrees, where we could take layers off going in instead of continuing to add. Not to mention, yeah, it helps out the noise when you're enclosed. The atmosphere for that game, better than any Pittsburgh atmosphere, Acrisure/Heinz Field atmosphere that I've experienced in probably 15 years.
You're not trying to stay warm. You can be as rowdy as you want because you're just standing there in the setting where the temperature is what it is in this room probably.
I think it's one of those things people would be irate about. But once they experienced it, I think they would think, okay, this actually isn't so bad. Not to mention the year-round use you could have that helps out the city's economy.
I will tell you this. I mean, I think that there is some appeal to watching like a crazy snow game or like when Bell was running all over Buffalo in the snow, or like Shady McCoy, that famous game where they're running in like a foot of snow, literally. Here's the thing though. Watching it on TV is fun. Watching it on TV is nice. When you're there, it might be interesting, but like Pony and I go to a Cleveland Steelers game in week 17, and that wasn't snow. It was just crap weather.
Yeah, and you're getting the wind.
Donnie, that game sucked. And it wasn't just because like both teams sucked. That game was just like not that fun to watch because the weather preempted any kind of consistent offense from anybody. I get that it's a fun novelty, but if you were just for argument's sake, if the Steelers like draft Arch Manning next year, if they somehow get access to him, or even like a Lenora Sellers, somebody with big physical skills, I understand the argument that Buffalo actually has an advantage with Allen because he can throw it in any weather, but wouldn't you want him in a controlled environment so you kind of set that and that doesn't have to be a variable? Like, I would want him to be maxed out in every home game skill-wise as far as what he's capable of doing.
I think that's the happy medium that Pittsburgh could be looking at down the line. I know this is years away, and the whole question of where they would even put a stadium is the starting point.
Blawnox or Wilmerding.
But like what Buffalo is doing, that might be where we find middle ground because it's not completely enclosed. But it is to the fans where you're not getting destroyed
so basically,
by bad weather.
For people that don't know, they're essentially trying to protect the fans, keep a little bit of the wind out probably too in a brutal weather city and make it a little bit more palatable.
But the elements can still play a factor in the game. But, I mean, I think of the AFC Championship this year, and I get that it was cool once the snow really started to come down. But you cannot watch that game and think that it was a good football game in the second half.
That game absolutely sucked.
I mean, it came down to the point where Nance and Romo had to discuss, like, hey, if so-and-so gets off a really nice punt here, that could turn the game.
Yeah, no one wants to see that a lot.
You know that the game is not going well.
I agree with you. No one wants to see that a lot. I mean, the Seattle Rams game wasn't played in a dome, but it was played in what you would call more normal weather. Barn burner.
Oh, yeah,
Denver, New England was just That game was not just ass, Donnie. That game was super
Yeah,
ass.
it was basically who has the lead once the blizzard hits, and that's going to be how the game ends. Unless there is, I think it's like the weird freak element that people like with the snow.
I get that, but like, it's again more fun if you're watching that on TV from a climate-controlled house or a bar. Wow, look at these morons. This is great.
Which is where I think a lot of the votes come from. Like how many of that I'm sure there are plenty, but how many of the 76% are the first ones not going to a game when they see the weather's going to be bad?
I think the older you get, this is a sign that you're maturing. The older you get, the more it is likely that you don't really want to put up with this. You're like, yeah, I want to go watch this game, but I don't want to watch this game if it's going to be a hassle just sitting there. Or I'm going to be freezing my buns off here. I think when you're like 20, it's like, oh, all right, cool, like whatever. But I'm with you. Good. Thank you for keeping it real with people and calling people out. Coming up next, I actually want to get into a situation. One of the most productive and I think really well-liked athletes in recent Pittsburgh sports history. He and his team might be at a crossroads sooner rather than later. And I'm wondering how people feel about it. I'll tell you who that is coming up next. First, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in Florida and get out of this weather? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. 41 your high today, 33 your low. Could be some rain overnight tonight. Long commercial. Hold on. I know Pony's got something. We got a short commercial break, long commercial segment on the other side. First, Jack, thank you. I do have a message to share from my friend, Andrew Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi back to talk about Comer and Cross. Just got back into town from a long road trip and opened up that garage door to see my brand new Comer and Cross garage floor. And my mind starts to drift and I start to daydream about those spring and summer days hanging out in my garage, getting stuff done with some music on, grabbing a beer out of the fridge, maybe listening to the baseball game on the radio in there. Now is the time to call because their schedule is filling up. That's what happens when you're number one, when you are the gold standard. Let them transform your garage, and it's only going to take one day. That's right. They were in and out of my place in less than one day, and they do it because they've got total pros. These aren't high school, college kids coming home making no money. These are guys that know what they're doing and do it unbelievably well. And I want you to call today and get a free, quick, and easy estimate. That's all you got to do is call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak with them today, or go to COMERcross.com. Do what I did and trust the experts at Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 52 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Warren Dickerson here. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of five-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Got junk? JunkTruck.com. Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFM.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
When the paycheck stops, the planning starts. Retirement isn't about a number, it's about income that lasts through every stage of life. Secure Money Advisors focuses on building retirement strategies around income, tax efficiency, healthcare planning, and legacy protection, all working together in one coordinated plan. Claim a complimentary copy of your book today at RightTrackBook.com. That's RightTrackBook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Sean Whalen from the locally owned and family operated Whalen Exteriors, letting you know that we'll be at the convention center for the Home and Garden Show this month. If you're thinking about a new roof or gutters once spring arrives, stop by booth 2236 and enter for your chance to win a great Pittsburgh Sports Package giveaway. And remember, Whalen Exteriors is the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area. A-plus Better Business Bureau accredited with flexible financing options, lifetime product, and workmanship warranties. WhalenExteriors.com.
Ready for an unforgettable shooting experience? Keystone Shooting Center welcomes walk-ins to their world-class indoor range. Enjoy hourly access to shoot pistols, rifles, and AR-15s. Choose from a vast selection of rental firearms or bring your own. Keystone Shooting Center provides all the necessary gear, plus a massive superstore with over 500 guns for sale. It's all right here. Plan your visit today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com. Keystone Shooting Center, where every shot counts.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV, built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Big dream? Start now. The Dollar Bank loan sale is back. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Are you ready to make your dream a reality? Whether you've been dreaming of renovating your home, tackling your bucket list, or streamlining your budget, no dream is too big. Don't miss our best sale of the year. The Dollar Bank loan sale ends March 31st. Save big at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schlei Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleiDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint, chip, and rotten railings with new, maintenance-free railings from Schlei Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleiDeckCompany.com.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing some heavy delays